And to those who bleed orange and black, good morning. This is Murph and Marcus. Brian Murphy and Marcus the Waterboy Boucher. Streaming live at twitch.tv/The Sports Leader. Sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, well, listen, Tuesday morning, I'm kind of hoping to come in here a little happier about my baseball team. Unfortunately, I'm not that happy about my baseball team. So, tough one last night for the Giants, who may be dying right before our eyes. Maybe time to go to the vet. I don't know. I'm going to the Dodger Stadium Thursday. I don't want to go to the vet before the Dodger Stadium on Thursday. So, tough one last night. Then you turn over to the football game, and Marcus isn't having any fun because his team was dying right before his eyes on the football team. So, you got two guys kind of grumpy this morning, but we'll do the best we can to spread sunshine right where the Bay Area needs it. So, good morning, Marcus. Monday night, not so fun.
No, not the funnest Monday night, but I will say, I walked in a little grumpy this morning, but I just got a smile on my face thinking about you going down to L.A., down to Dodger Stadium, dressed up as a vet, getting ready to put down Old Yeller. The old dog's finally got to go down.
Man, there's little treats in my hands to bring them over there and kind of.
Who's a good boy?
Yeah, boy,
Willie Adamas gets a couple ear scratches.
God, it's a tough deal. Back in the day, they used to just let him out the back door and just go. Just go out in the woods.
Oh, man.
We won't be hearing from him anymore. You know what I mean? Let nature take its course.
Oh, brutal.
Now you got to go to the vet. You got to make an appointment the whole day. I know. We're getting a little dark at 6:02.
Yeah, I know. This is real dark. This is real dark.
Nothing worse than putting down dogs at 6:02, dude. So, no. Listen, they got two hits last night. Yeah. They got two hits. I mean, listen, we can complain about the pitching, and we will. And we will. The pitching has run out of gas. The bats have gone quiet Sunday, and Monday. I mean, geez, they scored 7 runs on Saturday night. It wasn't enough, but whether it was Zach Gallen with all that soft stuff away, soft stuff down, getting everybody on their front foot. We did get to see Bryce Eldridge for the very first time. We should probably address it right out of the gate because there he was. That's your future, Giants fans. Hopefully that's your next 15 years, Giants fans. Hopefully in 2040, when the Murph and Marcus show is opening up on September of 2040.
We'll see you there.
We'll be talking about Bryce Eldridge wrapping up that Cooperstown career.
Yeah, but Murph, will he be going into Cooperstown wearing number 78 on his back?
Marcus, keep the laugh track handy. Only if he can continue to seal off the D tackle. All right, dude. What was that, Ben Barch out there?
Yeah, I mean, Barch is dealing with that ankle injury.
Was that Connor Colby?
We might need Bryce with the Niners.
Actually, Connor Colby's film was showing well on Twitter yesterday. I was watching guys' cut-ups there. Connor Colby was mauling guys out there.
He looked good on Sunday.
Maybe he and Bryce should form a tandem. I don't know. Maybe they should be our pulling guards, dude. Colby and Bryce.
Yeah, line up Bryce at tight end.
Yeah, we can't go forward with 78.
Yeah,
right?
like I did
that has to be a temporary.
I
right?
liked 88 in spring training.
Yeah.
And we were talking about like the
22,
significance.
44.
Yeah, and stacking it up. And then Carson Wisenhunt shows up to town. He's like, yeah, I don't know. 88's my aunt's favorite number, or the year I was born. I don't even know what the hell the excuse was.
So Wiz is the guy who took it?
But Carson Wisenhunt is the reason why Bryce Eldridge is no longer wearing 88.
Maybe give Bryce, give me 87 at least. Give me some Dwight Clark vibes rather than 78, where I'm talking like, again, Barch, Colby, Burford. I don't even know who 78 is. So, yeah, we got to work on that. And it was exciting to see him. Boy, he looks, Dwayne Kuiper always says, how do they look in the uniform? I mean, the guy looks like a mammoth of a man in a uniform, doesn't he?
Well, it's crazy, too. Like, he looks so big, but he's still only 20 years old. Like, he's going to get bigger, like, muscle-wise.
Yeah.
Like, he's already up to 240, I believe, 6'7", 240. He could end up, like, 250, 260, 270, like Aaron Judge type if he does go that direction with his fitness.
Yeah, and he, listen, I was okay with his at-bats. Listen, the whole story on him, and we mentioned it yesterday, is that he crushes fastballs and he struggles with off-speed stuff. So, if you're any pitcher, Zach Gallen, why not just feed him a steady diet of soft stuff, right? And he threw him a first pitch fastball, which kind of, he check swing. Yeah. It was his very first pitch. He check swing, and they rung him. I didn't think he went. Third base umpire was like, welcome to the show, kid. Strike one. I was like, whoa, wait. Should 1-0, now you're down 0-1. And like the next 4 or 5 pitches were all soft stuff. And he spit on a bunch of them, which I was pleased with. And he works that full count and then smacks a ground ball to first base. Made good contact.
Yeah, I thought he squared it up pretty nicely.
So a pretty good first at bat in terms of discipline and barrel.
And seeing pitches.
Yeah.
And not being too maybe overly excited about getting out there and maybe trying to attack that first pitch.
Next at bat, he does fall into a hole pretty quickly and then goes down on a what looked like a curveball, I thought it was.
A little back foot curveball,
Okay,
dropped him down to a knee.
Tried to golf it out. Now Gallen's out of the game now, and a guy named Taylor Rashi is pitching, and he makes the mistake of throwing Eldridge a fastball. And look what he did with it.
Mm-hmm.
Hit a ball that would have been a home run in 23 of the 30 parks, including Oracle Park.
See, that's what I'm talking about when we talk about that center field fence at Oracle. Now, of course, you have to throw in the weather factors and the marine layer as well, too, but he squared that ball up. I think it was 105, 106 off the bat.
Yeah, and it was literally a Bank One or Chase or whatever they're calling Arizona now. Arizona is one of only 7 ballparks where it doesn't leave the yard.
Yeah.
And actually, Carroll had to make a pretty decent play to go chase that down.
Yeah, he did, and he's one of the best defensive center fielders in the league. He's a speedster. But, Murph, we talk about, like, batters showing you how your stuff is. Did you see the reaction from the pitcher? As soon as Bryce Eldridge squared it up, dude, he was like, hey, leaning over. He was slumped over staring at the ball.
Dude, there's a screenshot of Eldridge leaving the box and the pitcher like he's puking, like he's his head is bent. He thinks it's gone,
like he's on a fentanyl trip or something.
I mean, and so it's disappointing. Listen, there was a lot to like. There was some very promising stuff there. It was everything we've thought about Bryce in terms of his presence and his contact and all that stuff. He goes 0 for 3 in his debut. Hope to see him out there again tonight. But again, is hitting only part of the problem for this team that's now lost 3 in a row when they could least afford to lose 3 in a row because, Marcus, the gravitational pull is back.
It never left us, Murph.
Gravity. Dude, look at that. Yeah, look at that. Look at that. We got to working against me. There it is. That's all you need right there. Put it away. John Mayer. John Mayer singing for us. Gravity working against me. Once again, 75 and 75. Gravity. Yeah, thank you very much. Little chill vibe from John Mayer out there, who, by the way, has had his share of ladies in his day. Didn't we with Taylor Swift for a while? I think it was.
I think he was.
Yeah, he was. The gravitational pull. Did you see that stat that Curly sent us?
Unfortunately, I did.
This is insane. And in fact, many people questioned whether or not it could be true.
I thought it was AIBS at first.
It has to be AIBS.
I'm not believing this.
But a guy named Jay Cuda, C-U-D-A, who does stats for the MLB and the White Sox, he's got 155,000 followers. He sent out a tweet saying, this is before last night's game. San Francisco Giants, last 10 games, 5-5. Last 150 games, 75 and 75. That's what they are right now. Mm-hmm. Last 200 games, 100 and 100. Like, wait, come on, man.
No way.
Last 222 games, 111, 111.
Okay.
I'm getting pranked right now.
Yeah,
I'm getting pranked. Last 444 games, this man says the Giants are 222 and 222. And Young Tone, you may have to cue up Mayor again. Because in the last 500 games, they are 250 and 250. Gravity.
That damn gravity.
Oh, man. The gravitational pull of 500 is a force stronger. Okay, you can pod that down, baby. Thank you very much.
Sounded
good one, though. Good cut, though.
Good. I like that.
You like that little rich,
keep that around.
Mayor sound there?
I like this bit that we got going.
All the girls like it, too.
Gravity.
500 games. Gravity.
See, it works.
Tony's working a bit. 500 games, 250, bro. I can't believe.
Yeah.
Bro. Come on.
Hashtag.
What are we doing?
Nothing like it, Murph.
Man, what are we doing here? Yeah.
Hashtag nothing like it.
So tough deal, and it's kind of tough to also to think that Buster Posey built a team that ran out of pitching.
Yeah, dude.
Now, in fairness, so he trades Rodgers and Duvall, but in fairness, nobody anticipated the Randy Rodriguez, Eric Miller injuries. Birdsong, I don't know what to tell you guys. I don't know. They lost there. So you guys, if you really want to stay in this whole thing at 75 and 75, which seems silly, but I'll be down there Thursday at Dodger Stadium thinking. It's going to take some. The Mets didn't play last night. So right now they're just 2 out in the loss column and just 2 out overall. Arizona's ahead of them now, but they can take care. Look, if you want to be a relentless optimist, you can win the next 2 and pass Arizona and get right back in it. And then find yourself at Dodger Stadium for 4 games.
Yeah. Well, not to be the a-hole in the room this morning, but how optimistic are you that the Giants will win tonight with Tristan Beck expected to be the starting pitcher?
It's really funny. Last night, Brad Mansion, Bitter Brad, who was laughing at my characterization of his text because he said, you gave me a voice because I was going, Johnson. And he goes, I said, yeah, he goes, you gave me the same voice you give Declan. I was like, yeah, kind of.
Yeah, uh-huh.
But he goes, he sent me a text last night. He said, Bitter Brad was right. I said, yeah, because he said they're dead. The Giants are dead.
Bitter Brad knew all along.
And then he said, dude, tomorrow's starter is TBA. So I was like, oh, man. So I came to work today, and then you said, no, it's Tristan Beck. So we said, is TBA, Tristan Beck again? There you go. TBA.
Tristan Beck announced.
Can you believe the way that worked out?
Mm-hmm.
Literally, they went from TBA to Tristan Beck.
Yeah, uh-huh.
So,
yeah, we need a little TA.
408 with a tremendous text. Giants baseball, ... Show. What else? That's deep knowledge from my South Tahoe Chevy's ski trip with other families, sitting opposite a 6th grade kid who was super precocious. And after we went through some small talk, he said, "So, what else?"
Yeah,
unbelievable.
Mm-hmm. That's just where we're at right now.
All right. And how about your Raiders? How'd you feel?
Not great. Geno Smith looked bad. Looked like a stopgap quarterback. Like, I don't think I was too overly optimistic about Geno being the next franchise quarterback or anything like that, but I thought he'd at least be serviceable. And last night, he was not serviceable. And Jim Harbaugh got one over on his guy, Pete Carroll.
How many picks he throw?
3 interceptions. And that's generous because he could have had more.
First play of the game, too.
Yeah, I mean, he was off the entire night. So, yeah, Geno looked bad.
I mean, you guys held him to 20, right?
Yeah, exactly. So Patrick Graham's defense actually did all right. But you're not going to beat the Chargers without scoring a touchdown. 3 field goals on the day, 9 points.
Where are we with Genty?
Ashton had a couple really nice runs yesterday, but it's going to be tough for him to rack up yards if they're playing in a negative game script all the time.
Well, whatever happened, it wound up with Larry Krueger sending like a 1 a.m. text talking about fantasy football and tagging me in it. Oh, pardon me, tweet.
At 1 a.m.?
Dude, the timestamp on it is wild.
Larry's thinking about you late night.
Sometimes the timestamp on it is not the sign of a stable man.
That's wild.
So, and I said to him, and I will continue to talk as well.
I'm seeing it now.
Look at it. It's long,
4 hours ago.
I know.
Well, you should be asleep, Larry.
2:12 timestamp showing the signs of a healthy, stable, mature adult.
He's feeling good about his 2-0 start, huh?
Well, I don't even want to fall into the trap of talking with Larry Krueger.
Well, it's all right.
But he literally is in the bottom half of the league in scoring, and he's out here tweeting at 2 a.m. So go get him, Lars.
That's
go get him.
It's all right. It's cute to tweet out from the second spot in the standings because look who's chilling in first place this morning. It's your boy. It's the morning show still representing.
Propers. And as is custom, we will have the we will have the week 2 trophy ceremony.
Yeah, exactly. And Murph, I've been so humble about all of this because I'm not Larry Krueger going on Twitter calling out Murph after 2 weeks.
Wait. At 2 a.m.
At 2 a.m.
There you go.
I'm just graciously taking my victories, taking down 2 former KNBR champions in back-to-back weeks. First Murph, now Derek Papa. I'm stacking up that resume, young Tony.
I'm rooting for you, buddy. From down near the bottom of the standings, I'm rooting for you. And by the way, if anybody didn't hear, we got the news right before the show that American iconic actor Robert Redford died at the age of 89. And it definitely hit me. I was getting my coffee. Personally speaking, my mom's all-time favorite. Like Robert Redford, my dad had to play. My dad was the runner-up, man. He was vice president. Robert Redford was the guy. And if Robert Redford was on TV, my mom knocked people over to watch him. And The Way We Were, the movie, and the song by Barbra Streisand was like her all-time favorite. So this one hits a little more personally because it reminds me so much of my childhood. But for everybody else, he's Roy Hobbs. He's the natural. Cue Randy Newman's theme, man. He's Roy freaking Hobbs, not to mention Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid and the Sting and all the President's Men and all that good stuff. So I'm sure we'll find a way to play some Roy Hobbs and some natural theme music at some point in the cooler or whatever, or some Butch Cassidy. Butch Cassidy, you ever check it out? Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid?
No,
the
I don't think I've ever seen that, actually.
Those are classics, man. Absolute classics. And all-time buddy, like the original buddy movies. Like Lethal Weapon dreamed of being Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, you know? Paul Newman and Robert Redford, 2 outlaws on the run back in the old days. Really fun.
And that's kind of what it feels like to me with Robert Redford, like realizing like his place in like pop culture, like lust or however you want to explain it. Like he always seems like the all-American actor, if that's a good way to put it. Definitely. And then he was Roy Hobbs. And then he broke his bat and told the little chubby bat boy, pick me out a winner, Bobby. And then he goes yard. And that pitcher who's throwing to him is a lefty, but always gave me Matt Cain vibes.
The kid who's throwing at him and throwing the cheese. He's a country hardball guy.
I'll have to rewatch.
He's a lefty, but he looks like a lefty Matt Cain. And he unfortunately like Bryce Eldridge. Don't throw Hobbs the fastball because he'll put it in the light towers, baby.
You don't want it. You don't want it.
So anyway, rest in peace, Robert Redford, 89 years old, iconic American actor. All right, well listen, Giants lose, Raiders lose. We'll do something good though, I promise. On the Sports Leader.
Gravity is working against me.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. Happy Tuesday. We are still giving away a $100 Amici's gift card. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Shout out Overnight Dave. Detroit. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. Stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com. Detroit.
Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
And here comes Eldridge. 20 years old, 6 feet, 7 inches tall. Bryce Eldridge. 3-2 pitch. Swing and a hard ground ball right to first. That's gloved cleanly by Vargas, who takes it to the bag. Out number 2.
Here's the 2-2. Eldridge strikes out swinging. Well, this time he couldn't hold up. The curveball down. And he strikes out swinging. Swings and drives one. Out to left center field. Going back on the ball and leaping to make the catch is Barossa just in the game. Going back to first Chapman. Bryce Eldridge drove that one out to left center field. Jumped off his bat. And oh so close to his first big league hit.
3-1 the count. The pitch on the way. Swing and a pop-up. Shallow right field. Out goes Ketel Marte. He's under it. And the ball game is over. The Giants have lost 3 in a row. And what's worse, going back over the longer period, they've now lost 6 of their last 9 as time starts dwindling down.
Ooh, man. John Miller with the haunting words, time is dwindling down. As we play, of course, Randy Newman's famous theme from The Natural to more in the passing of Roy Hobbs, man, Wonder Boy. Robert Redford dead at the age of 89 and such an iconic American actor from All the President's Men and The Sting and Butch Cassidy. But for us baseball fans, he'll always be Roy Hobbs. And it's funny, man, themes, like you could write forever about what a theme does for a movie. This would be on the shortest of lists of when people say, have you ever seen The Natural? You're like, I'm not sure. Then you go, then you start humming the theme like, oh, yeah, I know that movie. It's like Rocky. Have you ever seen Rocky? I don't know. Gonna fly now. Oh, yeah, I know Rocky. Yeah.
I was going to say, it feels like we've kind of lost the great score in movies these days.
Totally agree. And movie scores go a long way. And any number of them was, E.T., Star Wars, Raiders of the Lost Ark, Jaws. I keep naming all John. Oh, there we go. Randy Newman there. Crank that up. Oh, man. Yeah. Keep it going. Just want to hear it. Yeah. How many Little League, hype videos or whatever are set to this? So, Randy Newman, he's a cool dude. He's a cool dude, and he could write one. But thanks, Tony. Good rejoin. Unfortunately, Bryce, our natural, a lefty like Hobbs, a swing like Hobbs, just didn't quite. And by the way, I had it wrong. It wasn't Corbin Carroll in center field. They had made a defensive replacement at that point in time.
Ooh.
So, yeah, man, you heard it right there. Bryce Eldridge's 3 at-bats. Young Tone, chance to bring you in here as I look at the clock. We should probably get going on the guest list pretty soon. Were you familiar with The Natural and Roy Hobbs?
So I've heard about The Natural. You guys have brought it up before. I've not seen the film, unfortunately.
Okay.
Maybe I'll see it this week.
All right. It's funny. Just yesterday, Paul from Pleasanton from our sales staff was actually texting about that because yesterday we were talking about baseball movies on the air. And he was texting me that The Natural's all-time. And I can't believe I'm going to say this on the day we lost Robert Redford. But it's not my all-time favorite baseball movie. It's very high up there, but it's
Sandlot is, right?
To be honest, I'm just being brutally honest now, and this is not Redford's fault. He was great. It could have used some editing. It's a little long. There's a couple times where you're like, okay, guys. You can kind of feel in the movie, you're like, okay. So if you can feel that a movie's moving a little too slow, it's not going to be the all-time greatest baseball movie. Yeah. Whereas Bull Durham I never felt that once during Bull Durham. I loved everything.
Even with some of the romance parts?
Well, yeah, those are pretty
well,
good.
All right, I got you.
Susan Sarandon. So, but yeah, I mean, but I'm not going to dog The Natural. I mean, it's Roy Hobbs and the theme.
Now,
come on, man.
let me ask young Tony, after we were just talking about that legendary score, you've never seen the movie, but have you heard that score before?
Yes.
Okay.
We've played that on the show, yes.
Very good pop cultural phenomenon there. Guy hasn't seen the movie, but he knows the tune. Yeah, man. So if I said Robert Redford to you prior to this morning, what would you have said?
All the President's Men.
Did you see it?
Yeah, I've seen the film. I saw it in journalism class. I was, in high school, I believe I saw the movie.
Nice, Tony.
Follow the money.
Never Deep Throat, the whole thing, Watergate. I didn't even know the actor's name by that time, but listen, he did a great job. He was Woodford in the movie.
He was
Woodward, I should say.
Bob Woodward, yes. And Dustin Hoffman played Carl Bernstein. Yeah, you do know. So if we're just going to work blue just to try to wake people up early in the morning. I mean, you do know that the Informant Deep Throat was named for an adult film. Thank you. It was out at the time. It was like they used to advertise. So here's the deal, buddy. Used to be in the mornings. You get your paper, and you'd open your sports page. You read your sports page. Then you go to the entertainment page. You read your movie page. You want to see what's playing. Hey man, where's Raiders of the Lost Ark playing? Hey man, where's Jaws playing? Oh really? Where's Deep Throat playing? Because guess what? It was in the freaking paper. Right there.
All there in the paper.
All the adult movies are right there, buddy. Dude, I was ages 7, 8, 9 years old going through the paper because it had like a 2-year run. Ready, Paulie? Ready, Marcus? Debbie Does Dallas.
I've heard of it.
Debbie Does Dallas.
I've heard of it, Murph.
Debbie Does Dallas.
What exactly is she doing in Dallas?
I mean, I think you can use your imagination.
Okay, I got it. I got you.
So I'd be like, hey, Mom, can I go see the Bad News Bears? Or Debbie Does Dallas.
I understand.
Why not both? Why not a double feature, right?
So they used to advertise. I mean, it was right there. It was right there, right in front of your face.
You think maybe that's why newspapers aren't as popular, or maybe they should bring it back so they will regain that popularity.
To be honest, it was way better off when we just kind of didn't freak out about it all. Like I grew up okay. I'm mentally somewhat normal. I'm not sending out fantasy football tweets at 2 a.m. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but your generation is.
Maybe he looked at too many adult film ads.
Yeah, exactly. Larry's in those back pages.
So, were you familiar with the whole deep throat phenomenon?
Oh yeah, and we've brought this up on the show as well.
Okay.
Quite the phenomenon.
I gotcha.
All right. What do we got for a guest list?
All right. Well, coming up today, Dwayne Kuiper is going to join us at 7:30. Break down Bryce Eldridge's MLB debut. Our big hit is going to be our 49ers Player of the Week. This might be breaking news to people. Mac Jones. He's going to join the show at 8 o'clock this morning. McCorkle, his middle name.
Can you play a little?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Over there, just to get us in the mood there,
Wait,
bud?
who are we having on?
Who? Yeah.
Mac Jones.
Yes, buddy.
Who?
Yes, Bo.
Mac
Give me a sec. All right.
Jones.
Mike Silver's going to join us at 8:50. Break down everything that he saw over the weekend. He wrote a big story on Jim Harbaugh as well. And then Andrew Baggerly at 9:30.
Okay, all really good stuff. Let's see what the Giants had to say about Bryce Eldridge. And what did Bryce Eldridge have to say after last night on The Sports Leader?
Murph and Marcus. Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Look, I mean, arguably Peguero and Lucchese might be our most trusted arms down there at Les Walker. So we're just trying to go through that inning, give up a 6 spot. Just middle of the plate pitches at times. And doesn't help. We only get 2 hits too, putting a lot of pressure on the pitching at times. When we swing the bats well, takes a little off the pitching, but certainly the last couple games haven't gone the way we wanted them to.
Damn. You almost hear that John Mayer song in Melvin's office down in Phoenix, man, as he's talking about, last couple games haven't gone the way we wanted to. They lost 3 in a row. They were 75-72 after Friday night, which was clearly the peak of all of our Giants fans' lives for 2025. Pat Bailey walking off the grand slam against the Dodgers on that Friday night, in which Dodger fans actually weren't as loud as they were. And then Saturday they were like, "We're back." Duval. They almost went Duval on us.
Dodgers.
Chavez Ravine.
Ohtani.
Muncie.
Yeah, Mookie.
Duval. This is killing me. Mookie.
Duval.
Oh, man. Pajes.
Yamamoto.
Oh, man.
Duval.
Somebody give me I want to jump off the same cliff that Butch Cassidy and the Sundance jumped off of in the water right now. We are sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. So 75-72, and we thought they're in this thing. And then, remember, the Mets lost. So for a few hours, the Giants were tied. And since that moment, they've absolutely failed on every level. Gave up 35 hits to the Dodgers on Saturday and Sunday. Then you go down on a Monday, and, I mean, you're throwing Kai-Wei Teng, and let's start there for just a second before we get into Bryce Eldridge. I mean, I had some doubts about Teng, particularly when he overthrew frickin' Devers with 2 outs and 2 strikes. Trying to pick off a guy at first and throw it away was the most Little League thing I've ever seen. You're 1 strike away. Just get out of the inning, bro. What are we doing here? And he throws it away, so they fall behind 1-0. Casey Schmidt ties it up. And then Teng actually calmed down and pitched 4 innings. Now, pitch count, 4 innings, 73 pitches, he took him out.
Yeah, I was a little surprised that he took him out after 73. Now, I would think that maybe they didn't want him to face the lineup for the 3rd time. Like, that's the logical thinking. But also, logically, when your bullpen is so worn out right now and you don't have the depth to work deep into the games, ride Kai-Wei Teng until the wheels fall off.
I mean, you just said you don't want Teng to face the lineup for the 3rd time. I don't want those other guys to face the lineup right now at any time. I mean, the bullpen right now is run out of gas. And we actually had a cut from Zach Manassian, which we'll get to later in the show. You want to do it now? Yeah. Okay, well, since we're on it, sure.
Why not?
I had plans to go into Bryce, but we'll switch. Because as they were getting pummeled last night, and it was, just go through the box score here last night. So 10 goes 4 innings of 1 run. No earned, by the way. I mean, the only run that scored on was on his own throwing error.
Which I've always questioned. If a pitcher makes the error, shouldn't it count as an earned run?
Well, it's a great call.
Great question.
And I'm saying that as a pitcher.
Because you are a guy who wants every rule to favor the pitcher.
You're damn right.
Fly ball lost in the sun, that's an unearned run, says Marcus, right?
Yeah. Like I've had this thought process before, like, oh, damn, I gave up a triple. What if I just tried to pick the guy off at third, just throw it into the crowd? All of a sudden, is it an unearned run because I committed an error?
And that's it.
Like, why don't pitchers do this more often? You save your ERA.
You'd be the best teammate of all time.
Dude, I'm just sandbagging stats for myself.
You're the softball guy who played with Howard Bryant, JD, after the tough loss, and the bats are clanking in the dugout, and the cleats are scraping on the concrete. Everybody's silent, and then JD zips up his bag and goes, I went 3 for 4.
That's it. I'm throwing balls into the stands, but my ERA is pristine.
So 10 goes 4 innings, 2 hits, no earnies. They take him out. Here's the rest. Matt Gage comes in, immediately coughs up a run. Then Joel Peguero, and I tell you what, to me, I put the freaking whammy on him. I started talking Peguero. I went to Melvin in the dugout. I started talking Peguero.
Started calling him Dinero.
We started calling him Dinero. Me, I'm the cooler. I'm the cooler because he was bad. 1/3 of an inning, 2 walks, a hit, 2 earnies, and then here comes Lucchesi. 2/3 of an inning, 3 hits, 3 runs, only 2 earned because Casey Schmidt had a throwing error that Rafael Devers couldn't pick. And then just for good measure, throwing Keaton Wynn to come in and give up another run at the end. So the bullpen gave up literally 7 runs in 4 short innings yesterday. So we had Zach Manassian on September 4. And I said to him, because you've traded Rogers, you've traded Doval. See, Rogers blew a 2-0 lead the other day for the Mets.
That's our guy, Tyler.
Yeah. So, I mean, it's not all sunshine and roses and those guys, too. Doval has not been
great in New York.
Nothing special, right?
No, definitely not.
So, anyway, but they're gone. And then Randy Rodriguez is Tommy John. That's a big one. Then Eric Miller gets hurt early on. We haven't seen the guy. And that guy was a big leverage guy, too.
Yeah. Now, last I saw that he did throw a bullpen this past week. He was with the Major League team. Same thing goes for Carson Wisenhunt. Those are 2 lefties that they're trying to get back just to help out this rotation. But currently right now, they're not available.
So we're looking at that bullpen now. No Rogers, no Doval, no Randy Rodriguez, no Eric Miller. And so you're starting to see guys that you weren't at all counting on at all. Even in February, guys we weren't even counting on.
Well, Murph, look at the 5 guys who pitched yesterday.
Yeah.
There wasn't a single one of these guys that was even on the roster to start the season.
Tang, Gage, Peguero, Lucchesi, Wynn.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And that's in a game where you're trying to convince the fan base, maybe convince yourself that you're in a postseason run. Yeah. You're calling up your top prospect, and you're throwing 5 pitchers who weren't even on the 40-man to start the season.
So I asked Zach Manassian on September 4. I said, hey, Zach, everything's great. You're quote-unquote, you're in the race, which is great and all that because there's 6 playoff spots, and 75 and 75 puts you in the race, which is a whole nother discussion for another day. But anyway, I said, is it possible, though, that you guys don't have enough pitching to finish the job? And his answer was fairly honest. Here it is.
The honest answer is maybe, but we'll find out. I think this is where we're at. I think this is where a lot of clubs are at. I know that the Mets have elevated Nolan McLean and Jonah Tong, who are both extremely talented young pitchers, but also pitchers entering a phase of the season where they haven't really pitched. And, those are things that most teams at this point in the season have to endure. And I think when you look at the teams that do go on these types of runs, they start to get contributions from players that maybe people haven't heard of. We've liked JT Brubaker for some time, and I think we saw it in flashes yesterday. Strike thrower, can spin the baseball, feel for what he's doing on the mound, but you have to start getting contributions from the Matt Gages, Joey Lucchesi, Joel Peguero, Drew Gilbert, these players that probably at the beginning of the season we didn't really expect much from.
There's the rub. Yeah. There's the rub. He literally said, you got to get contributions from these guys who all last night failed to contribute.
Yeah.
So there it is.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, they're just kind of saying, yeah, well, if you're going to have a miracle season, you got to have some overperformance. You're 75 and 75, young Tony.
Mm-hmm.
You're 75.
Gravity.
Thank you very much. Well done. Thank you. He's got that on the short leash.
I know he's got it ready to go.
And
Now,
it just has that vibe of a 75 and 75 team.
yeah, and I like that young Tony is more prepared with the gravity drops than the Giants. Honestly, we're going into the season with our left-handed options. I mean, we went into the season questioning the bullpen and only having Eric Miller as your only lefty in the entire damn pen. Then you were pleasantly surprised by guys like Matt Gage and even Joey Lucchesi overperforming to the point where you're thinking, okay, maybe you don't have to trade for a left-handed bullpen piece at the trade deadline. But now we're kind of seeing the reality of these guys in the back of the baseball card and the reason why they're available midway through the season.
And they're not overperforming the way Manassian just told us. And he's right. You do have to have surprise contributions. It's true. Almost any surprise team does. You know, Cody Ross in the 2010 playoffs, right? I mean, that's the ultimate example, but we can go, there's more
Travis
and
Ishikawa.
more. Travis Ishikawa. There's more and more and more that happen. And it's just not happening right now. Now, all that said, they're 2 out. You know, old Platzy, our buddy from Stanford, John Platz, is texting in saying, if you can get to the last week, you know, you got the Cardinals and Rockies at home. That's 6 games. And he's right. I mean, the last 6 games are favorable. It's 6 games at home against a Cardinals team that's sort of lost interest and a Diamondback and a Rockies team that's, you know, my God, talk about 3-2-1 Cancun, right?
Yeah.
But the problem is 2 more in Arizona and 4 in LA.
Yeah, but Murph, the season's not over until you're 6 games back with 5 left to play.
When you're 6 out with 5 to go, then it's over. Until then, it's baseball.
Okay. All right, Marty. Baseball match. That means 2 out with 12 to play. Marty says, yeah, I'm optimistic.
I'm optimistic.
I'm optimistic they'll make a run.
Sounds like we got to book Marty again to get another run going for the Giants.
Here.
I'm optimistic that they're going to make another run. It's not over yet.
And he was right. They did. They went, 14-3, I think was it?
They went on one hell of a run.
And now that run is coming to an end.
Now it's cooled off.
Right, Pete.
Shout out Cool Runnings.
Tristan Beck tonight against, by the way, the lefty Eduardo Rodriguez, who I think you and Tone were in the sunshine trying to quaff some expensive beers, watching the Giants get stifled by Eduardo Rodriguez.
Quaffing a couple expensive surf sides, young Tony. A couple surf sides.
All right, buddy. Way to take care of the people who matter.
You know my role.
I appreciate that. All right, guys. A lot of people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. 209 just says the words 2 hits. 2 hits.
Was that a big hit?
I hate to even bring this up because, you know, the guy's he's got 31 bombs and 105 ribs, but I think I did the math last night. I think Devers is 3 for his last 31.
Yeah, he's slowed down a little bit.
He's cooled off, so he is the streaky. And he wasn't the only one. 707 says, water always finds its own level. Yes. And then we get a ton of
Working against gravity.
Very good. You got me on that one there, buddy. And by the way, then a lot of text on Robert Redford. And 209, shout out to you. He says, I immediately think of Redford directing A River Runs Through It. Great pull. One of the most underrated movies of the last 50 years. A River Runs Through It. Fantastic movie. Thank you. A lot of people saying Butch Cassidy. We talk about The Natural, all that stuff. Yeah, we lost Robert Redford this morning at the age of 89, and we played a little Randy Newman theme song, too. So there you go. You guys know for your generation what Randy Newman's also famous for in theme song?
Toy Story.
Hey, good name. Good knowledge.
Yeah, Murph.
And frankly, I hate to say it, the Dodgers.
Yeah.
That whole victory song.
Yeah.
And I've said this on the air before, and I'll say it again. It's a good tune. It's a good tune.
Wow.
I mean, listen.
808 KNBR. Murph's looking forward to hearing it Thursday down at Dodger Stadium.
925, Jesus H, the Giants are done. Move on. How many listeners do you think want to hear this? Okay.
At least 4 or 5.
All right. At least
right?
the 4 of us.
Yeah, the 4 of us want to hear it.
And then 209. Oh boy. I thought you were going to give me Toy Story. You got a friend in me.
Yeah, no.
I mean, it's a banger. This is a banger. There's no question. I'm slightly envious. I am. It's just the way it is. It's a great victory song, just like the A's always had Cool in the Gang Celebration. Yeah, does this anger you, buddy?
I'm having World Series flashbacks and Freddie Freeman with that walk-off.
Because you know what? The guy, whoever runs that freaking song,
right away,
must have his freaking hand right on the freaking trigger all night.
Whole play yet, and the song's going
dude,
on.
I don't even think he left the batter's box.
Away.
I don't even think he left the batter's box, dude. I mean, the ball was in the air, and I think the guy was playing the song, dude.
I hate LA.
I know. But give us, you need to calm everybody down. Can you give me some "You Got a Friend in Me," please, just to calm everybody down?
Give me some, I need a friend, Tony.
We need Andy.
I need a friend
we need
badly.
Buzz. I need
a friend.
We need Woody.
There
there we
Mm-hmm.
All right, so calm everything down.
Okay.
It's before we all had iPhones, before there was texts, tweets. This is just a nice, chill vibe. All right. Maybe the Niners need more, or the Giants need more of this. All right. And then Kirk Reeder got named for the character Woody from Toy Story, right? Because of the ears. Did you know that, Tony?
That's how it all happened?
Yes.
I did not know that, no.
Toy Story came out, and Woody walked into the clubhouse, and somebody's like, dude, you look like Woody. And that was it.
And then
I always wondered that.
And then they looked at the bottom of his cleat, and it said Andy on the bottom, Tony.
Good knowledge. So would Toy Story be number one for you, buddy?
It's definitely up there, I would say. Like, definitely in the Pixar universe, Toy Story is one of the GOATs.
Okay, yeah, for sure. I agree. I think it has to be the GOAT.
I'd say Lion King can maybe go
That's not Pixar.
head to
That's
head.
Disney, I
Yeah,
think.
you're correct.
Yeah.
Bad knowledge by me, good knowledge by you.
I'm going to go ahead and say Pixar. Toy Story is number one.
Finding Nemo? Nah, still
Two.
go Toy Story.
Toy Story 1, Nemo 2.
Cars?
You know what's funny? When you ask 17-year-old D. Murph his all-time favorite movie, it's Cars.
Yeah, but I still think you got to go Toy Story.
Yeah, it's just the OG. Yeah. All right, guys. Well, there you go. All right, Kyle Shanahan spoke yesterday about the 49ers. Mac Jones joins us at 8 a.m. 49ers. What did Kyle have to say after that big win? Next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader.
All right, life insurance is serious stuff, all right? That's why Ethos Life is the online easy way to get life insurance in as little as 10 minutes. I know it seems daunting. Well, life insurance, man, I don't have time for that. I have some stuff at work. Well, no. Ethos Life will hook you up with your best possible life insurance policy. It's online, it's easy. So Ethos has rates you can afford. For example, if you're a 40-year-old male, they can cook you up a $500,000 term life policy for just $30 a month. That's $1 a day. Rates do increase the longer you wait, so don't put it off. Now, here's another one. You can go online and just answer a few health questions and wind up with up to $3 million in coverage without even having to take a medical exam. So ask yourself this. If something happened to you, who would pay the mortgage? Who would pay the kids' education and all the other bills? Then forget the excuses and check out Ethos Life, the better way to get life insurance. For your free quote, visit ethos.com/leader. That's ethos.com/leader. Not available in all states. Rates vary.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Pearsall, born in Tunges right. Jennings left. McCaffrey to the left of Jones. Quick snap from the gun. Pressure coming. Throws. Wide open, Juwan Jennings. Open field. 25, 50. He's gone. 5. Touchdown! 49ers on third down. It's third and Juwan. 42-yard gain for a San Francisco touchdown.
Mac 10 to the rescue.
That's one of Kyle's favorite plays, and we always have it in the game plan, and they gave us a different look than what we were kind of thinking. And Juwan just had a drive-by and just caught it, and I just looked to the left a little bit, moved the backer, and then threw it, and then he took it to the house. But he did a great job, obviously playing through some stuff, and love those guys' effort and energy out there today.
Well, there he is, the guy who's going to be with us at 8 a.m. today as our 49er Player of the Week, Michael McCorkle, a.k.a. Mac Jones, about that touchdown pass to Juwan Jennings, 19-14 ball game, 3rd and 11. I mean, really, biggest play of the game. And he found Juwan Jennings, hit him in stride, made the play he had to make. Will he be the quarterback this Sunday? We don't know. We don't know. There was minimal information given by Kyle Shanahan yesterday on the conference call. Obviously, they're off today, and then they will hit the practice field tomorrow, and we'll find out. We'll find out if Brock Purdy's going to be limited or practice, or they're going to go with Mac Jones. Now, remember, Ian Rappaport said 2 to 5 weeks to begin with, which would kind of rule out, but John Lynch told us week to week is what he said.
Yeah, and I think it will be week to week because they did not place him on the IR, which would automatically put him out for 4 weeks. And we know that Brock Purdy has a pretty high pain tolerance level with the injuries that he has played through before in his career. But now it feels like you can almost benefit from giving him some extra time off because I think most 49er fans feel pretty damn comfortable with Mac Jones after what they saw this past weekend.
I agree. And you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, Cumulus Media Station. So what did Kyle have to say after watching the guy that we all thought he was going to draft at number 3 back in 2021? 4.5 years later, they join up together to beat the New Orleans Saints. Now, I know cynics are saying the Saints, come on, man. But it's the NFL, buddy. You got to go win the game. I'm looking statistically at just where the Niners rank after 2 weeks. I mean, it's a small sample size, but they're just really kind of middle of the pack. Everybody in the NFC West, first of all, there's 3 2-0 teams in the NFC West. How about that? Including the one they play Sunday, the Arizona Cardinals. But for example, the Niners have scored 43 points in 2 games. The Cardinals have scored 47 points in 2 games. All right. The Niners have given up 34 points in 2 games. The Cardinals have given up 35 points in 2 games. They're almost statistically identical going into this game. But the point is they got the wins both on the road. So here's Kyle talking about that 2-minute drill at the end of the first half. That was big, man. That was really, really big. And Kyle's thoughts on that.
Yeah, I was real proud of the guys there. I mean, just to be able to go the length of the field in a minute with 1 timeout, not use the 1 timeout till the second to last play, and to be able to finish there with a touchdown, I thought it was huge. Mac did a hell of a job. All the guys that made some plays, and they protected well. Gave us a chance to run away with that, especially getting the ball there in the third quarter. That was tough when we started the third quarter with the turnover.
That drive, the Saints made it 9-7, right? And then he drove down the field. That was when he found McCaffrey in the corner of the end zone. So that was really, really big. And you know, Kyle, he loves to get that points right before halftime, except for they didn't cash in at the start of the third quarter.
Yeah, Kyle Shanahan loves to double down, score some points right before half, and then come out of the gates with the ball and score a touchdown. But that was one of the few negatives that we saw from Mac Jones this past weekend, holding onto the ball a little too long. Colton McKivitz has that weird interaction with the pass rusher on the outside who kept on falling down. Strip sack comes, turns the ball over.
Yeah, there we go. Here's 408, the first text I see on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. He says, how about that? The 49ers pay a bag just for Mac Jones to come in and put up. Oh, he means just a guy.
Just a guy.
Pardon me.
Not an actual Jaguar.
It was confusing because Mac Jones was a Jaguar. So I was like, wait, are you talking? So this is an anti-Purdy text. I will preface that by saying this here. He says, just for Mac Jones to come in and put up great numbers, once again proving my point that Kyle's recipe allows almost anyone to flourish in that offense. That's it, guys. There's your question of September 2025.
And those were the text messages that we've been waiting for since we said it last Friday. where we literally called our shot. And I said, Monday morning, we're going to be here talking about Mac Jones being a hum baby because the 49ers beat the Saints, because the Saints are not a good team, and people are going to talk about Mac Jones replacing Brock Purdy.
I mean, we were writing songs about Nick Mullins for a while there, you know?
Yeah, what was in that box, huh?
So more sound from Kyle Shanahan about Mac Jones. And you know, listen, this guy won a national championship. This guy was a Heisman finalist. This guy was a first-round draft pick who went to the playoffs his rookie year, so he has confidence, yeah.
I just think Mac's confident in himself. I mean, not everything went perfect. I mean, especially the way we started out. We had a big 3-and-out to start. The next time we got up, we're looking at 3-and-out again because it was 3rd and 14. And for him to step in and throw that dagger throw to Ricky when the corner was in front of it, there was a guy in his face, but he wasn't sitting there worried about looking bad or anything like that. He had the confidence to make a rip and the confidence in Ricky to step in front of it. So I think, you know, you can see people's personality and how they play, and I think that's what makes guys believe in them.
I think it's just awesome that he's the Niners' number 2 quarterback. I mean, it's just a great idea. You don't have to worry about denigrating Brock Purdy just to say that Mac Jones is an outstanding backup quarterback to have. And Brock Purdy's the guy who's been leading this team. He's definitely more athletic and mobile, which really matters a lot, and could be the difference between winning and losing a game. And did he get $53 million because he's Lamar Jackson or Aaron Rodgers in his prime? No, he didn't. He got $53 million kind of because this is what you do in the NFL. You can't just sort of stopgap and rotate your quarterbacks every year. I mean, you can if you want, but I don't think that's going to lead to a championship. No. So do I think $53 million is probably more than Brock was worth? Yeah, I used to jock blog. I think he's probably like in the 40s, low 40s, something like that if you want to do true value. But, of course, it's not us who determine the value. It's the marketplace that determines the value. And Tua and Jared Goff and other guys had gotten all sorts of bags. And it just kind of, I mean, I hate to say like this is the way it works, but do I think Brock Purdy is that guy who's like, you know, oh, pay him all the money in the history of the world? No. Do I think it's important that the Niners locked him down to be their guy for the next several years? Yeah. I do want to add this, just one thing, and then you can give me your thoughts there. The Niners do have an out on April 1st, 2026. Or 27, pardon me. Just letting you know.
All right. Well, that's
it's really
good
only
information
a
to have, Murph. But I'll say this about this Brock Purdy, Mac Jones debate that got some national headlines yesterday. And look, as I just said, we are expecting these have these conversations. But this still does not change my take that Brock Purdy is the best quarterback to run Kyle Shanahan's system here in San Francisco. And I'm not changing that take after seeing Mac Jones for one game against the New Orleans Saints. Now, we can get into the conversation about whether or not Brock Purdy will ever be an elite quarterback. No, I don't think he will be a top 5 quarterback. But I said this a million times during the contract negotiations. Everybody wants a franchise quarterback, but nobody wants to pay a franchise quarterback. And to my point I just made, Brock Purdy has been better than any other quarterback that Kyle has had here in San Francisco. And that's why you had to go out and pay him. And guess what? You're paying Mac Jones $3 to $5 million as a backup, not just for this year, for next year. So they're in a great situation compared to just a couple years ago when we were going back and forth between Jimmy Garoppolo and Trey Lance.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're making a lot of sense here, buddy. 808 KNBR is the phone number. 415-808-5627 is the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. We got people checking in. 209 says, Mac is a system quarterback with a laughing, crying emoji.
Aren't they all?
415 says, if Cincy offers a first for Mac or 3 firsts for Brock now. I mean, you mentioned yesterday the Bengals shopping around, but I told you, I thought Jake Browning, but I did read something that they might be shopping around.
I heard maybe Kirk Cousins might be getting some calls out in Atlanta. Yeah, he's still available.
That's another guy we can throw into the Kyle.
It's another guy
system
that can be
guy
to the
here.
System, yeah.
209 says, no, this is not true. They showed the stats with Jimmy and Brock. Other quarterbacks aren't close to his winning record. Mac was fortunate to have C-Mac. Mac Jones is one of the most non-mobile quarterbacks of his era. I love that. What are you known for? I'm one of the most non-mobile quarterbacks of my era.
Of the entire era.
831 says, can we just enjoy the victory and be grateful we have a good QB2? Come on, guys. Anyone who thinks Purdy still isn't the guy is just insane at this point.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think some people are still looking to validate their takes about Brock Purdy being Mr. Irrelevant and how he shouldn't be this good and how he should not have gotten that contract. Guess what? They paid him. He's the franchise quarterback, and as soon as he's healthy, he's going to be the starting quarterback.
805 says, if anyone can flourish in the Kyle's offense, then explain C.J. Beathard, and Nick Mullins in losing seasons when we didn't have
box. I mean, we literally just saw Brandon Allen lose against the Green Bay Packers last year in a game that Brock Purdy didn't play.
408 says, let's not start blanking each other's blanks. Shout out the soundboard. Purdy has way better pocket presence and is a better overall quarterback.
I agree.
530 says, can we get a sound of Obama saying, let me be clear for times like these? Because let's be clear, Mac outplayed expectations but could easily go out and throw 3 picks on Sunday.
Let me be clear.
Did you guys see that guy on social media who does the insane, savage Obama impression? This was one of the trippiest. Dude, social media, like, we hate it. It drives us crazy. It's caused our country to be a significantly worse place. For that, I have no question in my mind that this country is in a worse spot because of social media. That said, I got this incredible tweet of a guy doing an Obama impression. So he did it where he starts talking like this and then fades into his Obama impression mid-sentence. See if you guys can find it.
Wow.
Dude, it's wild. Because it's this white guy. He's like a 25-year-old guy with a mustache and like a Jets hat on. I don't know. He's just a regular dude.
He's the Bobby Caldwell of Obama impersonations.
Exactly, dude. Anyway, thank you, 530, for saying.
That's great.
Now, let me be clear.
I didn't know he had one.
That's pretty funny.
So let me be clear, Brock Purdy's QB1.
Now, let me be clear.
All right, there
Let me
you
be
go.
clear. Let me be clear. I want John Joe Curley to book that guy to full Murph into finally thinking that we finally booked Barry O.
Now, let me be clear.
That's pretty good, buddy.
Let me be clear.
530 says the NFC Championship game comeback against the Lions should seal Brock's status until he plays bad enough for a long enough time to warrant a benching. 707 says, if you look at Brock's values holistically, adding in the first 4 years of a rookie deal, the money per year makes perfect sense. $3 million for 4 years plus $265 million for the next 5 makes sense. So, yeah, it averages out that way. 408 says, this is the guy writing back to explain his anti-Purdy thing. He says, I'm not saying Mac should be starting. I'm saying to pay Brock that much when you could have spread some wealth around in more positions could have been the better move. I mean, that's something that, so that means you're sort of devaluing the quarterback position. Like, we can get by with Mac and whoever and spread some wealth around. I know. It's an interesting move because it is the marketplace that rules the NFL. You kind of do it because you kind of have to do it. But then these people are saying, well, do you have to do it? Do you have to pay a quarterback? Why don't you sort of just get by? I guess what you're saying is you kind of want the Niners to sort of moneyball the quarterback position. Like, it's a market inefficiency to pay Brock that much money. So just kind of moneyball it. Find a guy on the cheap who can run Kyle's system and keep good weapons around him. That doesn't sound to me like my favorite way to go in the NFL. Like rotating guy, like finding Scott Hatterberg at quarterback, is what I'm.
Yeah.
Sounds like to me that's what the pro-Mac, anti-Brock crowd is saying. You can moneyball this thing. You can get away with a guy cheaper who can run Kyle's system.
Well, we've known that in the NFL, it seems like one of the best strategies to build a championship roster is to build one around a rookie quarterback. And we saw how the 49ers were able to take advantage of that for the first 3-4 years of Brock Purdy's career. The problem is they lost the big game, so they had that opportunity in the window close. So they had a decision to make. Stick with Brock Purdy as your franchise quarterback or roll the dice, not knowing if you would get Mac Jones in the offseason or who you would end up with in the draft. Because not all draft picks play out. Shout out to Trey Lance. Yeah. So, you can trade 3, 4, whatever to move up and go get a quarterback, and it still might not play out. Why do you need McDonald's on the road when you got McDonald's at home with Brock Purdy already?
Yep. 925 says, people are putting way too much on a pretty good performance against a bad team. Relax, y'all. Purdy is the guy. 831 says, ask that texter when was the last team with a Mac Jones level quarterback won a Super Bowl. 510 says, moneyballing a quarterback is a stupid idea. And 707 says, it takes years to learn the Shanahan system, too. And 209 says, can you just enjoy the game more?
Enjoy the game more.
And a different 209er says, Brock this, Mac that. Who is our left tackle of the future?
Of the future?
Yeah. You know, Trent Williams came back with a really good game.
Yeah, he did.
0 quarterback pressure. And he was a game-time decision. He was like 2 hours before the game. They weren't sure he was going to play.
Yeah, overall, the offensive line had some of their best blocking numbers all day.
So my eyes didn't deceive me. I came in here yesterday morning with you, and I was like, God, did he have a clean pocket for much of that game? And you said he got sacked 3 times. I'm like, yeah, but I felt like there were times during the game when I was like, man, look at that. And sure enough, the PFF, if you want to go that way, or whatever graders you have on film showed a bunch of their O-linemen had really good days, including Connor Colby, this rookie left guard, dude. They might, as Curly said, they might have found something. That's what he said.
They might be onto something. And just giving a shout-out to young Tony, talking about quarterbacks in Kyle Shanahan's system, not named Jimmy Garoppolo, not name Brock Purdy. We were talking about it yesterday with Tim Ryan. Tony, what was the record of non-Jimmy Garoppolo, Brock Purdy quarterbacks?
So without Jimmy G and without Brock Purdy, Kyle Shanahan is 10-32 with all his other quarterbacks.
Wow. I mean, I don't know what that. I mean, that's interesting.
Mm-hmm.
That's interesting.
So what you're saying is
Jimmy played good enough for us to win.
Yeah. 209 says, "How is there a pro-Mac, anti-Brock crowd after one game against the Saints? That's insanity. That's insanity."
Welcome to the internet.
415 says, "Let's scout the security guards at the Louvre. Nice to get an offensive guard with experience protecting a statue. Mac doesn't move." I see. I get it. I was like, what's he talking about?
All right.
A statue.
I see you riffing.
Statue. I got you. 805 says, "Guys, Philadelphia beat Tom Brady in the bowl with a backup."
Yeah.
Nicky Foles.
Yeah, another nick in the box.
That's something to think about. All right, guys. Well, man, I can't believe we're here.
I mean, we knew this was coming,
Well,
right?
we did.
Yeah.
We did. And, I told you guys, and I was laughed out of the room, but when they signed Mac Jones in March, I wondered if it was a little heat on Brock to get his deal done faster, because they could have said, we got Mac.
Yeah, and then we turned and then we laughed straight in your face, Murph.
You guys did. Well, we'll see. It'll be interesting. Yeah. First of all, will Brock rush back to the field? Does Brock feel like he's getting well? I thought about Brock because he's only human when somebody steps in. Like when Dieter comes in for me Friday and crushes it, am I going to be feeling like Brian Pipp?
Yeah. Yeah, Dieter's over here trashing reggae music. He's going to take my job.
So, but I was thinking about it as Brock was there with his red hoodie and red hat and earpiece. I was like, yeah, he's getting $53 million this year. He's okay. He's not too worried.
And they won the damn game.
All right, guys. Here's the deal. Bryce Eldridge debuted yesterday. What did he have to say about it? And what did the team have to say about it? And then Dwayne Kuiper at 7:30. Mac Jones, our player of the week, at 8 a.m. on the Sports Leader.
Gravity.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
All right, let's talk about El Cerrito Honda, the good people at El Cerrito Honda. Driving my 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid with pride, my El Cerrito La Honda license plate frame. If you see me and you're like, hey, is that Murph? Yeah, I see that El Cerrito Honda license plate frame. It's not as good as Kramer's Ass Man. That was the best. I don't have that kind of game, but I do have an El Cerrito Honda license plate frame. It is time to go over and get one of your own. Incredible savings across our wide selection of new and pre-owned Hondas, the fuel-efficient hybrids for your fall commute, spacious SUVs for holiday travel. You'll discover a world-class selection and service that's second to none. So don't wait. Make this the season you upgrade your Honda. El Cerrito Honda. Visit there today. It's easy to find. It's in El Cerrito. Breaking news. Right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue. You can go online to see already what kind of cars you already like at elcerritohonda.com. That's elcerritohonda.com. Tell them I sent you. Said my boy Murph from The Sports Leader sent me. It's a true story. Experience the magic at El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership or family.
Now, let me be clear.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
Thankfully, my car is at the Papago complex, and I got some cleats and some bats and batting gloves in there. So we're going to use those for tonight and make do with what we got. And, yeah, I mean, I was standing, my bag was about to go through the security machine, and then my phone was face up and saw I was getting a call from our manager, so kind of stopped everything, grabbed my phone, and I probably should take this, so just got out in the middle of the security line, and he was telling me I'm going to come down here, and the rest is history. My flight got delayed till like 11 p.m., so it was just got in at midnight. It was a long night, but here we are. It's time to go.
There he is, Bryce Eldridge. He's very poised in front of the microphone, by the way, at age 20. We had him on in February, and we liked him. He was at ease. He's very comfortable in his own skin. He's got a lot of skin. He's 6'7". He's a mammoth of a man.
A lot of skin in the game.
Strong, dude. Big, strong guy. The guy you want up. You're like, if you walked into the dugout, like, who do you want to hit? I'm like, that guy. I want that guy to hit. And he was telling the story of he was with Sacramento, and they were leaving Oklahoma City, literally going through security, when his phone rang, and he answered, and it was Dave Brundage, the Sacramento manager, telling him, you're going to the show. He was thrilled, but he realized his bag was gone, so he didn't have his stuff. But I guess at Papago Park in Phoenix, which is their secondary complex, not Scottsdale, just a few miles away, when I was covering the A's in 99 and 2000, that was the A's training complex, but the A's have just like sold off everything because they don't care anymore, you know?
Because of the A's.
And the Giants took it over and have made it into a nice place. I didn't know this. Eldridge keeps like spare stuff there, including his car. He's got his car there. He's like, do you have like a second spot? You just like that? Well, actually, I probably shouldn't ask.
Yeah, careful.
There's probably some ladies around town.
Yeah. You don't want to ask too many questions about my French apartment.
Because if you told about it, there might be a young woman listening and say, wait a minute, I thought he had his stuff at my place.
Yeah, what's going on here?
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
What do you mean he has that stuff over in the...
Wait, now he's in a Sunset?
I live
now
in
he's
a
in the marina? He's all over the place.
Anyway, Bryce had his stuff down in Papago, so he was able to get cleats, and I don't even know if he's going to need his first baseman's mitt. I don't know. Devers was out there yesterday, couldn't pick a ball on a Casey Schmidt ball in the dirt. That was unfortunate. But in general, Devers has been doing pretty well. But let's go, man. More sound from this guy who, if you missed it, he went 0 for 3 last night, and it was really interesting to see Zach Gallen, experienced professional pitcher who has a lot of pelts on his wall. What's he going to do? Because the book is he kills fastballs and struggles with off-speed stuff. It's pretty simple, right? So you're on the mound. You throwing this guy a fastball?
I probably would show him one or two go in up on the hands. We talk about this all the time with Mike Krukow. I was the same way. When I tried to pitch against taller batters, I did not want them to get their arms extended.
Yeah.
So, yes, I would come inside with a fastball. I'm not giving him a fastball on the outer plate, but then it's all breaking balls from there.
Yeah, it looks like they went soft away, hard in.
Yep.
I mean, age old, right? That's what you did. You can do it on from Little League to the show.
Yep.
Soft away, hard in. That'll work for you. And so they did it to him. And what was interesting was he actually spit on a fair number of off-speed pitches out of the zone.
Tua.
Which I liked, right? And he actually worked a full count, which I liked. And then I got to check exactly. Was it a fastball that he hit? He hit a ball hard to first base. I think the exit velo was like something like 100, wasn't it?
He squared it up pretty good in that first
Yeah,
AB.
and I mean, in general, he looked comfortable. Sometimes you see guys, and even at this point in time, even Drew Gilbert sometimes will look overmatched in an at-bat. I didn't think Eldridge looked overmatched. Did you?
No, I thought he actually saw pitches pretty damn well. Like, I thought he would come out of the gate swinging out of his shoes because usually when you get that call-up, you're trying to hunt that first pitch fastball. You're just trying to get a hit immediately. So him seeing some pitches actually showed me that he does have a bit of plate discipline.
So here's how it was. It was the first pitch was a fastball away, check swing. They didn't have to ring him up. They did. I was like, eh. Anyways, 0-1. Then it went change-up, 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 change-up. 4 straight change-ups.
Soft.
Which he got to a 3-2 count. He swung at one of them. And then in play, out 94-mile-an-hour ground ball, out. Okay, so all right. Well, that's the first at-bat. I thought it was a decent little battle, right? So then the second at-bat, though, I think that's when he went soft away, hard in here. I'll give it to you. Thanks to MLB freaking app, I can take you through all these at-bats now, dude. So here he is now. This is the second at-bat, and he starts him out with a called strike changeup out of the zone. My kid was watching with me. Declan's like, "Oh, Dad, ABS, he's ahead 1-0." But you can see he's out of the zone. That first pitch is low and away.
And no challenge system yet for Bryce Eldridge.
So it's a tough break because he's 0-1, and then he came back with the hard in fastball up and in that he swung at. Now it's 0-2. But then he spat on a changeup outside 1-2. Spat on a knuckle curve down low, 2-2, and then he threw the same pitch, and he swung it.
Yeah, back foot curveball. Great pitch by Zach Gallen, but yeah, got Bryce Eldridge to swing, hack, take a golf swing, and fall down to one knee.
So, I mean, it happens.
Yeah, it's baseball.
But both times worked the count a little bit, right? And he looked generally comfortable. And then we finally get to his last at-bat, which happens later in the game. We're starting to lose interest because the Giants are getting their butts kicked. But it was the 7th inning, and he steps up. They're down. They were down 7-1 at this point in time. And Chapman had walked. So there was actually a runner on base. And it was the first pitch it was a 4-seam fastball, strike one, again, out of the zone. Umps are like, hey, Rook, you're not getting anything, right? So a pitch that should have been a ball is called a strike. Guy throws him another fastball for a ball inside, 1-1, throws him another fastball, middle in, and he hits it 100 and what was it? Here's
I think it was
105.9.
Yeah, squared it up.
It went FM rock station 105.9, 407 feet, and it would have been a home run in 23 out of 30 parks,
including Oracle Park. But of course, he's out in the desert, out in Arizona.
Yeah. So I mean, in general, not bad.
Yeah, I would say I was impressed. And Murph, I was excited to watch him hit. Like you just mentioned, that was his last AB of the game. I was watching till the very end yesterday, down 8-1, because Matt Chapman came up in the top of the 9th. And I was just thinking to myself, just give me the Bryce. Give me one more Bryce at bat. So, that's the feeling I have, and I know I'm a little different. Like, I get hyped up over prospects more than your casual baseball fan, but, I wanted to see more of Bryce Eldridge. That was my takeaway from yesterday's game. I want more.
Very good. Okay, so here he was talking after the game. Let's go, Tony, let's go to the first one. Cut Jay, his first at-bat in the big leagues facing Zach Gallen.
It was fun. I mean, there was a little bit of nerves. I wasn't, overly kind of freaking out, but I feel like after the first one, it just felt like a normal game, So the first one got out of the way, and it just felt completely fine.
Okay. By the way, he had a huge crowd. People flew in from Virginia. Long flight from Virginia to Arizona, but they did it. Then the fact that Gallen threw him 4 changeups, Tony. What did Eldridge have to say about that?
Yeah, for sure. And I know, we got a good idea of what these guys are trying to do, and I think just being able to spit on those was definitely, gave me some confidence, not going to try and reach down low for those ones. So that was good.
Okay. He said what we saw.
Yeah, and a little bit of respect from Zach Gallen approaching what the off-speed pitch is. Also, how about a little bit of respect from Bob Melvin, or whoever the hell's drawing up the lineup, inserting him straight into the number 5 spot as a 20-year-old.
That's right. It's a good point.
Like that's a pretty big expectation.
Then he asked about facing Zach Gallen in his major league debut. What was that like?
Yeah, no, it was fun. I mean, I think that's a good start, facing a guy like him. I had fun. He had a good plan against me, and it was fun to get to face him, and I felt like I belonged. So I felt like I competed and did my best. So.
I mean, Zach Gallen is a guy who, in his career, let's see what he's done at his peak.
Oh, at his career, he was an ace.
He's finished top 10 in Cy Young voting 3 times, twice top 5.
Mm-hmm.
Twice top 5. In fact, in 2022, he led all of baseball with a 0.91 whip. I mean, so,
Yeah, Zach Gallen's a dude, struggled early on the season, but has been pitching a lot better in the second half of the season.
And he's actually tied for the Major League lead with 31 starts, 180 innings.
I'll say this because, again, I get so excited when I see a prospect in the lineup for the first time, but looking at that Giants lineup yesterday, seeing Bryce Eldridge in the 5 spot, I started to think to myself, is this the 2026 opening day lineup?
Quite possibly.
I mean, Jung-Hoo Lee in the leadoff, Adames, Devers, Chapman, Eldridge, Ramos, Bailey, Schmidt. We'll see what happens with Drew Gilbert and how that plays out in right field, but there's a possibility that this was a glimpse into the future. Unfortunately, they only got 2 hits the entire game.
I mean, honestly, if you hadn't said it, I was going to say, 2026.
Yeah.
They got 2 hits.
I know, dude. It was like fool's gold. I was like, damn, this lineup looks pretty damn good. Like, this looks like a playoff lineup to me. And then they go out and get 2 hits.
More Eldridge on that third at bat when he hit it 407 feet, 105.9 cut eye, Tony.
I mean, I don't know. I haven't played here before, so it's kind of hard to tell and get a feel for the field. But I know I hit it good, so I was just kind of hoping it was going to drop somewhere. But Barossa made a good play. So, I don't know, definitely a confidence booster.
Okay. He sounds good. Sounds good. One more, including the question on the home run being gone in 23 parks.
Statcast said that was gone in 23 parks, by the way. Just hit the wrong spot.
Yeah, my loved ones we're all over that. So, that's usually how it goes, I feel like. I mean, it's not a home run. So, I think what matters more is I hit a ball hard. So, it's our job.
All right. Listen to it. By the way, Eduardo Rodriguez tonight, do you sit him?
No.
Lefty?
No. I don't think he's a guy that we're going to start talking about a platoon system and he can't hit lefties because he mashed lefties in the minor leagues too. So I'm giving him every opportunity.
Give him a chance.
Yeah, if this guy's going to be a permanent DH or a majority of the time he's going to be playing DH, I'm not looking for him to be a platoon guy. Let me see what he can do against a lefty.
Bro, I'm hyped to see him Thursday in Dodger Stadium with my buddies. Me down there, my Rod Beck game, we're standing. I may give him the standing O when he shows up. And then
you're going to be down there with 78 on your back?
No, bro. I'm not taking out the D tackle. And then finally, Eldridge on getting called up. He actually says he hopes to play some first base here. Check it out.
Yeah, no, it's gonna be fun. Like I said earlier, I'm glad to be a part of it. That's something I've dreamed of since I was a kid. Obviously, being here, but also being in a race, trying to get in the playoffs. So I'm just gonna keep trying to do what I do best and hit the ball. And when they give me the chance on defense, I'm gonna do my job there and continue to try and do my best to help the team win.
All right, Bryce. And then finally, Bob Melvin's take on Bryce, cut F, Tony, about what he thought about Eldridge in the box.
He looks good up there. I think we had some good swings. It's too bad he didn't get the one hit there, but certainly didn't look like he was overmatched. Didn't look like he was nervous. I'm sure there were some nerves there, but looks pretty hitterish at the plate.
All right, there it is. There's your Bryce Eldridge segment. Looks pretty hitterish at the plate. I'd like to see him look hitterish tonight against Eduardo Rodriguez. Listen, they're 2 out with 12 to play. If you're just tuning in, we lamented them for the first half hour. I mean, we've been playing this. The gravitational pull of 500 has been insane.
Gravity.
Dude, I mean, the guy put out the stat that over the last 500 games, they're 250. We went to John Mayer. We had to go to John Mayer because it's just the gravitational pull.
Gravity.
Thank you, Tony. Not a bad little groove there, too.
Yeah, Murph. And you know that the gravitational pull is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a 500 baseball team, dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA.
All right, young Tone, who listens to the Wrap on his way to work, said that they don't think he'll play tonight on the Wrap against lefty Eduardo Rodriguez. We'll talk about it with Dwayne Kuiper, next on the Sports Leader.
100
All right, let's talk about Marin Health right there in the North Bay, right across the Golden Gate Bridge. World-class health care. Let's go. Marin Health, not just the closest medical care, but the best. With a cardiology team that delivers treatment twice as fast as the national average, a world-class maternity care center with doctors and midwives available 24/7, an accomplished orthopedic team to get you back on the trail, and a partnership with UCSF that expands our world-class capabilities. It's all right here to get you closer to being at your best. Marin Health, world-class care, closer than you think.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why we all mimic his call. Time for Murph and Marcus to catch up with Kipe on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
All right, Dwayne Kuiper time on the UMA guest line. The Murph and Marcus show is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. There he was in the building last night watching Bryce Eldridge make his debut. Unfortunately, the Giants did not have a good game. They got whomped by the Arizona Diamondbacks 8-1. They're 2 out with 12 to play. Tristan Beck tonight against Eduardo Rodriguez. Kipe, good morning. Happy Tuesday. How are you?
Hey, morning, Kipe.
You know, everything's good. I'm a little bummed out by the 3-game losing streak. I mean, when you think about it, it all started when they scored 4 runs in the first inning against Clayton Kershaw.
Right.
And how does it not get any better than that, right? So from that point on, everything kind of has just unraveled. And I think what we saw last night is the fact that Bob Melvin and his staff, they have to rely on this bullpen that is a little banged up. It's a little tired. And you know, they're missing a lot of the guys that were supposed to be there and were there at the beginning of the season. So, you know, Yoel Peguero doesn't get anybody out.
Mm-hmm.
And when you're involved in these close games, you know, you can't walk. You can't walk 2 people, and then, you know, the next guy's going to get a base hit, and all of a sudden, your chances of winning that game probably go out the door. But so anyway, I'm bummed out about that. But I'll tell you what, there's a couple of things that upset me this morning when I read the paper. We lost David Bush.
Yeah, well, I hadn't mentioned that yet on the show, but man, oh man, I'm glad you did. So for people who don't know, David Bush, a long-time writer at the San Francisco Chronicle, a lot of baseball, did the Giants and the A's a lot. He was my colleague. He was my friend. I was going to mention him later in the show. Bushy was just a good cheer, good guy. always an ally, always had a smile on his face. Cal Golden Bear, Bay Area guy. We lost him at age 80, Kuip.
Yeah, you know what? You can't ever say a bad thing about the life and the person that David Bush was. You know, in a job that can be a little rough around the edges sometimes, he was not. He was always really kind, and you know, he told the truth. He would ask a tough question, even though you could tell he didn't really want to. And you know, I was always happy to see him. And I had no idea he'd lost his wife. I had no idea that he'd moved.
Yeah.
So all of a sudden, these people that you almost see on an everyday basis during the season, you kind of lose touch of, and then you find out that he passed away. So that one bugged me this morning. And then the other one is we lost the Sundance Kid.
Yeah, we talked about it early this morning. For a baseball crowd, Kuip, we lost Roy Hobbs. We lost the natural.
Exactly. But I will tell you, Murph, for a long time, look, I was a freshman or a sophomore in college when Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, when that movie came out. And even 10 years, 15 years after that, people would say, "What's your favorite movie?" It was hard for me not to say that movie.
Yeah.
It was just, you know, two really good actors, and it, you know, it just had everything. It was just, it was fun. So anyway, and you're right, Roy Hobbs. So, you know, bummer when you start losing people that you've kind of felt like you've shared your life with. So anyway.
Yeah, I'm with you 100%. Yeah, Bushy's a great guy, and Robert Redford hits home for a lot of people, whether it was All the President's Men or whether it was The Sting. Come on, going to the nose with the theme music to The Sting. And obviously, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid's probably the best buddy movie of all time. And then The Natural. And then don't forget A River Runs Through It later in his career, which I thought is one of the more underrated movies of all time. So, yeah, it's sad. It's sad when we lose these people, but a chance to reflect, and their movies stay with us forever. So we have that.
Yes, they do.
We have that. Then we go from all that sadness to a 20-year-old kid arriving on the scene. That's the future right there. What'd you think? Give us your Bryce Eldridge breakdown.
Yeah, I mean, it was really fun watching him walk through the door, because he does kind of fill up the door. And I said it to Hunter during the game last night. I was like, geez, when he holds a bat, it really looks like he's holding, you know, one of those toy bats, maybe the bats that they used to give away on Bat Day. He's so tall, and he's 20. I asked the guys on the wrap last night, I mean, if you're 20, is he still growing? I mean, his equipment got lost. Now you got to find size 14 shoes for somebody. Where do you go? Do you go to Dick's? I mean, and it turned out that he had an old pair left from spring training that he put on. And then, you know, we watched his batting practice, which it's always going to be impressive when you see guys like that. And I thought his at-bats were good. I mean, we all knew that this kid was going to walk into his first at-bat, and he was going to see one of the best changeups that's in baseball right now with Zach Gallen. And I think he threw him 4 straight. And he eventually got a fastball, and he hit it pretty hard to first. Struck out his next time up. And then, you know, by all rights, could have had a home run, but he hit it to the deepest part of Chase Field, around 415. But all in all, I think he handled it well. And, you know, the one thing, Murph, is now when he is in the lineup and you look at that lineup, you start to think, wow, you know what? This is a pretty good lineup. I hope I don't think he's going to play tonight because Rodriguez is a lefty, but if Bob Melvin ever put it to a vote, I would vote to play him. I mean, that's what we want to see, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think he is. I think Wilmer Flores is probably going to get the at-bats. But that's where we're at right now. And you know, when you take these losses like they did yesterday, all of a sudden the next day, the next game means a lot more. And I mean, they mean a lot as it is, but now you tack on after you've lost 3 straight. So you got to get after it tonight. You really do. By the way, the other thing about Eldridge, I almost fell over. It was, I don't want to disrespect the national anthem, but I almost fell over during the anthem, and I looked down the right field line, and Eldridge is standing next to Gilbert. And Gilbert looked like Eldridge's kid. And he didn't do it, but I kind of wanted him to pat him on the head and say, "Okay, everything's going to be all right today."
Oh my gosh! But yeah,
so you got Mutt and Jeff in the lineup, and they're both very, very young, and they're really a lot of fun to watch. So I'm glad they're ours.
Yeah, and Kai, those could be 2 guys, a big part of the future moving forward. And I had those same thoughts yesterday. Seeing that lineup, I said, this kind of looks like a glimpse into possibly the 2026 lineup. But I did want to ask you about the placement of Bryce Eldridge in the lineup. What do you think about Bob Melvin putting him right in the middle of the lineup in that 5 spot?
Well, I mean, yeah. I mean, you're still going to be protected by good hitters if you're hitting in the middle of the lineup. And I think that's what you want to do. You want to protect him as much as you can. But, whether he was going to lead off, hit 4th, or hit 9th, he was going to see the same pitches from Zach Gallen. I mean, Gallen was going to pitch him a certain way no matter where he hit. But, hey, you're telling the kid he's important. And not that he doesn't know that, but a lot of times you look at the lineup, you want to know where you're hitting, and you kind of shake your head and you say, okay, good, all right. They like me, they're putting a little pressure on me, and I'm willing to accept that. And at his age, he accepts all of that stuff. He certainly does not look like a 20-year-old. I mean, I don't even want to tell you what I looked like when I was 20.
Well, yeah. A little skinnier, maybe.
This guy is put together. And it was also interesting. There were times it looked like he even choked up on the bat a little bit. And the last really big guy we saw do that was Barry Bonds. So bring it on, baby.
I know. I agree with you. I put it to a vote. I'd put him out there tonight. And I know maybe, Wilmer, pennant race. I don't know. And speaking of the pennant race, how you feeling, Kai? 2 out with 12 to play. I mean, mathematically, it's very much alive. However, Arizona slipped past them last night in the percentages. Is it? And then you got 4 in L.A. You can get home. Maybe St. Louis and Colorado are a little bit of a softer landing at home, but the next 6 games pretty tough. But how you feeling? 2 out with 12 to play.
Well, you need some. Look, the Mets really have cooperated over the last 3 weeks, and that needs to continue. So if you can get them to cooperate just a little bit and play your tails off in LA. We're at the point now where you can't lose too many more games. So let's assume that they do well the next 2 games here. Split in LA if you can, and then play like hell the last week. Yeah. And if you do that, you got a shot.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah.
These next 2 games could determine how important those last 6 games are at Oracle Park. So,
and they are just.
Hey, it's too bad that it gets to this. I mean, the meaningful games are great, but the hard thing to do is not to look back at some of the games that got away. And I don't like to do that, but every once in a while it pops up. So, but now take advantage of what you got, and they're still in this thing.
Right, and they just need we talked to Zach Manassian. We have a soundbite from a couple weeks ago where we talked about it ultimately, between Doval, Tyler Rogers, Randy Rodriguez, and Eric Miller, even Hayden Birdsong all being out. Is it just too much to ask for these young pitchers? And he actually said to us, he said, maybe, to be honest, maybe it is. He said, but any team that makes a run to October generally gets a surprise performance from somebody they weren't expecting. He said, so we're looking at those guys. And last night, unfortunately, for Gage, Lucchesi, Peguero, they didn't give that performance. But those are the guys. Those are the guys.
Yeah, absolutely, Murph. And look, we knew that when Tyler Rogers walked out the door, and when Duvall walked out the door, and when Randy Rodriguez went down with an injury, you knew that eventually there were going to be some games where you're like, well, now I see we miss these guys. You knew that. And it's never easy, whether you know it's going to happen or not. But the guys that gave it up last night really have done a really good job, filling in for the guys that have left. It's just that it got away from them last night. And, I get it. Tonight's a new night, but they have to be ready because you're at the point now where you're going to be called upon. No matter what you did the day before, you're going to be called upon. Now, look, it would help if you score some runs, all right? And Zach Gallen's tough. I mean, I was not happy that he was going to be the first guy to pitch in the series. And now they're facing a guy tonight that really shoved it up their tail, at home, Eduardo Rodriguez. So, but you got to score runs. Give these pitchers a break. Kai-Wei Tang threw the ball great yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Mike loves this kid, and Mike is never wrong too much about pitchers. So, I'm on board.
And they took him out because of 73 pitches. I don't know.
Yeah, you know what? I think you look at his workload. Where's he been this year? Is he coming off an injury? I mean, you take all of that into consideration. And, and then when it's all said and done, he comes out, the bullpen gives it up. Naturally, you're going to say, well, and I said it, but they have their reasons, and I'm sure they're all good reasons.
All right, Kipe. So we'll turn the page on the bummer. We'll raise a glass for Bushy, David Bush. He'd want that now, because Bushy'd love to go have a drink, and he was a good fellow. You'd want to see him at Perry's. I want to see Bushy at Perry's. That's where you'd see him. So raise a glass for Bushy, and go watch your favorite Robert Redford movie. For my mom, it was the Way We Were. Was like, that boy, Robert Redford had a hold on that generation's women. Let me tell you.
Yeah, I think he was doing okay, to be honest with you.
My dad knew he ran a distant second to Robert Redford.
Yeah, in that span that the years that we're talking about, I think Montana Clark and Robert Redford, I think those three were doing just fine.
Oh my gosh! And he just made a lot of good movies, though, man. So go watch one and enjoy it. So. Yeah. All right, Kipe, have a good call.
All right, Marcus. You bet.
Shock the world. We'll talk to you next week.
Yeah, thanks, all right. See you, Marcus.
Dwayne Kuiper every Tuesday at this time on the UMA guest line. Okay, so here's the deal. We turn the page to our 49er Player of the Week. Who is it? Who is it? Who? Young Tone, can you help me out?
Mm-hmm. Mac Jones. Mac Jones.
Breakout hit of 2025, the fall, that's for sure. Matt Jones is our Player of the Week at 8 a.m. on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We're still giving away a $100 Amici's gift card. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. And we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win that $100 gift card. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
This is The Big Hit, sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Jones, toss, complete. Finds Luke Farrell, left side, breaks a tackle, inside the end zone. Touchdown! 49ers! Luke Farrell with his first career touchdown. Jones from the gun, the snap, looks right, looks, throws, end zone! Touchdown! Christian McCaffrey, back of the end zone, right side, perfect pass by Mac Jones. Quick snap from the gun, pressure coming, throws, wide open, Juwan Jennings, open field, 25, 50, he's gone, 5, touchdown, 49ers! Mac Jones kneels down, the clock extinguishes, 3, 2, 1, ball game over. The San Francisco 49ers claim victory today here in Louisiana.
There it is, Carlos Ramirez on the call. He did a great job. And by the way, how excited are we for the return of Greg Papa to the midday show today, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. Baby steps, baby, one day at a time, Greg. It'll be great to have him back. It's been almost 3 months, just shy of 3 months, it's June 29th since we last had him on the show. Tough cookie, Greg Papa. They make him tough up there in Buffalo. I say tough cookie in Buffalo, and he'll say, oh, you're talking about Cookie Rojas, or who was the guy? Cookie Gilchrist, I think his name was, who was a Buffalo Bills, I think AFC running back. He's listening right now. Right. Yeah, he was the AFL MVP with the Buffalo Bills in 62. Am I a tough cookie like Cookie Gilchrist?
Yes, you are, Papa. Yes, you are.
Yes, he is. Hey, we are, of course, proud to give you guys our 49ers Player of the Week coming up here, but I want to remind everybody that you are listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. So you hear the Mike Jones floss, in which we've been playing relentlessly since this guy got the start. We'll present it to him in person in just a couple minutes. Yes, Mac Jones is going to join us at 8 a.m. Now, we don't know if he's starting Sunday against the Arizona Cardinals. I would imagine a lot of that will be determined first by the Wednesday practice report. And because, Brock's healing, or what is it, 2 to 5 weeks? Is it week to week? We'll find out this week. But if not, I think 49ers fans feel pretty good about the idea of Mac Jones going against the Arizona Cardinals Sunday in the home opener.
Yeah, 49ers listed as a 1.5-point favorite right now with the way that things currently stand. Now that line can change if Brock Purdy plays or if it's Mac Jones out there. But the way I saw Mac Jones play this past weekend, I would feel pretty damn confident in the 49ers and their chances against the Cardinals this weekend with Mac Jones running that Kyle Shanahan offense.
Yeah, and when we talk to him, we'll talk about the fact that he threw touchdowns to 3 different guys. I mean, we haven't talked much about the touchdown to Luke Farrell. I mean, that was one of those ones like, wait a minute, Mac Jones to Luke Farrell. When the season ended on January 5th last year and the Pastronaut loss in Arizona, I was like, wait a minute, if you told me that Mac Jones would be throwing touchdowns to Luke Farrell in a win in New Orleans, I'd have been like, what? Mm-hmm. But that's what the NFL free agency does for you, for sure. Mac, of course, joining us. He's by the way, Mac and I, I'm going over his bio. He and I have the same birthday.
Do you really?
Does that matter? Does that mean anything in the grand scheme?
It does, Murph.
Does that mean that Curly should be booking, like, a tennis crate for his birthday or something like that?
Possibly.
Yvonne Lendl to come on to talk to Mac Jones?
Or we need Andrea the astrologer to come on and explain the similarities between a Brian Murphy and a Mac Jones.
Well, I'm looking at him. He's younger than me. He's 31 years younger than me. So what is that? We start with that.
Yeah, but you've got the same horoscope, right? You're the same sign. What are you, Murph?
I believe we're the difficult Virgo.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Virgos. Every time somebody goes, "Oh, you're a Virgo," they're like, "Yeah, it makes a lot of sense."
Yeah, you're a Virgo, Murph.
Apparently, we're pains in the asses. Is what it is. The shocker, right? Shocker.
Looking forward to this conversation with Mac.
Actually, Mac doesn't display Virgo tendencies.
Not at all.
He seems pretty chill. And in fact, we're going to ask him about coming out with the boombox too. That was kind of fun. And the flavor and picking the collar like you did for me at the Giants roundtable.
I love it, dude. Kendrick Bourne and Mac Jones at the front of the tunnel.
That's right. We got to ask him more too about that too. So 49ers Player of the Week is always, of course, our Tuesday feature. And Mac's about to call in any second now. Yeah, you got him right now? Here we go. Throw to the open right now. Let's go.
His helmet is off.
Here we go, baby. 9 is on 3. 1, 2, 3.
And his mic is on.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Marcus.
Sorry I stole your sackaroonie, buddy. But hey, there'll be more.
On the sports leader.
All right, connection being made down in Santa Clara. Our 49ers Player of the Week is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. It's also sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. Right on time, like a QB should be. Mac Jones joins the Murph and Marcus Show. First time we've had him. Mac, it's a pleasure to welcome you. Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher. It's the Murph and Marcus Show. We're the morning show on the flagship of the 49ers, KNBR. Hey, man, welcome to the show. Good morning. How you doing?
Yeah, what's up, Mac?
Morning. How you guys doing?
We're doing good, man. What's a Tuesday morning shaping up for a Mac Jones?
Yeah, I mean, in the NFL, it's obviously the off day, but for quarterbacks, you obviously gotta go in and work and get ready for the next week. So that's what I'm doing.
How's the body feel after a Sunday of action down in New Orleans?
It feels pretty good, as always in the NFL games. You're gonna be sore after, and obviously play a little bit in the preseason. But when you play a full game, you're just a little bit more sore than you would be if you didn't. So definitely have a lot of techniques to get back and be ready for practice on Wednesday.
Yeah, and now here you guys are coming back to Levi's this weekend, 2-0, starting out 2-0 on the road. But talk to us about the process, how everything played out for you last week, getting the news that you would be the starting quarterback, and how it all played out down in New Orleans.
Yeah, obviously as a backup, the only thing is you're not going to play the first snap. So in Seattle, obviously I knew that, and other than that, I was ready. And last week, obviously, knew I was going to be playing the whole game. So it was good to get the preparation, and Brock was great helping me get ready for the game, and I was just trying to go out there and play as best I could to get a win. So the guys did a great job, and we obviously can play a lot better too. Yeah, after you watch it all, and that's what it's all about, is having a starting point and then figuring out what you got to do better.
All right, Mac, we're going to ask the important questions first, man. Tell us about walking out with the boombox. It seemed like you were near the front of the line. Give us the breakdown on that strategy. You're like, hey, man, hold up. I'm up there with you guys. What was the breakdown? Are you going out there with Trent, Demo, and even your buddy Kendrick Bourne?
Yeah, well, I did it in the preseason. I really liked it, and everybody kind of was like, hey, you need to come up to the front. And I'm like, all right, I can definitely do that. So it's fun. Like, it's something I haven't been able to do since forever. Probably like Pop Warner, we used to walk out youth football with like a boombox kind of sometimes and get turned up before the game. So it was good to get out there and just get loose with my guys and continue to do that before each game, because it kind of just calms you down and lets you go play with your boys.
Definitely look like you're having fun. Can you reveal the tune? What was blasting? I didn't get to hear it.
I think we were playing NBA Youngboy, so
okay.
It was a rapper. It was good stuff.
Yeah. Now, Mac, we've been messing around a little bit here on the Murph and Marcus Show. We've made a couple Mike Jones, Mac Jones mashups. So is there any chance that maybe Mac Jones can get the aux cord from Trent Williams, and maybe you guys can walk out of the tunnel with a little Mac Jones?
Yeah, we'll see. I definitely, I actually know Mike Jones, not personally, but we've talked on the phone and stuff before, so it's pretty cool. Kind of, my real name's actually Michael too, so I'm actually Mike Jones.
You are
so,
Mike Jones, dude.
Now, Mac, I have to ask, if you've talked to Mike Jones on the phone before, I'm guessing you know his phone number off the top of your head.
Yeah, it's funny because he actually does have that number. That's like, he actually uses that number. You call in and then that's how you can talk to him. So it's pretty funny.
Well, I mean, this is what happens when you go on morning radio shows. So this is we'll just played 5 seconds of it for you. This is what we've been playing here on KNBR. Here, listen up.
Mac Jones.
Here it goes.
Mac Jones.
There you go. What do you think, man? What do you think?
Oh, that's a pretty good mix right there.
Well, good, man. This is what we do, man. We got to entertain ourselves. We got to get people through their commute. You know what I mean? So we're trying
I feel you on that.
We're trying to distract them from the traffic, is what we're trying to do, dude. So, all right, man. Well, a little bit more just on you, the person, man. So I want to get back to March and getting to San Francisco. So you're a free agent. Tell us about like the options and how attractive San Francisco was. How much was it like, man, Kyle, that's my destination? How'd that go down?
Yeah, it was my first free agency, so just trying to take it all in and how crazy of those couple of days it is. But I really had my sights on a few teams, and obviously Kyle had some communication with my agent and everybody. So I was really excited to hear about the 49ers, and I really wanted to learn about how the system and just how quarterbacks have played really well and how Brock's played so well in it. And I thought it was a great chance for me to kind of rehab a little bit and come out here and just learn from people that I haven't been with before. So it's been good so far, and it's a lot of work that we put in since then, and we got a lot more work to put in too. So
Yeah, for sure. I mean, 1-0 and more to come. So now it can be told, spring of 2021, how much were you certain that Kyle Shanahan was going to pick you?
Yeah, I get this one a lot. I mean, honestly, like on draft night, it's a day to be with your family, and it's a great day, but it also can be a tough day. And for me, I was just excited to be in consideration to go in the first round, and I knew that I really had put in all the work, and at the end of the day, it's out of your control. So I feel like everything fell the way it fell, and I'm back here now, and there's a reason I'm back here, and I'm just excited to continue to work here.
Mac, I want to go back to your days at Alabama too, but I want to spin it and ask you about your relationship with Brock Purdy, because I believe that I read that you actually hosted Brock Purdy when he took his official visit out to Alabama.
Yes, I did.
So that's cool. So that's got to lead to your guys' relationship. Did he help you kind of prep for this week, or how's that relationship and that bond between you two?
Oh, it's great. I mean, Brock's just an awesome guy, and he's funny and very intense on game day and very competitive, and it's just interesting to see how he works. He works really hard on his body and his game and his everything. So he's definitely an ultimate pro, and I've learned a lot just in OTAs watching him. And he's a perfectionist, and that's what you want in your starting quarterback. So it's been awesome just to learn and watch him. And I know he wants to be back out there, and he's just doing a great job helping me while he's not.
Do you know your plan for this week? Do you know, are you starting Sunday against Arizona?
I don't know the plan. I'm obviously going to be ready, and that's, like I said, my job. I know as a backup or starter, you just got to be ready to play. So I'll be ready if that's the case.
That's probably the way to go now. You said something interesting after the game about working with a mental coach, like a positive attitude coach. It's funny, those of us who play golf, it sounded like you were given there's a guy named Bob Rotella who talks about being process-oriented, not result-oriented. And it seemed like that's what you were sort of echoing. Tell us a little bit about that. Who are you talking to? And, I know you don't want to get into we're not taking you inside behind closed doors, but just in general, what you guys were talking about. Am I right? Is that like you guys are trying to focus on process, not results? Is that what you guys were working on?
Yeah, I mean, I've obviously went to Alabama, and Coach Saban was like big on that, and that was our slogan was just process over results pretty much, and the results were pretty good for him. So I just bought into that, and recently obviously been focusing on that and getting back to kind of just focusing on the day-to-day and stacking up good days one day at a time, and that's how you get results. So it's obviously a work in progress for every athlete, but you definitely have to spend time on your mental game, and I've definitely done that.
Yeah, and I got to say, I really enjoyed hearing you talk about the mental advice that Trent Williams gave you before the game and how he told you, just go hoop. Now, Mac, I got to ask, if the 49ers had to just go hoop, who is your all-time 5 starting pickup lineup from this current roster?
That's a great question. I know just watching sometimes guys beat the ball around. I mean, like Ricky Pearsall is pretty nice with it, so he's definitely on there. But I don't know. That'd be tough to get all 5 guys. If I say the wrong names, they're all going to be mad at me. So I know Ricky can shoot, so I'm taking him as a shooter.
I got to think Trent's got to be down there somewhere grabbing a few boards, right?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, we got some big boys that can get some boards and throw some dunks down.
Yeah, who would be the best dunker? Who's like the best athlete leaper?
That's a great question.
Probably a safety.
Juwan's probably pretty good.
Safety or a receiver?
Juwan James.
Juwan.
Someone could go high point ball. Yeah.
Yeah, high pointer, just go up there and slam it. Probably Juwan.
Good stuff, man. Hey, as we continue sort of just to get to know you, I know we're going to let you go in a few minutes here, but I was always fascinated by your tennis background, and I'd just love to hear like a story, like growing up. Like, how big a sport was it for you? How far did you play? How much do you still love it? Like, what role does it play for you?
Yeah, I mean, my family was just a tennis family, and my dad played in the pros for a little bit and played in college and won a national championship in college. And my sister played at College of Charleston in South Carolina. So really just I was always, and my mom played too, so I was always out there with them on Sundays and Saturdays just hitting the ball around. And I mean, I was the worst one, and it really pissed me off. So I worked hard at trying to get better, and I have a really good forehand, and I still do when I play. I don't play often, but it's fun to just go out there with my family every once in a while. And obviously, like I said, I'm not as good as my dad or my sister, but I can go out there and hit with people, and it's kind of just a relaxing thing.
We need somebody to rip a forehand. You're our guy.
Exactly. Call me.
Now,
Hey,
Mac,
Zeke,
have you dabbled into the world of pickleball now?
Yeah, I played pickleball in the off season a little bit. I'm pretty good.
Okay.
It's a very fun game. I think it's interesting. I'm trying to get my dad to play more. I'm like, you need to go out there and play pickle. And he's pretty good. He's a tall guy, so he sits at the net. But I think it's a great game, and obviously tennis and pickleball are similar. And I think a lot of people are catching on to it now.
Do you follow tennis right now? There's pretty good stuff going on with Alcaraz and Sinner and all that. Do you still follow it?
A little bit. I know I used to watch the tennis channel all the time, like my parents and stuff growing up. But right now, pretty locked in. But I definitely follow it when it's on TV, and I know some of the guys. So.
Meanwhile, we following your Crimson Tide. How are we feeling? What can you tell the Tide Nation out there in the Bay Area about a little bit of a slow start, but you kind of smacked Wisconsin around maybe to put the wheels back on a little bit?
Yeah, I think we're hopefully getting it back on track. They're doing a good job, and I don't know what their next game is. They might play Georgia next. So I think me and Michael are gonna have a little competition going on. So we'll see.
Oh yeah, that's right. It'll be good. You and Michael. Just in general, though, Mac, before I let you go, just the Bama culture, like the one thing. So listen, we all love living in the Bay Area. We love the fresh air, the mountains, we love the Bay. We love everything about it. We just don't have college football the way you guys did. It's just not part of our. I mean, Cal and Stanford are cool. We pump them up. You know, we like going to their games. It's just not, as you guys say down there, it just means more. That's the slogan, right? Can you just explain to us, like, what it was like to be in the height of that Saban wave, what it was like around town, what it was like around campus, what it was like on Saturday mornings, what it was like walking into that stadium?
Yeah, I mean, it was just that's the whole reason I went there, to be honest, was to play for Coach Saban, and he's just an iconic person and player and coach, excuse me. And yeah, it was surreal just to be a freshman there, and you're walking down on game days or just going to practice, going against NFL starters in practice. So it was all a good experience, and college football is a big deal. And I do like out here how everybody for the Niners, like, it's all in on NFL ball, which is kind of nice because in Alabama there's just college football. So I enjoy that here, and yeah, there's a lot of similarities between the fans and stuff, and just really being all in on the teams.
Yeah, given that you're a Florida guy, how is the Bay Area treating you in general? What's your take on, like, the land, the culture, the weather, the people? What's your take early on?
Yeah, I like it. I mean, the weather, you can't beat it. It's definitely cooler than Florida overall, and the sunshine every day. I mean, you can't take that for granted. So it's been good, and I've enjoyed the guys in the team a lot. It's really been good to just get with the guys and hang out and go around and do some stuff. But it's definitely a good place to live.
Last couple personal ones. You went to a famous high school called the Bowles School. Did I pronounce that right? The Bowles School, is that right?
Yeah, Bowles. Yeah.
Among your alums, Chipper Jones. Okay, a swimmer here at Cal named Ryan Murphy, big time gold medal swimmer, and then our former Giants outfielder Austin Slater. Do you guys all know each other, maybe, for the sports alum connection?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, a lot of people think that Chipper was like my dad or something. Because we both wore number 10. They're like, is that your son or whatever? And he's like, no. So I kind of know him a little bit, and we have a lot of Olympians. Like, I know Ryan. Obviously talked to him before, and yeah, there's a lot of swimmers that come out. And then yeah, I keep up with like Hayden Hurst is in the NFL. So like he's a tight end for the past couple of years. So there's a bunch of alumni, and I think this school does a good job just putting out really good athletes every year. So it's always good to be around really good athletes.
Listen, it's been nice catching up with you. We haven't talked a little, just to have to get a question in on that game Sunday on the win. First of all, you mentioned Niners fans you like the fact that Niners fans are in the Bay Area and rooting NFL first. How about Niners fans in New Orleans, dude? How shocking was that?
Hell yeah, that was crazy. That was because I was thinking it was going to be, a lot in the games I've played in the NFL. It's just away games. It's a lot of the home team fans, but I mean, it seemed almost like 50-50. So it was crazy. But I really, really loved that part of it. To feel that from a quarterback's perspective, like when the defense is out there, I'm like, wow, they need to go on silent count because it's that loud. So it was good to see that and experience it. And I know that the fans are diehard, so it's always good when the fans have the team's back.
And then just in closing, like the way you dialed it up to 3 different receivers. You threw one to Luke Farrell, who had never caught a touchdown in the NFL. You threw one to Christian McCaffrey, who's maybe a potential Hall of Famer. And then you threw one to Juwan Jennings, who we weren't even sure was going to play on Sunday. He was banged up. Tell us about maybe spreading that love around. Like the way it was drawn up, the way you like to spread, the way you read it. I mean, it's kind of neat that you threw to 3 different guys.
Yeah, I just like to go through my progressions, and honestly, the ball just goes hopefully to the open guy. And honestly, I felt like I left them out there. So looking forward to just fixing that and getting better in practice this week and getting some more of those.
Good stuff, Mac. Listen, it's been nice getting to know you. You're welcome anytime on the Murph and Marcus show. And if you want to hear any Mac Jones, you want to play him out here? Tony's what you do in radio. You got to play him out here. Check it out. Yeah.
Mac Jones.
One more. Just hang tight here. Listen. Wait.
Mac Jones.
There you go. Just for your head, buddy. Just for your head, all right?
That's awesome.
All right. Have a great Tuesday. Thanks for hopping on.
All right. See ya.
There he is, Mac Jones. We enjoyed it. We'll talk about it next on The Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Good morning, everybody. We are still giving away a $100 Amici's gift card. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. You can check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. And today, we want you to stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win that $100 gift card. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
Hey there, we got Steve Moskowitz on a Tuesday morning. Good morning, Steve. On a Tuesday, you're here to help people. What if they have unfiled tax returns, Steve? That could be a problem. What you got?
Got a lot of help. It's such a common problem. Usually what happens is somebody starts figuring out their taxes, and then they owe some money, and they can't pay it, and they panic. So they just don't file the return. And then before they know it, year 2 rolls around. They say, well, how can they file year 2 if they didn't file year 1? And it becomes a lifestyle, a bad lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle, looking over your shoulders. Today, the day the IRS agent's going to get you. Folks, you don't have to live that way. There's all kinds of good solutions. Whether we can qualify to just pay part and they forgive the rest. or you pay in monthly installments you can afford. Or if we get the penalties forgiven, sometimes the penalties and interest are more than the taxes. Or maybe you don't owe the taxes at all. When you don't file a tax return, one of the punishments is the government makes up a tax return. It's called an SFR, substitute for return. A lot of times way more than you really owe. These problems are so fixable. We have a free consultation. We explain everything to you. And the only thing you have to do is pick up your phone and say, "Hey, Steve, take care of me."
That's it. Give him a call. That's tax attorney Steve Moskowitz. He's my tax attorney. He should be your tax attorney. Give him a call at 888-TAX-DEAL, 888-TAX-DEAL, or go online to moskowitzllp.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, a little more Mac Jones. We enjoyed it. Not everybody, but we enjoyed it. We can bring it to the airwaves. It's kind of fun sometimes.
Definitely.
Tony wanted more. He felt the interviewers were lacking in this performance.
Okay,
Yes.
that was not what I said. I didn't once attack you for anything.
What
interviewers.
did you say, Tony? That you.
I just felt like maybe I had higher expectations. It was a tremendous interview. Yeah, no, I'm not.
Now he's saying it's tremendous.
It's tremendous.
I just felt like
No, see, I like.
What did you want? A little soft shoe?
I thought
tap
Mac would be a little
dance?
bit more, expansive in his answers. Tim Ryan said he wants to party with the guy. He wants to get beers with the guy. He's got a great personality.
I think he's going to play it a little bit close to the vest. He's QB2. He's not QB1, And I thought Like Marcus with the great pickleball shout out, got him giggling. You know, what else? We
had a couple Mike Jones, Mac Jones mashups.
He fully enjoyed the Mac Jones.
We played the mashup for him, Tony.
No, I thought that was great too. No, he enjoyed it.
You're backpedaling now, buddy.
Yeah.
Right as soon as the interview ended, you were like, "Bro, I needed a lot more." We're like, "Yo,
you know what I think it is, Murph?
I did need a little bit more. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, now take your stand, buddy. Come on.
I think it's because Tony is Team Brock Purdy, and he's hearing these rumblings about maybe Brock Purdy getting Wally pipped, and now Mac Jones is on the Murph and Marcus show listening to Mike Jones mashups. I think you're feeling it. Feel maybe a little jealous for your guy, Brock Purdy.
We got the Chipper Jones joke. Yeah, people think he's my dad. You know what I mean? I'm going to the text line, which tells all truths here. 209 says, great pickleball. Shout out.
Shout out to the pickleball people.
There you go.
Rick Barry.
831 says, and this interview is so good, I can't wait to hear it 8 more times until Friday. All right.
Stay tuned.
925 says, Mac has a great laugh and even did the face with the heart emojis on the eyes.
I like seeing those
It
hearts.
says, this chuckle is making my day. So, Tony. Hey, somebody else just wrote 281-330-8004, baby.
That's it. That's Mike Jones, baby. Everybody knows the phone number.
209 says, WTF, young Tone, did you not listen to the same interview? So, Tony, I thought it was a hot take. And I told Marcus,
yeah,
we can either recap the interview or bring Tony's take to the air.
But Murph,
we got to keep it real, baby.
I think it's time. I think it's time we might need to dust off an old soundbite for maybe a younger Tony.
Yeah, there you go. And 831 says, word on the street is that young Tony wanted to interview Mac Jones over Trey Lance going back to 2021.
Good text.
I did think they were going to take Mac Jones. I'm not going to lie.
Dude, 707 with just an outrageously great text. He says, is Tony a known philatelist? Bro, some of you listeners out there, you guys blow my doors because I think I might have told this story, I don't know, 3 times in the last 20 years. That's a deep pull. That my high school theater, when I worked at the movie theater in high school, my manager was the most politically incorrect guy of all time. Oh, my God. He wouldn't last a second in today's workplace. Dude, everything that came out of his mouth was offensive, sexist, borderline, raunchy, dude, everything. We love the guy. We love the guy. But he would just come out with his pipe sometimes because we had 2 hours in between movies because there's only 2 screens. It wasn't like these multiplexes. He would just lean on the counter and riff. And he goes, Brian Murphy, isn't it true that you are a known, oh my God, I'm going to blow the line right now. But he said you're a known thespian and alleged philatelist. And then he would roar. Of course, a thespian's an actor. And a philatelist is a stamp collector.
Yeah,
but he would say, isn't it true, Brian, that you're an alleged thespian and known philatelist? Then puff on his pipe. So 707 says, is Tony a known philatelist?
No.
Okay. Now we got the Tony crew. 925 says Tony's right.
Hey.
Wow. Then we go 831 says, Tony, come on, bro. 925 says, I love the interview, and I'm so happy Mac is here. Roll Tide.
I loved it, too. Let's be clear. I enjoyed the interview. I just felt like it could have been a little bit better. I'm not going to lie. It doesn't sound like you liked it, Tony. 510 type interview.
510 says, you guys talking about his real name being Mike Jones was just outstanding.
It was hilarious,
and
Tony.
916 says, Mac the Knife. 925 says, why didn't we draft Mac? 707 says, and 707 puts the cherry on top before we get out to cooler kind of. Young Tony's just mad because he doesn't know who Chipper Jones is. There it is.
It's not true. He's lying now.
There you go, too. All right, guys. We just thought we'd review the interview.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to finding out what young Tony learned today.
Yeah, what did you guys think?
I liked it.
I enjoyed it.
Yeah, I liked it.
That's it? That's
I thought the connection could have been better.
Okay.
Quite frankly.
Here we go. And that adds to it as well.
But once we got to the Mike Jones interview part, once we got to you playing him, I think he definitely loosened up. And Marcus had a couple good. Marcus asking about the hoop question, too, was good.
You got to get that all-time starting 5 ready to go.
I'm going to go ahead and give the thing for free entertainment. I'm going to go ahead. Double thumbs up. All right, but
and
I've been through some bad. I've done some bad
up.
interviews, bro, and that was not one of them. All right, bro. I've done some bad ones.
And I'll tell you that Mac Jones interview was sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org. Federally insured by the NCUA.
I lied. We got one more cherry on top. 415 says Mac Jones will not get an invite to Tony's pool party.
Well, let's be honest. A lot of people aren't getting invites.
Yeah, no Derek Papa, no Tim Webb, no Mac Jones.
We got to pay tribute to the natural Roy Hobbs, man. Unbelievable. We lost a Titan on the Sports Leader.
Hey, what's up, Giants fans? Summer is heating up, but there's a refreshing new way to cool down this summer, and that's with Surfside and their limited edition SF Giants cans. Surfside iced tea and lemonade plus vodka. Their cans now showcase the iconic Giants SF logo right there on the side of the can. So head down to your local stores, bars in your area, and show your fandom by posting a photo of you and your Surfside Giants can today and tag us at social media, or should I say on social media, at KNBR. Just make sure you don't tag young Tony after his takes on that Mac Jones interview, because Mac Jones, I'm sure, also enjoys a Surfside because they are only 100 calories, which is perfect for an NFL quarterback. Only has 2 grams of sugar with absolutely 0 bubbles. So before first pitch today, grab yourself a limited edition Giants Surfside can today, because Surfside is a proud partner of Giants baseball.
Surfside is made with vodka, iced tea, and or lemonade, natural flavors, and artificial sweetener. 4.5% alcohol by volume. Stateside brands, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Must be 21 plus to enjoy a Surfside. Party smart.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler
He's bitten a cooler
of content.
Cornucopacious of joyful news.
We might be on to something.
Yeah, baby! Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, Cooler of Content is always sponsored by Marin Health, with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. You know what? At 8:50, Mike Silver joins us, and at 9:30, Andy Baggerly talking about those Bryce Eldridge debut at-bats. We'll get into it. So much to get to. I think we'll save the emotional stuff for the end. Let's get into the Tom Brady controversy.
Brady.
First of all, your guy was in the booth with Chip Kelly last night with a headset on,
acting like he's a damn coach.
More importantly, he was in a suit. It was so bizarre. It was almost like it looked like an AI, like he walked into the wrong place. Like you're supposed to be in like a hoodie or a T-shirt that says Raiders. He was in a full suit, like Men in Black.
Well, maybe it's because he made that big announcement before the game that apparently he's going to be playing flag football next year. Did you see this,
Yeah,
Murph?
I did see that. It might be part of the Olympics.
Yeah.
So anyway, there's getting to be a heated controversy nationally about whether or not a guy who's part of the Fox lead NFL team every Sunday, who has access to every team's headquarters, wherever he goes to prepare for his bride, should be in the booth with the Raiders coaches. I think we're going to go ahead and say no, he shouldn't be. At least that would be my instinct here. But
and that is most people's instinct. But I got to say, as someone that's been on the other end of Tom Brady cheating scandals, if he's going to cheat, at least he's doing it in silver and black now.
I was just talking to...
I'm not too good to cheat, Tony. If you're not cheating, you're not trying.
The gentleman, he's a sales manager, cool dude, Boston fan. He was talking about it with me at the coffee machine just now. And he said he's weathered some storms before. He'll weather this one, Deflategate. So here's Peter Schrager, ESPN, reporting that Chip Kelly sits with Tom Brady. Chip Kelly's the Raiders OC.
That's your guy.
This is a lot going on there. Sits down with Tom Brady every 2 to 3. Sits down with Tom Brady 2 to 3 times a week.
Yeah, 2 to 3 times per week.
Then he goes to other teams' headquarters.
Yeah.
Here's Schrager.
We've got a special member of the Raiders ownership group here today, and that's Tom Brady, who is in the house and is with the coach's box tonight. I was wondering how much Brady really had an involvement with this team. We hear so much about Brady as the owner. Chip Kelly told us that he talks to Brady 2 to 3 times a week. They go through film, they go through the game plan, and Brady is a luxury for the coaches. Who else has an owner who's actually been there and done that?
5% stake.
That's an amazing sight right there.
Now, Chip Kessie uses them as a resource every single week.
Yep, why wouldn't you?
Yeah, so there he was, but there he was in the booth. Okay, that's fine. By the way, that's totally fine. The problem is then he takes off the headset, leaves the booth, gets on a plane and flies to somebody else's headquarters and interviews the other coach.
Yep.
What the?
Mm-hmm.
What the?
I believe next week he's on the call for the Bears game, and then week 4, guess who the Raiders are playing? The Chicago Bears.
Bro!
Yeah.
Bringing his Patriot ways to you
Yeah,
guys.
but here's
So
the thing, it's
anyway-
not even working. They lost last night.
They did lose
They
last
got
night.
the Patriot way. They're cheating, and they scored 9 points.
Yep. So Pete Carroll was asked after the game, is he like involved in play calls? I think the first thing you're going to hear him say is that's not accurate, but he does say that they do talk to him. Check it out.
Yeah, that's not accurate. That's not accurate. That's not accurate. We have conversations. I talk to Tom. Chip talks to Tom regularly. I mean, we have a tremendous asset, and so and we all get along well, and we respect each other, and so we just talk, about life and football and whatever it comes, and he has great insight. So we're lucky to have him as an owner.
So I don't know if they're denying or admitting or denying or admitting or I don't have obviously he's fine. He's part of the Raiders ownership group. He should be helping the Raiders. He just shouldn't be flying into my team's headquarters and going through my files.
It's a conflict of interest.
I don't need Tom Brady
question.
walking into the Niners building, although Niners, Raiders, different divisions, different conferences, whatever. But if you're the Chiefs, if you're the Broncos, if you're the Chargers, you're like, yo, dude. But then, as you said, last night they lost.
Yeah,
20-9.
they still ended up losing. So unless Tom Brady's going to suit up and play quarterback, I don't know how much he's going to help the Raiders this year.
Oh man, wild story, and it's definitely a big national talking point this morning.
Yeah, it definitely is, and I don't know if this is the correct take or not, but I'm going to say it. I get more pissed off seeing Tom Brady during Raider games than I do seeing Taylor Swift during Chiefs games now. Yeah. Like when they cut over to Tom Brady in the booth for a Raider game, dude, it kills all my vibes.
It's kind of an amazing thing, and I should probably use it more to needle you more to get you going.
I guess, but how come no one talks about Richard Seymour being a minority owner?
Well,
he's got just as big of a chunk as Tom Brady, but he's not Tom Brady.
He ain't Tommy Brady with the teeth and all that, and the dimple and the 7 rings and all that stuff going on there. All right. So now we got to get to the tribute part of the day. Man, we woke up this morning. We came to work. I was getting my coffee, coffee 1.0 as opposed to coffee 2.0 as opposed to coffee 3.0, which I'm on right now. But and I looked at my phone, and there it was, man. Robert Redford dead at the age of 89. I was like, man. So I think everybody has a different reaction right away. Some say, man, All the President's Men, the greatest journalism movie of all time, perhaps. Some say, man, The Natural, Roy freaking Hobbs, man, come on. For my mom and her generation, who's my mom up in the heavens, she's like, The Way We Were with Barbra Streisand. That movie dominated my household. Even the song by Barbra Streisand was like my mom's all-time favorite song. There you go, buddy. You guys know this one, right? It's my mom would just like stop whatever she was doing, just like sit and like tears rolling down her face. Because Barbra Streisand and Robert Redford, they were supposed to get together, but they didn't get together.
Oh.
And then at the end of the movie, they saw each other. And they said hi, and they're like, how are you? And they're like, good, how are you? They're like, could have been.
Wow.
Could have been.
What could have been?
And then they passed on in the streets, and everybody cried in the movie theaters.
The one that got
That's
away.
That's what it was, buddy. That's what it was.
That's crazy. You just spoiled the whole movie, too, by the way, dude. What the hell?
Spoiler alert, Tony hasn't seen it yet.
So anyway, that's like literally my mom's all-time favorite song, so you're bringing me back, kid. Give me the goosebumps. But anyway, he also was in Butch Cassidy and the freaking Sundance Kid, which I think is probably, name a better buddy movie. Like, you guys have yours, like, your generations, what's your best buddy movie? Is it Lethal Weapon's too early for you guys.
No, I would say
What's your
top of
best-
my head, I'm going Will Smith. Why am I blanking on his friend?
Men in
Bad
Black?
Boys. Bad Boys.
Okay, Bad Boys for you.
Yeah.
Our generation tried with Lethal Weapon with Danny Glover and Mel Gibson, but it's. I think you got to tip your cap to
Yeah.
Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid.
I mean, who's the guy that's always doing movies with Will Ferrell?
Owen Wilson?
Yeah,
Owen
Owen Wilson's
Wilson,
good.
yeah.
Owen Wilson, Vince Vaughn is
That's
a
pretty good.
Good combination.
That's
Yeah.
pretty good.
I like them together. Wedding
Crashers, all
Crashers.
that
They got a
stuff.
few.
Yeah. Good stuff. Yeah. So anyway, let's go. So we got YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. Let's do the cliff scene. We have no video. Oh,
Curly said no video. We were trying to prep this.
Oh,
Is it in a movie?
We got 3 clips.
Oh,
We don't have video for a movie?
I thought we were going to show the movie.
I know. I was over here just giving my Mac Jones.
What is
take.
Curly? Is Curly the Mac Jones interview of producers? Is that what he is?
Come on. I wanted to see the motion picture, Curly.
Well, we'll do it anyway. We'll do it live. So there's a scene where Butch and the Sundance Kid are up against it on a cliff. And they are just, the gunfire's raining down, and they got to jump from about, I don't know, a mile. It's like the highest jump of all time. And they're like, we got to go. And it's pretty funny because Robert Redford is Sundance Kid. And he says, ultimately, he says, I can't swim. And Paul Newman howls and says, well, the fall will kill you. Take a listen here.
Would you make a jump like that you didn't have to?
I have to, and I'm not gonna.
Well, we got to, otherwise we're dead. They're just gonna have to go back down the same way they come. Come on.
Just one clear shot, that's all I want.
Come on. We got to.
Nope. Get away from me.
Why?
I want to fight him.
They'll kill us.
Maybe.
You want to die?
Do you?
All right. I'll jump first.
Nope.
Then you jump first.
No, I said.
What's the matter with you?
I can't swim.
Why, are you crazy? The fall will probably kill you.
There it is. That's the big laugh line there. So, pretty good. Then there's a scene where they blow up a train. And this is a scene my buddy used this on the golf course. If you ever overshoot a green, my buddy Timmy will say, you think you use enough dynamite there, Butch? Because they blow up the bejesus out of a train, get blown like 500 yards. And when they come to, Sundance Kid utters the immortal line here.
Think you used enough dynamite there, Butch?
There it is. That's another one of the keepers. Okay. Another one of the keepers there. And then finally, we got to go to The Natural, man. Come on. So are you down with The Natural?
I would say that I enjoy it, but I don't put it on the list of my favorite baseball movies.
Well, we talked earlier in the show about how a theme can go a long way.
Yeah.
Shout out Rocky. Gonna Fly Now. Oh, my God. You start crying when he's going up the steps. Jaws. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. Well, The Natural, Randy Newman. So people who know the movie know, but if you don't, Roy Hobbs is, well, it's a long story. But anyway, he's up in a big moment, and his bat, Wonder Boy, breaks. And the little bat boy comes running out, and he trusts the bat boy. He says, you got to go pick me out a winner, Bobby. And then we're going to get the home run and the sound. So take a listen here.
Go pick me out a winner, Bobby.
Okay.
Okay. Now here comes the pitch. Here's the pitch. There it is. All in the air. Listen to Randy Newman now. There it is, man, and all time. Then it ends with the return to Eden with him playing catch with the boy in the wheat field at the end
Dude,
there.
I love it, and I got to get off one riff because we are talking about The Natural. Was that Roy Hobbs or Bryce Eldridge getting to Arizona yesterday without any bats and him going, hey, Patty, grab me a winner?
Well, when you go to, that's good stuff.
Go pick me out a winner, Bobby.
Go pick me out a winner, Patty.
You know who's underrated in that movie are the coaches. Wilford Brimley is the manager. There's a great scene where he's like, they think they're going to lose the last game because Hobbs is gone. He's gotten shot, right? And then and he's shaving. He's like, I should have been a farmer like my dad and all this. And my dad told me we're going to lose the game. And then Redford shows up and says, anyway, the point is that Wilford Brimley and then the other coach, he's an older actor. They're underrated in that flick. They're pretty good. There you go. Robert Redford, will miss you. Age 89, gone. What a legacy. I'll tell you guys, A River Runs Through It, maybe his most underrated movie. It's fantastic, about two brothers. Brad Pitt is the star of that one. That one's awesome, too. So we pay tribute. Salute to the natural and to the Sundance Kid. Also the Sting. I should mention the Sting. Everybody wants to know about the Sting, too. So, all right. That's a big one in pop culture, everybody. We duck out. Mike Silver. He's no Robert Redford, but he's Mike Silver.
He's close.
Next on The Sports Leader.
Think you used enough dynamite there, Butch?
For traffic on The Sports Leader.
Hey, 49er fans, you know every game counts, so don't miss a moment of the action this season on Prize Picks. Make your picks on your favorite San Francisco Stars and stay faithful to the Bay all season long. Prize Picks is simple to play. Just pick more or less on 2 to 6 player stat projections. If you get your picks right, you could cash in. It's as simple as that. And this weekend on Prize Picks, they have a max discount with Patrick Mahomes to pass for more than half a passing yard. Yes, it's as simple as that. Add it to your lineup and maybe add some action from a little bit of baseball today, because I will be adding to my lineups Paul Skeens against the Chicago Cubs that have more than 5.5 strikeouts. So join me on Prize Picks and download the app today and use the code word leader, and we will give you a $50 lineup after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code leader to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks, where it's good to be right.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, anytime I hear The Who playing Naked Eye live, I know we're going to talk to Mike Silver from The Athletic, who we always love catching up with on Tuesdays at this time. Michael, good morning. How are you?
Morning, Mike.
Hi, guys.
Dude, do you have a Robert Redford favorite of a lot? He's got a lot of good ones. But what's number one for you?
Oh, my God. I mean, there's so many. But, one of the reasons I wanted to become a journalist was All the President's Men, not the movie, obviously, but the actual reality. But, he just brought it to life so vividly and, made it seem heroic. So, one of the great actors, and obviously did a whole lot more with the rest of his life. So, what a great life.
He lived for many, many, many years here in Tiburon, right over here, just right in Clay Thompson territory. Right. Yeah. In fact, they just sold his house recently, within the last year. I read about that. So I never saw him, but people said, yeah, he was hanging out, just doing his thing. He's very low key, but man, we went through it all: The Sting, Butch Cassidy, All the President's Men, The Natural, The Way We Were, and of course later River Runs Through It, which he directed and narrated, which was awesome. So. All right, we salute Robert Redford. Everybody go watch your favorite Robert Redford flick, and especially for sports, The Natural, Roy Hobbs. All right, dude. So he told us to follow the money.
There was a later one. I'm spacing on the title about the radicals from the '60s who'd gone into hiding and then had to. Was it
Was it Sneakers? Some people are telling us to watch Sneakers. No,
it was later. Anyway, people should Google that. It was killing.
So he told us to follow the money in All the President's Men. So you cover the NFL, where we follow the money a lot. I want to follow the Brady is what I want to follow. I need the Mike Silver take on Tom Brady causing a stir by being in the booth with a headset on and a suit, by the way, a coat and tie, and then having the freedom to walk into any NFL team that Fox is broadcasting the following week. Where are you on this, Mike? Is this a big story?
Well, I guess it's becoming a thing today because people had a visual of what's been going on, but clearly the NFL has been allowing this for a while, and he has been heavily involved in Raider decision making, and doing stuff for Fox. So, as a consumer, I don't really care if my broadcaster, also owns a team. I mean, it could be annoying if it feels like, how it is as a fan, like, man, the broadcaster's against me, but it shouldn't really matter as a consumer. But do you care as a competitor? And apparently the league has pretty much decided, it's cool. We don't care. We love Tom Brady so much that we'll let him do both. What access do you actually get? Production meetings, which he can be part of some, and so he can't go to team facilities, I guess. But production meetings are designed to help the networks who pay a lot of money to broadcast the game have a really granular understanding behind the scenes of what's going on in that specific week's game plan and in those buildings. And some people are more forthcoming than others. So, nobody has to reveal anything to Tom Brady. In other words, if he's in there trying to talk to Andy Reid or Matt Nagy or Patrick Mahomes about what the Chiefs are doing, they can view it through the prism of, well, that guy owns the Raiders. Why would I ever reveal anything, which could hurt the network, which is, I guess, an ancillary concern as a consumer because you're not getting the best product. But, I think part of the issue that people have is you get lulled into a false sense of security. He's in the context where you would normally trust broadcasters and be more open, and so it could lull you to sleep that way. I don't know. I'm not crazy worked up about it, but I could understand how seeing it on TV makes a lot of fans go, hey, wait. And in a perfect world, you wouldn't have conflict of interest like that, but we also live in a world where conflict of interests are so now ingrained in our national political landscape, among other places where, I'm up in arms about a lot of it. That's probably low on my list.
Yeah, Mike, I got to say, it feels weird, too, from the perspective of the Raiders, where there was always conspiracies about how the NFL was trying to take down Al Davis, but it feels a lot different now with Tom Brady. How much differently do you think Roger Goodell and the NFL views the Raiders now with Tom Brady versus back in the day when they had Al Davis?
I mean, I think it says more about Tom Brady than it does about the Raiders. I think it's just, man, we love Tom Brady. We just want him involved, however. So they're clearly making an exception. If this were Richard Seymour, who also owns a very small piece of the Raiders, and he were, ascending to that level of broadcasting while also being a Raiders owner, I'll bet it would not have gone through that way. But Tom Brady is obviously special, makes a lot of people feel good, has won more than any quarterback ever. And so it just feels to me like the league just wants him involved in any possible way. So, it's one of those things where I'm not mad at Tom Brady. He's doing what they're letting him do, and it's the league that people should have an issue with if they have an issue with it.
Talking to Mike Silver, The Athletic, every Tuesday at this time. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Just before we get to our requisite barrage of Niner questions, first 2 weeks, your favorite thing about the NFL so far is?
By the way, maybe Tom Brady should have been calling the plays last night and not the $6 million a year coordinator who used to coach Murph's alma mater.
Oh, I'm here for if you want to bury Chip Kelly, I'm here for it. But
well, I don't know. He's looking pretty good by comparison.
I know. Well, man, he had to move on. What are you going to do?
How about last night's game?
Topic.
Last night's game almost felt like Pac-12 after dark. Pete Carroll, Jim Harbaugh, and Chip Kelly out there.
Yeah, it's a true story. True story.
Except for the good ending and the crazy. Yeah, exactly. All right, you asked me a question.
I said first 2 weeks, your favorite thing is. First 2 weeks.
Favorite thing.
Yeah.
God,
what's the best story? I mean, Eagles are rolling. The Chiefs are 0-2. What's the juiciest story out there? Russ Wilson flash.
Micah Parsons and the Packers.
Packers are crushing it. Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know what's the juiciest, but the one that I'm paying attention to right now is the Dolphins, which we were worried about going into the year. Now with a rough loss to the Patriots after getting depantsed by the Colts of all people in the opener, and now they have a Thursday night game in Buffalo, followed by a Monday night game. So you wonder, is Mike McDaniel, if they get embarrassed by the Bills on Thursday, going to make it to that Monday game, and what will owner Stephen Ross do? And that is a dramatic departure from somebody who not only came in and lit it up, his first couple years, but was highly celebrated by fans and, people for being different and quirky and all the things I love about him. But a lot of people have turned on McDaniel, and that happens to some degree when you're not winning. But to hear people like Rex Ryan calling him a nerd boy and just be so derisive, it's pretty jarring.
Mike, moving on to the 49ers, what was your report card for seeing Mac Jones in a regular season game for the first time in Kyle Shanahan's offense?
I think it looked pretty good. I haven't gone play-by-play, but what I saw looked like he was executing pretty well. And you got to give the 49ers credit. I don't know how it's going to age in terms of winning at New Orleans or beating a Seahawks team that just beat the Steelers, but they found a way to win twice, close games. They found a way to close it on defense twice, which is huge given all the young players they're counting on. Robert Saleh kind of views Bryce Huff as a closer, refers to him as Mariano Rivera. And that's kind of what we saw. Bryce Huff is getting paid a bunch of money relative to not being a starter. But in Robert Saleh's mind, he has a major, major role like a closer in baseball. And we got to see that in action. Obviously, the defense getting off the field twice in that situation. Again, we don't know how it's going to age. It's Spencer Rattler and all that, but it's still kind of cool to see them pulling out close games, with the defense getting it done at the end.
Yeah, man. Mac Jones does his thing. You're feeling on Brock and the injury. He's out, 2 to 5 weeks or week to week, as John Lynch will say. We'll find out a lot more tomorrow about the practice field. I don't know, just kind of maybe a reach of a question, but some people are saying, is he injury prone? Because, he missed a couple games in this. I don't know. Do you worry about him physically over the long haul, or is that just that's a reach?
Well, I worry about every quarterback physically since we have 5 already that are on the shelf. And, as far as turf toes go, he has a good turf toe. Joe Burrow, the bad turf toe. That's a 3-monther minimum we're looking at. So, I think one good thing about Brock is he, sees it really well and gets rid of the ball and is unafraid to put it in tight quarters, and he can move and get out of trouble. Like, those are all good things, but he also is tough and tries to make things happen and maybe sticks with plays to the bitter end. And it's a fine line, but the NFL is brutal. That's why pass rushers make so much money, the good ones, and it is an occupational hazard. But I guess the 49ers can now feel at least like, hey, we can function decently with Purdy out. We can not rush him back. And, I just think any quarterback potentially, is susceptible. And obviously the bigger and, thicker you are, the better in theory. And Brock's not a massive person, but, it's part of the game, unfortunately.
With those quarterback injuries that you mentioned, are you hearing anything around the league from teams maybe looking out to make a trade? Kirk Cousins is out in Atlanta right now as a backup quarterback, and I don't want to overreact to just one game with Mac Jones, and obviously the 49ers need him if Brock Purdy is injured, but do you think maybe down the road teams might make a call about Mac Jones as a starting quarterback?
I mean, Tom Brady's available if anyone wants to complete the conflict of interest trifecta. I saw he's going to play some flag football. There's no magic, call, right? Like, Kyle has talked about how he's thinking in the 2022 NFC Championship game when Purdy goes down and there's no guarantee. It doesn't look like Jimmy's going to make it back. He's thinking, I'm going to have Phillip Rivers start the Super Bowl if we somehow win this game. Think about that. But, Carson Wentz is about to start a game. That was a guy who was unemployed until semi-recently. Jake Browning is actually, looked like a pretty good fill-in in Cincinnati. But, I think Kirk Cousins is someone who would definitely be mentioned, especially, when it comes to the Vikings, if the McCarthy thing is trending badly. But, I don't know. Would Mac Jones generate some trade interest based on a couple more games like he just had? Probably. But I also think, if you're a team, you have to think about this could happen to us. And so if you're even the Falcons, Michael Penix looks good and he's a pretty big guy, but if Michael Penix goes down, would you rather have Kirk Cousins or whoever the third stringer is? So it's just one of those things. In a perfect world, you like your backup enough to function with them for a protracted period.
Mike, just kind of jumping back to the 49ers here on Robert Saleh's defense. First 2 weeks has gotten the job done, finished the job when they had to. And already the buzz is, man, great having him back, his presence, their closers, they play for him, all that good stuff. Long way to go. But can you already see a scenario where there's a chance he's gone after 1 year?
Well, there was always that scenario, but I also would say, because a person – I think Robert Saleh the second time around will be a really good head coach, partly based on what he learned the first time around and what he had to learn from dysfunction. I also think he'll choose wisely and not jump into a situation where he smells dysfunction. But, in general, so this is not talking about Robert Saleh, who I think will be really good. Coach who is a really good coordinator, then doesn't do well as a head coach, then shows again that he's a good coordinator, shouldn't necessarily translate to, okay, he's gone. Now, in this case, I think Saleh, who got interviews last cycle too, will generate some interest. But I think that was always going to be the case. It's cool to be reminded that he's a really, really good defensive coordinator. But what I like about Robert Saleh as a head coach going forward is, he's got those same leadership skills that attracted people in the first place, but he's also been through some stuff where I think he'll have a much different perspective and probably change some things the second time around. But that's a long way of saying, yeah, it could be only a year, but still you cherish him while he's here because they are playing hard for him. He's doing an incredible job. He's probably, assistant coach of the year after two games so far. And it'll probably continue to get better as these young guys, know what they're doing a little bit more.
And just kind of wrapping up from last night, we talked about the Raiders, but what about your boy, our boy, I should say, Jimmy Harbaugh, 2-0, and, Herbert looks okay. I know they scored 20 last night, but their defense looks like they're hitting. He's, settling in. He has a huge track record of success, dude. Are you buying early stock on the L.A. Chargers and Jim Harbaugh?
Well, they're going to play the Broncos on Sunday at SoFi. I think I may go check that one out. And the Broncos were about to be 2-0 and then committed an insane penalty on a 60-yard field goal and lost to the Colts. But, that's a good test. The Chiefs obviously 0-2, so that division is interesting early. But, if you think about the Chargers, what's really crazy is that their star left tackle, Rashawn Slater, went down with a season-ending injury in training camp. So they moved Joe Alt, their second-year guy, over from right to left. But that offensive line is missing its high-priced, top guy. So, it's a testament to, how he built it in these 2 years and the way he built it. I remember when he drafted Joe Alt and people asked him about drafting a weapon, and his reply was, well, to us, he is a weapon. Which is cool. So, Greg Roman, by the way, dialing it up and mashing. So, I don't know. It was a cool win over the Chiefs, who they've traditionally played tough in the Mahomes era. I don't know how the Raider win is going to age. It's cool that the Raiders won that first one, but I think that's asking a lot to get that team to 500. Maybe Pete Carroll can do it. But, Jim Harbaugh it's a pattern, right? He's done it everywhere. And, everywhere he's gone, it's been kind of physical offensive line play that leads the way. So it's very much in line with the Harbaugh identity, and it does seem to be helping Justin Herbert and creating more time and windows for him to do his thing.
It's early days, but he's showing well right out of the gate. We shall see. Finally, last one. So Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. So we're going to each generation has buddy movies, right? Butch Cassidy and the Sundance would be that generation. I think our generation tried with maybe Lethal Weapon, Gibson, Glover. Not bad. Then maybe you move up to Rush Hour with like a Jackie Chan.
What about Thelma and Louise?
Okay. We'll throw that in there. And then what was it? Rush Hour.
Yeah,
Jackie
Rush
Chan
Hour in Chris Tucker.
Maybe Owen Wilson and Vince Vaughn doing their thing. But are Butch and Sundance still the kings?
Yeah, but the Sting, they did it 4 years later, same actors.
Yeah, that's true.
Went back to the 30s and, did it there and won, I think, 7 Academy Awards. That's another incredible movie. So for the younger people who have never seen the Sting, just watch it, man. It's a work of art.
That won Best Picture, I think. Actually,
it did.
1973.
It absolutely did.
Yeah,
it absolutely did. It was a great movie.
And I'm having young Tony. People don't understand. You used to turn on AM radio and hear like you used to hear like Aerosmith, Walk This Way, and then the next song you'd hear, young Tony, play it up here. You'd hear this. You'd hear this on the radio. This was like a hit. Remember, Mike?
Well, it was, and it was ragtime, right?
Yeah,
it was.
Here we go.
The movie was set in the
Ready?
30s.
Here we go. Turn it up. You guys know this one?
I do.
This was like a radio hit. Believe it or not, and
yeah, but it was a retro thing, right? That's not what music sounded like in the 70s.
Yeah, but it was popular because it was in the movie. It was the theme song of the movie, which was so popular, which won Best Picture. And my sister, who played piano, used to play this around the house. So
yeah, ragtime, Scott Joplin.
Hey, there you go, buddy.
But it's a movie about con artists. It's wonderful.
What is it about, the Patriots and Tom Brady, or the Raiders and Tom Brady? Which one? Yeah. All right, Mikey. Be good, brother.
Thanks, Mike.
Thanks for the time.
Thanks for having me.
There it is. This was a huge hit, Marcus.
Dude, I know this song.
You do?
I 100%. Immediately when it first started.
There it is. Did you play a little piano around the
No,
house?
not at all. I didn't play any instruments.
Young Tone, any piano around the house?
I mean, like, if there was a piano, I'd attempt to play, but no, I never took lessons or anything like that.
I think every kid in the 70s played this on piano, and then the music picks up a little bit.
I was just a kid that would just like mash all the keys together.
Yeah, that's what'll work too. That'll work. Okay, we got Andy Bagley at 9:30 to talk about Bryce Eldridge in his debut. We miss Robert Redford. Rest in peace. I'm the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
We are still giving away a $100 Amici's gift card. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria's 12 Bay Area locations offer dine-in, takeout, and delivery of your favorite New York and Detroit-style pizzas, pastas, and flame-roasted chicken wings. Check out the menu and order online at amicis.com. And stay tuned through the 9 a.m. hour for your chance to win that $100 gift card. Stay tuned. You can find official rules on thesportsleader.com.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on the Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com at KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
It's everything. I'm glad that, they thought I could, be a big help in that. And that's, that just fills me with confidence. And, I'm just ready to bring some good energy to this team. I've been following, I've been watching every day. I've been seeing the energy Gilbert's brought to the team, and McCray the other night. I was watching that throw from the outfield. That was sick. So, I'm looking to bring some fire like they have.
There he is, Bryce Eldridge, the entertainer, as we would say here, as we play a little Robert Redford tribute here. The Sting, 1973. Redford dead at the age of 89, and what a legacy! What a legacy! One of many, many. We already played The Natural for you guys, and the cooler of content, but this is an epic one. Even Marcus knew this one.
Dude, and 707 on the text line says, that's the ice cream truck song. And now that I think about it, I feel like I have heard this song playing out of an ice cream truck.
I kind of associate almost anything like this sounds like an ice cream.
True,
I don't know if this is the
enough.
exact one, but hey, we'll go with it.
I'm trying to connect the dots and figure out how I know this.
What ice cream do you want from that truck?
I want the Blizzard, which was like a cookies and cream cup. It was delicious.
Do we digress the hell out of this thing and go to the Leary Cindy Crawford then? If you're going to talk about what you want, Eskimo pies. I mean, I don't know. We got a segment to do before Andy Baggerly. I do need to hear this because yesterday we had it ready to go as what did young Tony learn today, and it was about Eddie Vedder being in the stands with Anthony Rizzo and Cindy Crawford, which made no sense. Why was Cindy Crawford there? By the way, she looked amazing.
Yeah, she did.
And I said to young Tone, I think I got a young Tony for you because in the early 90s, Dennis Leary did these sort of edgy commercials for MTV where he just riffed. And he's walking back and forth in an alley with a leather jacket and a cigarette. And he's just riffing. And at the time, Cindy Crawford had a show called House of Style. And, it was just Cindy looking beautiful, just looking amazing. And Leary's whole bit for MTV was he didn't want to hear any music. He only wanted Cindy Crawford. Pure early 90s Leary, and it has to do with ice cream. Check it out.
You know what I don't want on MTV? I'll tell you what. Aerosmith, Vanilla Ice, and Cher, okay? No Crosby, no Stills, no Nash. No bald guys, no fat guys, no fat bald guys, no rock stars who look like history professors, okay? R.E.M., no. Marky Mark, no. P.M. Dawn, no. No half-hour comedy hour, no one-hour comedy hour. No rock, no jock, no Ed, no Dre, no Paulie, no Joyner. All I want is Cindy Crawford, okay? House of Style, 24 hours a day. No MTV news unless it's news about Cindy. What she's doing, what she's wearing, what she smells like, okay? No music unless it's songs about Cindy, okay? I want half-hour specials about Cindy. I want hour-long documentaries about Cindy. I want Cindy unplugged. I want acoustic Cindy. I want long, drawn-out, slow-motion shots of Cindy walking, Cindy sleeping, Cindy eating an Eskimo pie naked on the roof of the Empire State Building, okay? I want to change the House of Style to the House of Cindy. Not MTV, CTV. No rock, no promos, no Richard Gere, just me and Cindy, okay? I think you hear me knocking, Richard, and I think I'm coming in, and I got a box full of Eskimo pies with me.
Wow. Oh, jeez.
He was so funny back in the day, man. He's just nobody knew really who he was. He would just appear on MTV just riffing right in your face with a cigarette. And at the time, she was with Richard Gere. He's like, I think you hear me knocking, Richard.
Yeah, I'm knocking on the door, Richard.
And I got a box of Eskimo pies with me, which is the point of my story is that I would get an Eskimo pie.
Okay, and I got to correct myself. I think technically it was called a snowstorm, was a cookies and cream cup that I used to get. But I also want to bring up the fact that the other day, We had It's delivered to the studio, and young Tony had no idea what an It's was, Murph. Which is a bad Bay Area
I don't know how many
knowledge.
times I can say, ooh. First of all, it's Bay Area. It's our very own. You can see the sign when you're driving on 101 just south of the airport.
I saw it driving down south, yeah.
I mean, you're with me.
Oh, delicious.
10 out of 10.
Yeah, what do you, it's an ice cream
The
sandwich.
only thing preventing me
chocolate.
from eating an It's It every single day is just ballooning into 350 pounds.
Yeah, it's my gut.
It would be honestly, it might be if you had one last ice cream thing to eat, it might be an It's It.
Dude, cookies and ice cream
Then
combined.
Then they even they started doing the mint stuff.
Yeah,
and
they
all
got
that.
all different
Oh,
flavors.
Man,
they got like a pumpkin
but
one
they don't
now.
sell those on standard ice cream trucks, do they?
Oh, I think it depends.
You get a deluxe ice cream truck?
I know a guy who knows a guy.
Okay.
I got a plug for an It's an ice cream truck.
I think you hear me coming, and I got a box of It's coming your way here. Yes. How about this open lust of Cindy Crawford, too? I want Cindy Crawford eating Eskimo pie naked on the top of the Empire State Building.
Now, young Tony, ice cream truck comes rolling around. What's your first ice cream?
Ooh, I was always a cookies and cream guy, the little cookies and cream sandwich. I mean, they never really had the It's on the actual...
Yeah, I think it's a little too deluxe for an ice cream
I think
truck.
so.
John
What's
Joe Curley.
What's Curly's?
Give us your ice cream order.
Ice cream sandwich like generic vanilla?
Just a generic ice cream.
Vanilla,
That's such a generic answer from Curly.
I looked at him. I can see him through the Mac Tonight thing, and he's just like ice cream sandwich, and we're like generic, and he's like nodding his head, like
He's like, that's me. I'm generic.
That sounds good. I'll have one.
Hannah Jo likes the security of a man who eats an ice cream sandwich.
Exactly.
You know?
You guys ever
There's
go with those
nothing
like red, white, and blue popsicle things? That was a hot...
The missile. There's called the missile.
Or the
Is that
rocket,
right?
or
I
the
believe it's
rocket
called the
pop,
missile.
or something
Yeah,
like that.
yeah.
Those were good too.
Okay, but were you an Eskimo pie? You cool or no?
I don't know if I've had an Eskimo pie.
Sure, you have. It's
Probably.
it's just a vanilla bar covered in chocolate.
Got to make sure to
Maybe a
clarify
little-
what we're talking about here.
Thank you. I was going to say something.
Is it one of those things that you can look up in Urban Dictionary?
You
perhaps?
got to be careful typing that in at work.
It was invented in 1920 by a guy named Christian Kent Nelson. How about that guy? He's like, I'm going to invent the Eskimo pie.
Good man.
Well, it was so good it had Dennis Leary making erotic references to Cindy Crawford.
That's how I had to make sure to clarify.
Give me the end of that, too. Hey, Richard, I think you hear me knocking. I'm gonna.
No rock, no promos, no Richard Gere, just me and Cindy, okay? I think you hear me knocking, Richard. And I think I'm coming in, and I got a box full of Eskimo pies with me.
He was a beauty, man.
I like it. Got to give a shout out to 707 in the Choco Taco. That was always one of my favorites.
Yeah, you know what's
it's
incredible?
like a taco, but a waffle cone, Tony.
You know what's incredible
Delicious.
is that those ice cream trucks are still going. And when we would play this youth basketball at Redwood High when the kids were like in 3rd, 4th, 5th grade, that thing would come out on a Sunday. Dude, the lure is still insane.
yeah.
People, the kids just storm the thing, like storm the castle.
You scream, I scream. We all scream for ice cream.
And I would say that since I was a kid to now, they've expanded. The guy's got like 50 stickers on the side featuring, at a certain
Everything.
point, you're overwhelmed. You don't even know what to wear. That's why I fall back on an Eskimo pie, just because I'm overwhelmed by the choices.
Yeah, but then like you get like the WWE characters or the cartoons, and they never really look like the cartoons.
Yeah,
Like that SpongeBob popsicle doesn't really look like
my
SpongeBob.
kids like that. They when Roy was really young, he liked the SpongeBob pie.
Yeah, exactly, huh? I was a Ninja Turtle guy.
Yeah, see, there it is. And it didn't really matter, too.
No, it didn't matter. They all tasted the same.
See, here comes the ice cream police, 623, no, Murph. The missile was not red, white, and blue. The missile was cherry, orange, and pineapple. All right,
Yeah,
all
you
right.
might be thinking Rocket Pop.
Some people wondering if they canceled Eskimo pies.
Careful.
Are we going to say something about Bryce Eldridge here?
Probably. What's
The
his favorite
entertainer-
ice cream?
The entertainer.
Kid can't buy a beer, but he can buy ice cream.
Yeah, what did he have to say about facing Zach Eldridge and feeling he belonged? Cut K here about facing Zach Gallen in his major league debut here.
Yeah, no, it was fun. I mean, I think that's a good start, facing a guy like him. I had fun. He had a good plan against me, and it was fun to get to face him, and I felt like I belonged. So I felt like I competed and did my best. So
There it is. I felt like I belonged was the key quote there.
And that's a 20-year-old kid saying he feels like he belongs.
And one of the things that makes us feel weird about this is that he went 0 for 3. I thought the at-bats were pretty good. He spit on a lot of soft stuff, which was good. And one time he saw a fastball, he smoked it. Would have been a homer in 23 parks. But already Kuiper told us he thinks he wouldn't play tonight against Eduardo Rodriguez. Giants, quote-unquote, in the pennant race, 2 out with 12 to play, really 3 with the tiebreaker, and that they would start Wilmer Flores to try to win the ball game. But for you...
I want to win with Bryce.
Yeah.
Because I hate to say this, but there's a much higher likelihood that Bryce Eldridge is on the roster in 2026 and Wilmer Flores is not.
Like 100% likely.
Yeah, I would say, I'd make that bet right now. And you're looking at the future of this franchise. You didn't call him up to sit on the bench. I don't want to hear about lefty-lefty matchups or platoons. This guy is known for his bat, so get his bat in the lineup.
Yeah, I mean, so I would too, but maybe they're going to just go with the conservative play there too. What did Melvin say, though, about his cut F, Bob Melvin, on Bryce Eldridge after a disappointing loss? 3 at-bats, not looking overmatched.
He looks good up there. Had some good swings. It's too bad he didn't get the one hit there, but certainly didn't look like he was overmatched. Didn't look like he was nervous. I'm sure there were some nerves there, but looks pretty hitterish at the plate.
Looks pretty hitterish at the plate.
Who looked or sounded more nervous? A 20-year-old Bryce Eldridge making his MLB debut, or a 20-year-old Brian Murphy hanging out with Chris Berman?
Whoa. Actually, I might have been 21. Let's go to the tape. Let's go to the tape.
Brian, hi. Brian Murphy. I'm from Mill Valley, California. I'm a 20-year-old junior majoring in English. And I'd just like to say we still love those fighting Golden State Warriors.
You and the 3 others.
Okay,
never mind.
So who had more swag, Eldridge or that kid?
Yeah, I might go Bryce on that one.
Yeah, I think so too.
Yeah, we might go with Bryce.
Considering that when I said my little riff was just dead silence.
You and 3 others.
Oh man, we were both 20.
That's crazy, right?
How about that, man? Oh, that's awesome. Yeah. Okay, are we doing the Amici's contest? Is that what we're doing?
Yeah, we are.
Before we get to Baggerly, call Curly right now. Talk to him about ice cream sandwiches. Caller number 10, 415-896 KNBR, $100 Amici's gift card. That's awesome. Amici's East Coast Pizzeria gift card, $100 gift card. We had Amici's delivery last night. The kids had a little gathering, a team gathering, and we ordered some Amici's. A tray of penne with meat sauce and a tray of fettuccine Alfredo. I came home, it was all gone.
Oh, yeah.
They woofed it down.
Those kids are going to scarf
They
it.
crushed it. So I would recommend, and Candace said when it was over, she goes, we got to do the pasta more often. You do.
Underrated pasta.
Yes. So use the $100 gift card maybe to buy some pasta or pizzas or flame roasted chicken wings. Call Curly. Caller number 10, 415-896 KNBR. We'll do it all week. Andy Baggerly from Arizona next on the Sports Leader.
Now back to Murph and Marcus on The Sports Leader. Streaming live on thesportsleader.com and KNBR. The Sports Leader app. Murph and Marcus is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly.
All right, I was just reading Andy Bagley's piece in The Athletic about Bryce Eldridge. Let's talk about it. Andy's sponsored by the Dolan Law Firm. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com. The Andy Bagley Giants Insider Hit is also sponsored by Marin Health with top physicians, surgeons, and clinicians right here in the North Bay. Marin Health puts you closer to your best health. World-class care, closer than you think. And don't forget, Eric Branch joins Papa and Silver at 10:50 this morning. And Greg Papa is back. Been out since June 29th. And that tough cookie is going to be back on the radio today. It's going to be great to hear his voice and his takes on the Niners and the Giants, and Andy Bagley on the UMA guest line from The Athletic. Andy, good morning. How are you?
Hey, morning, Andy.
Good morning. Good morning. Bryce Eldridge is big news, but Greg Papa, that's bigger news.
I know.
Awesome. That's
Isn't
great
that
to hear.
pretty darn courageous and tough of this guy? Since June 29th, he's been fighting back, and God bless those doctors at UCSF and nurses that have helped him so much. So one day at a time, we'll take it.
Yeah, you know what? You learn things about people when you work with them, and I worked with Greg for a long time at Comcast, or for 3 years anyway. Gosh, that was a decade ago. Hard to believe. And I mean, such a professional, was just an ally and an advocate for everybody on the staff. I just think the world of Greg. So I'm really glad to hear that.
It's awesome, and he'll be ready to go, man. He'll be ready to drop some takes, just like we're looking for your takes on Bryce Eldridge. Let's go back to the decision. When you learned, because we've had Buster on periodically through the summer, and he kept saying, most likely not, most likely not, most likely not. But as you write, did it just come down to this? Dom Smith was injured, and they needed a left-handed first baseman? Was that it? Simple as that? Nothing bigger?
Well, it's three things, and it's funny because I wrote a news analysis that we published about 2 hours before Susan Slusher of the Chronicle broke the news. So at least I guess I was on the right track that I thought this could happen. But you never like to get scooped on a story, but good for Susan for nailing that one down. It made sense for three reasons that didn't exist before. One, Dom Smith got hurt. They needed a lefty hitter. If they didn't have Eldridge on the roster, you basically were going to get a lot of Wilmer Flores right at bats. And Wilmer he had a ton of RBIs in the first 2 months, but there's a lot of air has gone out of that balloon. So I think that he never really had the intention of being as big a part of this team, I think, as he ended up being in terms of how much playing time he got. And I think they knew that was not going to be an optimal matchup, and they needed another left-handed hitter. Number two, this whole thing matters because they put themselves back in playoff position. I mean, when they were 7 games under on, August 14th or whatever it was, 21st, no one would make decisions that were not completely around development with this guy. It was all going to be about development and what was best for Bryce Eldridge, and the best thing was for him to not debut this year. But now, that's superseded by the fact that they're in this, and you make decisions for what can help the team today. And then the third thing is they know their pitching is down to fumes, and they're going to have to score 6, 7, 8 runs a game to win, to get the number of wins they might need to sneak in. And yesterday, obviously, they needed 9. So they really can't afford to have anything less than the best run scoring potentially lineup out there every single night. And they were going to face 6 righties on this road trip. They knew that too. So here's Bryce Eldridge, and it makes sense for all those reasons.
Not only did Bryce Eldridge make his debut yesterday, but he did it in the middle of the Giants lineup. So, Bags, you maybe look at that as maybe like a message of confidence from Bob Melvin and his organization that they do believe that he's a middle of the lineup hitter, excuse me.
Well, that, and you don't want to stack your lefties. You want to try to have some balance in the middle of the lineup. And they're missing Dom Smith is a big lefty bat, and they generally will bat Devers second or third. So, this is a way for them to go left, right. I think it's more about that. And they also know that, this kid's going to strike out a lot. He has a 30% strikeout rate at AAA. He's going to see a ton of spin in the big leagues. He's going to have some swing and miss. But they know when he runs into one, it's going to be hit with authority and has a chance to leave the ballpark. And so you want to put him in the best chance to do damage with those hits. And that means putting him in the middle of the lineup where maybe he's more likely to have guys on base.
What did you think of his at-bats last night?
Pretty good. Obviously, he chased a really good curveball from Gallen while striking out, but he took some pretty good two-strike chase change-ups that he didn't nibble on. And then obviously when he did make contact in his third at-bat, it was a ball that would have been out of 23 ballparks and it was 106 miles an hour off the bat. So That's what Buster Posey told us before the game. It's like, they recognize there is going to be some swing and miss, but it's offset a little bit by the fact that when he hits it, I mean, his exit velos are right up there with the tops in all of minor league baseball. So they know that when he gets a mistake, and he's in a good place to be able to do damage with it, and that's what he almost did last night.
With the lefty on the mound today, do you expect him to be on the lineup for the Giants to give him a day off?
No, I don't think so. We'll find out. But the plan, as it was communicated to us yesterday by Bob Melvin, is he's going to DH against right-handers, which, as we mentioned, the Giants are going to face a bunch of right-handers. But, I do think that we're going to see more of a right-handed matchup or a right-handed lineup today.
Yeah, we all just clamoring for him. We want him. It would be kind of a buzzkill to not have him out there. But, as you said, they're just trying to stay in this thing. We had Zach Manassian on, switching off of Bryce Eldridge now to the kind of the pennant race here, September 4th. And I said, Zach, I said, gosh, you look, Randy Rodriguez out, Eric Miller out. You traded Doval and Rogers. Birdsong didn't make it back. Landon Roop is out. I said, do you just not have enough pitching to finish up? And he said, the honest answer is maybe. And then he said, but if you look at any team that makes a run in September, you're going to need surprise performances from people you're not counting on. And he listed Matt Gage and Joey Lucchesi and Joel Peguero. Now, those were all guys who had bad nights last night. And just kind of wondering your thought. I mean, is it just an easy observation with your two eyes the Giants have run out of pitching?
Well, it's tough. I mean, they've run out of a lot of leverage arms, high leverage arms. And, you give especially Lucchesi a lot of credit. He's pitching in a whole new role. They've been used a lot. And they are their top leverage arms right now, aside from Ryan Walker. And that's when they're going up against teams like the Padres and Dodgers, who really loaded up at the deadline, it really is going to be tough for them to compete, I think, in the late innings in a close game. And they've won games in a lot of different ways to get to this point. A lot of times they chase down wins in the early season. That's because their bullpen was so good, they would be able to hold a 1 or 2 run deficit. That's a down game. So you had guys performing in those roles too. And so if your leverage guys are sort of new guys like Lucchesi and Gage and Peguero, then you're now you're talking about a whole different class of relievers that you need to come in and try to shut the door when they're down early. So that's why I think the only path for this team is to score just a ton of runs and really stay hot, keep the core guys hot, Devers, Chapman, Adames. You get some contributions from Eldridge and just overwhelm teams. I mean, that's you wouldn't think they were capable of doing that, if you watch this team for like 2.5 months there in the middle of the season. But they did get hot, and they've shown recently that they can sustain that for a little bit of time. So that's, I agree. They're really, really light on pitching right now. They don't have a whole lot of ways that they can turn, so they're just going to have to score a lot of runs.
I've been keeping an eye on Eric Miller. He's been throwing bullpens lately. Carson Wisenhunt is scheduled to throw 2 innings today with the Sacramento River Cats. Saw that Landon Roop is back on the bullpen as well. I mean, do any of these guys sound like realistic options to maybe help out this staff down the stretch?
Yeah, and then you got Blade Tidwell as well. He's, the guy that they got along with Drew Gilbert from the Mets for Tyler Rogers. They think really highly of him. But then he had the little shoulder thing not long after he came over, and he is going to get back in a game soon too. So, yeah, you've got all these guys that are sort of floating around that they haven't completely ruled out, but they also have to be really responsible with using them and making sure that they're not putting them in harm's way. So I think all of them are being evaluated, but nobody's a sure thing right now. So it's a little bit tough. You wish that they had one more pitching prospect, like that Ye Savage guy that I probably butchered his name, that the Blue Jays called up, and he just calmly comes in and strikes out 9. They don't have that guy right now. So I think they're going to have to just mix and match, especially to get through a game like today with Tristan Beck kind of taking the baton for the first few innings of what's going to be a bullpen game. And then obviously, when it is Verlander's day, when it is Logan Webb's day, when it is Robbie Ray's day, they need to get, really dominant work from those guys and try to win all of those games. And we know what the score is there. Robbie Ray threw 30 innings last year, and he's thrown the second most pitches in baseball this season. And the guy who's thrown the most is Logan Webb. So, Webb might be built for it. He might be coming off just a bad start against the Dodgers, who got in his head a little bit, but so they're probably okay on his day. But Ray is, he's been losing it quickly. He's been laboring a little bit. So, yeah, all the way around, top to bottom, there's just a lot of strain on this pitching staff.
It's kind of wild that Buster Posey's first team runs out of pitching, isn't it? I think that's supposed to be his thing. That was his calling card.
Yeah, I mean, they made some decisions. They traded Kyle Harrison. I think that it really, really hurt that Hayden Birdsong kind of tailed off when they needed him the most, and then Landon Rube got hurt. They had a lot of guys they felt good about in the spring training. Carson Seymour. They thought they had, the depth in spades, but I mean, it really, really does go to show you can never have enough pitching. No team in baseball can sit back and say, you know what, we're pretty good. We got enough pitching.
Yeah, it's very true, and it's wild. I'm sure it's probably chapping Buster and something they'll address in the offseason. And then finally, just a big picture question, Andy, on the Dodgers rolling in here. Friday night was incredible for the Giants. Verlander was amazing, all that stuff. And then the Dodgers just said, yeah, that was cute. And then they absolutely pounded the Giants Saturday and Sunday, sort of reestablished San Francisco as their ballpark, 35 hits, all that stuff. Just kind of wondering if you're thinking, like, from the front office perspective, how are they, what's their view on this whole Dodger thing? I mean, they got 4 more wins. Like, is there any chance to chase these guys down in the near future? It was just such a beat down, and it's so hard for Giants fans to accept it. Is the gap just too wide between these two franchises?
Well, I mean, yes and no. I mean, it can close quickly. It depends on who your starting pitcher is. I mean, you saw Justin Verlander go out and have a great start against them and hold them down, and they won a game where they had to make plays. They had to really fight, and they obviously got a break on that call on Jung-Hoo Lee, who didn't strike out before Bailey Slam, and then they got a big hit. And so yeah, they can compete. They can go sort of tooth and nail with the Dodgers, but when they sort of start chasing innings and they start putting in pitchers who just don't have it. The Dodgers are a team that will jump on mistakes. They'll feast on mistakes and they'll put away a game quickly, and that's what we saw. So, it's been a while now that the Dodgers have sort of ruled the roost in the division. I know that's really, really hard for Giants fans to take, and in a lot of ways, when you talk about fan satisfaction, it's going to be measured against where are the Giants relative to the Dodgers? And if that's your measure, then, you haven't been a very happy Giants fan for a while. So
tell me about
it. Especially when they just go and get Yamamoto and they go get Roki Sasaki and they'll get, it seems like they snap their fingers and things happen for them. So, but you know what? The Giants snapped their fingers a few times this year. They got Rafael Devers. They made a couple trades that brought in some players that they think are going to help them. So, they definitely have leadership that is dynamic with Buster Posey. He's not afraid to make some bold moves that they're going to help the team. So, and we know they've got resources. They just spent a ton of money on Adames. They extended Chapman. They weren't afraid to take on $250 million to Devers. I don't know if they're going to spend the way the Dodgers spend because nobody spends that much. But I don't think that the Giants are going to be underfunded in terms of making the decisions that they think can really help them win. And you know what? It's been a successful year for them from a marketing standpoint, from a attendance standpoint. They're up 2,000 fans a game. They got people re-engaged. I think a lot of ways this organization's in a better position now, just holistically than they were a year ago. But it comes down to the bottom line. That's wins and losses. Are they in? Are they out? It's kind of a binary thing. And right now they still got a chance to get in. But I'll tell you what, these next 2 games are huge because if they don't win the next 2 games, they're going to lose the season series to the Diamondbacks, and they won't own the tiebreaker against another team that they're chasing. And that's going to be really tough for them to make the postseason if they're chasing 2 teams and don't own the tiebreaker against either of them. So these next 2 games are going to be really important.
Yeah, by the way, just to follow up, it's Dodgers 1, Padres 2, Yankees 3, Phillies 4, Mets 5, Cubs 6, Giants 7 in average attendance. And all of those teams have higher payrolls than the Giants other than the Cubs, which is only a little below them. So something to talk about in the offseason. Finally, can't let you go, Andy, without paying tribute to Robert Redford because he was in 2 iconic movies that represent your passion. He was in All the President's Men, journalism icon, and he was in The Natural, baseball icon. Where do you go? What's your Robert Redford go-to, man?
Oh, man, wow. Gosh, I don't know. I thought you were going to say fly fishing.
Oh, yeah? Well, are you a fly fisher, too? Are you?
No, not really.
Yeah.
But
that is a great movie, though. Love that movie.
Wow, yeah, Robert Redford. I mean, someone who made a huge influence, not just as obviously a Hollywood sort of marquee idol as an actor, but all of the film festivals and all the directing, and I mean, it's a guy who was really involved in love cinema in so many different ways. And I think for me, it'll be All the President's Men because that's I was in journalism school and we all saw that movie, and that charged a lot of people through the door to want to become journalists and, sort of hold power to account. And I think that probably is something we really, really need in the world today. So, that's definitely a movie that I'll go back and I'll watch it every couple of years. I've probably seen that movie about 20 times. So maybe it's time to cue it up again.
Yeah, man. Put the paper in the typewriter and start typing. And where's the natural rank for you on the all-time pantheon? Baseball.
It's in the top 10. It's probably stylistically, it's not my favorite. I like baseball movies that are fun, and so I gravitate toward Major League, or I know a generation after me loves The Sandlot, or so I kind of, those are the baseball movies that probably resonate the most with me. Then you have all the psychology of father-son movies with Field of Dreams. Yeah. You get all misty-eyed. You either get it or you don't, I guess. But the National, in terms of I remember hearing when I was a kid for the first time that he wore a New York Knights jersey that had the backwards Knights on front because they filmed him right-handed and then flipped the film around, so he would be batting lefty. And I remember being 9 years old hearing that, or 10 years old, thinking, "Wow, they can do that. That's really cool." So, the whole hits the scoreboard, the sparks go flying, and it's reflected in the manager's glasses and all that. Go pick out a winner, Bobby. I mean, those are lines that'll stay with you.
There it is. And Randy Newman helped, right? Take a listen. Yeah. Randy Newman helped, right?
Oh, yeah. Unless the Dodgers win and you hear "I Love L.A." That's
Mic drop, buddy. Off you go. Thanks for the time.
Thanks, Bags.
Okay, thanks, guys.
There he is, Andy Bagley. Yeah, well, he went right to the Randy Newman. We went there earlier today.
Oh, we did.
We went there earlier today. Yeah. So, that's something we can talk about in the offseason, just how gigantic the gulf is between the Giants and the Dodgers after those Saturday, Sunday beatdowns. But, Thursday we'll see.
Yeah.
Who's going to be Bryce Eldridge, the Roy Hobbs, breaking scoreboards in Arizona. Just not tonight because he's probably not playing.
Yeah.
All right.
Get Bryce Eldridge in the lineup. What
Young
are we
Tony,
doing?
and then Greg Papa on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader.
All right, El Cerrito Honda. That's right. Got my 2025 Honda CR-V Hybrid. Loving it from El Cerrito Honda. The navy blue color looks so good. I'd recommend you all go to El Cerrito Honda. Experience the family atmosphere over there. Sharif running the show. Good people. Good selection. Tremendous selection. You can start at elcerritohonda.com and see that, the car you're looking for is probably there. elcerritohonda.com, and then actually go to the lot. El Cerrito Honda. It's right off of 80 on San Pablo Avenue, or, of course, as I mentioned, elcerritohonda.com. Check out the hybrids. Check out the selection. Tell them I sent you. Say, I heard Murph talking about it on the Sports Leader. They're like, yeah, that's right, because we are a family over here doing our thing. So, incredible savings, fuel-efficient hybrids. Go check it out. El Cerrito Honda, right off 80 on San Pablo Avenue. Check out elcerritohonda.com. Experience the magic at El Cerrito Honda. More than just a car dealership. We're family.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boys. It sound right, boy.
Listen to the sports leader anytime, anywhere. Download KNBR, the sports leader app. Murph and Marcus continue live from the Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, we're excited to welcome Greg Papa back in just a couple minutes, man. What a stud. I say he's a tough cookie. And, of course, he'd say, what do you mean, Cookie Gilchrist, 1962 Buffalo Bills AFL MVP? I'm sure he knows
That's
that.
exactly what he would say.
G-Pop, we're looking forward to hearing you, buddy. And we love you. We love you. Love you. Love you. Maybe he'll have a take on Robert Redford because I think that might be young Tony today. What do we got here?
Murph and Marcus want to know, what did young Tony learn today?
Well, so the joke is he's very, very young and innocent.
Hey, I know that now, okay?
All righty, it's sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. And of all the things, young Tony has not seen the movie The Natural. Is that right, buddy?
That is correct. You guys have mentioned it before. I was watching a bunch of baseball movies. Bull Durham, The Sandlot, one of my favorites, of course. And then you guys mentioned you got to go watch. Well, I watched Field of Dreams, too. And then you said you got to watch The Natural.
Well,
haven't gotten to it. Maybe this week we pop it on one of these days.
Well, for those who haven't, we lost Robert Redford at the age of 89. And whether it's All the President's Men or Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid or River Runs Through It or all the other great ones, The Sting. For those of us in Sports Talk Radio, it's Roy Hobbs. Here it is. We got the broken bat, too, where he has Bobby pick it out. Let's get a broken bat, arrow, lefty fireballer, arrow, home run into the lights. Here it is.
Go pick me out a winner, Bobby.
Okay.
Here's the fastball. He squared it up, Tony. It's hurtling through the air. light stand.
All-time score.
There was a lot of theories about, there's a lot of grandiose themes, because then it fades into him playing catch with the kid in Is it Eden, Adam? There's a lot of biblical stuff going on there.
We're getting deep.
Yeah. But it was heavy.
Yeah.
And he hit the ball. Basically, don't throw him the cheese. He'll go yard. He'll go yard. Maybe Bryce tonight.
The natural.
Or tomorrow?
Yeah, more likely tomorrow.
All I know is the natural. Greg Papa is next.
Welcome
Let's
back,
go.
G-Pop.
We love you, buddy.
Love
hey,
you,
when it's
Papa.
time for a change, think Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Engine light on. We can fix that. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM, San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
I can't swim! Why, are you crazy? The fall will probably kill you.
Think you used enough dynamite there, bud?
Go pick me out a winner, Bobby.
That's the end of the game.
4 hours, 3 faces, 2 Gregs, and 1 place to be.
Excellent.
Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
And Greg Silver.
Let me tell you something. There is no such thing as being calm. I am fired up to be here.
This is Papa and Silver.
He's back!
Papa's back.
It just doesn't get better than that in life.
We miss Walter on a Whip It Out Wednesday, so we need Danny Dunn's big pole. He's just growling at you. Touchdown! San Francisco!
Let's start the fire right now, baby! Couldn't have said it better myself, Tim Ryan. Let's start this party here on a Tuesday. Who is this bearded man on the stream to my left? My goodness, it is a really special day here on Papa and Silver. It's been 2.5 months since we've done a show at full strength. I am so thrilled for our show, our station, and our listeners that Greg Papa is back on the air today. And whether I'm saying good morning to JD or Larry Krueger or Greg Papa, there is one thing that will not change. We know that your fight is ongoing. We know that some days will be easier than others. We love you, and we are here for you every single step of the way. Welcome back, mofo.
And we start with the Brothers Gibbs, one of my all-time favorite bands. Barry Gibbs, so underrated, just brilliant. And it is the Brothers Greggs that are back. So I am back. We'll see what form I'm in. If I happen to vomit right on the table today, we're all good. We're all roll. I've done so many shows with a raging alcohol hangover. That chemotherapy is a bitch. So we'll see where we go today. But I do feel good right now. It's been a long time since we've been together. I've been thinking about you a lot. Your dad's out there. So many people have reached out to me. So I've been on other shows, obviously. Carmichael Dave and Jason Ross are friends. I've been on Sacktown Sports and told my story there, and with Matty Mayoko on a couple of Ask Papas. But it is fitting. I didn't know what day this would happen on, but today is September the 16th. So it was exactly 2 months ago today I was told I have a rare blood cancer. It is called All-B, acute lymphoblastic leukemia, B-cell, Philadelphia negative. We know those mofos in Philly are negative. And I got something else. We'll get into it all. So I'm at leukemia, a blood cancer. I'm wearing my brother's hat. My brother Gary, who was always Philadelphia positive, he lifted those dark souls up from the Schuylkill River many a Monday morning after an Eagles game or a Sixer loss or whatever. Philly's heartbreak until Charlie Manuel broke through. But my brother died in 2009 to prostate cancer at age 54. He was born in 54. He lived 54 years. He had the disease since he was 49. He was never the same. Gary was a sportscaster in Philly forever. They do an annual run for prostate cancer on the Father's Day before, the Friday before Father's Day. He died on Juneteenth, which was the Friday before Father's Day in 09. So I've been just obsessed with prostate cancer and other forms of cancer in my family because it's ravaged my entire family. My other brother got cancer. My mom, back-to-back years, had double breast cancer diagnosis. Everybody, grandmothers, uncles, just on and on. Leukemia. What is leukemia? How do you get it? Where does it come from? Honestly, and I'm wearing the Genius shirt today. Bill Walsh died of leukemia. Mm-hmm. Bill Walsh was diagnosed at 72 years of age. Didn't tell anybody for 2 years, and then passed away at 75. And I remember I texted that to Matthew Leachman at Freeman's Appliance, made me aware. I knew Bill died of that, but you don't think about it all when you're in the middle of it. Matthew from Freeman's texted me that. I texted it to Steve Young. The outpouring, we'll get into it all over the next 4 hours if I can make 4 hours. We'll start with the first 4 minutes. But, Bill Walsh did die from it, and it was hard at the end. So I texted that to Steve, and Steve's been texting me, and Eddie, all of them. And he said, Greg, that was a long time ago. We have a lot more advancements to keep you alive. And you see a little PICC line I got in my arm here. This goes into my heart, and this is where they feed me the good stuff, the meds to keep me alive. I was on a immunotherapy called Blina for 28 days, and basically took me from, at one point, 92% leukemia cells in my body to, by some diagnostic, 0. By another, more detailed one, 14 cancer cells out of 1 million in my body. So they have already deemed me what is known MRD negative, or remission, and now we just got to keep me there, and that'll be a challenge, certainly. We're not going to get into it more. I mean, we'll explain what I have. I know cancer's touched everybody, every single person on earth, whether you directly or someone close to you or near. Who has not known someone that has not been ravaged by this vicious disease? So we'll talk about it. We'll get through it, and it is crippling in all forms. But 2 months to the day when I was told acute lymphoblastic leukemia, B cell, all B. You mean I can't be all B? I can't be all ball? I get benched? So we're back now. Exactly 2 months from when I heard the news, leukemia. I am back. So it is fitting. I like dates and symmetry and things. I'll be here for a while. Right now we're between cycles of, now they started the hardcore chemo on the PICC line last weekend. I had a 10-day cycle. I had a blast on Sunday, which made watching football a blast. That stuff, wow, it's better than drinking. So anyway, you get some mood swings. So anyway, I got a little break between cycle A and cycle B. I will be with you as many days as I can. His schedule will probably have it. I don't think I'll miss too much. So, but we'll see how I feel. I feel a lot better this morning than I did yesterday when I thought there's no way in hell I can do that. But that, one thing you learn, life moves fast. And Mike Tirico, right away when it was dying, the people that have reached out to me in all walks of life, and obviously sports and sportscasters, but so many people, it's just nonstop. The love and support is getting me through this. But Mike had the line, he just went off when I first found cancer's random, and he, hated it. And cancer is random, cancer is sudden, and cancer is unfair. Mm-hmm. And it cripples you in all forms of your life. First, physically, your body just can't function. I came very close to dying. My white blood cell numbers on July 16th or thereabout, even weeks after that, July 29th into August, were 0.2. I have been, speaking of the Bee Gees and Saturday Night Fever, John Travolta, he did Grease, he did Saturday Night Fever, he also did a movie called The Boy in a Bubble. Go watch that back. He was just a kid who had a bone marrow problem. Couldn't make any white blood cells, red blood cells, platelets. It was a boy literally in a bubble, fell in love with a girl next door and wanted to get out of the bubble. And he died at age 10. It was a sad story. But that was, 1976. We're in Twitch 2025. We're 50 years down the road. But in any event, physically is where it hits you. Then it hits you emotionally, spiritually, psychologically. I'm back on this show, but I don't know. The Niners are hosting the Super Bowl this year. The Buffalo Bills look pretty good in the AFC. That would be a dream matchup for me. I got a ways to go, but I got a lot of work to go to get there. I'm going to have to walk and crawl through hell for a good, multiple months in early November to get through this. I'm going to have a bone marrow stem cell transplant. The good news is, I talk about my brother Gary so much. My oldest brother, Ron, who happened to be in the Bay Area when I was in the hospital at UCSF in late July, and came right over to sign up to be a donor. We just found out a week or so ago. It's all about the donor you find. It's your siblings, your offsprings, an outside donor. The best, Derek got tested. The best your offspring, your kids can be, is 50, a half match, because they get it from their mom as well. They get the other half from me. Mm-hmm. Your siblings will be a minimum of 50, or it could be any number, but it could be a 100% match. My one brother was a half match. All the outside donors from the registry, thousands of them. I guess I got too much olive oil skin, too much Italian in me. I don't know. But we got I love that line, by the way. I'll get a text on that one. But the best we could get was a 9, not 12. And then one day, my brother Ron, my oldest brother, texted me, or actually called me. And that was the first day I felt really the side effects of chemo. But it was a week ago, last Tuesday. It was what it was. Mm-hmm. And I was groggy, but I had to answer the phone, and I could barely talk. I was in a chemo fog. And he's crying. And he said, I never got a perfect score on any paper in school. I'm going to cry.
Oh, man. No, man, just to give you a second here, this is
perfect
really
match.
heavy stuff.
12
man.
out of 12.
12 out of
perfect
12?
Match. 12
wow.
out of 12. So he'll be my donor. So, anyway, it's powerful. Hits you. Man. So, we will have fun today. We'll cry. We'll laugh. We'll tell stories. Maybe I'll give you some of my chemo to get off on. It's a trip. And we got to talk about the beard. We got to go with the beard. I have gone from Greg Papa to Greg Popovich in 2 months. Well, the reason this started is when my white blood cell numbers were dangerously low, and they're going to be again because the chemo is going to shoot them back down. Yeah. You can't shave with a straight edge, and I don't like electric razors. So you shave the beard and you nick any part of your skin and create an infection, you could die. It's that simple. That's how you're looking at your legs all the time. That's why you're the boy in a bubble. I was going to trim it up with an electrode. I'm not good at that. And there is a symbolism to this. This is my cancer beard. Maybe I'll trim it at one point because it's getting down into my food. I get cereal in there, and I got all bran flakes all over my face. So it's a mess. But it's a symbol. When a cancer is eradicated from my body, and it is to a good extent, but there's still 14 damn suckers floating around in me out of a million. I want them all out. I want them never to come back. I want my brother's transplant to hold. I'm going to have the bone marrow stem cell transplant, and I want to live a normal life. Bill Walsh did not. He was diagnosed at 72. He died at 75, and I was diagnosed at 62, and we'll see where it all goes from there. But we do want a referendum on the beard. People said you're going to lose your hair. I actually had a clump of hair come off in the shower today. I haven't lost my hair. I'll take a head off at some point here. My hair's fine. It's the beard that's the attention getter. Do you put shampoo in the beard? I've been doing that now, and conditioner in the beard. I don't even know if that's right, but we will have a little fun with it. Best Bay Area sports beards of all time, without a doubt. Jumbo Joe's got to be number one, but I'm thinking of this guy, B. Weezy, Brian Wilson. We'll go through it, but I want a referendum. So we got multiple polls. Do you like Greg Popovich, or do you want Greg Papa back? I'll come back to that. I'm talking about, after the Niners beat the Bills in the Super Bowl, we're going down Market Street, or where the hell we're going down. Tasman, I don't know, Great America. And then we'll figure it out when it's eradicated, and that'll be the symbol of that. But Best Bay Area beards. Am I the coolest man on sports talk radio now, or am I merely the fiddler on the roof? And by the way, cancer also hits you financially. If I was a rich man, I wouldn't have to do the show today. But guess what? You go away a long, long time, they don't pay you. So you better come back and work. So anyway, we'll have fun today. We're off to that's the only time I'm going to cry. Because my brother hit hard. It really hit hard. That he's the one. I mean, Sean Elliott, I remember Sean got a kidney from his brother. He was working with me on Spurs games. His brother gave him a kidney to come back and play. Wow.
Yeah.
And, Robin Roberts, my brother, sent me all the articles on what Robin Roberts' sister did for her with a similar bone marrow stem cell transplant. So it's unbelievable. And you're thinking, it's the circle of life here and all the family and how it all impacts you. It is a blood disease, so it's family-oriented to save you on this and to be able to have my life be spared by my brother. Wow, it is incredibly powerful. But thank you. Indulge me a little bit today. We'll watch it all. We'll talk about it all. But it is 2 months ago today that I had the disease of leukemia of Bill Walsh, and I'm back, and I'm good enough to do this for now, and I feel pretty good, actually, and I got my Papa mug back, Silver, so I feel good.
Let's go. No, this is incredible. We appreciate your honesty, and again, I know that every day is going to be a little bit different moving forward here, so for what we get you for, we're going to make the most of it, and Your fantasy football team name, I learned from Matt Mayoko, is All Ball. As a note to your disease, All B. And so we're going to be all ball here on the show and get into all of it. The Niners start 2-0. The Giants have had a wild roller coaster during your absence, and Bryce Eldridge came up for his MLB debut last night. So much to get into. 808 KNBR, we appreciate all of the texts and the messages we've gotten in the YouTube chat to this point. This is a really special day, as I said, here on Papa and Silver. So let's get right into it. And I guess I'm the only clean-shaven one on the show now. But it's okay. We still got two Gregs, and we're back. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49er Player of the Week, Mac Jones, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to get into his free agency decision to come to San Francisco, his relationship with Brock Purdy, his family's background playing tennis, and to confirm that he is not the son of Chipper Jones. Check out that interview on our YouTube and Twitch pages or thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts once it's uploaded.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Oh, it's a great Tuesday here on the airwaves of the sports leader, Papa and Silver. And yeah, Walter, you do not need to hit a filling in for Greg Papa sounder. We got our guy right here with us today, and it's going to be a long journey, and it's going to be one that we're here every single step of the way for. And as far as talking ball, well, what better way to spend a Tuesday than to have our guy, Greg Papa, doing what we all love the most, talking sports here. Great day of guest list as well. Eric Branch, by the way, the first ever Papa and Silver guest, is going to be coming by at 10:50, so it's only fitting that he stops by. Tracy Sandler, as she will every Tuesday throughout the season, at 11:50, and Susan Slusser at 12:50. I got to say, Papa, all the guests we booked yesterday were much nicer to me over text, thinking, oh, this is great. I'm so excited to be on. I thought, what changed about this one?
And every single one of those people has reached out to me just about daily or weekly and checking in with me, and it's just nonstop, the love and support that I get from all of them. I actually reached out. Eric Branch was one of the first ones when you guys announced it that I was coming back or trying to come back today, and I'll be back hopefully for about a month or so. I texted Eric, and I said, I want you on the show. And I asked him, how is it what I have is heavy. It's cancer. And the Niners and the crucial catch will get to it and all of it. And I think of Dwight Clark and Coach Walsh and all of it. But I wanted to make it fun. And Eric is the on the beat. He has the medical interaction with Kyle. And now it's the turf toe and the big toe. And Joe Burrow is going to be out for a long, long time. Wow.
Yeah.
But anyway, the Eric back and forth with Kyle and all the medical questions are so fun. So I, in a light moment, has said to him, and he thought I was just kidding. I want you to come on and ask me specifically because I may not come back as a sportscaster. I'm going to come back as a hematologist. Dr. Aaron Logan, you're the best ever, but you've taught me so much. I know so much about blood cancer now. So I could easily stand up and take questions about my disease. You got to research all this stuff and stay alive.
Yeah.
So I was going to have Eric go, let's take it word by word. Acute. In the acute lymphoblastic leukemia. What is that? It's not cute. It sucks. It means it came out acutely. It just, boom. Lymphoblastic, 29,000 blast. All of a sudden, there's 29,000 leukemia cells in my body out of a million. It's like, wow, leukemia. What the hell's leukemia? I know Luke Kuechly. Who's leukemia? So anyway, and then he thought, so I told him I was going to do that, and I was going to be Kyle. I was just going to say, acute, doesn't say that on my sheet. I don't know. And then he's, are you serious? You really want to do this? He goes, I can't do that. It would be highly inappropriate for us to make fun. I'm the only one that can make a fun of all B Philadelphia negative. By the way, I'm also a hypodiploid. I'm lacking a chromosome. 20 and 9 are all screwed up. Anyway, I got a lot going on. So anyway, I reached out to Eric. We're going to have Eric on. Anyway, we'll get into how well Mac Jones played and Brock and all that. Brock got tagged a lot in the Seattle game, way too much. Julian Love got him, but it was they were all over him. They were loving him up way too much, and Mac held the ball way too much. If Mac had played in Seattle, wow, he would have gotten pummeled. Just a different defense with New Orleans and not having Chase Young slowed them down a little bit. But we'll get into it all. So we wanted to have Eric on as kind of a little bit of a I may do it for like a minute. And then, you know what? I'll be Eric Branch asking and then he can be Kyle and say, I'm not discussing all B, Greg. It's highly insensitive. Move on.
I did some research.
I am moving on.
A fifth question about all B. Man, I can't wait to have Eric Branch on. And of course, Tracy and Susan as well. It's been fun to talk to them during your absence, whether it's been Larry Krueger or JD. And Niners getting off to a 2-0 start. I mean, I think you said it nicely right there where if Mac Jones had played in Seattle, I mean, Brock's mobility and that 10-yard split speed he has, that was everything for the 49ers offense, and the line held up way better against New Orleans, who don't think is going to be one of the better teams in the league, but still that front five, even without Chase Young, you still got Cam Jordan, future Hall of Famer in my mind, and of course I'm wearing the Cal quarter zip today, so definitely no bias there whatsoever. But no, it was the Brandon Staley, Kyle Shanahan matchup. Mac Jones played a nice game, and by the way, that's a good chance to tell everybody that a regular feature that we've had in the past, Papa's Playbook, is going to be coming back. So we got a little Mac Jones tape to be analyzing there. We'll do that in between Eric Branch and Tracy Sandler sometime. 808 KNBR is the number, and we've gotten so many great messages off the top, so we're very thankful for all of that. I also do want to take someone we have on the phone lines because I said Eric Branch was our first ever guest on Papa and Silver. Well, our first ever caller was a guy that I mistakenly called Mort. It's Mark in San Bruno, and he wants to show some love. What's up, Mark/Mort? We love you.
49er?
Touchdown!
49er Mark?
Man, I
Is this
love
my guy,
you, Greg,
49er
and I'm
Mark?
missing the hell out of you.
Oh, man. How are you, bro? I miss you. I miss you a lot.
Oh, man, I'm missing you, brother. Hey, my ringtone says exactly that in your voice. So every time my phone rings, your Papa's right there with me, man. I love you, man, and I'm praying for you. And, hey, we're fighters, man, because I had 2 mealy-blastoma aggressive tumors growing in the bottom of my skull. Thank God they were benign, but one of them left a little piece on my carotid artery. They couldn't take it out, 30 days of radiation, and me and you are fighters from the word go, bro. I'm praying for you. I love you.
I know
and
that.
you're going to make it all the way, okay?
Yeah,
Okay.
reach out. I want to hear
Thanks,
more.
Greg.
Let's talk off the air and connect. The one thing about this is you got to connect with other people that have had it. And I've been befriended. The Syracuse, we know about the Buffalo Mafia. The SU Mafia has just come out. And, one of the byproducts of what I have, I can't travel. I can't get on an airplane for a year. So that ceremony when they were to put me into the Syracuse Hall of Fame, which we were going to do on November the 1st, Belichick in North Carolina coming to the Dome on Halloween and then go in with Andrew Siciliano and others, then go to Jersey for the game against the Giants. That's not happening now. But the connectivity of all, I get people. Sean McDonough calls me before every game, Mike Tirico, Dan Horde, Gary Mendel. I go on and on. Just about everybody. I've been talking to people for 40 minutes a night I haven't spoken to in 40 years.
Wow.
So that's the beautiful part of this is I am the boy in a bubble. I may not be able to physically get out of the bubble in my body, but my mind gets out and I talk to people. And sometime the East Coast, those people are up early and I'm up in the crack of dawn still. So anyway, I befriended a guy named Dirk Fleischman that I do want to mention. He is a dentist in the Miami area. Craig Minervini, my Syracuse buddy. You know Craig.
Yeah.
From the Marlins broadcast team. Got him a job with the Panthers as the team dentist there. And he was diagnosed with all B right when the Niners were in Las Vegas the Friday before the Super Bowl with the Chiefs. He had the COVID vaccine like 2 weeks before, and he was very healthy, 68-year-old man. The next thing you know, he's got a PICC line in his arm like me, and he's getting shot chemotherapy for 8, 10, 12 cycles to keep him alive. So the guy is a genius, and he supplies me so much information. Sometimes it's too much for me, but you gotta tap into people that have been down this road with you. So Mark, we love you. I do want to talk to you later, but the love and support from people in the community and all that. But there's been a weeks and weeks now where I'm just on the phone for a long, long time with people that have had similar battles that I am in the early stages of and have to go through. And knowledge is power, and these people are supplying me a lot of emotion and spiritual uplifting. And but the mind is powerful. The mind will help you get over it. You got to have a positive mental, aptitude. Saintly tests me that all the time. I'm in a warrior text chain, which run TMC and others, Scotty Pruneau and Tommy Abdenauer and everybody. It's just the love and support. For Steve Kerr sent me a beautiful text and on and on. Anyway, but knowledge is power, and I do want to hear from people that we've all been touched by this. We've all had it either directly or indirectly, and it takes a village to get through this. You need the support of everybody to get through this. But the mind and the ability to understand what you're going into, but also the ability to understand that you can get out of it as well. It's powerful. Thank you, Mark. Love you, brother.
Yeah, much love to Mark and San Bruno, and we can take calls throughout the show. I know that we're going to talk to Eric Branch coming up at 10:50, but we've also had 2.5 months, and has anyone had a more wild 2.5 months in the context of sports, of course, than the San Francisco Giants? They traded for Rafael Devers on June 15th. Then they went on a bad losing skid. They were sellers at the trade deadline. Then they got hot. They momentarily held a playoff spot on Saturday. Now they've lost 3 in a row, and they're down, but they're certainly not out. Oh, and by the way, Bryce Eldridge is playing meaningful games in September. Not sure how much of that was on everybody's bingo card. So let's regroup, get some thoughts on the Giants before we catch up with Eric Branch, and let's keep the show moving the best we can. And it is a wonderful Tuesday here. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader. Hey, it's Greg Silver. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based in the Bay Area, and some not even in the state of California? Chris Dolan and his law firm have been based here in the Bay Area for more than 25 years. Award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you locally where you live. So if you've been discriminated against at work, wrongfully terminated, or sexually harassed, your rights matter, and the bottom line is that you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about your rights. Unfortunately, over the past year, Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents. And remember, with all the people, chaos, devices, vehicles, there's a lot going on around us. So look up, take that extra breath, even though we're all in a rush, and please be careful to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year, because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You don't have to pay anything up front. You don't have to deal with any hourly rates. And the best part of it all is that they're not getting paid until you're getting taken care of first. So they live here and they work here. Most importantly, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Now Schmidt hits a high drive. Left center field. Deep and gone! Casey Schmidt to the left of 413. He cranked that one out. His 11th home run of the year, and that ties the game.
All right, first of all, the entire day is going to be a Silver Linings playlist. Sometimes we throw it at the end of the show. Sometimes we throw it around 1:15. Sometimes it happens at 12:30. Walter and I were doing some nasty work last night, trying to come up with every song possible. And so it is a full-on Silver Linings playlist. Little Elton John, I'm Still Standing, and it's fitting here. Papa and Silver, Greg Papa, Greg Silver, Walter Ika-Balsetta. First time at full strength since the end of June, and we are having a fantastic time here on a Tuesday. Going to catch up with Eric Branch in about 15 minutes, but so much has happened with the San Francisco Giants, and that right there, the Casey Schmidt home run, one of the rare offensive highlights of last night. But Papa, in the entire time since we last talked, the Giants were losing some games after acquiring Rafael Devers to the point where it got so bad they were sellers at the trade deadline and offloaded Tyler Rogers and Camilo Doval. Then they got red hot at the same time the Mets were starting to collapse to the point where 2 games back without the tiebreaker, here with 12 to play. They're down, but they're certainly not out. And I, for one, am certainly surprised with the way it's gone these past couple months.
It has been the most streakiest season. I didn't phrase that well. The chemo's hitting me. I'm going to have to go through and look at it. 2021 Giants did not have a 3-game losing streak until late in the year.
Yeah.
I think it got into July and August. And they were so consistent to get to 107 wins. This team, from the quick start to the fade, I've never seen a team play so up and down. Actually, when I was diagnosed in July, I was blowing a bubble watching a lot of games, and they just looked wretched. They were so fundamentally flawed. Running the bases, the simple aspects of playing outfield play, tracking fly balls. What are you going to do in the outfield next year? You know what your infield's going to look like, and Casey Schmidt hit a bomb last night. You could have a lot of power from the infield.
Yeah.
Well, what is the configuration of your outfield? But anyway, they should play by Great America in a roller coaster. The Great American Small Park in Cincinnati. Have you ever seen a team? We'd have to look at it, and a lot of writers have quantified it, but go back and forth and up and down. The A's, in 2002, my Moneyball team, and I've actually, watched a lot of old movies during this time. I watched Moneyball from start to finish, which I haven't done since the premiere. It's actually a much better film than I remember it being. And they do send me $38 a day every 3 months, which is good for lunch. So buys my crackers, which is all you can eat this round of chemo. Anyway, that team started terribly slow. Was always off to terrible starts, then got white hot. This team, though, just the 2 weeks, every fortnight, they would just flip from being a good team to an awful team and fundamentally flawed. And that's where you get questions about the coaching staff. And Bob's a good manager. He's fine. But they weren't playing fine. They were playing flawed. They were mistake-riddled. It was really hard to watch. I think ultimately what is going to do them in is that series, right? Right when they were making the deadline moves and the series with the Mets. They came back and played well at Citi Field after that, but by getting swept that weekend and the way it went down, in particular, and we'll get into with Susan about what they're going to do with Bryce Eldridge and Rafael Devers. This franchise had Willie McCovey, they had Orlando Cepeda, and they had to make a call in first base and what they were going to do there. And what do you do? Cha-Cha came up in 58. Everybody loved him. Willie Mack came up in 59 in July, went 4 for 4 against Robert Roberts with a couple of triples, won the Rookie of the Year playing from July 30th on. Stick one in the outfield. What do you do? Devers, the reason I bring it up is that fateful Friday night game when Devers played at first base. He just, every single ball seemed to go to him that night against the Mets, and he just could not handle it. And then the catch that Alonso made, and it wasn't, the polar bear got off the ground like 2 inches, and they made a big deal about it. But he made a play to end the game where the Giants' endeavors, he made some plays, but he also was like, whoa, bro, you don't know the dance at first base. He's actually gotten to be a lot better. Where now he's not Dom Smith, but he does have range over at first base. But ultimately, those 3 losses to the New York Mets, July 25, 26, and 27, and a very streaky year. And then, losing the rest of the homestand against Pittsburgh, how bad they were at home. Never seen a season. We never saw anything like 21 when they won 107, and how consistent they were. I mean, they're a 500 team. They're 75 and 75, and that's exactly who they are. They'll go on a great stretch for 2 weeks and go 11 and 3, and then they'll go on a terrible stretch and lose 15 or 16 at home. It's like, what? What is this team? I don't know. And, Marty's been out there from the beginning. What a quality man he is. He talks about the mosaic but you do get a little build on a team as time goes. This team just goes hot and cold more than any team I think I've ever watched daily. So how they get a finish, I think, this weekend was bad. The Bailey walk-off, the slam was big time on Friday night. There's a buzz there. And then
Verlander was terrific, too, on Friday. It was fantastic.
And he pitched well, and so did Yamamoto. It was a great pitching matchup. But then, Logan Webb was wild in the strike zone. You had Kershaw squirming. Yeah. You could almost knock him out in the first inning. If he got to 40 pitches, I think Doc takes him out. But he didn't go long. It's one of the few times he's ever pitched poorly. They got him at Dodger Stadium. Usually at Third and King, he's tough. But Kershaw's not Kershaw, but he's crafty as hell. All of a sudden, he's become Frank Tanana and Tommy John late in their careers. More Tanana. Tanana was the hard thrower, and then all of a sudden became Tommy John. How'd that happen? Because you're smart. He's got the gray beard going, and it works for him. And then Logan Webb was just wild in the strike zone. He bit off too much of the plate, and the Dodgers, don't have everybody. Will Smith's not playing. I don't even know who the catcher's name is. That guy needs to buy a vowel. They're just whack, 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 whack in the gap. And Teoscar's always banging the ball. Unbelievable. It's just, and then again, they did it on Sunday. Robbie Ray was wild everywhere. Just really disappointing to have those 2 guys lined up, your 2 best pitchers this year, and Robbie Ray and Logan Webb, and pitched so poorly. And then last night, just the bullpen, melted down. We'll get into what's going on with the young guy. We were waiting for Bryce Eldridge to make his debut. I'm wearing the beer batter from San Jose. I went down there on Mother's Day of 2024 to watch Blake Snell pitch a rehab assignment. And those folks down there with the Little Giants, I go down there once or twice a year. I love it there. I'm not going to make it there this year. They took me right down, fed me, and brought me right to the bullpen to watch Blake Snell throw his bullpen. And all these A-ball Giants guys are lined up, and Blake looked like he was nervous. I'm like, this guy, he's like, how many size you got, Blake? You got 2. You got 1 last year. What the hell? But he looked, and then he goes out and he throws the immaculate inning. In the very first inning, he throws 9 pitches. Almost all were fastballs. His curveball wasn't there yet. Took him a while to figure it out since they had no hitter. But 9 pitches, 9 strikes. I'm like, I texted Joe Rizzo. I'm like, is that 9 pitches? Anyway, it was. But the reason I bring it up, I knew he was. I saw the lineup, but I didn't think about it. Bryce Eldridge at first base. So I go out and see what inning, the beer batter inning here. What beer am I going to have a beer? If you get to strike out a guy in an inning, he's going to strike out everybody. So then I see this 6'7" left-handed hitting lanky first baseman get in the box. I'm like, who the hell's this guy? Oh, that's Bryce Eldridge. Wow. What? I mean, he just gets in the box and he takes over. So that's the one time I saw him up close. We'll look at him. He got some power going the other way, even though, he's a big guy. And you saw, Gallen really pitch him well and come in on him. And Kruk always talks about, the tall guys, long arms pitch him in, but he's quick in. And when they got into the bullpen, he almost rode that ball out the yard. That would have been a home run at even an Oracle and 23 other parks. So we're going to look at him a little bit. The Dom Smith injury, wow, really tough. What a play by Matt Chapman. But the stretch, that's why you like 6'7" at first base. Don't you? Even K.Y. Tang's, pickoff throw last night. Does Bryce Eldridge catch that ball that Devers can't?
Yeah.
And then ultimately, we'll get into it with Susan. You got to make a call. It was years ago. Cha-cha, stretch. What are you going to do? Stick one in left field, stick one at first base, move one to right field. I mean, what ultimately do you do? Well, you trade. Well, you keep Willie McCovey, and you trade Orlando Cepeda for Ray Sadecki, and it's one of the worst trades in Giants history, and he winds up being an MVP, and they do great, and Sadecki was not the same pitcher here. So you're not going to trade one. But Devers is showing he's capable at first base. You don't want he's 20, he'll be 21 next year, a 21-year-old DH. Can Eldridge play the outfield? It would only be left field. And then what do you do with Ramos in the outfield? That guy, of all the bad baseball that we saw, those weeks and weeks and weeks of what is going on, it was his flawed base running, lack of instincts, infield fly rule. Do you know the rule?
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, you mentioned all the errors the Giants were dealing with. The infield fly rule was right up there.
You know how many Major League players don't know the infield fly rule? I would let it drop every single time. And just they will run. I guarantee they don't know the rule. Very few of them do. And you're going to get an out. They already got the out in the air. Make it a double play. Just do it every time. It should happen way more. Maybe not every time, depending on scenario, but should happen a lot off. Anyway, what do you ultimately do? Do you trade Eldridge? Do you make him this generation's cha-cha? You can't DH him at 21, can you? Devers will need some days. Devers is better at first base than I thought. He's just got he's going too far off the bag. Last night he went way off the bag and cut it off. But, Brandon Belt did that, and even Dom Smith has done that some. But anyway, yeah. Let's go streaking. Remember that in the 70s? You're playing all the 70s songs. I actually did streak when I went 40 you were actually born. But is this the streakiest baseball team we have ever seen? I'm going to get Feldman out of it at some point. I mean, just the ups and downs. Like, they just, every fortnight, they went from fabulous to fundamentally flawed. I can't watch this team anymore.
I mean, we're going to have Shea Hay on tomorrow, and we've had a lot of Wednesdays with him. And I essentially asked him that. I said, compare this to last year's team when they could not get a 3-game winning streak for the life of them. They'd win 2 out of 5. They'd win 4 out of 7. And it would just be, it's kind of constantly bobbing up in a middling zone. And then this team currently has a 500 record, but we've seen them look like the best and the worst team in baseball all in the same season. Let's get to Eric Branch coming up in a bit, but first, we got a mystery caller on the line who wants to deliver a message. What's up, mystery caller? Who's this?
Papa, it's salsa.
Oh, speaking of streaking,
I thought that was
streaking salsa. I didn't even know you were there, brother. How are you, Andrew?
Speaking of streaking, how about salsa?
Yes.
I'm great.
Bro.
I'm great. It's just I got
the regular guys fame, and now he runs Atlanta. This guy's
regular
big.
guys, coast to coast.
Yeah.
And
you got Porzingis. What the hell are you gonna do with Porzingis, bro? You guys got to win the East this year.
All the way to Atlanta. Got word
he runs the Hawks. He runs it all.
I had to come and show you some love. Yes, we're totally pumped. Porzingis, Nikhil Alexander-Walker, a great young core with Trey and Jalen and Dyson. So look out, Warriors. We're coming for you.
Hey,
thank you,
enough.
man. Andrew was one of the first. Andrew was one of the first to reach out to me, brother. I love you. I love you. We had him on earlier. He was part of the streak and salsa regular guys bit.
Great is regular guy. You're a regular guy forever. You're in the regular guy Hall of Fame. And when I see you, I'm going to give you your lapel pin and your jacket.
You better make it soon, bro. Love you. He's the best. Thank you.
Take care, guys.
Thank you, man.
Thanks, Salsa. We appreciate the love. Okay, nice work, Walter. I was like, is this someone
remember the time we had him on?
Yeah,
with,
that's right. Yeah.
So we had, remember we had Steak Shapiro on from Atlanta?
Yes.
Yeah, he got everybody riled up. The Giants went out. That's when they were good. Remember they went out and swept the Braves?
Yeah, they swept them right. The
Matt
Chapman walk-off. Yeah.
Yeah, but he jammed his hand in, diving back to first base, and it kind of screwed things up. But, Salsa and Steak Shapiro were tight, but it's Streak and Salsa that we love. So
that's awesome.
Love these guys. Love these guys.
And we're feeling all the love here on a Tuesday, so appreciate everybody who's reached out. And for the calls that we haven't gotten to yet, hang tight. We'll have a lot of time here in the next few hours. First guest of the day, though, and the first one we ever had on the Papa and Silver program, Eric Branch, going to talk some Niners with us next on The Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on The Sports Leader. Greg, Papa, and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
Can you say he has turf toe?
If you want me to. That's a generic thing for anything on the bottom of the big toe, and since it's halfway between the side and the bottom, that's why we don't say turf toe, but it's the third time you've asked me, so I'll call it turf toe for you if you want.
A lot of medical. You've gained a lot of medical knowledge since Friday.
I just prepare for you, so I memorize something before I come in and hope it'll not lead to a fifth question about his big toe that you want to call turf toe. That's kind of turf.
This was my first Brock Purdy toe question for the.
He's on a phone call.
Like, go check the transcript.
I feel like I can tell by your tone. It was you.
Is it what foot is it on? Is it the big toe?
That I don't have to say.
Nice little pairing there, Walter. We got a little till I collapse as we're talking turf toe and we're talking all things medical. And who better to bring in than the very first guest we ever had on Papa and Silver, the doctor, the honorary doctor, Eric Branch of the SF Chronicle 49ers beat, one of my favorites out there. And Eric, it's your guy Silver, but I know you're much less excited to talk to me than you are to the return of Greg Papa. Either way, welcome on the UMA guest line. How are you, my friend?
I'm doing well. I was just saying I need to update my resume with being the first guest on y'all's show. But yes, I'm honored to be part of this on such a big day. Great to have you back, Mr. Papa. We've communicated a little since you've been away, and you've kept your humor and spirit. So anyway, it's great that you can be back.
Thank you. And you mean a lot to me and everybody there, everybody with the Niners community and the media and the front office and the football staff and John and Kyle and everybody, Al and Brent and Chad and even Eddie. So anyway, all of you, I miss you all so much. But you were, I got to say, when it was announced, I didn't even know it was announced yet. I guess you guys said at 10 o'clock I was probably going to come back today. Honestly, in Eric Branch Yiddish, I was kind of meh yesterday. I didn't think I could make it. If I was doing the show yesterday, I couldn't do it. But today I feel, I don't know, I'm invigorated having Branch on. So I texted him back, and I thought we could just handle this whole thing with me a little bit with some humor. But it got a little too, where I wanted Eric to ask me questions about acute lymphoblastic leukemia, and me play the role of Kyle, just said as acute. I don't believe it means it's actually cute. It came on suddenly. And then do that. But you got me back in my place. Now, this is not the time to be laughing about a life-threatening disease that impacts so many people, like the great Bill Walsh lost his life from leukemia. So you set me straight. But it is, just to start, because you're obviously in the front row, and you're the John Shea of the Bay Area beat on the Niners. You ask the tough questions. You sit in the front row, and you ask the ones nobody wants to get asked, like Shea does with the Giants. And if there's a medical situation, you're the one to lead the charge. But how would you describe your relationship with Kyle? I know he likes you, but I know he goes Belichickian on you, and he does not want to give away any competitive advantage to the opponents to give him even. And it is Brock's right toe; it's his right big toe. But how would you describe your relationship with Kyle away from those cannot miss Q&As at the podium?
Well, we don't have a whole lot of alone time, shall we say, quality time. So, our relationship, whatever it is pretty much on display for the public. I do think, like that exchange last week, I certainly don't take it at all personally. I think there's a bit of a, even though his tone sometimes can be like, shut up, there's somewhat of a grin, a hint of a grin on his face at times, and he understands I'm doing my job. The thing about Kyle is he actually is, relatively speaking for an NFL coach, fairly forthcoming about injuries, and so as a reporter, I hate to say you want to take advantage of that, but if a guy's going to actually say stuff and give you information, I mean, with Harbaugh, as an example. It really, got to the point where, okay, I'm not going to waste my time or everyone else's time by trying to figure out, what this injury is to Michael Crabtree. But Kyle will provide information, not crazy, but so it's worth asking. And maybe he knows that I'll ask it, and he knows that he's not a great liar, and he'll provide some information. So he's trying to get me to stop, but not yet.
Eric, all this Brock Purdy toe talk has also led to the start of Mac Jones, which may or may not happen again on Sunday. But you wrote about Mac Jones and finally getting that moment to run a game plan with Kyle Shanahan 4 years after looked like Kyle maybe wanted to draft him out of Alabama. Just your overall impressions of Mac Jones, rusty start, 0 for 4, then 8 straight completions. And, of course, the 2-minute drill before halftime, I think, was the kind of the stamp on the performance that everybody remembers. And that's not even to say that he had a bad second half. He was really good in the second half, too. So just why was Mac Jones such a good fit? And did it make you think a little bit more about how things shook out there in 2021?
Yeah, I'm just finishing up watching the game. I'm in the late fourth quarter. I think the Niners are going to pull this thing out. But they're like in the moment, I didn't appreciate some of those throws that Mac Jones made that really required some touch. That looked kind of basic in the moment. I mean, even his touchdown pass to McCaffrey just before halftime wasn't an easy throw. Christian McCaffrey had a defender right in front of him. He's running towards the boundary of the end zone. It had to be right there, and it was. And a few plays before that, once it was third and long, and he made a similar throw to Juwan Jennings, on the left sideline. So there were just examples of that. The Niners may have closed it out earlier. Juwan Jennings, kind of had a drop on what was a very tough, tight window throw that Mac Jones made on third down. Jennings couldn't pull it down, and they end up punting. It sets up the Bryce Huff, game-sealing sack. But in the moment, it was like good, and then rewatching it, some of the throws he made, which he made look pretty easy, were not that.
Yeah, it's a staple. I thought maybe we'd see the game review up online already for me to read and lead into, but you're working on that right now. And you've gone through the part, the play, the drive right before halftime, and watch the way Kyle uses Christian McCaffrey in motion. And I thought New Orleans screwed that up. The Niners actually put McCaffrey in pre-snap motion, put him in the right slot. New Orleans, or maybe the Niners called timeout. There was a timeout called where it was tipped and McCaffrey was going to line up in the right slot. And then after the timeout, this is the play of the touchdown right before half, they ran the same motion. Carl Granderson, the defensive end, and Brandon Staley buzzes out his ends a lot. He didn't have Chase Young in this game. He buzzed him out to pick up McCaffrey for the first couple of steps. Then he turns him over to the corner, Alontae Taylor, who had no chance. And it was a great ball by Mac, but the subtleties of the play calling and everything are on full display, which leads to, and Mac, he's got to play quicker. He holds the ball. He's not the athlete that Brock is, but when he does process, he processes. And I love Sam Darnold as a backup here, Eric, but it took Sam a while. If Sam Darnold had Mac Jones's brain, or Brock's, what a player he would be. He just does not have that ability. The point I'm making is the Niner offense, and you could see this when they went to Brock from, Jimmy, from Trey and all that. A little bit with Nick Mullins over the years. You've been covering this team a long time. But it didn't seem like Kyle had to change anything in the offense. Maybe some subtleties with the movement, but Mac Jones plays the position of quarterback in a similar yet different style than Brock, and I think the Niners offense is able to function high level. The question would be, can he do this week after week after week if Brock does have to miss, like the reports were, 2 to 5 weeks?
Well, if he could do it, the Saints are not a great team, but their defense is not terrible. But if Mac could do that on the road, yes, okay, a lot of Niner fans there, but still the Saints fans can get loud with a pretty depleted supporting cast. I mean, there were 2 times they took a delay of game and had to take a timeout just because Kendrick Bourne, who's back but new, wasn't in the right place. Shanahan talked about, once Juszczyk left, it was a little sloppy as far as trying to figure out how to replace him, and responsibility. So this was not, I guess my point is, on a number of levels, it wasn't really a smooth operation. It wasn't an ideal circumstance for Mac Jones, to make his first start with the Niners. And we saw that, so there will be better, if he continues to play for a week or two. I guess, the Cardinals are probably a little slightly better defense. But, that was a tough first test, and he passed with largely flying colors. Like, as you mentioned, there were times where he held on to it too long. Obviously, the strip sack being the most prominent among those plays. But I thought it was overall highly impressive.
Talking to Eric Branch here on the UMA guest line. And on the note of Mac Jones, Jawan Jennings was questionable coming into the game, and then he ends up having a fantastic performance as well. Were you surprised to see Jawan as that most trusted target? Led the team in targets and in yards, but between the preseason injuries and then Jennings seeking a new contract, these two didn't get a ton of time to develop a rapport leading up to the season.
Well, it's a fair question, but I would also ask a question to you, Greg. Who else was he going to throw to? I was
thinking Ricky McCaffrey, probably.
Right, and then then I think the list ends. So you've got like three guys. I think Bourne showed that he's obviously a guy who's going to stay once these guys come back. But when you talk about Valdez-Scantling, even Sky Moore, who obviously they traded a little bit for, I'm not sure these guys have roster spots, once there's Demarcus Robinson comes back and Ayuk. I think just because Jennings has been there, done that, he, has, among those guys, as far as receivers, the biggest, track record, career resume. I wasn't surprised, even though, he had a shoulder, then he had an ankle, but it's like, hey, this is a guy who's done it before. I'm going to find Jawan Jennings. So, that didn't surprise me.
Well, he had 10 targets. He caught 5. The big one, and there were a lot, he was instrumental in that drive at the end of the first half, which flipped the game. If they don't get a touchdown at the end of the game, that's going to be a tighter game. But obviously, the 3rd and 11 touchdown through the zone. And we gave him the nickname along with the Cam Inman, 3rd and Jawan. But that was because they faced 3rd and shorts, 3rd and 3s when other teams go to man. You can't play off on 3rd and 3. 3rd and 11, you're going into a zone. And that was, I'm not sure how many of Jawan's, 3rd and Jawan's came against the 3rd and 11 and specifically against the zone defense. And it's a little bit about Mac Jones, and I agree with you. The people around him and losing the left guard, using the fullback, you don't have George. The 5 eligibles around him are all changing, and it's hard. And they had some clock issues, and he fumbled. Did you pull the ball out when he got into McCaffrey's belly? Was he going to run on that? What was that? But they talk more about the subtle movement because they used McCaffrey as a decoy, Eric, out to the left. And I always thought Pete Warner, New Orleans cover guy, I saw him at Ohio State, could really cover. But the Niners went at him with leverage with McCaffrey early in the game and outside leverage. And on that 3rd and Jawan, which was so atypical of Jawan because it was 3rd and 11 and the 42-yard touchdown, the way they attacked him through the middle of the zone. But as you did your game review on that play, what did you see?
Well, that was interesting. I noticed before the snap, Mac Jones huddled briefly. They broke the huddle, and he huddled briefly with center Jake Brindle. And so I was able to get Mac in the locker room afterwards and said, what was that about? And now Mac Jones is funny, but he was dead serious when he said, oh yeah, well, that was something of a trick play, and that's all the information I can give you. Now maybe he's got a great poker face and he's just messing with the reporter. It certainly didn't look like a definition of what we think of a trick play is. So I just I put it in the story. I didn't try to speculate on what was going on. But Jennings said, he didn't expect to get the ball just because Warner had dropped. He was at depth. But you'll notice he kind of hesitated. He had McCaffrey out to the right. I think Pearsall was coming on a shallow cross. And so he hesitated as if to say, maybe I don't need to, continue to drop with Jennings. But in that hesitation, I don't know if Max saw that right at that moment and let it go. I think he'd let the ball already go. But that's what killed him, on the play and left Jennings wide open. Now, is that a trick play? I'm not sure. I'll have to follow up with Max, see if he's just pulling my leg.
Yeah, maybe he is. It
wasn't like a flea flicker or anything. I think that's just reading the moment, where they kind of tricked Warner into getting out there on McCaffrey. It wasn't like a flea flicker or something.
No, right, exactly. And maybe that's what he was referring to.
All right, Eric, so game review column coming out later today?
Yes, and I'm sorry, Papa. It should be out already, particularly on this big day for you.
What time?
Yeah.
Is this because you're on the show? You're late with this? I'm not worth it. I need all ball. I need the game review. When's it coming out?
I apologize. I have just.
That's okay.
I'm just about to the last snap, and it's taken. We'll say two
give
and a half hours.
Give me one breakdown. How did the rookie left guard play? It looks like he'll have to play a while, huh?
Yeah.
How did Colby play?
The rookie left guard, his first two snaps, like his second snap, he cleared out. Now I'm forgetting the name of the Saints D tackle. But that was the thing. I was like, was Colby a little jittery when he first got in? And then on his second snap, he just cleared out a guy, and then McCaffrey had a 7-yard run. So I can't say I focused every single snap on Colby, but here's the thing: I didn't notice him, which is a good thing. And when I guess the few times I did notice him, he was doing something well. So I know he had a clean sheet as far as on his pass protection, and there were a lot of passes being thrown. So, that's interesting because, Ben Bartch is going to come back at some point, but if Connor Colby keeps playing like that, I'm not sure Ben Bartch is going to keep his starting job.
Yeah, I mean, it's another case possibly of Dominic Pooney, Spencer Burford from last year. So we'll be keeping our eye on all of it. And when that game review does come out, I'll be first in line. Well, I'll be second in line behind Papa to go and read it because I got to get back to doing my homework now. I can't keep up with this guy's knowledge. Even when he's going through chemo, he's still got like years and years. And I don't know. I can't do it. I'm at a loss. But Eric, you're the best. Appreciate you coming by. And thanks for being the first guest ever on the show and the first guest post-reunion.
Well, no, truly, really am honored and great to hear your voice again, Greg. And hopefully it'll just more and more of you back on the airways would be great.
Thank you, brother. Love you, Eric. Thank you so much.
Eric Branch of the SF Chronicle. We appreciate him very much. And, yeah, got to read that game review every time it comes out. And, yeah, I think to his point, I think the 49ers might pull this one out. This is rewatching it against the Saints. The defense shuts the door a couple of times. All right, Tracy Sandler joining us at 11:50. Coming up in a bit, we've got Papa's poll in the return of best Bay Area beards. And then 11:30, bottom of the hour, we're going to be pulling it out for the first time in a while. No, not the whip around, Walter. It's going to be Papa's playbook. All coming your way. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Well, the Giants had a tough one last night. Just 2 hits in their 8-1 loss down in Arizona. And Bryce Eldridge, in his major league debut, hit a couple of balls hard off the bat, but ultimately went 0 for 3. The boys will look to snap this 3-game losing streak with first pitch at 6:40 tonight. Tristan Beck getting the start for the Giants, going up against Eduardo Rodriguez. We'll have pregame for you on the Sports Leaders starting at 5:40. Hey, good chance to catch up with Steve Moskowitz, giving you the best finance saving tips out there in all of the Bay Area and beyond. He's the founder and tax attorney at Moskowitz LLP. Steve, what can you tell us today about unfiled tax returns?
Real common situation. Usually somebody looks at a return and they can't pay it. So they panic. They make a wrong mistake and they don't file the return. And before you know it, year 2 rolls around and they say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. It becomes a lifestyle, a bad lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle, looking over your shoulder. Is today the day the IRS is going to get you? You don't have to live like that. We'll go ahead and file all the years that you need to be filed, whether it's 1 year or many years. And then if you owe some money and you can't pay it, no problem. We'll make a deal for you. There's a lot of good deals. If you don't have your records, no problem. We can get all the records the IRS and state has on you. If your bookkeeping's a mess, no problem. We have a bookkeeping department. The bottom line is, we'll go ahead, we'll take care of you. The only thing you have to do is pick up your phone for our free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. We'll deal with the government for you, so you don't have to deal with the government. The only thing you do is just say, hey, Steve, take care of me.
It's free, it's easy, and all you got to do is pick up that phone and dial 1-888-TAX-DEAL to get your problem sorted if you got unfiled tax returns. That's 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or go to MoskowitzLLP.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
I almost feel like I should rush to commercial breaks because every rejoin we get, it's just a new part of the giant playlist we got for Papa's return. It's Papa and Silver back in full form for the first time since late June, and we're having a fantastic day. Tracy Sandler going to be joining us at 11:50. Susan Slusser coming by at 12:50. We got Papa's Playbook coming up in just a bit. And we thought, hey, made it through an hour of the show. Every segment's a reason to celebrate. And Greg Papa has got a beard. I've never done a show with a co-host that's got a beard. JD has been clean-shaven the entire time I've known him. Larry Krueger rocking a pretty clean shave. I guess he's got the little chin beard, I guess. But for the most part, nothing like this. And by the way, is that a new shirt? I don't think I've ever seen that one.
Yes, this is Papa, the man, the myth, the legend. Not for me, great author one day. So the beard, I know everybody's freaking out about the beard. The beard is my beard. I don't care if you like it or not. It is a symbol of the cancer that lives in my body. I can't floss my teeth. They don't let you use dental floss. They can't get into the gums and create any bleeding there. So I could not shave with a straight edge razor, and I don't like using electric razors. They're hard to get through and it's tough to trim it, so I said F it. I'm going to grow a beard. I never had a beard before in my life. In the mid-90s when Mark McGuire was here bombing balls, we had a goatee. I did grow a goatee for a while. I thought it would be less surface area to shave. I hated it because you had to trim it, and I'm not good that way. I was never going to be an architect. Maybe I'll be a hematologist, but I'm not going to be an architect. So I just said I'm going to grow it, and it's a symbol. I could never grow a beard. It would never take, and that it would look so awful on television for so long because it was scraggly and patchy. And I'm going to lose my hair at some point. My hair is going to come out. There's this thing called cool caps you can put on your head to save your hair but I'm probably going to lose a little bit of hair, but it'll grow back. It'll be fine. So I thought, everybody's like, don't you lose hair when you have cancer? I'm going to grow hair. So I went with the beard, and the beard is for me. At some point, I'll trim it and make it a little so I don't get food in my beard, which is a great look. But it's not for you. It's for me. And there's a symbol in it, and I will, shave the beard at some point when cancer is completely eradicated forever from my body, or forever. Who knows what it'll be. But I feel good about doing it. So there's a method to why I'm doing it. And if you like it or not, it's up to you. I don't care. It's me. I have to look at it every day, and I have become Greg Popovich. But anyway, I was going to ask if you want me to keep the beard or not. I don't care what you think about the beard. I'm keeping the beard.
Yeah, no, my answer is I defer to you. Of course.
I know. It's mine. No one close to me wants me to have the beard. I don't care. But just best Bay Area beards. And it would be so many hockey players we could go to. And Jumbo Joe, I don't know how he didn't trip. He was so damn tall, within those skates are so high. But that beard went down to his waistband, down to his hockey pants. So Jumbo Joe has got to be number one. But the Giants and this guy, and he didn't have this crazy beard, but he did have one when he struck out Nelson Cruz on November the 1st of 2010.
Yep.
To win the Giants a World Series. And he had a crazy beard. Brandon Crawford had a great beard. So we'll defer to the audience. I would say Jumbo. We're looking for the best Bay Area beards of players. I was thinking broadcasters. Bill King had the handlebar Raleigh fingers but that wasn't a full mustache, a full beard. Dallas Braden is rocking that. What is it? A duck boat beard he's got going. Whatever the hell.
It's
that
like about a
is.
player and a broadcaster.
Pitch. Well, he didn't pitch with that. He was clean shaven when he pitched. So now it's strictly as a broadcaster. But normally we go 4, and it's a Mount Beardmore here. It's got to be Jumbo Joe. Would it be Brian Wilson? And then, where would we go for the 3rd and 4th best beards in Bay Area sports history?
Well,
and could I crack the top 4 one day?
Well, I think you're probably going to make Mount Beardmore 100%. And even though I'm now the lone clean-shaven member of the show, I still approve of it. And regardless of the fact that you can't use a single-edged razor or not.
Can you actually grow one, Greg? Can you grow one?
Yeah, no, I can. I just,
How long
it's
would
not
it take?
good.
6 years? How long would it take?
Probably 5, yeah. A little bit less than 6.
Okay.
Yeah, so, hopefully it doesn't come to that. And I think if I made it about 5 or 6 days, I might have my relationship on ice for that one. So
I couldn't grow one. I couldn't grow one forever. It's just I never took, and it got scraggly, and it bugged me. And then this one I hardly even noticed. Now it's just, one problem with chemotherapy, you feel like you have hair all over your face. Wait a minute. I do!
Well, we had someone in the YouTube chat earlier when you talked about getting cereal stuck in there. I think you just got to collect things throughout the show, and then if you're losing a little bit of steam in the 1 o'clock hour, you got a little snack right there, easily accessible, mid-segment, no problem.
That. Bill King would do that. He would pull something out of his goatee in the middle of a game and start eating it. I'm like, dude, you are so Forbes Cadieux. You are Sausalito nuts.
All right, so if we're talking about best beards beyond Jumbo Joe, Brian Wilson, Dallas Braden's certainly an option, but to your point, didn't have it as a player. John Brebbia is someone that you mentioned yesterday. He had a little bit of a beard going when he was with the Giants. Brandon Crawford. If we're going to go fictional, Sourdough Sam does have a nice beard. And then if we're going to go with Walter and his Photoshop this morning, Dos Equis, the most interesting man in the world, and then putting Greg Papa's face on it, that was pretty good too.
Yeah, well, that's good, but he's not a Bay Area sports figure. And I love Sourdough Sam. We've hugged it out a lot. Good-looking man, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
We had him in the toddler room, and he's cut. But that's not an actual look, so I would disqualify him. So I don't know. Do we definitely have the top 2, Jumbo Joe and Brian Wilson? Reggie had a cool beard in the 70s. Kenny Snake Stabler had a cool beard. Are we looking for a big, bushy, ridiculous, overgrown beard? Those guys were more. Didn't Jerry have one? Post Fifi, I think Jerry had a little. How about our guy Bryce Eldridge last night, the new
Yeah.
generation. Very nicely cropped. He's a little new right now. But Brebbia, the thing about Brebbia was we watched it grow because he was clean shaven in spring training, and then he would grow it throughout the year. So, like the Brebbia you saw in April was very different than the guy in July. And if I just keep growing mine, will it go jumbo Brebbia and just go all the way to the ground? Is that what happens?
Too bad Tim Ryan didn't do this
Where
with
does it go?
facial hair, because he did it with his hair, but then he
He's
ended up
back
cutting
to doing it. The hair's there. Then the Niners never won the Super Bowl, so he shaved it and went all John Travolta on me.
All right, maybe we go Jumbo Joe Thornton, Brian Wilson, and then we just have a third option that's other with dropping name below. We lose him for a sec? Might have lost him. All right, you know what? Walter, what do you think of that one? We go a little Jumbo Joe, Brian Wilson, and then insert third option if you need it.
Yeah, we can do that. There's a lot of Bay Area beards that we can have open up to the listeners.
Yeah, and we'll also put this on our KNBR socials as well. Let's reconnect in just a bit and get you to some Papa's Playbook. We got a couple of highlights to be throwing your way. Tracy Sandler going to be joining us at 11:50. It's a wonderful Tuesday here. Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader. When he's not on the mic,
Left flat, spider 3, wide banana, first down, and goal to go 49ers.
he's focused on the film.
We're going to break down a couple of plays.
Time for Papa's Playbook as Greg Papa goes deep on the game tape.
We'll get to the jet sweep in a minute.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Oh, yes, let's do it. Our first of the season. Greg Papa is back on KNBR, and we're ready to be breaking down a couple of plays. You know, if you're watching us on YouTube and Twitch, you can see the plays we're about to show you. And if I didn't look longer than just a couple of seconds, I would think that's Kyle Shanahan himself right there with that offseason beard and the hat and the clothes right there. So, Kyle/Papa, what do we got in the gold mine this week? Let's do it.
We got the Shanahan going. I thought Kyle dialed up a great game. Go on the road and get off to a 2-0 start, bro.
Yeah.
And do it the way they did it. It wasn't always perfect in battle. This team they're back to being a well-coached team. They're back to blocking and tackling and executing game plans and doing it with 2 different starting quarterbacks. It's really been quite impressive. But Kyle always talks about, and we've had him on the show many times in all the interviews I've done with him, about lapping opponents, scoring late in the half, trying to score to come out of the half and all that. But where the game was taken really was that drive at the end of the first half after New Orleans scored to make it a 9-7 game. You start on the 23, and Mac Jones just in the pocket, boom, 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 hits AJ, breaks a tackle, gets out of bounds for 13 yards, just goes right down the field, using McCaffrey, using Jennings over and over again, and then getting yourself in the low red zone. And what was the problem with the Niners last year? The low red zone, not having Christian McCaffrey after the 23 year when he had the 21 touchdowns, 14 of which were in the red zone. And he hadn't been in the end zone since the Super Bowl. And it was the Juwan Jennings double pass that got him in. But we're going to take you to the faithful play. I mean, he had to close it out and all that at the end. But to take the game the way they did right before halftime is so Shanahan. And it's play design. So it is a 3rd and 5. 11 seconds to go in the half on the New Orleans 7-yard line. Let's look at the video, our first installment. Thank you, Walter, in the Papa's Playbook. We need to see the video first, or are we going to hear Oh No Tacion first? Which one do you want to go with first?
We're going to toss to the play first.
Let's see the play.
All right.
Can we see the play?
Let's hit it.
Or the audio of the play, this Carlos Ramirez's call? Is that what we're going to do?
Yeah, we're going to
hear.
Hey,
is it the audio call or the video call? We know it's the play. It's not what. No, now you're showing it to me. All right, see McCaffrey go in motion there.
The slot, empty backfield. Jones from the gun. The snap. Looks right. Looks. Throws. End zone. Touchdown! Christian McCaffrey. Back of the end zone. Right side. Perfect pass by Mac Jones. Just floated it in there. And cue the Mark song. It's the return of the Mac, baby.
Ah, no! Tacion! All right, so McCaffrey goes in motion. The defensive end, Granderson, is going to line up over him. The Niners already showed this action going into a timeout. He carries him to the goal line, then he drops him. And now you're giving McCaffrey a head start and a 2-way go to the corner against Alontae Taylor. Brandon Staley, what happened to your genius tag when you were running McVay's defense, and then a nice ball placement, and McCaffrey's just different. Again, the motion. They showed this going into the timeout, and New Orleans, are they cool with this? We want Granderson, a stand-up and outside linebacker, to pick him up in the low red zone like this on a 3rd and 5 from the 7-yard line. That is a structural mistake. He's not going to defend him at all. He lets him go. He drops him. So he doesn't even carry him in the end zone. They don't double him. They drop him. Taylor is flat-footed and late. McCaffrey got behind both of them. And once he's behind him, Mac Jones, clean pocket, hits the corner of the end zone. Great call, Car Ram. We'll look at it again. Now, they're showing a zone here, right? He went in motion, and nobody moved. DeMario Davis is saying, you got him. They're telling you what they're going to do. And that the amazing thing was there was a timeout called before that, the play before, and McCaffrey tipped it early. He went in motion and showed it. And I thought, well, Staley saw that. So he's going to get out of that. If McCaffrey goes in any motion there, he's going to do that. Well, why would you line up a defensive end, Carl Granderson, one-on-one to match up with Christian McCaffrey on the goal line? Wouldn't you just put Alontae Taylor on him to start, or a much better coverage player on him to start, or your nickelback? Kool-Aid wasn't going to get it done. So that is just the Shanahan. And then I love Mick Lombardi. Man, the energy that he has on the sideline. Those guys are not in New England anymore. They wouldn't have exploded like that except when they won the whole thing. And free snap motion, Granderson could have take the inside technique, let him go outside, and then he just trades him off. And then McCaffrey scores. So you have a player as good as Christian McCaffrey, you can't defend him that way. You put Kyle Shanahan in a Shanahan and have CMC in the ball placement of Mac the Knife. You got a touchdown there, and you got a 2-score lead going into halftime, and Brock loved it. Beautiful play. So that's one play. And the other one is going to be the Juwan Jennings touchdown. And this is just, and Cam Inman texts me all the time. I love Cam. I don't know who came up with 3rd and Juwan. I think he did, and then I stole it from him. But he is 3rd and Juwan over and over. Why is he 3rd and Juwan? Because he beats man coverage on 3rd and shorts. He's had a couple in Seattle on 3rd and 7s when he caught short and just house guys to pick up. But mainly, and he can beat man. For a guy who can't run, can't jump, even when Ayuk was here, he's the best man separator on this team. Ricky will give him a run, but JJ can beat man. I'd like to go back. Cam Inman, I'm giving you a homework assignment. Of all the 3rd and Juwans, how many went 11 yards and how many against the zone coverage? So you were debating where the ball... They lined him up at X. You don't have Ayuk. Juwan Jennings. Let's roll this, Walter. It is the Jennings touchdown here. He lines up at X wide receiver, and he's through his zone. He's just running like Paul Warfield through an open prairie. Nobody lays a finger. That's so easy for Juwan Jennings. Again, Brandon Staley. What's going on, bro? I stood behind him in practice. That guy made me so nervous. He was so twitchy and up on his toes. I'm like, do you have Tourette's? I see you. So there's the coverage here. And Pete Warner's the guy, the linebacker, but just a slight little reroute there. That's nothing there from Kool-Aid. And Jennings is running. Now, it's right there is the call. That's the focal point. McCaffrey freezes Pete Warner, the linebacker, number 20. And now he really is in no man's land. He kind of drops Jennings, and now it's over. It's a house call. No one's tackling him in the open field. But it's structure and how they do it. So Juwan, again, is the X wide receiver, the outside receiver. He thinks he's going to get man against Kool-Aid. Kool-Aid trains him off. Now Pete Warner's going to take the underneath to take the short part of the route. He doesn't. He gets influenced by McCaffrey, and they drop Jennings again. And right down the middle, that is a clean pitch and catch. And again, a very atypical 3rd and Juwan touchdown. But again, Brock could do. Look at the pocket for Mac Jones. And the line did play well in this game. Much better than they played in Seattle. Yeah. And he just pierced it. So 3rd and Juwan on 3rd down at 11, a huge play in the game. Car ram! Let me hear you, brother.
McCaffrey to the left of Jones. Quick snap from the gun. Pressure coming. Throws. Wide open, Juwan Jennings. Open field. 25, 50. He's gone. 5. Touchdown! 49ers on 3rd down. It's 3rd and Juwan. 42-yard gain for a San Francisco touchdown.
Hell yeah, Karan. By the way, I love how he says he's gone well before he's in the end zone, because to your point in illustrating the way Juwan was able to get wide open, as soon as
he's gone right there. He's gone on the 20.
It is a house call from the catch and run.
It's Kyle Shanahan at his best. Just the play design. He's out of the X wide receiver. You think you have man there. No, it's zone. And now they don't even cover the middle of the zone. You go up against a cover 3 or a cover 4, you can tack a weak side linebacker like Pete Warner. I called Pete Warner's Big Ten championship game for Ohio State against Northwestern. He was on Chase Young's team then. Great player. I mean, when he was younger, he lost that much in space. The Niners really attacked him. There's one time they motioned McCaffrey outside of him on the sideline, got outside leverage on him and beat him all day. Kyle will pick on linebackers that can't cover over the middle of the field. Just ask the Los Angeles Rams. But that was a different one. I don't know if it was a special kind of play. It wasn't a flea flicker, but that was Mac. And again, why does Kyle like Mac Jones? He plays from the pocket, like Brock Purdy. He moved the eyes of Pete Warner with McCaffrey. Everybody thinks it's going to go to McCaffrey. He's the gravitational pull. He's Steph Curry. So we already got Alontae Taylor on him. We don't need that. And then to have Pete Warner just open up and let Juwan run right down the middle. So in both of those touchdowns, that is just scheme. That is, I don't know who the 5 eligibles are. Kendrick Bourne, is that you, KB? You're back in the house making plays. You're born to be a Niner. You never should have left. I mean, it's like here, there, everywhere. Who's playing? I don't even know. But the way they used McCaffrey you don't have Deebo Samuel anymore. Obviously, you don't have George Kittle anymore. You don't have Brandon Ayuk right now. You don't have your special toy, Superman. But you got Kyle Shanahan in that brilliant mind, and you got the biggest toy of them all in McCaffrey. Use him in those situations to catch the ball and score when they drop him, to suck the coverage his way and open it up for third and Juwan, to do it on 11 yards out and to do it across a zone. When has he ever done that?
Well, you just mentioned Mac Jones being able to throw from the pocket, and he had a pocket to throw from. The line much improved from week 1 to week 2, because if you got that Seattle type of performance against that defense and had to have Mac Jones play that game, would have been a whole lot different right there. By the way, Ben Barch out 4 to 6 weeks per Matt Mayoko, so Connor Colby stepped in nicely, 100% pass protection rate right there. Going to have to replicate it if Mac Jones is able to go again, and if he's going to protect his QB1 and Brock Purdy comes back, then it's all the more important.
Wow, that's a high ankle sprain. That's a bad one.
Yeah.
And Ben Barch missed some time, and we were just talking to our guy Eric Branch, and he didn't know he'd be out that long. I mean, that's a long time. So Connor Colby did play well. He didn't have any mistakes, but Dominic Pooney last year, because of injury, became a plug-and-play. He only missed 1 snap all year. He's already missed 1 this year. But he's not playing as well, Dom Pooney, from the injury in training camp. We'll look at Connor. Connor's the one guy, and I'll give Larry Krueger credit. When I looked at the guys that could step in right, and we'll get into Upton Stout and what's going on with him, and he's battling back a little bit. He's going to be attacked. He is going to be attacked in that slot over and over and over again. Some good plays, some bad plays. I thought the whole call was bogus on him, but they're going to go at him. They are blitzing him a lot more. The structure of Saleh's defense is completely different. This is not the defense of 2019 that he won to the Super Bowl in the way he's calling it. There's so many. You had the shark blitz from K1, but they're blitzing Stout. And anyway, you could see Stout was going to be a player right away. And obviously, the guys on the D-line. But Connor Colby is a 7th-round Iowa Hawkeye, and the way he was able to block in the zone scheme. So that's a long time, but he would be the guy at left guard for a while there. So he played well first game out, with Mac, he's bigger. The one thing about Brock, at 6 feet 5/8 of an inch tall, you worry about the gut pressure, especially over right guard, because he's a right-handed quarterback.
Yeah.
But even when he slides left, so that middle of the old line has got to be fortified. Pooney, Brendel, and now it will be Connor Colby for a month and a half or so. So those guys are going to have to play well. Trent played better in this game. McKivitz got worked a little bit on a bull rush, and it was mainly him holding the ball a little bit too long in the pocket a little bit, Mac the Knife. But that's a big change in the offensive line. But the O-line did play better in pass pro in this game. But Arizona's got some jokers that'll come at you to heat you up for sure on Sunday.
No question. And the game they just played against Carolina, I mean, they suffocated a struggling offense for the first 3 quarters. And then Carolina was kind of hanging around late in that one. On top of that, Arizona seemed to have endless penalties before the game could finally get put away by their defense. But regardless, it's 2-0 versus 2-0, and you got a division battle. And the last time that the Cardinals came to Levi's Stadium, that was a hot day. You remember it well. That was actually the one game I went to last year before hanging out with Papa and Silver. So that was my one game out in the stands, and I was melting a little bit, but not as much as the 49ers melted down after the Jake Moody tackle and the injury there. And, man, we haven't even gotten into the special teams and those changes yet. So we got a lot of catching up to do, and it's going to be a lot of fun. Tracy Sandler is next, but first, I'll tell you that Papa and Silver at Full Strength is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union, because whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. Keep it right here on the Niners with Tracy Sandler next on the Sports Leader.
Time for traffic on the Sports Leader. Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
McCaffrey to the left of Jones. Quick snap from the gun. Pressure coming. Throws. Wide open. Jawan Jennings. Open field. 25. 50. He's gone. 5. Touchdown. 49ers. On third down. It's third and Jawan. 42-yard gain for a San Francisco touchdown.
From Brock Purdy or from Mac Jones to Christian McCaffrey, Jawan Jennings, or Jake Tonjes, the 49ers are loving it. Loving it. They are 2-0 with 2 wins on the road, and we are having a fantastic Tuesday on Papa and Silver with, of course, Greg Papa making his triumphant return. We talked to Eric Branch about an hour ago. Let's keep it moving on the 49er guests. We do it every single Tuesday, and that is talk to our good friend, CEO and founder of the Fangirl Sports Network, and a contributor on KNBR 49ers pre- and post-game, the one and only Tracy Sandler joins us on the UMA guest line. Tracy, how are you?
I am good. Thank you. How are you?
I'm doing fantastic, but I know that I'm the way less exciting host to talk to today. So I'll just ask you a quickie, and then we'll let Greg Papa get down to what really matters. But just big picture outlook on the 49ers. First 2 weeks, they win 2 gritty games on the road in very different, but sometimes similar fashions too. 2 different quarterbacks. Just your large outlook on the first couple of weeks, and what have they told you about the 49ers of 2025?
Well, they're certainly not your 2024 49ers. These are 2 games that a year ago they would have for sure lost. And so I think it shows that they can get into these grimy, gritty games on the road. I think I've also learned that the defense is farther along than I thought, to be honest. I thought there'd be a lot more ups and downs early on. Now, granted, we're only 2 weeks in, and I think Arizona does have a few more issues that they could create for the 49ers. But I still think we see the young guys really coming along, the veterans stepping up where they need to. Robert Saleh has gotten this defense into tremendous shape. George Kittle said a couple weeks ago, Robert Saleh was their best offseason acquisition, and I think that has been very clear in the first 2 games.
Great to hear your voice, Trace. You've reached out to me right from the very start.
And yours.
So, yes, I am back for at least now for a while there. I know one day we'll be able to give you a hug at the stadium again, but you have been a loving supporter from the start, so I love you for that, girl. A word about Saleh. And actually, before I got sick, Saleh and I had a Saleh hug. We hollered for Saleh, and you could just tell he's a different guy. When he was here, he was quiet and demanding, but now the personality is coming out, the ownership of the defense, the constant dialogue with Kyle. It's almost like you've got an assistant head coach. I'm sure he's got that title in D.C. The structure of the defense is different. This is not the 2019 team they rode to Miami with all those young players and Bosa, obviously, and Dre. He's blitzing a lot more. He's slot blitzing with Upton Stout. Let's do it. Back then it was the Shark and K1 and blitzing late in games. The defense is giving it up here and there, and there's some areas they're picking on in the secondary. But overall, what have you seen from Robert Saleh's contribution? Is the number 1 offseason acquisition for the Niners also become 2 weeks into the year the most valuable performer for the 49ers?
I think that would be a fair assessment, and that's not to take away from anybody else or anything else, but I think he really has. I mean, you have a lot of guys on that defense who did not have preseason action, who did not have much training camp, that are rookies, and they're contributing and contributing well. I mean, Upton Stout had his first sack the other day, a corner in his second game in the NFL. He has just changed everything. I think there is a confidence with him there. They trust him. They want to play for him. And you're right. His personality is coming out. We see it in his press conferences. So if we're seeing it, you can only imagine what they're seeing in the meeting room practice. And I would agree. He has been the number 1 most valuable performer of these last 2 weeks. They got a tall task ahead of them on Sunday, just because Kyler Murray and the Cardinals seem to always give them fits. Whether the 49ers beat them or not, it's always a little bit more difficult. But what he has done so far with this defense, I just think it's incredibly impressive.
You know, Tracy, the defense has had a lot of players that we can point to for reasons of them being 2-0, and Robert Saleh, of course, the head of it all, coming back as DC. But specifically on D. Winters, being around all offseason, did you foresee this level of growth in his game? I mean, we joked yesterday that per Matt Barrows calling him D. Greenlaw, he maybe has taken this a little too seriously when he got the personal foul on the sideline, in addition to all the third down stops he was making.
Yeah, when he got that personal foul, I was like, oh, there's that Dre Greenlawness. But no, I didn't see this. It's a real credit to D. Winters and the work he put in the offseason, the changes that he made. But it's also a credit to Saleh, and he coaches linebackers very well. He coaches DBs well too, but he coaches linebackers very well. And I think what we're seeing from D. Winters is incredible. It also shows that players take a little time to develop. And I think that's something that as fans, as media, we expect people to come in day one and be perfect. You're not going to be perfect. And D. Winters really hadn't had the reps. And so what we're seeing now is a lot of work on a number of sides, and also his third year in the league and really blossoming into a really good linebacker.
Well, Saleh's had some groups there. Obviously, Fred Warner from the start, but big play Dre.
Yes.
In 19, Aziz Alshire. I mean, they had the best trio of linebackers in football. You didn't need the third one because you don't have him on the field. But with Dre and Fred, you had the best duo, and he does look like D. Greenlaw.
He really does.
Last year, he overran the one on the sideline against Patrick Mahomes. He would overrun. He's done that a little bit here and there, but he is firing, and he's solidifying that side of the ball without question. On the other side of the ball, with all the eligibles getting hurt, obviously, you coming in, Debo not being here, losing Kittle, and then 10 snaps into the game, losing Kyle Juszczyk, the all-purpose weapon, who was technically a fullback, but he can play everywhere. And then they turned to the guy who was the hero in Seattle with the Los Gatos leap, Jake Tunges. And when they first got him, Trace, he reminded me so much of Ross Dwelley right away. He could run better than Dwelley, in and out and straight line. But he had Ross Dwelley hands, catches everything. And then whenever Juszczyk would miss a game, they would ask Dwelley to play fullback. And with Juice, the line is just follow Juice. Wherever he goes, just follow him. With Dwelley, it was don't go anywhere near where Dwelley's going. He's got to go the wrong way. And he meant well, and there were some snaps with Tunges at fullback where he's blocking air, he's trying to cut an end, completely miss him. But God, you got to love the guy. He catches everything, and he's trying to be Kyle Juszczyk. Without Kyle Juszczyk on the field, what are you seeing from Tunges, Trace?
Well, I think some of that, I was thinking this the other day, some of this is the George Kittle effect. And it's almost like they have another coach in the tight end room. And I really think that about Kittle. By example and just his leadership skills, and I think Tunges has been awesome and has really learned from Kittle. And you're right, he's trying to be everywhere. He does catch everything, which is something they absolutely need. But what a kind of, I don't want to be dramatic, but a little bit of a revelation in the tight end room, because I don't know that anybody really felt like, again, I know we're early, but felt like he was going to have this kind of impact. But his number's been called. I'm just going to go with all of these metaphors here, but his number's been called and he's answered. He's done a tremendous job, and I think it gives the 49ers a lot of confidence in these next few games without Kittle, knowing that they have him in there. And then Luke Farrell had a touchdown the other day. It was very tight end heavy, which I know made George Kittle happy.
Yeah, we had 3 tight ends out there all together at one point. Braden Willis off of the practice squad, and then Farrell along with Tunges, because Kyle Juszczyk had to get knocked out with a concussion. And so something a little different there for Kyle Shanahan. But yeah, to George Kittle's point, or to your point on George Kittle, I should say, if he can't be out there, he'll at least want 3 other tight ends in his place. Special teams, big storyline of week 1, not quite as much in week 2. And I think that's a very positive thing for Kyle Shanahan. Aside from changing kickers and making a greater percentage of the kicks, why do you think special teams as a whole function so much better between the Seattle game and the New Orleans game?
I think it's a matter of just, first of all, you're playing different teams, so there is that. And I think Seattle is a much better team, so I will say that as well. But I think also you took away, with the changing of the kickers, like you said, aside from the kicks, you took away kind of a distraction and constant chatter around something. And I do think that helps. I really do, because it's just not possible that it doesn't affect the unit. and that isn't on their mind every time they're going out to kick an extra point, even though he did miss that extra point, going out to kick a field goal. I think that makes a big difference. And then it's also looking at film, looking at the tape and saying, here's what we did wrong, and let's fix it. And they have a different coordinator in Brant Boyer who maybe is better equipped to look at that tape during the week and say, all right, here's what we need to fix. He's so vocal out there, and I think that's a big part of it. But I wouldn't discount how much the kicker change just kind of helped the unit mentally as a whole.
And that Eddie Pinheiro, man, he is a hoot. He's got a little Finkel is Einhorn and Einhorn is Finkel vibe to him. And look at him without his helmet on. He's got he's Ventura. Just think about that. But he's going back to a Robbie Gould era where you're not going to make the big. Robbie wouldn't take one beyond the 35-yard line or a 53-yarder, but he make them all. We'll see about kickoffs with him. It's amazing. Whenever Jake Moody was kicking, everybody got moody around here, and Kyle would grip and everything, and touch pads would go. Kyle did not even notice that Eddie Pinheiro missed the extra point. He was celebrating with Ricky Pearsall on the Farrell touchdown. He was talking to Big Bad Hank, Leonard Hankerson. I hate to be told it's 6-0, coach. It's not 7-0. And it was funny. Pinheiro, when you kick an extra point, you can put the ball anywhere you want. He put it on the right hash mark. He didn't put it in the middle, and he missed on the right upright, which is interesting there. But just the way that he made a couple of long ones later. And we'll talk about Jake, and I've been a supporter of Jake, and now he's a Bear. He'll go on and do great things there. They're not using him right now. But was it just simply, if you'd lined up Jake Moody and Eddie Pinheiro in a kickoff, it would not be close. Jake Moody has extreme skill, whether he's kicking on a 2-step or a 3, the ball explodes off his foot. Pinheiro is what he is. Is it when Jake Moody gets out of here and he's not a 99th overall pick and replacing Robbie Gould, at last do you think Trace, his talent, will be allowed to come out?
I do. I really do. And to be honest, before training camp, I even felt that for exactly the reasons you said, it would be better for him. Too many things happened. It was the injury last year, missing all the kicks, being the 99th pick, replacing Robbie Gould, all of the things that you just said. I think it is better for everyone. Everyone needs a fresh start. And Kyle kind of said that even last Wednesday. Jake is a tremendous talent. We all know that I love Jake from my Michigan fandom, but I think he will have a tremendous career. I think it will be better for him. It'll be better for the 49ers, and everybody kind of gets a fresh start, because you don't want to be talking about kicking this much all year long. I know Kyle Shanahan definitely doesn't want to be talking about kicking every week all year long. And Jake doesn't want to be talking about kicking every week. He wants to just kick. So I think it was better for everybody. And a lot of it, I think, ended up being mental. And now everybody just gets to start fresh and move on with their season.
A few more minutes here with Tracy Sandler on the UMA guest line. So, Tracy, I know you're locked into the NFL at large. Was there anything from week 2 from around the league that raised your eyebrows as maybe how you're looking at the 49ers? I know every game's a little bit different. For example, Seattle went and scored 31. I guess 7 of them were a gift from special teams, but they went against a traditionally really good Steelers defense, and the 49ers just shut down Seattle. The NFC West as a whole looks pretty dangerous to start the season, but we don't really know how well the caliber of opponent they're playing is. Just kind of want to get your large NFL picture and see if that makes you think about the 49ers any differently before they play their first home game.
I don't know if it makes me think about the 49ers any differently. I think I look at Green Bay, and that is kind of a juggernaut at the moment. I know we're only in week 2, but there are a few trades that really impact the team. I think you could say Christian McCaffrey did that for San Francisco. Micah Parsons changed for the Packers. I think it just elevated them so much. But there are a couple of teams that I'm looking at that I think could be dangerous, and that's the Bucks and the Falcons. And again, we are so early, but I think those teams may be better than a lot of people thought, certainly better than I thought. So as we look forward in the NFC, there's a lot of competition. And as of right now, going into week 3, I think there's a lot of competition in the NFC. The AFC, you kind of know your really good teams, and there aren't that many of them. But in the NFC, it's a lot of competition, which means it's going to be an interesting season as the year goes on. And the 49ers are going to have to find a way not to lose somebody every single week to injury.
Well, they are off to a 2-0 start, and they got 2 wins on the road, which are quality. But the LA Rams are 2-0, Arizona had to go down to the end to beat these New Orleans Saints. They gave away a big lead, but they held on and won. They're 2-0. Seattle going to Pittsburgh and playing the way they played after losing to the Niners, and they could have won that game. They're a solid 1-1. So everything you're delineating, I think, starts in your own division and how good the NFC West is going to be. I mean, how many playoff teams can we have from the division? But just this matchup against the Arizona Cardinals, who historically, since Kyler Murray has been a Cardinal, don't matter if there's nobody in the stands and it's a pandemic in 2020, or him running around last year, and that's where the whole Jake Moody fiasco started because he got hurt. It is tough to deal with the Arizona Cardinals. Just your overall thoughts about this specific matchup on Sunday in Week 3, Trace.
I think this matchup tells us a lot about the 49ers, even more so than going on the road and winning those 2 games, because you're right. Those Cardinals with Kyler Murray give them fits no matter what. Even when they beat them, they give them fits. And so I think we're going to see, is this defense really different? I think it's a really important game, and I know people might say it's the Cardinals, whatever, but it's not. They're a good team. They're a better team than I think we've seen, and they also are 2-0. So I think this matchup tells us a lot about San Francisco, because they have this matchup, then they have the Jaguars, and then they have the Rams. So these division games become very, very important early in the season. So I think we will learn a lot about them, maybe a lot about some of the younger guys on the defense who have performed well, but what happens this week when they are going up against Kyler Murray. And then I think on the other side of the ball, assuming Max Jones does start, does that kind of magic continue? And I don't say magic that I think he's not capable, but he had a tremendous game the other day, and I think everybody thought he just needed to be good enough, and he really was great. And so does that continue? And, how do they do still without Kittle? So I think in this home opener against another division opponent who historically has been difficult for them, how do they perform this week? I think it's going to be very, very interesting to see. There is a high likelihood this team goes to Los Angeles 4-0, but they're obviously going to have to beat the Cardinals on Sunday to do that.
All right, I sent you a text, Trace. Did you see it? Have you seen my beard, my cancer beard that I got going? Fire it up. I want to get your opinion.
I have not.
Well, actually, I don't
I
care if you
like
like it or not.
beard.
It means, okay, all right, thank you. It's a symbol to me to eradicate cancer. My question is, you're obviously a Dodger fan. Brian Wilson's beard. Sure Brian, she says that proudly and out loud in the Bay Area. Brian Wilson's beard, more luscious and bushy and orange and black, or Dodger blue? When he became a Dodger, he went all ZZ Top, didn't he?
I think he did, and obviously I'm going to have to say Dodger blue. I mean, no matter what, I'm going to have to say Dodger blue, because that's just kind of how I roll. I think that's my thought process. So I have to say Dodger blue.
Boo.
Whether that's true or not,
Boo.
I just have to do it. I mean, I know I'm the only one who proudly says it in the Bay Area. Someone on Twitter told me the other day something very not nice about my Dodger fandom. I don't care.
That's weird, because Twitter is like the nicest place in the world.
I know people are so kind and really open to other teams that someone might like, but yeah, it was really nice. I'll tell you if there's time, a very quick story about that I just tweeted the other night. I'm on my flight to New Orleans. Sports is the best. This guy next to me and I are watching the Dodger game on my computer. We have not said a word to each other. I don't even know his name. Michael Conforto hit a home run and we high-fived. I was like, sports is the best. That was the story. All the things people said to me. There was a lot of blocking going on after that. The things people said to me. Oh, well.
You know what, Tracy?
All right.
I'll be a hypocrite.
What do you want in the wild card? Giants or Mets? You want to play the Giants in a wild card? Who do you want? Seriously.
Absolutely not. Mets.
You want the Mets?
Whoever they play, they will beat them. I think whoever I go back and forth because I think the Mets are on such a skid. However, I don't feel like that lasts forever. But they do play the Giants well. But it doesn't matter, Papa, because whoever they play, they're going to win.
Tracy, I say this respectfully, but your answers and your story about the airplane, it's all disgusting, and that's okay. We still love you. She's choosing Juan Soto.
It's also true of any fan base in America, including the Tampa Bay Rays. Why do the Dodgers have a stranglehold on that? What fan base isn't doing that? Stop it. Stop it.
Tracy, we still love you. We still love you. We'll talk to you next week.
Thanks, guys. All right, have a great one, Papa. So good to hear your voice.
Oh, my goodness.
All right, bye, guys.
Papa, she's choosing Soto, Alonso, Lindor over the Giants who...
She's afraid of the Giants,
She's
is
afraid.
what she's saying.
She's afraid. All right, that's okay. Yeah.
She's all the Mets young pitchers she doesn't want to see.
She doesn't want Tristan Beck. No, she doesn't want the resurgence of Justin Verlander. He's been like the second best pitcher since the All-Star break on this team for sure. So
we shall see. Mets are playing the Padres tonight, so we'll watch
Mm-hmm.
that. And the Giants, you're up against it right now. That lost the two over the weekend and then last night. Not good. Probably going to be a bullpen game today. You're running out of time. And not only you lost the tiebreaker to the Mets because of the 3-game sweep they had in July, which I think are the 3 biggest games of the year, and probably where they played at times as shabbily as they've ever played. You also don't want to lose the tiebreaker to the Arizona Diamondbacks. I mean, when we started the year at the Presidio and we went through it all, they had to finish 3rd in the division to have any chance for a playoff spot. You could not be 4th, you would think, and mathematically make it. So right now, these next 2 games, tonight and tomorrow afternoon, we have a short show, will determine, I think, who finishes 3rd in the National League West. And are you behind Arizona? Now it's not just, and the Mets have been awful. But Pete Alonso did have a walk-off to break the 8-game losing streak and all that on Sunday. So, and they've been like the Giants. You know, they go into a hot streak and they play well, but now they got to deal with the Padres. But you're getting down the stretch here now for the Giants where it's like the Niners say, they're not must-wins, but you got to have them.
Yeah.
You are running out of days of the calendar. The tiebreakers don't work for you. If they lose the next 2 games to Arizona, it's not mathematically done, and we're going to talk about elimination number, but now Arizona is going to win the season series as well.
Yeah, and you got to have these next 2 100%. Tristan Beck going tonight against Eduardo Rodriguez. Giants facing a lefty. Does that mean we'll see Bryce Eldridge in the lineup? Susan Slusser may know a thing or two about that when we catch up with her at 12:50. Let's revisit the poll that we officially put out there on our social media when we come back. And then we'll talk a little bit of Giants heading into Susan Slusser. It's all coming up, Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Papa's back, and that means we're doing a poll. But today it's Papa's poll, and we ask you the best beard in Bay Area sports. Head on over to our YouTube stream or our Twitter page at KNBR and cast your vote, as we'll be revisiting it throughout the show.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ooh, nice. I'm loving this extended Silver Linings playlist. It's really Walter's brainchild that we collaborated on. The playlist continues, and I know Greg Papa does like pina coladas, maybe even more so than sportscasting or maybe his future profession, as he noted in the opening segment. a hematologist. We're
Sex
back.
on the beach don't suck either, Silver.
No. Are you talking about the drink or the act? Because maybe it's good either way. I'll just leave it at that.
Double down.
It's great to have you back, bro. We got a poll going out there on the KNBR socials, and everyone go and check it out at KNBR. Best Bay Area beard. And, of course, this is the context of sports because we got a lot of Jerry Garcia entries. Well, yeah, if we're going into the world of music and pop culture, that's a whole different realm. Dos Equis. By the way, we got the most interesting man in the world. Walter, you did some work for the most interesting fan in the world after that week 1 Sunday Night Football game.
Oh, nice.
Look at that.
You got me my Bills hat. What a comeback! When the Bills fell behind 40-25 and Henry broke that run, I texted everybody on my fantasy league that I'm in, and my name of my team is All Ball, because acute lymphoblastic leukemia B cell is what I have. I called 41-40 final. Crickets. They're already, we'll go 16-1. We're fine. It was the only 41-40 final score in the history of the NFL.
Scoregami. I got a question, actually. I was wondering this when we brought it to the air the next day, and I was like, yeah, Papa showed us that he called the score when it was 40-25. In your head, did you have the Bills missing the 2-point conversion and then getting it back for a field goal?
They stop doing the Buffalo snowplow on the 2-point conversion, Josh. Will you go over the center and not jump into the B gap like you did against Chris Jones and the goddamn champion? You're getting me going. Anyway, no, I didn't know how it was going to work. It all worked out. I just said that. So I do like, there's a certain distinguished quality to the gray beard. I'm getting called Santa Claus, Fiddler on the Roof. Now I'm going Dos Equis guy. I am wearing the Banjo Man hat. And I got to say, of all the pictures, the likenesses that are most like I'm rocking right now, it's Banjo Man. And maybe, I love you, Banjo Man. That could be an impetus to shave the beard. But I will do it at the proper time when I'm eradicated from cancer. But anyway, so where are we going with this? Jumbo Joe's got to win in a landslide, right?
So the options we have right now.
Dodger.
The options we have are Jumbo Joe Thornton, Brian Wilson, and then we have the other category to leave it open for people to drop their own submissions. Now, the most common other was Sergio Romo. We also got a mention of Mike Krukow, which I'm wondering, did he have a beard when he was pitching too? I know there's a big old white beard.
So, but he has been very distinguished with the beard. He's doing well with the beard.
Absolutely.
He's a broadcaster.
Someone said Dan Fouts, a guy you sent us a picture of yesterday, former Charger, and he's got a good beard. But of the options we have, the other is for sure in third place at 6.8%. Second place with 34% is Jumbo Joe Thornton, and that means the winner right now, by quite a big margin at 59.2%, is Brian Wilson.
Wow. Whenever we do a poll, the Giants win it, no matter what the hell we're talking about. Even B. Weezy, who I remember hanging out at a Barry Zito event when he was clean-shaven and articulate. He looked like a young Charlie Sheen. By the way, have you seen the doc on Charlie Sheen?
No, I haven't.
How does that guy live forever and I'm not going to make it at 65? Unbelievable. Anyway, it's just, he's a smart guy, Brian Wilson. Then the beard came out when he punched out Nelson Cruz, and the pictures behind me. He had a tailored beard, it looked like he got into the shoe polish a little bit. It was really dark. And then he just went wild, bushy beard. And I remember him coming back as a Dodger. Remember the night when he went at Larry Baer behind the backstop and he asked for his effing World Series ring? I'm like, why is he going after Larry Baer? We had it on the postgame show. I was like, VOing it. I'm like, what's going on? And he wanted his World Series ring, which they didn't give him. So and we lost the great Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys earlier, and Sly Stone and so many people. Yeah. We lost Roy Hobbs. We lost the Natural. I was in Buffalo. My brother was working there, Gary, and when they filmed The Natural, Rick Lancelotti set an Eastern League record for home runs in that stadium, the old rock pile, and I went and watched them over, so many nights film The Natural. It was filmed at War Memorial Stadium and Parkside Candies, and that's him. So anyway, the other Brian Wilson, whenever we do a giant poll, it's a poll of any kind, the Giants always win. It's just the way it is here. But, Brandon Crawford didn't make the list. Brandon Crawford had some great hair, and he had a great beard. John Brebbia, we've had a lot of the hockey players. You can't because they all grow them in a playoff beard.
916 just said Baron Davis as a basketball option.
Lord Baron, Larry, yeah. But Brian Wilson is the overwhelming winner. Undeniably, That's just baseball's more popular than hockey. The most memorable beard in Bay Area sports history, the follicle kind of beard, is without question Jumbo Joe, right?
I'm going Jumbo Joe as my number one as well, but I will say, when we were floating this idea around yesterday over text with Walter, the first one that came to mind off the top of the head was Brian Wilson, and maybe that's because with the Giants and the recent push and a little bit of August-September magic, we're starting to hear a little bit of, hey, could they do another version of 2010? And maybe it's just at the forefront of the mind with our recent Giants talk on the station, but that was the first thought. But no, if I'm going to make a selection, my answer is Jumbo Joe.
Okay, as a player. Non-players, Dallas Braden rocking that beard that he's got. I mean, that's not quite Jumbo Joe, but that's pretty good. And then Banjo, I've turned into Banjo Man. I have no musical ability at all. I can't grin and pick it at all. But the similarities between me and Banjo Man, what do you think?
I think it's great.
The helicopter hat.
I mean, you, Banjo Man, and the most interesting fan in the world, as I'm calling Walter's Photoshop, I think you could all be triplets, no question.
We could do it. We could do it.
We got Brent
so
Burns.
B. Weezy is our winner.
B. Weezy is the winner.
Yeah.
Brent Burns mentioned. I mean, look, hockey's a gold mine.
So many hockey players.
Yeah,
there's so many. So many.
Yeah, so anyway.
Maybe one day we'll talk about Bryce Eldridge. Now, do you have to go the big, bushy Brian Wilson later on days? Jumbo Joe got so long. I mean, Bryce Eldridge has a really well-manicured beard. Maybe one day when he turns from 20 to 30 to 35, maybe we'll talk about Bryce Eldridge.
You know, we had an earlier text, and apologies for not being able to track the area code because it was so far back, but someone said, Gabe Kapler had a well-groomed beard. I'm thinking more of the really letting it go kind of vibe as opposed to being nice and trim. If you're Gandalf, if you're Dumbledore, then that's kind of more my style here on this poll.
Unbelievable. So B. Weezy, you're the winner in the beard off over Jumbo Joe. That's a shocker.
Hey, we're still counting the votes. We got the mail-in ballots coming in, so we'll revisit here in the 1 o'clock hour. Let's get to Susan Slusser at 12:50 and see if the Giants can find a way to rally from behind. Kaiwei Tang went 4 innings last night. You got Tristan Beck making the start today, and then 4 crucial games against the Dodgers after this series. Lots to unpack before we get to Susan Slusser and, of course, the debut of Bryce Eldridge. It's Papa and Silver. Back together at last on the Sports Leader.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
One. He swings and drives one out to left center field. Going back on the ball and leaping to make the catch is Barossa, just in the game. Right to the left of the 413 side. Going back to first, Chapman. Bryce Eldridge drove that one out to left center field, jumped off his bat, and oh so close to his first big league hit. Instead, robbed by the brand new center fielder. It was a heck of a play and a beautiful swing by Eldridge, who's got so much power to left center field.
All right, a few things to get to here on Papa and Silver. Despite the 8-1 loss yesterday, we're having a fantastic Tuesday. Greg Silver, Greg Papa, Walter Ikabalseta hanging out with you. And Walter said, as of this play you just heard from Dave Fleming and Bryce Eldridge, smacking it to center field, 105 miles per hour off the bat. He said, wow, that was such a tease. And yeah, it was. Bryce Eldridge, 1 strikeout, 0 for 3 in the debut. And second order of business is, I was like, we're not doing a Papa playlist without having a Bruce Springsteen song. So got to get a little Born to Run here up on a Tuesday.
You can throw that speedball by you, make it look like a fool. We love the boss. So many great docs that I've been inhaling in isolation. You see the one on Billy Joel?
No, I haven't watched that yet.
They sit down Bruce, and Bruce pays him homage. And, man, did he have a life. Wow. He tried to kill himself when he was a very young man before he became Billy Joel, and just on it went. Just incredible story. But, Bruce is a Jersey guy. Billy Joel went out to L.A. for a while, but he came back and became a star, basically, in Long Island. Right there in Flushing, Queens, where the New York Mets were in Shea Stadium, and born in 62, and where they are now in Citi Field. And it's not just them. But now you got Arizona in the mix. You even got the Reds hanging around. But it's the Mets that we've been looking at for a long time. And I told you about my friend, my dentist friend who had all be 18 months before me, Dirk Fleischman. He's a huge New York Mets fan as we go back and forth. So, when I first started to talk to him, they swept the Phillies in that series and thought maybe they could make a run of the National League East, but they have faded so badly. And the Phillies did win the East last night, beating the Dodgers. And the Mets are, it was up and down and all around, and they had lost 8 in a row. They scored 4 runs in the first inning on Saturday, and they completely stopped. So as galling as the Giants have been to us with their up and down behavior, the Mets 8-game losing streak. So they're a beatable team. They're playing back to the pack. Alonso did hit the walk-off on Sunday. They got to deal with San Diego tonight. They got a lot of young pitching. They're going to start Clay Holmes tonight, but I think it's going to be a Sean Manaea piggyback game. He's going to come in behind because Holmes is basically a reliever turned starter who's had 150 innings, and Michael King will go for San Diego. That'll be an early game at Citi Field, but the numbers just aren't great. They were Saturday when the Mets gave up that 4-run lead and the Giants were basking in the glow of Patrick Bailey and the walk-off slam the night before, and then Logan Webb wild in the strike zone, gives up the 4 spot, the lead against Kershaw, and then Robbie Ray just wild. And then last night more of the same and sloppiness in the bullpen. So you're running out of time here, certainly. You got to win these next 2 against Arizona. I don't even know if you get a split because they're tied right now. Bags was writing about this. If they do split the next 2, what's the next tiebreaker with Arizona for the season series, and then a tiebreaker if they you don't have the Met tiebreaker. But the real, you got to go to Dodger Stadium over the weekend and deal with them for 4. And then you got St. Louis and Colorado. So we were optimistic. Derek came over to watch college football on Saturday, and I think the Mets are so awful this year that they're going to let the Giants play into a wild card spot. And remember we went to the Presidio, and Derek and I both picked 88?
Yeah.
What'd you pick?
83.
What'd you pick? They made 83. I think the Mets won a World Series one year at 83 and 79. They get 83, and right now they're 75 and 83 is not going to be good enough, probably. No. You're probably going to need 85. Arizona won the pennant with 83. I think the Twins won a World Series one year with 85. There have been teams that have broke on through in recent years, even with 85 to win. They got 75 right now. So it'll be helpful to win these two against Arizona and push them back. Do you have to go to Dodger Stadium and win 3 out of 4? Can you get a split? And then you could run that last homestand. What if you win the final 6? Take 1 from Arizona, you get 7. Take 2 from the Dodgers, what does that give you, 9 down the stretch, and you've got 84? And then the Mets could play back. It doesn't even matter that way. Just win today and just play fundamentally sound baseball. But you're running up against it, where these aren't must-wins, but they're like the Niners say, got to have them. I mean, the hourglasses of the calendar are running out. The season is going to end next week. You have less than 2 weeks to go. You played 150 games. You got 12 to go. And then Susan will give it to us. She's been doing this forever. This is the streakiest 150 games we've ever watched. I mean, it's like 10 installments of 15 games where they're the best team in baseball. They're the 62 Mets. They're better than the 27 Yankees. They're the 1899 Cleveland Spiders. I'm getting dizzy.
So I gave this one to JD yesterday, and obviously they lost, so that has tilted every number I'm about to give you with 1 extra in the loss column. But the Giants going into last night, in their last 10, they were 5-5. In their last 150, they were 75-75. In their last 200, they were 100-100. In their last 222, they were 111-111. In their last 444, they were 222-222. And yes, say it with me. In their previous 500 games, they were 250-250. We've seen every which way of a 500 even out for the San Francisco
Giants. Those metrics mean they're consistent. How far back are you going? Where are you going back there? I'm saying they're the most inconsistent team this year ever, and you have them basically playing 500 baseball for the last how many years? 5?
Yeah, let's see, 500 games. So, yeah, we're talking a little less than 5. Yeah, 4.
Well, I mean, yeah, the 21 years it has to be after the 21 year, right?
After the 21 year,
21 years skewed everything. They won 107 games that year, and they were the most consistent team ever. They never lost 3 in a row. This team loses 3 in a row in an inning. It's like, what are they doing?
And we've also seen roster configurations that you would figure not be set up to win as many games, get incredibly hot, and then you would see a team that was 41-29 add Rafael Devers and go 22-37 over their next stretch. So it all hasn't made a whole lot of sense right now, and I got to say this on the Bryce Eldridge front. In the last 40 years, he joins Matt Cain and Madison Bumgarner as the only 20-year-old prospects to be called up to play in the majors. Goes 0 for 3 last night. But if we were to see Bryce Eldridge play September baseball, that alone wouldn't have shocked me. Bryce Eldridge playing meaningful September baseball while the Giants are in a little bit of a playoff hunt. And I understand the Dominic Smith injury had a good amount to do with this decision, but I did not forecast this outcome.
Yeah, and we got to go back to Rafael Devers and Willie Adames.
Yeah.
And to be honest with you, for different reasons, you just didn't know if they had. I mean, they're not Ellie De La Cruz or O'Neill, and I mean, you don't have to be though. But Devers looked like a bad body guy who was strictly a DH, swings hard. The guy walks. As time went on, you appreciate who he is, and his ability has flipped the season. And Willie Adames defensively was lost. Now he's making jump shots in the hole like Craw. He's all over the place, and he's playing his ass off. He may get back to Barry in 04 and hit 30. Those two guys have carried the baseball team for long stretches. Jung-Hoo Lee was there for the quick start, faded for long stretches, trying to figure out exactly who he is. The Chapman injury, and I knew that hand injury would linger, but the reason they out-hit a lot of their mistakes because Adames and Devers went off. They went off early in games. The Giants went back to the big cat, Johnny Mize, to the 47 last year as the New York Giants, or I think it was 57. But Johnny Mize, what a great player he was, Hall of Famer. Bags wrote all about him, but he was the leader of that 47 team that had the home run streak. It's Adames and it's Devers. So you look at what Buster did. Do you want to give Adames all that money? Is he really a shortstop? Do you have to move him to third? Devers has no position. Now, I think the one thing you get into philosophically, and we'll talk to Susan about it all.
Yeah.
The infield, how many home runs if they stay healthy next year, and Casey Schmidt, you know how much I liked him at his bat speed. The guy's turning into a really good second. He could play anywhere. You could catch that guy. He was a closer in college. He is just a fielding fool, and he's picking up on things. And his range at second base, it's not natural all the time, but he plays so athletic in the arm, and it plays. If you go into a season next year with Devers at first, Casey Schmidt at second, Willie Adames at short, and Matt Chapman at third, how many home runs will that infield give you? Start at 100, and how high do you want to go? Now, health's a big part of it, and Chapman can't stay healthy, and there's streaks, but Adames will play every day. The question is, what the hell does the outfield look like? What do you do with Bryce? Do you move him? I don't know. I mean, he just learned to play first. Devers looks like he could figure it out. He has.
Yeah.
Could Eldridge ever be that guy? The big target is nice. He doesn't pop a hammy stretching for Chapman's play the way Dom Smith does. He probably sweet spots it. At 6'7", that's a big range. Can he play? He can't play center. He can't play right. Do you want him to be a DH? Is Wilmer done? What happened to Wilmer? Man, the legs just fell apart.
Yeah.
So the infield looks in paper like we got something here. Devers, Schmidt, Adames, Chapman. And how did they get hot and they got back into it? They hit bombs. And it was those two guys, Devers and it was Adames.
A lot of first inning bombs, too.
Power.
They scored first.
A lot of first inning. Devers is incredible. It's nice to be up 1-0, 2-0. So, but what? And then Jung-Hoo Lee, what is he? Right field. Is Drew Gilbert that guy, or is he just hot right now? We didn't talk about the Yaz trade. Obviously, changed things. Where's Ramos defensively? Can you play him in left field and deal with that nightmare? Is he ever going to get better? So the infield's the infield. What does the outfield look like? And would you think about moving Bryce Eldridge to left field the way they did with Cha-Cha and McCovey? The Yankees did it with Yogi Berra, Nelson Howard. They moved him to the outfield. Sometimes you have to move players around. Ultimately, if you don't trade Bryce Eldridge, where do you play him defensively? Can you make him a 21-year-old DH? Do you want to do that?
We heard earlier in the year that when the trade for Rafael Devers went down, Bryce Eldridge and Randy Wynn had to have a conversation instantly of like, hey, what's the plan here? What are we doing if you're converting this guy to first base? Thought that was kind of my project. Let's get into it with Susan Slusser, because is there a little bit of redundancy? What are you looking at in a 2026 lineup? And also, the Giants still trying to fight to keep 2025 into something magical to get into the postseason. Wouldn't it be cool if they get a chance to knock out the Dodgers and we get to talk to Tracy Sandler on Tuesdays? Sounds pretty nice to me. Let's catch up with Susan next on The Sports Leader.
KNBR, The Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49er Player of the Week, Mac Jones, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to get into his free agency decision to come to San Francisco, his relationship with Brock Purdy, his family's background playing tennis, and to confirm that he is not the son of Chipper Jones. Check out that interview on our YouTube and Twitch pages or thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts once it's uploaded. Hey, everybody, I'm back. Did you know that many of the attorney ads you've seen or heard aren't based here in the Bay Area? And some not even in California. Chris Dolan and his law firm have been based here in the Bay for more than 25 years, and these are award-winning personal injury and employment attorneys fighting for you where you live. So if you've had issues at work with your rights getting violated, wrongful termination, sexual harassment, forms of discrimination, your rights matter, and you can go to dolanlawfirm.com to learn more about how they can be protected by the best in the business. Chris and his team also saw a sharp increase in no-fault injury accidents over the past year, so please be careful. Take that extra second, even though we're all rushing around, and let's work together to make the Bay Area a safer place. Feel confident that you're in good hands with award-winning California Lawyer of the Year because the Dolan Law Firm has secured more than $1 billion in verdicts and settlements on behalf of their clients. You don't have to pay anything up front. You don't have to deal with hourly rates, no upfront fees of any sort, and they don't get paid until you get paid. They live here, they work here, they win here. DolanLawFirm.com.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Ooh, nice. Is this because of Let's Go Buffalo? He's our fighter. He's our soldier. He's Greg Papa. He's back today. And also likes a little Buffalo up in his life. By the way, you kind of hinted at it earlier. I'm manifesting Levi's Stadium, February, Niners, Bills, Super Bowl. Get my man back in the booth. I know we're a long way from there. But one can be excited here on the first Tuesday back.
Well, I'm back today, and it's a lot easier. I did have to miss the first 5 as far as the 3 preseason and 2 in the regular season. But with the in-home studio, I can do it and be blowing a bubble. But I'll be going away for a while in November, and
yeah,
that's a tough one. So we'll see. It would be nice to be able to get back late in the year, but as we've all found out, cancer is sudden, it's random, it's unfair, and it is a fluid situation. A lot like calling up Bryce Eldridge in an awkward segue. Susan was just down at Sacramento, and she visited with him, and Buster pretty much said, Murph and Marcus asked him one morning, I heard, is he coming up? No plan to bring him up. But then Dominic Smith is not quite Stretch McCovey, does the splits, and great play, but that was painful. So you need a left-handed hitting first baseman. Bryce Eldridge is here. They're going to face a lefty tonight, Eduardo Rodriguez for Arizona. Will he be in the lineup? They're going to see a lot of righties on this road trip all the way through. I think tonight's the only night they get a lefty. Dodgers, nothing but righties, and Arizona tomorrow. So what is the role for Bryce Eldridge? And we'll get Susan's thoughts on why he's here and what his contribution will be the last couple of weeks of the year.
And we are working on making the connection with Susan Slusser right now. San Francisco Chronicle senior baseball writer, spent some time up in Sacramento, as Papa noted, and is not going to be on this trip to Arizona, but she will be traveling to L.A. for 4 crucial games. And we have made the connection, so let's welcome her in. Susan Slusser is sponsored by River Islands. Come home to River Islands in Lathrop and discover the San Joaquin River lifestyle with its lakes, parks, and schools. Start your tour today at riverislands.com. Susan, it's me, and more importantly, you got 2 Gregs with you today. How are you?
This makes me so happy. Hi, Greg, Papa. I am so thrilled you were back. Yay!
I know, Susie. We go way, way back. I remember Susan coming to my house in Danville when I first got here, and one of the most prized pictures. And when you go through something like this, you break out all the old photos of my 2 daughters, Danielle and Alexandra, on my chest as I'm reading them a story. And Susan wrote a big piece on me. I just arrived in the Bay Area, so I don't know what the hell. It's probably early 90s. Danielle was born in 95, so mid-90s. But you and I go back, back to the NBA. We go back 30 years, probably? Wow.
Yeah.
A lot.
Yeah, we look exactly the same still.
Times 2.
He doesn't. He's got a big old beard growing that we've been making a social media poll out of today. So,
yeah, we'll see.
That's exciting.
Great to hear your voice, girl. Just tell me about Bryce Eldridge. And was it strictly, if Dominic Smith does not, pop the groin on the splits, Bryce is still in sack? And what do you think they do with him the remainder of the year now that he's here?
Yeah, I think he probably gets, he just comes to spring next year, right? If Dom Smith isn't hurt and, what a loss. Dom Smith is huge. I think they felt it already, just a steady bat, sort of bottom middle of the order, and nose for the RBI. But it does make sense to call up Bryce Eldridge now, left-handed hitting first baseman. He's probably not going to play much first. Maybe if Devers DHs for a day, if you want to get him off his feet, he'll be there. I was talking to JT Snow, who I've talked to at length about Eldridge a few times, but again today, because he'd seen the debut. He was like a proud papa watching that game. And he says he would be more than adequate at first base if they threw him out there for a game or 2. So nobody that's worked with Bryce Eldridge thinks that he would be a detriment there in any way. And he keeps learning. He's getting better and better. And man, when you're learning from Will Clark and JT Snow, you're really learning from 2 of the best. So that's really fun. It's you hope that it gives the team a little bit of a spark. Didn't necessarily yesterday. They need to turn things around here. Maybe today that ball just almost so close to maybe going out just to the wrong part of the park. So maybe tonight.
Susan, with Bryce Eldridge coming up, we understand that Dominic Smith getting injured, making that incredible stretch play on Friday, has a good amount to do with this. You don't have a left-handed hitting first baseman. You got Rafael Devers, and they wanted another left-handed bat, so they turned to Bryce Eldridge. But it's not the act of bringing him up in September alone that surprises me, even though Buster Posey said, yeah, it's not going to happen. It's really the fact that he's coming up during must-win games and got his debut last night in a game that the Giants really need, and they need all of them in the last 12 years. So just with that all in mind, do you think that has something to do? Does that say what the organization feels about him in terms of his readiness today, right now, if they feel comfortable bringing him up at this stage?
Yeah, I think it kind of does a lot of things, right? It, potentially it indicates what they think of him, certainly. And, even just a week or two ago, Buster was like, probably not. So definitely the Dom Smith thing is probably the biggest factor. And then maybe, hey, let's not bring him in against the Dodgers right away. Let's wait a little bit on that. But, he'd been hitting well, and et cetera. But it also, I think, indicates maybe a little bit something about what they needed on the roster, another left-handed bat, and a little bit about maybe where they are with Luis Matos, who will be out of options next spring. He's been such a streaky guy. We see such promise and such potential for a week, sometimes 2 weeks at a time, and then it's like he can't quite carry it through. In his defense, sometimes it's just he then sits for 3 or 4 days, gets cold, and that's tough for a young player. So, but not the best defensive outfielder. I think maybe they've moved on from Luis Matos, or certainly next spring is going to be the proof of the pudding.
Well, you were talking about Bryce at first, and obviously before this year, he never played first base before, and he did Rafael Devers. And it was awkward that Saturday night against the Mets. Every ball went his way, and it was an adventure and a misadventure. He made some plays, he botched others. But, man, he's gotten better at first base. And now you got Eldridge here. And, I mean, if you keep Devers at first and Casey at second and Adames at short and Chappie at third, how many home runs can that infield hit?
Oh,
so the infield is starting to get solidified. What the hell do you do in the outfield? And do they ultimately, I mean, Dave Kingman came up as a first baseman, wound up going to the outfield. The ultimate one is Orlando Cepeda and Willie McCovey. And they put them both in the outfield. They ultimately traded Cha-Cha, kept McCovey. Can this roster going into next year, maybe to start the year, but sustain long-term with Rafael Devers and Bryce Eldridge both on the 26-man roster?
Well, I don't see Eldridge being moved back out to the outfield. He was out there a bit. That I think they felt that was just not a fit for him. And just looking at him body-wise, it's not many Aaron Judges out there, guys that are that big who are also really good outfielders. I think First really, like just the reach alone, First is great, but I don't think he's going to be playing much there for the Giants. I think, maybe you hate to have a young player strictly as a DH, but that might be what they're kind of looking at, really, because Devers, he started that really great double play the other night. He's starting to look really smooth there. I think that's a really nice spot for him. And you're right, wow, that infield with the power and really, that's 4 decent infielders. Devers is just going to keep getting better and better. But the outfield and the defense in particular, this is a team that keeps saying pitching and defense. Right now, they do not have a good defensive outfield. They just don't. Elliot Ramos really arguably is also a DH. He just doesn't, he has not shown that he can be a consistently good major league outfielder. Jung-Hoo Lee has some strengths out there, but his range is not one of them. He's going to make the plays that he can make, but he is not a rangy center fielder type. And right, who really knows exactly what they're going to do in right field? But wow, Gerard Encarnacion is out there. The other night when it was Encarnacion, Matos, and Ramos, that's a terrible outfield. So they either need to bring in somebody or figure something else out there. Grant McCray is a very nice outfielder. He needs to hit. If he hits, they've got at least one thing solved.
Susan Slusser of the San Francisco Chronicle, the voice you hear. And that Eldridge and Devers situation was going to lead me into talking about the outfield. And so what do you ultimately do as far as maybe putting Eldridge or Devers out there in the outfield if you want both in the field? I mean, we know the challenge of having Devers switch positions when he was in Boston. Gilbert's come on and been a nice piece of energy, but we don't really know what the big picture of Major League level baseball is for him right now. Grant McCray, we've seen the highs and the lows. He's got to strike out a lot less, but we also see the arm he's got and the speed on the base path. Ramos has a great bat, but to your point, has been a disaster at left field. And then Luis Matos has been able to show some power off of left-handed pitching, but has just been up and down a lot, and he's out of team options now.
Yeah, like I said, I really, and I was remiss in not mentioning Gilbert. Gilbert's a very good outfielder. He needs to also, he's so young and his time has been short. Obviously a ton of impact with personality, He needs to show that he can hit big league pitching consistently, and you hope that's the case, in which case that would be great. But for me, they need to go out and get somebody. They absolutely do. I don't see Eldridge moving back out there. Like I said, I think, he has played there some in the minor leagues. They didn't like it much. I can't see that. And there's just no way they asked Evers to move out there at this point. I mean, hey, like anything can happen, I guess. But I mean, I think his head would explode. Come on. That would be a lot. And he looks really good at first. And he looks like he could get even better. So I'd leave him there. I just, it's a pitching and defense team should not have as many DHs on the roster as they kind of have right now.
You've been doing this a long time as we go back. You and I are 30-plus years, and you cover Major League Baseball forever, Madam President. Have you ever observed a streakier baseball team than this one? I mean, they are 500, but it is a fortnight of they're the best team that's ever played baseball. They can beat the 27 Yankees to they're the 62 Mets. How are they even in this position? Because the 2025 Mets had lost 8 in a row. But have you ever observed a team that looks so fundamentally flawed in the basic concepts of baseball, base running, defending, playing the game the proper way, and then all of a sudden they fix that and they hit bomb after bomb after bomb, and they're the best team in baseball? You ever been around a group like this?
Yeah, we've all been kind of trying to figure this out all year. Front office too. I mean, this is maybe the strangest team I've ever covered. It really is. They were winning all those games early, and you go like, well, they don't have much of an offense. They can't keep this up. And then they address that by going out and getting the best possible bat available and go straight into the tank for quite some time. I mean, that was basically 2 months of almost no offense. I mean, just terrible. So, and they turn it around. They start hitting bombs left and right. And you go, well, where was this team? And now, hey, look, it's only been 3 games. They've kind of struggled here, but they're showing such signs of exactly the problems that they were having the last time around that, you really wonder what is going on with this team. Consistency would be nice. Consistency with the good stuff, not with the bad stuff.
Few more minutes here with Susan Slusser on the UMA guest line. And yeah, you talk about consistency or lack thereof at various points in the season. And on Saturday and Sunday, after the thrill of Friday, the Dodgers get 35 hits with 2 Giants all-stars getting the starts between Webb and Ray and losing both of those games. Robbie Ray in particular has hit a bit of a wall in his last 4 starts. He's got an 8.50 ERA, 3.06 opposing batting average, and the Dodgers were just punishing him for his slider. It's not necessarily a dip in velocity, but overall, what are you seeing with Robbie Ray, and what's he have to do to be able to clean it up in these final couple of starts he's getting?
I keep asking, a lot of these frontline starters. Well, okay, so Logan and Robbie basically after their most recent starts, how they feel physically, because the innings are really starting to stack up for these guys. Logan leads the majors. Robbie was 10th after his start the other day, and he's not a spring chicken anymore. The guy who looks best is the 42-year-old right now. So, he said he feels great. They both feel great. But he said, especially in the stretch, there's something off mechanically. That's something that is usually kind of an easy fix, and it's 3 out of 4 starts where he has not been as effective as the team would like. So you hope that gets cleaned up. If that's all it is, great, but clean that up right away. But otherwise, I don't know. Sometimes pitch usage can be, he's essentially a 2-pitch guy. That can make pitch usage sometimes the culprit, but the stuff is so elite. It has to be pinpoint when you're basically a 2-pitch pitcher. And it maybe just not quite to that standard. And he tends to have like sort of 1 bad inning, and that's been Logan's issue too. The other night really just did not look good at all.
Now, Logan was wild in the strike zone, Logan Webb, and they hit him. And Robbie Ray was wild out of the strike zone. You do a great job of chronicling the Monica Seles and the tight pants and the whole. He's full throttle. This guy is just coming at you. But you were talking about the difference out of the stretch. I mean, the way he twists and turns, he's chubby checker. I mean, he turns his entire body and his back to the hitter. And so he's got to lock in. There's so much going on with his mechanics to the plate, not just the landing spot, and Ryan Walker gets offline that way with his crossfire action, but Robbie Ray, Is there any thought, Suze, to maybe just have him picked from the stretch all the time? He's got enough fastball. He's got the Scooble changeup now. He's got the back foot slider. He's got ways to get people out. But when he's off, he is so off because his body turn and torque is so dramatic, and then he gives it up when he has runners. It was like that start against the Braves last year when he couldn't get out of the first inning on that fateful Wednesday night. Have you talked to them at all about, with JP and people, about maybe just trying to rein him in a little bit and take the body turn out?
No, because he's been so effective. And I can't, when he's right, he is so good. He's an all-star this year. And making the switch to just being all out of the stretch, there have been studies that show it has no impact on the quality of stuff. Sometimes even velocity can go up, which was surprising to me when I learned that. So there are guys on the roster who just throw entirely out of the stretch. It makes sense, and especially guys who sort of have been both in the bullpen and starters, and that works well for some guys. It's not something you would typically do during the season. So maybe if they think that that's a good idea, maybe that's something he does in the spring and late September, mid to late September. I just don't see that probably being. He just needs to fix what's going on with the stretch right now, if that is what's going on.
Susan, you're the best. We appreciate you, and it's great to have you back on the show that we can appropriately call Greg and Greg now again. So thanks so much for coming by. And before I let you go, do you have any intel if we're going to see Bryce tonight versus a lefty? I know there was some speculation that perhaps he might get a night off with Rodriguez getting the start.
I would love to see him in there. I suspect he won't be, but I am here basically in San Francisco, so I'll be watching with as much interest as you guys. Everybody read my colleague Shayna Rubin, who is there in Arizona, and look for her information on social media too.
Hey, we know you're not there, but you always find a way to put things out there and break news like an hour after we have you on. So, yeah. I mean, come on. I'm getting experience. I'm getting a little bit smarter at this, Susan.
Thanks, guys. Hey, the other night it was like at 9 p.m. on whatever it was, Sunday. So you guys had nothing to do with that one.
Yeah, that one wasn't us.
By the way, December 18th of 1996, you came to my home in Danville, and there's the picture of me reading it's not really a bedtime story. It's the middle of the afternoon.
I remember that well.
Alexandra on the far stride and Daniele in the middle. And that is precious to me, Susan. So
yeah. Oh, my gosh. They were so cute and so well behaved, too.
Nothing like the way they are now in their 30s.
Wait for you to say that. I refuse to believe they're in their 30s. All right, back at you, Greg. I'm so glad you're back.
Love you, Susan. Thank you.
Oh, man.
Thank
Susan Slusser, you could read her in the San Francisco Chronicle. And, to her point, Shayna Rubin down there as well. And we're going to talk to our guy, Shay Hay, tomorrow and get a lot more intel. We'll see if Bryce is end up in the lineup or if he's able to come off the bench or whatever. But Eduardo Rodriguez getting the start. Giants facing a lefty. It's been a curse all season long. And got to get them. Got to make every game count. 2 back with no tiebreaker of the Mets. And the Mets take on the Padres, so we'll be monitoring that one as well. It's 1 o'clock hour. Let's get a good chance to open up the phones because we had a lot going on earlier. It was a chaos in the best way with how we started the show. And so 808 KNBR, we got a chance to read some messages, the YouTube chat. We got the phone lines opened. And then we did this last Tuesday with Larry Krueger. We're going to recap NFL Week 2 with a little 5-1 action at 1:30. And then we'll be just about ready to wrap this thing up. It's Papa and Silver in true form on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
49er Player of the Week, Mac Jones, joined Murph and Marcus this morning to get into his free agency decision to come to San Francisco, his relationship with Brock Purdy, his family's background playing tennis, and to confirm that he is not the son of Chipper Jones. Check out that interview on our YouTube and Twitch pages or thesportsleader.com or wherever you get your podcasts once it's uploaded.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Wow, we got multiple Eminem submissions here on the playlist. It does feel so empty without me per the song or without our guy, Greg Papa. But we don't have to worry about that today. He is back on a Tuesday, and we got about 40 minutes left before we hand it off to a Tuesday edition of Dirty Work. Going to revisit our poll because KNBR and the best Bay Area beards. Now, one person said KNBR should all grow beards in solidarity. I don't think you want to see me try that, so I think we'll just do it in spirit here. I'll be the lone clean-shaven babyface guy on the show, and we'll let Papa carry the weight there with that big, gray, bushy beard. So we had the poll on our KNBR socials. You can go check it out on Twitter at KNBR. And to give a little revisit, Brian Wilson was running away with a landslide. It has jumped up. The gap has closed a little bit. Brian Wilson's still in the lead at 54.4%. Jumbo Joe Thornton now at 40.1%. And then others, Lou Bischoff getting a mention. Nice. That's at 5.5%. So there you have it.
Who? You got me here. I've been here 40 years. Who's Lou? Lou Bischoff?
Lou Bischoff. That's kind of what I was just like. That's a cool name. It's Lou Bischoff.
Did he play? Was he an executive? You got me. So anyway, the beard is 2 months in the making. It was on this date, July 16th, that I was told that I have acute lymphoblastic leukemia B cell, Philadelphia negative, on. And they, you cannot shave. You cannot shave with a straight edge. You can't. Plus my white blood cells numbers were way for a long time, alarmingly low, 0.2, barely alive. And if I nicked myself even shaving, I could have died on the spot. So there was no shaving. I didn't want to use an electric razor. I just don't like those things. Yeah. And so I thought, hell, this is the time. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not doing anything. No one's seeing me. I'm in a boy in a bubble. I'm just going to grow it out. And I would do it for 3-4 days. I grew a goatee one year when Mark McGuire was bashing homers for the A's and the goats were the thing in baseball. Didn't like it really. You had to trim it up too much. But I really never had facial hair, never had a mustache. Always thought Fu Manchus would have been cool, but I probably couldn't pull that off. So I don't know. I just stopped shaving. It was not. There's a lot of things you stop doing. And you're worrying about so much, you don't even think about it. Then one day you're like, whoa, what's this? So, but it is a symbol of what I'm going through. So it's more than just how it looks. And I've gone from Greg Papa to Greg Popovich, who I love. And Pop's got his own physical battle going on. But it is special to me because it was 2 months ago my life changed. And where's my life going to be in 2 months and 2 months after that and 2 years after that? So there's a lot there. But anyway, it's so good to be back on the air. Honestly, I almost threw up this morning right before the show. It just hits you. The appetite goes, and I got some heavy drugs in my body, and they ain't stuff I elected to put in. And they get to you, and they stay in your body even though they're not going in my pick line. So, but today meant a lot to me. I honestly didn't know if I could do 4 hours. Hell, I didn't know if I could do 4 minutes. When I cried in the opening segment, telling you my brother's a perfect donor match for my bone marrow stem cell transplant, which is a life changer, and just the poignancy of that just grips me so much. But today's been good for me. It's been good to come back. It's cathartic. I didn't know if I could do it. There were times, Sal, I didn't care at all if I would ever do it again. But ultimately doing it and taking me to a place away from a place I will return to shortly has been nice. So thank you.
Hey, it's been so incredible to have you back. And I think Walter and I were understandably nervous for today, just knowing that it can hit you at any time. And it's not just you're going through various rounds of treatment and you've had to be off your game some days and others. Like, it will hit you at random times. And so, look, whatever you need at any point during a 4-hour show or during the 20 hours of the day that we are not on the air, we are absolutely here for you, man. I mean, this whole team at KNBR, we lost our guy, Brock Purdy, right, Walter? And we're all some edition of Mac Jones, Luke Farrell, D. Winters, Michael Williams, anybody else who's found a way to pick up the slack and get the Niners to 2-0 so far. So that's my poor attempt at a sports analogy here for all of this. But no, man, this is so cool. And I want to thank JD, Larry Krueger, Carlos Ramirez, the fill-in hosts we've had during this time. And I know that nobody is happier to have you back on the air than those guys who had the opportunity to either call games or fill in for the show. Or, now they get to just sit back and listen and watch one of the best do it. So we do have a couple of phone calls, and it actually relates back to the poll. So 808 KNBR is the number, and Front Row Chris from the Valley of the Moon has a case for why Brian Wilson, after all, has the best beard in Bay Area. What's up, Front Row Chris? We appreciate you.
Hey, guys. Pop, great to hear you on the tube here. I've been in and out of the truck all day, and so I didn't know if you guys had mentioned this or not, but it was pretty clear to me. And Pop, you're a gear guy, so I can't imagine that you don't have a couple of Fear of the Beard shirts in your closet. And so that would immediately.
I may have one or two. I got to dig that out.
Yeah. So, it's Fear of the Beard. So that was the biggest beard thing out there in those days. And so that immediately took me right to Brian Wilson.
Man, I think there's no doubt in the fact that, he won a World Series November the 1st of 2010. Blowing that fastball by Nelson Cruz was such a moment. And then he kind of went sideways a little bit, and they changed closers every year. And one year it was Mad Bum himself. I mean, Mad Bum had a different kind of beard. It was more of a tapered beard. We thought about Madison Bumgarner. But Brian Wilson was just such an eccentric. I remember him being clean-shaven, and he always was smart. But he just went on a walk on the wild side, and the beard kind of symbolized that. Sergio Romo's got a hell of a good beard. But Jumbo Joe's got, Jumbo Joe's a hockey Hall of Famer, one of the greatest players that's ever played, and he'd almost tripped over his beard with his skates. His was so profound, and he's even got it now. When they retired his number, I thought after he was done playing, he'd shave that thing. It's hard. Sometimes, you see things when you have chemo, like your right brain, you're seeing it on the left side, and things cross. Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night like, I got hair all over my face! Well, actually, I do. So maybe it'll be the opposite, and I won't feel the hair. So anyway, there's no doubt Brian was one of the one. But, Brandon Crawford rocked a hell of a good beard for a long time. But anyway, beards are back. Beards are cool. So should we, and people do grow beards. In November, they grow beards. Mustache May with the Giants. You don't have to join in me. And a lot of people grow out their hair and, do that. I'm going to lose my hair a little bit, but the beard's what I got going right now. But it's a symbol. It's a symbol of what I'm going through. So I know it doesn't look great. I personally don't like it at all. But it's more than just how I look physically right now. I'm trying to get through this thing.
No, I'm for it, man. And by the way, Danny Dunn's going to be with us on Friday when Walt's got to take a day. And so Danny walked quite the beard for No Shave November the other year. It was a couple of years ago, during the Super Bowl run for the Niners. And so I might have to convince him to get back on the beard grind because Walter's already got one going. I would just be something you don't want to watch on YouTube and Twitch, and then the digital team would just come after me for that. So we'll leave it to Danny Dunn to grow the beard back out. Well, let's take another call here. Jack is in Napa. Also wants to talk about Papa and beards. Yeah, two big hits of the day. What's up, Jack?
Well, not much. How we all doing?
We're doing great. How are you, man?
We're alive, brother.
I'm doing great. Hey, I'm great, Pop. Pop, it's great to hear you. I live in your neighborhood. I see you around town. I'm glad. So hearing your voice on the radio just puts us. It makes you feel good, but it makes us feel good. So thank you for that.
Thank you, brother. It's good to be back
one
today.
beard. Yeah, one beard. I don't think anybody's mentioned, but John Matuszak had a great beard.
Oh,
it was scraggly.
the
and
twos.
clean and tough.
How about Lyle Alzado?
That's right.
How about Lyle Alzado's
another
beard?
one, but yeah. anyway, I thought I'd throw those out
mean,
there. Yeah, those are good ones.
Well,
Anyway,
I mean, we're
great to hear
going,
you,
the Raiders, Kenny Stabler, and Kenny had, because he drank so much, he had that look of an old man, even when he wasn't an old man. But the Matusak, Peter Igus, who worked with the Raiders forever and ever, sent me a bunch of pictures. He had one, he didn't have one of the twos, and North Dallas 40, Matusak did take that role. But the Lyle Alzado, and this is Lyle Alzado with the Orange Crush, who crushed the Raiders in the 77 AFC Championship game on the non-Rob Lytle fumble. Look at that beard Lyle Alzado's got. Now, those guys were nuts, and they were loaded up on roids and everything else they could throw into their body, but he's got the nose all bloodied and cracked and playing through a broken nose, but those guys were insane. By the way, I mentioned this in other forums. One of the first people to reach out to me, Mark Davis.
Yeah.
Meant a lot to me.
Yeah.
I mean, beyond a lot. We know how our ending was there, and it got worse even as the years went on, as we know. But like his dad, who had could not deal with death. Al was the best ever eulogizing people, and death just rocked him.
Yeah.
And I know if Al was alive, he would have me on private planes, flying me all over the world to meet the best doctors to get this disease out of me. That's just who he is. And his son called me twice. He actually called me one day right in the middle of a lumbar puncture, where they stick a needle in your back and they shoot chemotherapy in your back. I had like 9 of them because they found cancer cells in my spinal column fluid, which gets into the brain, which is not good.
Yeah.
He called me literally the moment I'm like, Mark Davis, I'm getting a lumbar puncture right now. But it was, and then the beautiful texts. He texted me last night walking to the stadium. So this is where, time heals and things are just more important than color of jerseys and things that are said. And basically it's love and support. And so many people have reached out to me. It goes on and on and on. My motivation, Dwayne Kuiper used to get treatments and go do a Giants game at night. Did it all the time. I'm like, how do you do that? That's hard to call a game. I couldn't, I can't be in a stadium, but I can do a 4-hour show. I don't know if I could, but it's a break. So anyway, yeah, there's no doubt, John Matusak had a great one, and Lyle Alzado, and Mark was so a part of that. So I do want to publicly just tell him how much, I guess it is true. Once a Raider, always a Raider. I didn't always feel that way for a long time, but some things are more important than life. Life is the most important thing. Thank you, MD.
Yeah, no question. That's really powerful, man. And I can't wait to see you go and light that torch, because I know you got that invitation. So we'll get there in due time. But what do you say, speaking of Mark Davis, this team not looking so good last night. Let's talk a little NFL Week 2. Walter, we did it last week with Krug and really got him going. 5-1, your 5 winners, your 5 big losers of the NFL. And it's way better than hums and bums, because you don't have to perform well. You just got to have my super arbitrary criteria of being on the good or the bad side of it all. We'll do that next. It's Papa and Silver on the Sports Leader.
and Gray, Papa and Silver. This is KNBR, the sports leader.
It's football season, baby. It's, in fact, our first full football season here on Papa and Silver, so let's get into it. Let's have fun here on a Tuesday. We did it last week, a little 5-1. I'm going to wrap up week 2 with 5 winners and 5 losers of the week. It's super loose criteria. We're talking NFL at large and definitely not hums and bums. I'll give you the 5 winners. We'll react. I'll give you the 5 losers, and we will react, and he's all dressed and ready to go in his Buffalo. Start with the winners. Number 1 on the list in no particular order. We're going to go with Jim Harbaugh and the LA Chargers. Why? Because every other team in the division lost it this week. Denver let it slip away. You had the penalty. Raiders got beat by the Chargers, and the Chiefs are 0-2. We'll get to that in just a second. One of 2 teams in the league, the Chargers, to not allow a first-half touchdown. The other being that new-look defense up in Green Bay with the Packers. Number 2, Rigoberto Sanchez. Who? Yeah, the punter of the Indianapolis Colts. Why is he a winner, Walter? He's not attempted a punt through the first 2 weeks. The man is getting paid not to work because of Daniel Jones. Indiana Jones has Rigoberto Sanchez sitting back, not threatening his health, and collecting checks. Number 3, we got a birdagami. Now, Papa's wearing all Buffalo. He referenced the 41-40, which was a scoreagami, first time in NFL. We had that final score. What's a birdagami? Well, for the first time since 2020, all 5 bird teams won in the same week. We're talking about the Ravens, the Eagles, the Falcons, the Seahawks, and the Cardinals. I have to say, given that none of those teams are really that bad, I'm surprised it hasn't happened more recently. Ravens, perennially good. Eagles, been really good the last few years. Falcons, I would say they're a good, bad team, or vice versa. The Cardinals, probably a good, bad team. And then you got the Seahawks, who, even on a rebuild year, they seem to find a way to be a fringe playoff team or sneak in. Birdagami, number 3. Let's go to number 4. The Cowboys held on to one marquee player. Brandon Aubrey drilled both a 64-yard field goal and a game winner in overtime to win that week 2 thriller over the New York Giants. 4 for 4 on field goals. 4 for 4 on extra points. And most importantly, giving Brian Schottenheimer and the Cowboys that first win, he might be the one person saving our buddy Greg Sherrill down the hall at 99.7. I think he's saving his sanity this football season because the Texas Longhorns sure aren't doing it right now. And then number 5, we got to give it to the Road Warriors. Per Josh DeBow on Sunday, the 49ers became the 17th team since 2002 realignment to start a season 2-0, winning both games on the road. And then last night, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers followed their lead and became the 18th team to do so with Rachaad White's go-ahead touchdown in the final seconds. Week 6, 49ers on the road in Tampa Bay, October 12th, and maybe we'll get the return of George Kittle and Brandon Ayuk. Chargers, Rigoberto Sanchez, Birdagami, Brandon Aubrey winning it for the Cowboys, and the Road Warriors of the Niners and Bucks. Pop, there's your winners.
All right, so I've not been here since the season started, so I like what you did in week 2, but I'm going to pull back, and believe me, I've watched more NFL football this year, and I watch a lot of it. But I watched every single preseason game from start to finish because what the hell else am I going to do? I'm going to bubble. And I've watched every game just about in the season. Even when I'm getting chemo, I got the setup and I watch them all back. So let's just look at the NFC and look at the elite team. But first of all, we were talking to Tracy Sandler about it. The Niners are 2-0. They won both games on the road. They won both games with different starting quarterbacks. When did that last happen? Joe and Steve in 1988. Were they pretty good? Arizona Cardinals are coming in. This is by far the best team the Niners have seen. It's the best Arizona team in a while. It's not just Kyler Murray. It's when this stadium is opened. Remember Josh Rosen hitting Christian Kirk over the top early in a game? And they just come in and beat the 49ers at Levi. Last year, I wore shorts for the only time in my entire life for a game. It was so damn hot. And the Niners melted, and Jake got hurt, and it all went down. Arizona's good. The Rams are 2-0. Seattle's 1-1. Them going into Pittsburgh and taking them apart, really impressive. You mentioned Tampa Bay. What a win last night, and Baker does it again.
Yeah.
And then Ohio State rookie wide receiver. I think most people, because they're all in on the Micah. You know how you beat Micah? You put George Kittle or a big guy over him, and you run the ball right down his throat. You don't let him LT Derek Thomas you. You don't want him coming forward. You want him going back. You put a big body on him, and you run him off the field. Raiders did it. They went heavy set with Donald Penn against Von Miller, played him off the field. George Kittle could block Micah Parsons himself. Micah's a force when he's chasing and coming around the edge. Don't let him do that. Green Bay is still young. They're a beatable team. Jordan Love is good. That throw he missed on 4th down on Thursday night when he just guided the ball into the end zone, you got to rip that, brother. Let it go. But there are a lot of good teams in the NFC, including the NFC West. The AFC, Chargers, brother. Wow. What a performance. That quarterback, and I know he hasn't won a playoff game, and hell, last year he threw more picks in a playoff game in Baltimore than he threw all year.
He's young.
But
He's
big
young.
time are. He's tremendously scouted. That guy drop in the draft. Who would take 2 over? I mean, moving on. Just a great performance. Tough break with Burrow, but Cincinnati can win with the backup for a while. Indianapolis has been the revelation, and I do like Daniel Jones, unlike your dad. There was never a quarterback controversy. Once Jim Irsay died, they weren't going to play Anthony Richardson.
Yeah.
It was going to be Daniel Jones, and their defense is tight. And they got a break. Denver with the leverage play, that's a mistake. 60-yard field goal, and you give them a 45-yarder, you wind up losing. Colts are good. But I am here to tell you right now, the best team in the National Football League are the Buffalo Bills. And the way they came back against Baltimore, whoa.
Yeah.
They couldn't stop the run. They were getting gashed. They dropped down 40-25 with 11 minutes to go in the game. They come back. They had a break on a ball that was tipped, and Coleman caught a deflected ball. They force a fumble. They score. They come back, and they pull it out. That was really impressive. But what was more impressive? Going to MetLife Stadium. They don't play well there. Josh Allen does not play well there. Remember Aaron Rodgers' debut? Of course you do. Leonard Floyd, 4 snaps into his season, ruptures the Achilles. Who won that game? The Jets did. On a bogus kick return that should have been called for multiple penalties.
Gibson.
But the Jets won the game. Josh Allen goes there and throws picks. He makes a lot of mistakes. Buffalo is a well-rounded team. This change at offensive coordinator has opened it up. James Cook, when he's right, and they got his contract right. Nick Bosa's, brother is Joey is playing healthy right now. They've got enough. I mean, James Cook went for 132 yards. They ran for 224. They hardly, had to take. I took Josh Allen, number 1 on my fantasy team for all ball, because he's the fireballer from Fireball, and I want Josh Allen and the Bills to play well. Threw for 148 yards. Didn't do much in the game, but they are, and their schedule's just not all that this year. I think Buffalo will be the number 1 seed, have home field advantage. So the reason I bring this all up, and the Niners are 2-0, 2 impressive wins on the road with 2 different quarterbacks. They're going to get better. They're going to get healthier. And I got to get healthy. Andy Dolich sent me a note, and I've been thinking about it all. February the 8th will be Super Bowl 60 at Levi's.
Yeah.
And Chris Berman called it every year. We got close and never quite got there. Buffalo went to 4 in a row. The Roger Craig fumble. There were missteps. But is this the year? It is the Buffalo Bills against the San Francisco 49ers in the Super Bowl. It's in the Bay Area in Levi's. And one way or hell, I'm going to do that effing game. There's no way. Sorry, Car Ram. Sorry, guy. I'll do it from a blimp above the stadium. I can't miss that one. So it's great motivation. I don't know if I'll be able to. We'll see. I got a lot to get over. The timeline will be right at that point. But, Green Bay, everybody loves Green Bay, and Micah run at his ass. And the Buffalo Bills, to me, are, and the Chargers are good. They are, without a doubt, good, and they were good last night. But I think the Buffalo Bills, more than even the Bays, and Tampa's good, and Green Bay's good. The Buffalo Bills look like they may have their best team that they've ever had. And they went to 4 straight. That's probably a ridiculous statement. They had some great teams, Hall of Famers all over the place, but they couldn't win. If they win, it's the best team they've ever had. They did beat the Chargers in a couple of AFL championship games with Jack Kemp lost to one, won another one. But anyway, the Buffalo Bills are really solid. So, wow, we got to get there, Greg. One way, if it's the Bills and Niners,
I'm telling you, man.
There's a God in heaven.
Manifestation's got a lot of power. The Papa Bowl, we're going to put it out in the ether right now, and we're going to make it happen. Let's talk some losers of week 2. Number 1, it's what Niner fans act like their situation is right now, because Brock Purdy's got some turf toe, but he's not out for 3 months, and the offensive line wasn't good week 1, but it's no Cincinnati Bengals. Joe Burrow is going to miss 3 months, and the Bengals pass protection ranks since drafting Burrow. Their pass block win rate per ESPN research in 2020, they were 29th. In 2021, they were 30th. 2022, they were 30th. 2023, they were 27th. 2024, they were dead last. And so far this year in 2025, they are 28th. Joe Burrow has never been protected, even when he went all the way to a Super Bowl and then an AFC championship. And now he's going to miss 3 months as a result of the turf toe. So Jake Browning versus Carson Wentz, that's going to be the marquee week 3 matchup. But Joe Burrow, a brutal blow for Cincinnati as they were looking to bounce back this last year. You got to find a way to invest in some protection for one of the premier quarterbacks in this league. All right, number 2, the Pittsburgh Steelers. Caleb Johnson doesn't know the kickoff rules. Coincidence? Got to give a shout out to our friend Ryan from the Earthquakes, passed along this note to me. The Steelers also did it in 1990 at Candlestick. And if that wasn't enough of a coincidence, Barry Foster, like Caleb Johnson, was also a rookie running back returning the kickoff, but he didn't know the rules. Seattle, an NFC West team, gets a win in large part because they were gifted 7 points. The Steelers' defense is all over the place. Seattle offensively bounces back. The DK Metcalf revenge game. Yes, he catches a touchdown. No, he does not get the win against his old crew. Number 3, the Houston Texans in the red zone. 0 for 3 in scoring red zone touchdowns to start the season. A lot like the Niners in the red zone struggles last year. And after a sensational rookie season, CJ Stroud has struggled to reach that level again, and he faces an 0-2 start ahead of a game in Jacksonville for week 3. So is it time to push a little bit of a panic in Houston? Indiana Jones, 2-0. You're 0-2. Number 4, and a late addition to the list, going with the NFC West again. Wait, why? Sean McVay, what do you mean? His team won 33-19. Sean McVay tore his plantar fascia while coaching in week 2 in the Rams win over Tennessee. So we've got turf toe, we've got coach foot, and we've got a Rams unexpected addition to the injury report. Maybe it's not going to hurt the Rams' product on the field, but Sean McVay, suffering an early season injury, did not expect that one. And then lastly, number 5, he's winning off the fields, but we play by my rules, Travis Kelce. The Chiefs are 0-2. What? Well, what looked to be a potential go-ahead touchdown in the fourth quarter of Sunday's Super Bowl rematch ended up popping out of Travis Kelce's arms and into the hands of Eagles rookie Andrew Makuba. So what do we say on the show, Papa? Beat KC. They're 0-2.
Yeah, you got to kill those suckers, though. I know what they look like, and I drafted Xavier Worthy on my fantasy team as well. That game in Brazil, he was featured. They gave him a jet sweep. The first couple of plays of the game were all him. They run a shallow cross and a mesh concept, and Travis Kelce, he's cost him 2 games. He ran right into Xavier Worthy, exploded the shoulder. Game went sideways from there. The Rashee Rice suspension. But Worthy may play on Sunday. Rashee Rice will come back. Kansas City's not dead. I know 0-2 does not look good. You got to look at the 0-2s. Is Houston going to be a playoff team this year at 0-2 the way they are perennially with D'Amico? The Rams game is tough. They just fought the game last night. They should have won. And then the other 0-2s just aren't very good. You know, New Orleans and Cincinnati and Carolina and Chicago giving up 52 points. But, I remember John Lund getting into a conversation with Kansas. He wanted to bury Kansas City. I almost rolled over. I almost died then. Maybe I did. And this has all been a bad dream. But I do remember them getting right and coming to Las Vegas and stealing a Super Bowl from us that very year. They don't look good. The passing game looks off. They don't have a lot of pieces. They don't have guys that can separate right now. It's not good. But are you here to say, and Kelce took out Worthy and he dropped certainly ball to the goal line and it flipped that entire game? Are you here to say 2 weeks into a 18-game season and 17 games in total, the Kansas City Chiefs are not going to rally and make the playoffs. I know their rite of passage forever was championship game at Arrowhead, but they have proven they can win on the road. When they beat us, they went to Buffalo and won. They went to Baltimore and won.
3 seed.
And they beat us in the Super Bowl. The Kansas City Chiefs will make the playoffs this year. They may have to go on the road. They may not win the AFC West. And as I'm wearing my Bills garb, I'm getting all mad again. You can't just beat KC. You've got to kill KC. You've got to eliminate them. And you don't do it in 2 weeks. But good start so far. No one's crying for Kermit the Frog right now.
Yeah, and of course, I'm not burying Kansas City by any means, but if we're doing our week 2 losers, hell yeah, they're going to be making that list. And I think you said it well. Travis Kelce cost them a couple of different games now. But no, on the scale of the 0-2s, I think they're a playoff team, and they've done it on the road like the 49ers have before. So lots to continue to monitor. That's our 5-1. Let's wrap up the show. When we return, hand it off to Dirty Work and give you one more song to send you away with on a beautiful Tuesday. It's Papa and Silver. We're back on the Sports Leader.
KNBR, the Sports Leader. Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Papa's back, and that means we're doing a poll. But today it's Papa's poll, and we ask you the best beard in Bay Area sports. Head on over to our YouTube stream or our Twitter page at KNBR and cast your vote, as we'll be revisiting it throughout the show. Hey, is your home ready for kickoff? Because everybody knows that hosting friends, family, and fellow fans is the best way to enjoy your football Sunday. Get ready for an elevated game day by staining your deck or painting your fan cave with Benjamin Moore. With football and painting season now in full swing, it's the perfect time to tackle your indoor and outdoor paint projects. Have your family room decked out in team colors to impress guests and intimidate rivals. Update your kitchen with a fresh coat of paint for prepping tailgate treats and pregame snacks. A freshly stained porch or repainted exterior will allow you to grill outdoors in style all season long. Change your luck with a fresh coat of paint. Whether you're calling an audible or following the playbook, find all the right products, the perfect colors, and plenty of advice at your Bay Area Benjamin Moore retailer. And with an extra regular season game this year, let us help you extend the life of your home for many years to come. Support your team and your local independently owned operated business with Benjamin Moore.
back to Greg Papa and Greg Silver on KNBR, the sports leader.
And we're wrapping it up here on a Tuesday. What a fantastic 4 hours it's been. We appreciate everybody at the station who has done a part to make this show happen. And we appreciate everybody listening out there who has sent the very kind messages in the return of our guy, Greg Papa. Why are we closing it out with ZZ Top's LaGrange? Well, because we had a texter earlier say something about ZZ Top in this discussion of beards. And I thought I may just have to call you ZZ Pop for the time being.
I got legs. I know how to use them. Yeah, there's no doubt. ZZ Top. There's so many bands with beards, but ZZ Top took it to great length like Jumbo Joe. But Brian Wilson won the poll. But thank you all for indulging me today. It's been 2 solid months since I was told I have leukemia, and that July 16th day changed my life, and to come back on September the 16th today in some form, I had no idea, honestly, if I could do 4 hours. Hell no, 4 hours. This show used to be 3 and it was easy, and I can't even do 4 minutes or 4 seconds. I only cried twice, I think. The over-under was 4 on me crying, so. And it was about my brother both times. So
yeah,
anyway,
I lost, by the way. I hit the over.
The love and support. And everybody is texting me during the show. I'll get back to you. I probably will take a power nap. I may not wake up until 10 o'clock tomorrow morning, or actually a little before, to watch the Giant game back. But today meant so much to me on every level. It's exactly what I wanted it to be. It was necessary for my mind and my soul, and just to take me on a little 4-hour ride and have fun with you, Greg. So thanks to Walter and putting it all together. And let's not do 4 hours back to back. We got a Giant day game tomorrow.
Yeah.
So what are we off at 11:40?
11:40. Let's call it an hour 40 with some commercial breaks with our guy Shay.
I can go 100 minutes.
Yeah.
I can go 100 minutes.
Yeah, much better. Dude, this was awesome. Thanks so much. And like I said, man, we're here for you every step of the way. So let's continue to be all ball on this show, and let's make all be the all ball and not that lymphoblastic leukemia that is, we got to get all the way out of your system.
Nothing cute about that.
Yeah, nothing cute about it, man.
Thank you, brother. Thanks for coming. It seemed like old times, isn't it? Kind of, sort of.
Yeah, first time since the end of June. The Giants were 45-37 back when we last did our show. So, hey, we've come a long way. Let's do it again tomorrow, 10 a.m. I can't wait. Big thank you to Walter. Big thank you to our guests today, Eric Branch, Tracy Sandler, Susan Slusser. And thank you to all the listeners out there who have been so freaking awesome today. Let's get it over to Dirty Work. Copes, Depop, Tim Webb. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM. San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Dirty Work begins now.
Okay, the fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay. It's getting hot. Is it getting hot there? That's even worse. How are we feeling? It's getting hot? Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb, soon as Walt gets his ass out of the chair. He's gone. Oh, he's out of the way. Good. Oh, good. He's behind Tim. Dude, big day today. We love a Tuesday on Dirty Work. Our favorite day of the week, I would say, outside of Fridays. Because Friday means usually there's no work the next day. That ends for Tim and I soon. The Tim and I.
That's true. Usually Moss on Fridays if we're at the ballpark. But, yeah, Tuesdays are great.
Usually we're living Moss on a Friday. When we're at the ballpark. We won't be at the ballpark this Friday. We'll talk more about that. We'll be at Jack's Restaurant down in San Jose. We'll give you the details on that. But an even bigger Tuesday than normal because it's week 2 of the NFL season.
Yep.
We, for the first time, have an edition of Who Stepped in It.
Yes.
Which is fantastic.
Last week, the selection wasn't great. We got many contestants this week.
We have an edition of course, the NBA grab bag, which oddly enough showed up over the weekend, and we'll tell you exactly how we obtained the grab bag. here at the Sports Leader. It was sent directly to the office, which was maybe the most convenient it's been for me in several months.
I would say the most straightforward story we had in quite some time.
I would say for a subscription service that we pay for.
So it took a long ass time.
I certainly have to go through a whole lot of leaps and bounds to end up with the grab bag.
Some guy has to cut ass in order for you to give it to him. If you don't recall the story,
I forgot about the guy who
Coach made eye-to-eye contact with some guy just farting.
Well, don't forget the fart started first, and then I turned around like, what was that? And looked at the guy, and he looked me dead in my eye from like 40 yards away.
Yeah, almost like challenging you.
While he was holding the NBA grab bag in his hand, packing his car.
Yeah, you want it? You want it,
big shirt. I was like, we'll just leave it
with
there.
all that stink on it?
It's like my mouth is open. Just, then there was, of course, the time where I had to park the car for Ling.
Oh, of course.
On Broadway.
Patty and Selma, too.
Patty and Selma.
Your roommates in your apartment.
No, the women who live upstairs, the sisters who live upstairs. They're not twins. Yeah, dude.
We love Troy McClure.
Oh, dude, here on Hofstra. That's right, dude. Little Patty and Selma. I like that, dude. Here on Hofstra, live upstairs. They had the dead mice that I had to go throw out for them. There was the woman in Seattle a couple weeks ago who had fallen on hard times, but she had that green parrot on her shoulder.
Oh, that's right.
And the parrot crapped all over her back, dude. And she's holding that big old potato sack looking thing. Anyway.
That might be my favorite one.
Anyway, yeah, you really got a kick out of that one. There was the guy who ran up to me.
I just really wanted the parrot to talk for her.
It did. It said,
comical.
NBA grab bag. Then, anyway, this week the grab bag was actually mailed to the station. So we'll tell you there's a whole big background about it as well. Just as big of a deal today, Greg Papa returned.
Yeah.
To the Sports Leader.
And so I got to ask, I thought I had the best beard at KNBR, but not anymore. Greg Papa rocking a nice Ray Ratto-like beard, I would say.
Can I be honest with you? You thought you had the best beard at KNBR? I didn't even know you had a beard in my mind until I looked right at you right now.
Just part of the face.
Like if have you ever seen me clean shaven? If somebody was like, dude, this is why eyewitness accounts are so like unreliable.
Yeah.
Because if you had asked me like, hey, draw a picture of Derek, I might have put some stubble on you. Because I know you're not like a super clean shaven guy, but you've come in clean shaven before.
Just one day by mistake because
you shaved too much.
I shaved the top lip of my mustache. And I was like, oh, this whole thing has to.
And that was the
never
right.
again.
That was the mistake. And so
never again.
But if you had asked me to like draw a photo of Derek or draw a picture of Derek or tell us like what he looked like, I might not have gotten
beard wouldn't have been included.
But I don't know. We did make a joke recently that there was more on your face than your head.
Well, yeah.
But I forgot. Like, I don't know.
The hair is so a part of me now as far as my beard that I think people just kind of look past it.
So, Greg, you're saying Greg Papa now better beard than you?
I would say so. Tacky's been asking me that all day.
Marcus has a pretty good beard. Marcus is always cleanly groomed.
Is it a beard, though?
Yeah. Marcus got a beard.
All right.
He's a little lighter on the beard sometimes. But I mean, like, again.
Dan Dunn had a great beard.
You know what? When Dan Dunn has his beard, hands down the best beard at KNBR.
I mean, Greg certainly got the bushiest beard. I rock a beard, but it's not huge or anything. I keep it pretty short. But but Dan Dunn had a good one. Greg's is bushier. Like Greg's is getting
a great big bushy beard.
It's like a Jack Black beard.
Yeah, it's a Jack Black-like beard. Well, the other thing we're doing today.
I love Jack Black.
The other thing we're doing today, and I admitted yesterday that I'd mixed up the dates and thought it was next week.
Yeah.
Is that Tim Webb on Saturday had his 20th anniversary at the Sports Leader.
And you were with him all day on Sunday.
I was with him all day on Sunday, didn't say a word. In fact, had him run me errands. You know what I mean? Had him go pick me up food.
Wow.
Well, I mean, I was working. But
the gall of you.
That was Tim.
So rude.
I got to Tim's house at 6:40 in the morning, didn't leave until after Niner Pride.
Didn't say a word.
So right before we were like heading to Sunday Night Football, and I was like, see you tomorrow, brother.
And I bet all the while Tim's like, hey, really excited for that dinner that's coming up.
Well, in true Tim fashion, he scheduled a dinner for us for October 9th to celebrate his birthday at the House of Pride. Not his birthday, excuse me, his 20-year anniversary at the House of Prime.
He's just saying it's a nice dinner for all of us.
I
think otherwise.
He actually did just schedule it to be nice for all of us to go out and have dinner together. But
sure.
I think we all know there's another motive here, Tim.
I think so.
You wanted to celebrate, and you knew we weren't going to book anything.
That is absolutely incorrect. I've been very voracious and honest about going to the House of Prime Rib on a regular basis to the point where I brought it up on the show, and you go, when are you going to make us a reservation? So I did.
It doesn't sound like us, dude.
Nah,
it doesn't sound like something we would say or do.
Yeah.
No, not at all. And then we talked about maybe we should get Tim like a House of Prime Rib gift card, which would be funny. If we give him the gift card, then he has to take us. You know what I mean? Then we go with him.
That's the idea.
On the gift card. That would be a fun gift. So we are going to celebrate Tim's 20 years at KNBR.
Hell yeah.
Today. Look, dude, 20 years is an awfully long time to be here. Tim started in 2005. I mean, I was a sophomore in high school, And Derek was still helping Greg cover up the murder of his sister's rabbits probably around that time.
Absolutely.
And Tim was already slugging away at the leader. So we've got some special stuff for Tim a little bit later in the show coming up at 5:15. We'll do our celebration for Tim. And the only reason I think I remembered it is because, don't forget, his note to self yesterday was him shouting out that it was, in fact, his anniversary. He brought it up himself.
A shameless plug that I think will be included in Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
Dude, he plugged his own anniversary in true Tim fashion, and on my birthday.
Oh, you guys put me in such a box here. So, like, if I don't say anything, you're like, oh, we don't remember it at all. And I do say something, you're like, oh, man, you're celebrating your own anniversary.
Well, after 20 years of the leader, you should know how this thing works, man. You should know how this goes.
I get the bit. Don't worry.
Let's also address the elephant in the room here, where my dad is, overshadowing Tim.
Tim, is it true? Is it true to is there any truth to the rumor that you're upset that Greg Papa returned today to overshadow your anniversary?
You know what? I'm just so pissed off that he's overshadowing me. I mean, I know he's got a battle with cancer, but I mean, I was an intern.
Everyone's just crying their eyes out at the opening segment today, and Tim's like, oh, God.
Yeah, I heard Tim was walking around.
This guy?
I heard Tim was slamming doors and hitting desks and stuff earlier.
I can't believe this guy's doing this today. He has to come back on my day.
At one point, Tim was heard under his breath saying, couldn't have waited till Wednesday. Couldn't have waited till the next one. Couldn't have waited till Wednesday.
No, you know what?
And starting a Tuesday. Huh?
In all seriousness, Tim, I'm glad we could celebrate your 20th anniversary today. And also, props to my dad for coming back today. I listened to the opening segment, and I loved every moment of it. I'm glad that he was able to do the full 4 hours today, and hopefully his body, reacts well to the chemo, and he's able to do this. And I think the truest thing he said in the opening segment was, when you're away, they don't pay. And that's why he's doing the show.
Yeah.
So there you go.
Well, Thomas Jefferson quote, when the cat's away, the mice will play. He's like, when the cat's away, it don't get paid. Nope. That's what it is the other translation.
Very real statement by Greg Papa there.
Yeah, he's like, it's great to be back because I got to be. You know what I mean?
Money lies and the show bye-bye.
Dude, that's exactly it. Oh, man, if there's any lesson Tim's learned over 20 years, might come from Greg this morning.
Yep.
The money lies in the show bye-byes. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. It's a big Tuesday. Greg Papa returned. It's Tim's 20th anniversary celebration, although overshadowed by Greg Papa's return. And then we've got an NBA grab bag, 3:15. 4:15, we've got Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia, plus 5:15, we'll do the celebration. And we have a guest list for you through the roof. 3:50, Andrew Luck, our weekly conversation with him. And fresh off of his working with Bryce Eldridge down in Sacramento and in spring training this year, JT Snow is going to join us at 4:50 to talk about what he's seen from Bryce. We heard yesterday that he's likely just going to be a DH right now. I'd love to talk to JT about what he needs to hear, or what he'd like to see from Bryce in terms of development at first base. Also, probably some evaluation from him on what he's seen from Devers at first, because Devers really, he wants to be in the field. He's been pretty good at it. Like, if you can roll into next year with the cushion of saying, hey, Bryce, focus still on being a designated hitter and we'll work on the first base stuff on the side. I mean, that's the way to do it. And is there anybody better to talk first base than JT Snow? We'll do it with him coming up at 4:50, 5:40. Giants and the D-backs pregame. They're fading.
I think so.
They're fading.
Dwindling is the...
They flew too close to the Icarus. Yeah, they flew too close to the
Icarus
sun. Maybe.
Here? Yeah.
They got close against the Dodgers on Friday.
Are you going Top Gun here?
Yeah. Well, no, I was going Icarus.
Oh, well, either way.
Because they referenced it? Come on, get out of here. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb. It's a big Tuesday on Dirty Work. When we come on back, more on Bryce Eldridge's debut and the Giants' playoff hopes dwindling. Plus, we'll tell you what we're doing on Friday. I want to see everybody out in San Jose at Jack's Restaurant. It's Dirty Work. It's Tim's 20th anniversary special.
Couldn't wait till Wednesday,
and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
The Giants lost a clunker last night, 8-1, despite Bryce Eldridge's major league debut. The Giants mustered just 2 Casey Schmidt hits. What the Schmidt? And the bullpen imploded, allowing 7 runs in 4 innings. Tonight, it's Tristan Beck versus Eduardo Rodriguez. You might remember him from his 6 2/3 scoreless last Wednesday versus San Francisco. Pregame 5:40, first pitch 6:40, right here on the 2 hits leader.
And now it's time for the Protect Your Assets Business and Technology Report with me, David Hollander.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
1-1. He swings and drives one. Out to left center field. Going back on the ball and leaping to make the catch is Barossa just in the game. Right to the left of the 413 side. Going back to first, Chapman. Bryce Eldridge drove that one out to left center field. Jumped off his bat. And oh so close to his first big league hit. Instead, robbed by the brand new center fielder. It was a heck of a play and a beautiful swing by Eldridge, who's got so much power to left center field.
Bryce Eldridge, the 20-year-old, debuted for the Giants last night in a loss.
Yeah.
Giants got rolled. 8-1 was that the final there?
8-1 was the final last night.
I was playing a softball game. It was 7-1 when I left the bar to go play, and then I saw that it was 8-1 was the final. Giants got just 2 hits last night, both off the bat of Casey Schmidt. One of them was a solo home run. Felt like euchre. 2 hits, 2 lousy goddamn hits. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all we get. Anyway, Eldridge, did you think that one was out when he made contact?
I thought it was, and yeah, it wasn't. But you know what? Not a bad outing by Eldridge. I mean, he was 0 for 3 on the night, but hearing the post game, him say, "I think I belong." Like I felt comfortable against Zach Gallen. We'll talk to JT about it. I don't know if that's just a simple question, but to me, that's pretty big to say. Like in your first at bat, I truly think I belong here. I don't know if some guys feel that way, but. Yeah, I mean, it's good for Bryce Eldridge. We've got 12 games remaining, and I don't know what the Giants' playoff hopes are going to be, but, you know, I didn't think they were very high to begin with, honestly, so we'll see what happens in the remaining 12, but I think the Giants' bats last night kind of reverted to the team we've seen for the majority of the season.
Yeah, Susan Slusser said something that kind of rattled me a bit yesterday, where I was like, I didn't think the offense was all that bad on Saturday, or this weekend against the Dodgers, and she said, well, if you put it in perspective from the outlook that, yeah, they got whooped by Yamamoto on Friday, and they ended up winning.
Mm-hmm.
They have 3 hits in that whole game. They went on a grand slam.
Yeah.
One of those guys was a runner placed on second.
5 runs all you need in the end to win.
Right. That was fine. It was 1-1, but they didn't put anything together rally-wise throughout the game, right? You get it a little bit with the manufactured rally, and they made plays to keep the game tied at 1 into extra innings, and then Bailey hits the walk-off. But even though you're facing an ace, you go, okay, you didn't hit well in that game, you didn't get many hits in that game, and fortunately you won anyway. Saturday, you scored 7 or whatever it was, but you got rocked. Like, you got the brakes beat off. And
yeah.
What they were saying was, and I think Pavs' point too, was there are signs that they're showing that make you a little bit concerned about the offense relative to what we saw them go through before they got hot in August, right? Like in the month of June and July, where they were one of the worst teams in all of baseball, runners in scoring position, felt like every day they couldn't score more than 2 runs. And we're like, what is going on with this team? At some point, something's got to give. Right out of the All-Star break, things were going awry, right? In Toronto, things get kind of weird, even though they got great outings from Webb and Robbie Ray. Even Justin Verlander's had this happen, obviously, numerous times. But what Susan said was, it seemed like over this weekend we saw signs of what we'd seen before, and it gives you a little bit of pause. Then on Sunday, the same sort of thing happened.
Yeah.
Then on Monday, it kind of happened again it did happen again last night.
Yeah.
Where you faced a guy who's, a great pitcher, but Tuesday you hit him okay last week in San Francisco, but he's having not a very good year. He had an ERA of 4.8 coming in. He's got a lot of decisions, which means he's involved in a lot of games deep where he's given up runs, right? He hasn't had a lot of clean outings this year, and he had one of his best yesterday against the Giants. So when I said, maybe it's just to get a look at Eldridge, you want to see what you got, why not? You have an opportunity, maybe hit some dingers. I think he is here because he could help the offense a bit, because they may be needing a little bit of a spark or a little bit of a burst in the middle. It did look pretty cool on paper to see a lineup of something that we've talked about for a number of years and still kind of have that shine to it, right? Like, we used to hear Luciano's name all the time. You hear Montez's name all the time. But they never came up in the sense of being placed in a lineup where you thought, wow, this looks like it could be a lineup that's going to be here for a while. And because they have so many players under contract, whether you like it or not, Giants fans, Matt Chapman, Willie Adames, Rafael Devers, Jung-Hoo Lee, and now Bryce Eldridge, like all those guys sitting in the top 5, and then you've got like Ramos hitting 6, who's a player who's under team control. I'm not saying they all should be here for that long. I'm just saying when you look at that lineup, you go, wow, okay, that's a lineup where we thought, hey, maybe this guy's going to come up and help, and we didn't expect Devers to be in that a couple of months ago. And now I think it's intriguing for what he's able to do. In his first at bat against Gallen, I liked that he worked it to a full count too, because he hacked at a fastball that was outside for strike 1. Then he swung at another pitch for strike 2. I want to say it was a changeup. And then then he saw like 4 straight changeups, and they were down and away, and they were just kind of feeding him, seeing if he'll chase. And he didn't chase. For a guy who strikes out a lot, and has struck out a lot in the minors, He didn't chase, and then ultimately ends up grounding out, pulling one on the ground in his first at bat. But I was kind of impressed that after falling behind in the count 1-2, he was able to battle back on a couple of tough changeups that were low and away out of the zone. So we'll see. I mean, the approach is something that I'm sure is going to develop and grow. It's going to have to as guys start to figure him out. But it would be cool to see him get a taste of success, or for Giants fans to see what his natural ability is when he makes contact with the ball.
Experience, it can only benefit Bryce Eldridge just playing in these games. It will benefit the team going forward as well. So, yeah, I mean, nothing really to write home about last night, but we'll see what develops over time. And I don't think they called up Bryce Eldridge to, light a spark for the offense. I think it was just because Dom Smith got hurt and, they want to see their guys. It's still equal parts in evaluation and a competitive season for Buster Posey. But, yeah, what sucks about last night is now you fall even further in the NL wildcard standings. Now the Diamondbacks leapfrog you with one more win, so they're 75 and 74.
Yeah, I don't know about this. This is my fear kind of coming in. Is you said it yesterday? You're like, the D-backs are playing better. They've been a little bit better of late. And I looked at the record, and you're like, man, they're right behind them. Now the D-backs have jumped the Giants. They're a half game up, as you mentioned, both in the West and in the wildcard standings, and you've fallen behind the Reds.
Yes, I guess because of now with a tiebreaker. So now the Giants are 6th. And, the Mets play tonight. They have a 3-game series against the Padres, and now Giants fans got to root for the Padres.
Tied with the Reds, I should say. And I think the Giants have the tiebreak with the Reds, right?
Just looking on the standings, though, on ESPN, they usually update that. For whatever reason, I think that maybe the Reds have now leapfrogged them.
Well, they're 75 and 70. Yeah, they're both the same record. Maybe, do the Giants have the season series against the Reds?
No, that was tied up 3-3.
Oh, well, then it's going to go to the next record, which is in-division record, which means the Reds probably have the better in-division record, which means that tiebreak puts them above the Giants. So that's the reason for the tiebreak.
So there you go.
So the Giants are sitting in 6th place. It's Cubs, Padres, Mets are your wildcard teams. D-backs are now a game and a half behind the Mets, who have they got that walk-off win on Sunday.
Yep.
With Pete Alonso, which could be like some sort of galvanizing thing.
Yep, that's what I'm thinking.
We will see what happens. But you pointed something out to me yesterday. I'm like, look at you talking baseball and logic here with the season dwindling. You said if you look at the schedule, and now I guess what do we have? 12 games left?
12 games left, yes.
For the Giants? I don't know exactly what the Mets have. They're at 140. They're at the exact same number of games. They got 12 games left too.
Okay.
How many do they have to win to stay ahead of the Giants? Like now there's 2 teams above the Giants, so who cares? In my mind, not who cares, but you need more things to happen now. You have to beat Arizona today. That would put you back above Arizona. But then you've got to have the Reds fall apart as well. You've got to leapfrog the Reds. You need the win now because it's in division. You do have a bunch of division games left, but then it's just setting up a 4-game series with the Dodgers. Tristan Beck is starting the game tonight. I mean, this is what we talked about. These 2 times through the rotation. And Tang pitched pretty well yesterday. Tang threw, only was 4 innings.
He was fine.
But he pitched okay. Like, he was all right. He got into that jam early. And it's always funny to me when, like, an unearned run comes across, but it's the pitcher's fault.
Right.
Like, the run scored because of that bad pickoff throw he made to first base in the first inning to Devers. And I'm like, yeah, I know it's unearned because of the error, but you made the error. Like, just tack it on that ERA.
Yeah, exactly.
So anyway, he gives up the one unearned run. It doesn't bite him in terms of the numbers, but you're putting a lot on the bullpen in these 2 outings. Like, what can you expect from Beck today? 3 at most?
I don't know.
2 and change. Like, you're asking the bullpen to cover a lot of innings here at the end of the season. They're shallow at pitching. Like, Tang has some upside, I think, but like doing that, this isn't a true pennant race. It's tough to say because the Mets probably need in the next 12. Could they go
3 wins?
They
maybe?
might go 6-6 and they'd win it probably. They'd probably ice a playoff spot if they go 500.
The Giants need to be damn near perfect, I think, to make the postseason at this point.
Yeah, if they have 12, the Giants have to go like legitimately like 9-3 or like 8-4 might not do it.
Every one of those Diamondbacks losses makes your margin of error even smaller versus the Dodgers, which is looming coming up this weekend.
Yeah, if they weren't playing the Dodgers 4 times, like, hey, maybe, but the Dodgers have the Giants number right now, so I think it's slim. I thought it was slim before. It wasn't until Saturday night when I saw the Mets lose and the Giants have a 4-1 lead in the first inning. I was like, they might do this.
That was the moment all turned. Then Ohtani hit a ball 700 feet out to center field.
Yeah.
At 115 miles
still
an hour.
flying.
It's incredible, dude. That was one of the most insane home runs I've ever seen.
This is a conversation we're going to have maybe next week as we get closer to the end of the season. But, God, the expectations fluctuated throughout the year. If they finish strong, would you consider this a successful season?
Ask me in 12 games.
Okay.
Ask me in 12 games.
Yeah. That'll be a question when the season ends.
I don't know how I feel right now.
Yeah, fair
Ask
enough.
me in 12 games. I don't, like, to me, success was make the playoffs.
Yeah.
With the moves they made with Devers, we said it when they got Devers.
I know.
You got to make the playoffs now. Like, this is the move. Buster said it's time to go, and then they did. And so it's hard for me now to be like, well, I'm changing my scope because it was fun how they finished. Like, no, really, no. Like, that was the goal, and they fell short of that, if in fact that happened.
The scope started with us at the round table saying, at least just have like a 83-win team, 88-win team, and just build on something for next season. And then, of course, getting Devers changes things. So I totally get that. It's how you perceive it. It's how your expectations change when they were out of it and now they're playing fun baseball at the end. It's like, okay, you went on a high note, but is that really enough to say it was successful? I have no idea.
Yeah, that's up for the fan base to decide.
Yeah, of course.
I don't think missing the playoffs with this payroll is acceptable.
Yeah.
I don't think it's acceptable to finish, if it's the Niners and they're finishing in fourth place behind like Seattle and the Rams and Arizona, people are like, this is unacceptable, right? Isn't that how people feel? I think that's how Giants fans feel too at this point. Like, it's been too much mediocrity.
Mm-hmm.
But as I said to you yesterday, and I've said this many times, not all 500 seasons are created equal. This one at times felt better than at other times, and to this point has had its major ups and downs. So as I pointed out, some of the greatest moments in the history of the ballpark with Patrick Bailey got a walk-off Little League home run at one point this year with Elliot Ramos. Like, there's been some really fun stuff that's happened. But the most fun stuff that can happen is going to the playoffs. When you miss the playoffs, then you're like, well, are we on our way there, or are we on our way out, or are we just sitting and waiting and nothing's happening? I think the Giants, regardless, are on their way there. It didn't feel like they had as much direction the last couple of years because you didn't see as much consistency in the lineup. You didn't see as many pieces with success. Like, I don't know how people will view Adames' year. It hadn't gone early on the way they wanted, but they were only in it, and they're only in it to this point because of the way he's performed at the back half of the season, in addition to Devers, in addition to Chapman. So, like, I have to feel better going into next year. Like, I would imagine that their win total in Vegas, I don't even know who the rotation is going to be now. We know two of the guys who are in the rotation, three if you count Roop. I don't know what the win total in Vegas will be, but I would imagine it's more going into next year. I would imagine that regardless of how they finish, the baseball world and national media are going to look at the Giants like an up-and-coming team that could be a problem or a threat in the West, and we'll see what happens relative to the Padres and the D-backs, but they're still right there with that pack. They got to figure out a way to pull away from that pack. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. It's a Tuesday. Dirty Work rolls on a Tuesday afternoon, our favorite day of the week. Andrew Luck at 3:50. We'll talk to JT Snow about all this stuff with the Giants pennant race, and especially with Bryce Eldridge, because he worked with him in Sacramento and during spring training. He joins us at 4:50 plus. Grab Bag, Tuesday Takes and Trivia, and it's Tim's 20th anniversary at the Sports Leader. We got a special celebration plan for him coming up at 5:15 before pregame at 5:40. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, do the 49ers have one of, if not the best backup in the NFL? Joe Burrow's landed on injured reserve, by the way.
Yep.
How about that? Mac Jones.
But compared to that and compared to the Vikings, do the 49ers have a better backup situation?
He just came out and he won a game without George Kittle, without Kyle Juszczyk, without one of his offensive linemen. Mac Jones put up a pretty good performance. Would you say without Ayuk? Sure, yeah. Yeah, but also, Brock won week one without either of those guys.
Yeah,
so we'll talk more about Mac Jones next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. Tim's 20th anniversary at the Sports Leader today. How about that?
Nice.
Pretty incredible, dude. At 3:15, we'll do the grab bag. 4:15, Tim's takes and trivia. Which, as he told you yesterday in his note to self, may have an anniversary feel to them, huh, Tim?
Yeah, I
pat yourself on the back.
That's what I did.
Yeah. How about that? We're giving him 2 segments today. 5:15 also, where we celebrate.
It's a whole lot of Tim today.
It's a lot of Tim. Well, I get more Tim than anybody.
Oh, I know.
I see Adam more than I see my own family. This is true.
Yeah, it's getting a lot of Tim. All right, we'll also catch up with Andrew Luck at 3:50, JT Snow at 4:50. Before we keep going on with some of this Mac Jones stuff, I got to remind everybody, we are back with our 49ers tailgate shows. And I believe we don't have the entire schedule, but more often than not, it's when there's a 49er home game. Last year, we were out in Alameda at Almanac Brewing. This year, we're at Jack's in San Jose, Jack's Restaurant in San Jose, Saratoga Ave, 1502 Saratoga Ave in the Westgate Shopping Center, located in San Jose. And just for the occasion, by the way, Friday 2 to 6, we'll be out there. Actually, a little bit longer because we got Giants-Dodger pregame.
Oh, yeah, we do.
So we'll be out there 2 to like 6:40 on Friday.
It's one extra beer, man.
It's an extra beer, dude. And it's notable because just for the occasion of our 49er tailgate on Friday for Dirty Work, they're starting happy hour early at 2 o'clock. So you can come out at 2 o'clock, hang with us, and get your happy hour on a Friday. Just cut off work earlier. Bring your laptop. I don't care. I don't give a damn. Get yourself a beer. They're going to have Modelo and Partita shot specials starting at 2 o'clock with the beginning of the show. Plus, if you want to be there all day, you can be there all day, and you should go back on Sundays if you're down on the peninsula or down in San Jose. Niner games, 10 a.m., plus they've got a big, awesome breakfast.
Yes, they do.
You can dine on. So Friday, 2 to 6 and change. We'll be out there at Jack's Restaurant, Saratoga Ave, Westgate Shopping Center in San Jose for our first 49er tailgate.
Ooh, closing the bar down, dancing to this.
I'm a tequila man, too. You guys know that.
Yeah.
I'll shoot some tequila.
I'm down.
I think I'm driving, so you'll have to drink for both of us.
Yeah, I contemplated that as well. I mean, a whole lot of you with Tim in the car this weekend, huh?
God damn, dude. Are you kidding? These days and by the way, we're going to have more days like this where, we're going to be at Jack's on a Friday, Stanford on a Saturday, Niners on a Sunday. It's a lot of city to San Jose or Peninsula for me and Tim.
Well, a lot of miles on the Stang, right?
Yeah, well, Tim, if you were going to buy a Land Rover, where would you get one?
I would go to Land Rover Marin.
That's what I thought, dude. Nothing says Land Rover Marin like Tim Webb.
And on Tim's 20th anniversary celebration, he gets ads.
And he gets ads. And dude, you see, Tim's driving me down. He says we got to leave the city at 11.
Yeah,
it's a lot. It's an early.
It might be a little eher than that now.
Really? Why is that?
Yeah, more.
Well, there are things that are happening behind the scenes.
Oh, yeah. Good. Oh, good deal.
He's got to grab some equipment.
Fantastic. All right.
So tequila.
So we'll know more about Brock Purdy's status for Sunday tomorrow when Kyle speaks to the media. And we're going to talk to Kyle on Thursday. Actually, Matt Mayoko, interestingly enough, pointed out that Brock Purdy has not been officially ruled out. And he says that there's it's not off the table that he's able to go this week. He said the news and reports he was getting and what he was told from people on Sunday before the game is that Brock had a really good week of rehab.
Good.
And that they thought he was progressing well. Now, we won't know until they get out there. We'll see if he's even able to practice in some kind of limited capacity or if this is just a let's totally wait and see situation. But we'll find out tomorrow what his current status is and if there's even a possibility. How would you compare the Niners situation to that of the Bengals, Vikings, Commanders, who all may have to play with backups this week? Bengals do have to play with a backup this week.
Yeah.
Vikings say McCarthy's going to sit.
Definitely going to be Carson Wentz for the Vikings, and it's 50-50 on Jaden Daniels, or it's going to be Marcus Mariota against the Raiders.
Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, I think that it's trending in the right direction for Brock Purdy, but maybe they want to be a little cautious with him this week. But I think if Brock is good to go, they'll probably play him. Yeah, I think that Mac Jones is probably one of the better backup options in the league, with the exception of course, I think if Michael Penix went down, the Falcons would feel pretty good about Kirk Cousins. Trying to think of other ones around football right now. I mean, even I like backups that were starters at one point because they know what to expect and the feel of everything. And I got to say, if Matthew Stafford went down with an injury and had to be Jimmy Garoppolo for 2 games, you feel pretty comfortable about that. With Mac Jones, it's kind of the same deal where the offense doesn't change drastically. He can still run the scheme, and He's not a bad player by any means. He was a high-level player in college. Kyle scouted him or evaluated him during the draft process. So to me, it's bad when you have a backup quarterback, where you have to change the entire offense. Because then guys are kind of not comfortable. You throw the whole rhythm off and everything. Now, it maybe throws the defense out of whack because they don't know what to plan for in the moment. But at the same time, you're kind of screwing over your own team. So I like the fact that when you go from Brock to Mac, there's no change there. As long as Christian McCaffrey's out there, I feel comfortable in the team. And as long as he still has Juwan Jennings and Ricky Pearsall, the team is still talented. Yeah, I think that Mac Jones is more than capable of running this offense while Brock Purdy's injured. But yeah, the same with the Cincinnati Bengals and Jake Browning. He filled in for the latter portion of the season a few years ago, and he played pretty well. He threw 12 touchdown passes, 7 interceptions. He's surrounded by a ton of talent, having Jamar Chase and T. Higgins. So I feel like the Bengals situation's pretty good. For the Minnesota Vikings, Carson Wentz hasn't played meaningful football in quite some time. And he had to feel like he played the last game of the regular season for the Rams, going up against the 49ers 2 years ago. He played that meaningless game for the Chiefs last year, going up against the Broncos for them just to clinch that final playoff spot. So if I was a Vikings fan, I would feel terrible about Carson Wentz. For the Commanders and Marcus Mariota, and if you watch that quarterback show from a couple years ago, he doesn't really, prepare for the position very well.
Well, he did not. Well, I would say this. I would say based on, and we're basing it off of a television show.
I know. That's kind of not fair.
I don't want to say that. I would say based on the way he was portrayed in the show, his preparation was certainly different than that of Kirk Cousins and Patrick Mahomes in the one season of this show that we saw. He also lost his job as a starter throughout that season. He also got injured. I'm not going to pin that on him. The guy was he a number 1 pick or number 2 pick in the draft?
Number 2 to Jameis. Yep.
So I don't want to pin that on him like that. But I would still, in terms of backup quarterbacks, in terms of guys, if you're trying to win one game or have somebody come in, I'd probably have him as a top 5 backup in the league right now, a top 3 backup in the league.
Mariota?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. I mean,
Tim, you don't like that? I mean, here's where I would go. I would go
about there, yeah.
I would go Browning is probably fairly high for me.
Yeah.
Is in terms of a backup. I would say Mariota's near the top. I'm not putting any rookie in my top 3. I'm not putting Jackson Dart there.
No.
I'm not putting like Milroe there. Jacoby Brissett's the backup for the Cardinals. That's a guy where I would go, that offense doesn't, he's a guy with a huge arm, some mobility. If he's got to come in to try to win you a game, that's not the worst situation. Now, again,
not at all.
The hope for a backup is that he can be a Band-Aid for you. If you want to try to win the season with him, the odds are not good, and that's why he's a backup. Unless it's a rookie and something happens and you develop him. So do I think, in terms of which guys are the best Band-Aids in the league, where if you have 3 games, can they potentially go 2-1? And if they go could they go 1-2 and keep you afloat? That's kind of where I'm at.
Right.
I'd say Browning is near the top.
Did you mention Kirk Cousins?
Kirk Cousins is the obvious number 1.
Right.
He's the only one as the number 1.
Well,
he's the far and away number 1 as the best backup in the league right now because he could be a starter on some team.
Honestly, should be a starter.
There are teams with worse starting quarterbacks than Cousins. So,
if you plug Kirk Cousins right now in for the Cleveland Browns instead of Joe Flacco, they're probably a 7-win team maybe with Kirk Cousins.
Bad of the Browns, dude.
Yeah,
it's so funny. You watch a game like last night in Baker, everybody's in love with Baker. I told you last year, nobody's turned in my mind and more become a hero to me, or a guy I've liked in football who I didn't expect to like than Baker. He's a ballsy dude, and I love the way he played last night. That run he had last night. The guy's never going to take a slide. He's going to go in and take a hit. But the way people talk about him, the comeback story of Baker Mayfield, I'm like, his biggest comeback was he was on the Browns. They traded him to Carolina. Carolina cut him. He goes to the Rams for those 2 weeks, wins that game, which is incredible, and then gets a career with the Bucs, and he's 2-0. And it's been incredible. But the Browns they're a joke. But to your point, yes, they're better. Kirk Cousins is a better quarterback than some starters right now around the league.
He's a different caliber backup.
So he doesn't quite fit the same mold. What you got, Tim?
Check line 1.
Check line 1.
Someone calling in?
That's our guy Dwayne from Stockton.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, man. Okay, Dwayne in Stockton. Okay. Anyway, Dwayne in Stockton, to fuel the fire, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, man, I'm getting so tired of this, man. I got to keep chiming in, man. This box anything will not go away. Listen, if Shanahan wouldn't have screwed the pooch and drafted Trey Lance, if he would have just drafted Mac Jones, we probably would have already had that 6th Lombardi, bro.
You think, hold on,
Real talk, man.
Dwayne, you think Mac Jones is that much better than Brock Purdy? Why?
Oh, he's way better, bro.
How?
He's got way more. He's way tougher out there. He's bigger, he's stronger, and the arm is there. If you look at the balls, bro, they're getting there quicker. He can throw daggers. He can fit it in. if he gets a chance to play with George Kittle, man, Brock Purdy's done, bro, as far as I'm concerned. Now, check this out. The man, for Christ's sake, the man's nickname is Mac 10 on the West Coast, bro. That's sick,
He's my favorite member of the West Side Connection.
No, I mean, it is sick. Don't get me wrong. I got, like, he's a little bit hyperbolic, I think, Dwayne. Like, I don't know that they would have the 6th Lombardi, of course. It's hard to beat Mahomes, right? They had the lead in both of those Super Bowls.
Yeah, come on.
In the like, Brock had the lead in overtime, right? It's not his fault they lost the game.
Mac Jones is not mediocre like Garoppolo and Purdy, bro. Mac 10, I mean, think about it, man. It's a match made in heaven, man. You know, it's too bad for Brock, but, you know, he got injured. That's what happened.
Real quick, though, Dwayne. So isn't this more than about Kyle Shanahan, though? Like, to say if he didn't mess up and not take him and take Trey Lance, maybe they do have it. But, like, Mac Jones wasn't viewed as a starter across the NFL last year, right? He was a backup and wasn't very good. He was okay in Jacksonville playing for Trevor Lawrence when he went down. I think this says more about Kyle and the system he's built. Talked about it yesterday. Whether you think Brock is worse than Mac or not, he's gotten enough out of Brock to go to 2 NFC Championship games and a Super Bowl and held a lead in overtime of a Super Bowl, where it's not Brock's fault they didn't get the job done. I just think that if he can get that out of Brock Purdy, and he's gotten this at least in a game out of Mac Jones, hell, he got Sam Darnold, I think, prepared to get himself a contract. We thought he was a forgotten top 3 pick in the NFL. So to me, this is more about what Kyle's able to do systematically. He's putting weapons around it. Don't get me wrong. I think everybody is reliant on what everybody else is able to do. And if he does have George Kittle, I think he's going to put up big numbers. George Kittle got 1,000 yards receiving last year with Brock Purdy. He'd set the record with Nick Mullins. That, to me, is a product of the Kyle Shanahan system, because Mac wasn't a starter. The league didn't view him as such anymore.
Hey, brother, he had a tough road.
Yeah, he did.
He had a tough road.
He did.
And I'll tell you what, I'm telling you, he's looking at this like an opportunity. Mac Jones is taking this seriously, bro. I'm going to tell you, we're going to look at it next week. Yeah. If he goes out and he beats Arizona, which Brock Purdy could not do, then I expect the 49ers to stand on business, man. That's all I got today.
Right. Appreciate the call, Dwayne.
Fair enough, Dwayne, but also...
we can't forget Jordan Mason fumbled the ball at the end of that call. He also didn't give up that scamper to Kyler on the opening drive last year at home. You know what I mean?
but Dwayne's basing it off of last season. Brock Purdy's had amazing performances against the Arizona Cardinals in his 49er career. Like, can't we just say that Mac Jones is a solid backup?
Why do we have to? We don't have to put down Purdy to say Mac was good in one game.
I know. Like, back in the day, the 49ers had fantastic backups from, obviously, Steve Young, and he developed into a great player. But they had solid backups, the guys you could rely in, Steve Bono or Elvis Grbac, and that was the Kansas City Chiefs' mistake, making those guys starters. They were just solid backups. When Joe Montana went down, it was Steve Young. When Steve Young went down, it was Steve Bono. And then, like we talked about yesterday with Matt Mayoko and Elvis Grbac filling in for a couple of games for the 49ers in 1995. They were just solid backups. Why does it have to be, it's a quarterback controversy? Can't you just have a solid backup that fills in?
Can I just give you some Brock notes against the Cardinals real quick? Dwayne, I enjoy Dwayne's calls.
I do too. I don't take him seriously.
Brock has played 5 games. Brock has played 5 games in his career against the Cardinals. He's 4-1.
Yeah.
And the one he lost last year was the game at home, right? Kyler scores early. J.P. Mason fumbles late, and they're marching towards the red zone.
Didn't Moody miss a kick in that game too?
Probably. Yeah. It was like 200 degrees on the field in that game. I mean, that was, again, things were out of whack last year. In his career, he's thrown for 947 yards at nearly a 70% clip, 69.31. He is 70 for 1. He's thrown 9 touchdowns and 2 picks against the Arizona Cardinals, which is second most among any team he's ever faced, other than the Seattle Seahawks. But he's faced the Seahawks one more time because he's already played them this year.
Greg Silver says that was the Jake Moody injury game. They didn't even have a kicker that day.
That's right. That's right.
So again, tough to put it all on Brock there. Good knowledge there from Greg Silver. Yeah, he got hurt in that game and was never the same.
Can I redeem Dwayne, though, a little bit here?
Sure.
I told him when he called in, I said, Derek might be in the market there for a match. And he goes, dude, I'll give him the homie discount.
Okay. Yeah, hell yeah, dude.
And that's why we take Dwayne's calls.
5-finger mattress discount, dude. Just come pick it up.
But you know what?
Back the truck up.
I understand what he's saying. And, like, Mac Jones was definitely done dirty in New England. But also, he didn't make the most of his opportunity. And that just happens in this league. And then you're forgotten. I'm not saying that Mac Jones can't, benefit from this and maybe get an opportunity elsewhere, be like maybe like a bridge quarterback for some team trying to draft a quarterback, but it's not going to be in San Francisco. If he wants to remain to be the backup every year, I think that's a perfect situation, but I don't think that's also feasible. I think that now in this day and age of football, backups, go from team to team. There's just solid backups. Though Chase Daniel was a great backup in the NFL. Dan Orlovsky, I'm talking about guys that have made the jump to media. But, yeah, why can't a guy just be a great backup? Why does he have to take Brock Purdy's job?
Because
that's not going to happen.
It's the question. You're saying why doesn't he have to? It's the question when something like this happens because it has happened before. Do coaches feel when this guy's in play, do you want to bring back a guy that's cold just because you think he's better? It's the age-old question. 669 says, Coach, you saying Purdy's a system QB. I kind of think in my mind, everybody's sort of a system QB.
That's not a knock on somebody.
There are guys who supersede that. Peyton Manning was always going to supersede that, right? I don't know if Patrick Mahomes was a guy that was going to supersede that or if being drafted by Andy Reid set him into a situation where everything clicked. This guy also says Purdy hasn't done much since when the weapons get depleted. Here's my thing. Patrick Mahomes, people I think would still agree is the best quarterback in the NFL. He had the worst statistical season of his career last year.
Mm-hmm.
Who is Patrick Mahomes' number one weapon?
Right now? Tyquell Thornton now?
Thank you. Yeah. Would it seem to reason that the guy without more weapons is not performing as well? Yet he still went to the bowl last year. Where'd they go? 16-1 or 15-2 or something crazy last year. They are insane. So again, show me the team. Show me if there's a quarterback who's better with Josh Allen does it all himself. Lamar Jackson with Derrick Henry looks way better, but oftentimes has done it by himself to put up the numbers. And when I say put him up by himself, he doesn't have he doesn't have a Jamar Chase. He doesn't have a Justin Jefferson. Mm-hmm. He doesn't have a Devontae Adams like Aaron Rodgers did. He didn't even have a Marvin Harrison like Peyton did. Some of those guys, Aaron Rodgers, Peyton Manning, I think Mahomes is that guy too. Doesn't matter the weapons around him. He can make it happen. I don't think that's the case with all but 3 or 4 guys. So is Brock Purdy a system quarterback? He certainly benefits from the system he's in. I don't believe he's Brock Purdy if he was drafted by the Browns. I don't believe he's Brock Purdy if he was drafted by even Sean Payton and the Broncos.
All systems are not created equal.
I don't think it works that way. I think it works when a quarterback is picked by a coach who clicks with what the coach wants to do and he builds around that player. We got to take a break. When we come on back, more on week 2 in the NFL. Derek, sorry-ass Raiders. We'll get into that next, only here on The Sports Leader.
Hey.
Well, maybe you've been in a medically induced coma, but hey, Greg Papa returned to the Sports Leader today, and holy crap, he had a big old Jack Black beard. Find that entire show and all of our interviews on YouTube and thesportsleader.com, because hell yeah.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Nakua in motion behind Stafford. Now back out the left side. Jet sweep. They put it in his belly. He needs to cross the 45. He does. Stays on his feet. Down the left sideline. Puka's gone. 10-5. Touchdown Rams. On 4th down and 1, Nakua goes 45 to the house.
4th and goal for the Lions from the 4. Goff takes the snap, fakes the give, rolls right, got a man wide open. Amon-Ra St. Brown, 1, 2, 3 times today. Touchdown Detroit Lions.
Back goes Mahomes. He fires. It's intercepted on a deflection. There's the turnover. Intercepted by Makuba. Down the far sideline he goes, all the way across the 40. There is the interception that could change this game dramatically.
64 for the tie, or it's the last play of the game. Snap, hold, 64, and sweet butter.
Did you say sweet butter?
He said either sweet mother or sweet butter. I'm assuming sweet butter.
I think it's sweet. I think it's sweet mother. I thought he said butter, but maybe he said mother. I hope it was butter.
Either way, Brad Sham's a great play-by-play guy for the Cowboys, but you should probably say it's good. I listened to the whole call. Not once did they say, it's good.
Sweet mother. Sweet butter.
That could go either way. Sweet mother, he missed it, or sweet mother, he made it.
Or you mother, if it's Greg talking.
Yeah.
What, can you tell Tim?
Play it one more time.
Sweet butter.
Sweet butter, maybe.
I don't know what he's saying.
One more time.
Sweet butter.
I think it's mother.
Yeah.
Sweet mother. But it was good. Field goal was good there.
Field goal was good from 64
yards.
yards.
And after 2 weeks, who would you say that looks like the best team in the NFC West? Is it the Niners or is it the Rams?
I would say the Rams.
I'm afraid about the Rams picking up steam.
Yeah.
Devontae got going. Puka looked okay last week.
But they beat up on some bad opponents.
I don't know. They get the Eagles this week, which is kind of a fun.
That'll be a
really fun test this week.
Yes, but they played the Texans week 1, which if you watched last night, I mean, I don't know if it's a C.J. Stroud situation or the offensive line, but they do not look like the same team from 2 years ago when C.J. Stroud was a rookie. And I thought that they fired Bobby Slowick way too soon.
Didn't he and CJ have communication issues? There was some problem. He was his OC though, rookie year, wasn't he?
Yeah, and then the next year he challenged him, and CJ didn't like it, so they got Nick Caley, who was a wide receiver coach.
He challenged me, huh? I'm not liking it.
Yeah, exactly.
Get somebody else in here.
Like, honestly, they do that way too much now these days, where if the quarterbacks don't like the offensive coordinator, then the head coach is like, all right, we'll just get rid of him then.
Don't get me wrong. Like, there has to be something there. Like, you have to have some sort of chemistry, but there also has to be, and maybe this is a generational thing, like, you've got to be able to figure out a way to coexist. Like, dude, anybody listening knows that's not working in professional sports, and we don't work in professional sports. We work in sports media.
Right.
It applies to us, too. Sometimes you got to work with people who aren't your favorite people.
Yep.
And sometimes you have to rely on people who aren't your favorite people. And that's what being a part of a team is about. It's also what being part of, like, a grown-up and going to work is about.
Dude,
you know what I mean? It's so funny how that happens, where you had great success. You were fantastic your rookie year, man. I don't like him challenging me like this.
It was pretty telling in that Cowboys documentary that Troy Aikman was like, I hated Jimmy Johnson.
Yeah, dude.
I hated him, and then when he went away and it was Barry Switzer, I missed Jimmy Johnson.
He was like, damn, I missed you because he challenged me and he came out like Jimmy ran a ridiculous ship. You know what I mean? In terms of how they practice.
He's cutting guys with asthma off the field.
Yeah, dude. I can't, dude. He made him run gassers. You're like, what, 3?
Asthma my ass.
He's like, asthma. We don't need time. We don't got time for asthma. So Jimmy, he's like, if you want to take your asthma ass off the field.
Good Lord.
Dude, he cut his ass for having asthma.
I know.
I was like, I can't run anymore. Like, I have asthma. And he's like, you're not playing football for me.
It's ruthless, but that's the way it was back then. But, yeah, as far as the Rams, I mean,
that's unreal.
No offense from the Texans in week 1, and they were able just to score 14 points. And Stafford looked good. Against the Titans, yeah, I mean, Cam Ward had a really nice touchdown pass to end the half, but after that, it was all Rams. So I would say right now, between the Cardinals at 2-0, the 49ers at 2-0, and the Rams at 2-0, I would say the Rams look the most impressive. But let's see how they are against the Eagles this week. And, the Niners will see the Arizona Cardinals and see who comes away 3-0 at the top of the division this weekend.
Well, here's the thing. Like, we may be in this situation if we're sitting here with the Rams being like, well, I don't know, they haven't played anybody. We might sit here in this situation with the 49ers all season long.
That's more than fair.
Anytime the Niners get a win, Niners are going to have, I think, going to have a fairly inflated win total record depending on what happens in division based on the opponents. Because even now, 2 weeks in, looking at their opponents, it's not a lot that's changed volatility-wise in terms of how you think they'd fare now that we've seen a little bit of them. And again, it's unpredictable. Who knows what happens? Who knows how long Brock's out? Who knows when Ayuk comes back? No idea, of course. My point, though, is if the Niners fare well throughout the season, everything that everybody said going into the year about, oh, look at this off schedule, they have a chance to bounce back, they'll use that against the 49ers in terms of, well, who have they played? Who have they beaten? This is the parity of a schedule of that nature, which is why winning in division and beating the Rams is the most imperative. I've got the Eagles winning that game this week because I think the Eagles are the best team in the NFC right now.
I would say so, but let me get to the Eagles real quick. I will say the most impressive win so far in the NFC West this year is the Seahawks going to Pittsburgh.
Going to Pittsburgh, that was a good win.
Oh, yeah.
And the defense was legit.
Dude, they looked – I know I called them inept last week. They looked totally different. Sam Darnold threw some bad interceptions in this game, threw one that was tipped up in the air and picked off by the linebacker, and a bad pick to Jalen Ramsey. But besides that, they got the running game going. Kenneth Walker with over 100 yards. Jackson Smith-Njigba, like – that guy's the number one for that team. Yeah. And I know that they wanted Cooper Kupp.
He had 7 for 90. Kupp had a good game, too. I don't think Kupp's as dead as everybody's acting like he was. No, he had a pretty good game.
And it might have been just because it was week 1. It's a brand new team. So I was hard on him last week against the 49ers. But
I wasn't ready to write him off. But he had a pretty good game yesterday.
No, but the Seahawks defense, I mean, they're legit. And we talked about their defensive line. So, yeah, so far between the 4 teams, I would say Seattle, with how bad they looked offensively week 1 against the 49ers, to come back and put 31 points up against the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I'm not even sure how good the Pittsburgh Steelers defense is right now. Like, they got all these names. They traded for Jalen Ramsey. Who else is on that team? Jabril Peppers just got picked up a week ago. They have one of the better pass rush in all of football with T.J. Watt and Alex Highsmith, but now Highsmith is hurt. I don't know about the Steelers defense, and you know, I think Aaron Rodgers did enough to keep them in that game. There was a total blunder on special teams by their rookie Caleb Johnson that just let the ball tip off his hands and go in the back of the end zone. He thought it was going to be for a touchback, but the Seahawks recover for the touchdown. But, yeah, I would say the Seahawks look pretty damn impressive. So far, I would say probably this NFC West could be very competitive. Well, if that's your most
impressive win, then you've got to give more credit to the Niners Week 1 win in Seattle. I mean, if by that standard, you've got to have the Niners as the second most impressive win. If you think that was an impressive win over Pittsburgh, Seattle went and did it, and you're like, they look pretty good, then the Niners win and holding them to 13 points.
Of course it was impressive.
On the road. I mean, I'm saying if you've got that against Pittsburgh on the road, then you have to have the Niners as pretty damn close to that.
Oh, yeah, no, definitely.
That's the most impressive.
I would just say with how bad they looked week 1 and to go into Pittsburgh and to have that performance that I did not expect whatsoever, I tip my cap to the Seahawks after having a lousy performance, yeah.
What's that, Tim?
That's definitely the most shocking result of the weekend.
Yeah, agreed.
Yeah. Well, you know,
I think the way it went down was surprising, is what I would say.
Yeah.
I didn't expect them to win as big as they did after as good as Rodgers looked week 1.
No, definitely. And I would say also, I mean, the Arizona Cardinals, they beat the crap out of the Carolina Panthers for the majority of that game. And then, I don't know if it was just onside kicks or just the Panthers finding something, but God, if they blew that game, that would have been awful for them. Just to have a 27-3 lead and then have the lowly Panthers and how inept their offense has been. To come back in that game, that would have been
marching
brutal.
back into it. I was rooting for it, too. I want to see the Panthers come back and take down the Cards. And the Cards got to go on the road. They could get buried early in the season.
Yeah.
At a 1-2 record after a loss, potentially to the Niners. But what else you got on week 2?
I mean, as far as everything from week 2, the Joe Burrow injury sucks. I mean, you want to see high-caliber quarterbacks play in this league, and it feels like Joe Burrow, unfortunately, has just been plagued with injuries in his career. It was, the ACL tear, his rookie season. Then he comes back and gets him to the Super Bowl, but then after that, he takes the Bengals to the AFC Championship game, but then it's been, torn ligaments in his hand or, an ankle injury, or last year just the defense is putrid. It's never a great situation for Joe Burrow. And it kind of reminds me a little bit of Andrew Luck when he played with the Colts, and they never surrounded him with a good offensive line. They always wanted to get a nice skill position player, whether it was Philip Dorsett or some other wide receiver, and they never drafted on the offensive line. And I feel like that's what's happening to Joe Burrow right now. He's getting the crap beat out of him. And, we made a big deal about turf toe with Brock Purdy. His is so severe that he's going to be knocked out for 3 months, and we'll see if the Bengals are still in playoff contention at that point. But, Jake Browning, pretty good backup quarterback, and when you have those skill set players, they can still put up the offense and everything. So The Jaguars missed a golden opportunity. They should have won that game. They just, for whatever reason, went for it on fourth down. Brian Thomas drops the pass. But, yeah, I think it sucks for football, but I think the Bengals, we'll see if they survive with Jake Browning. I think Jake Browning's pretty good, but their schedule is pretty brutal.
The Bengals schedule is brutal?
Yes.
AFC North team.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes.
Exactly.
In terms of other stuff that happened this week, what are you looking at as just a couple of the biggest question marks or things you got after this week?
Well, the huge question mark is just, how long Mike McDaniel is going to be head coach of the Dolphins.
Oof, not long.
No, I think that, and it will
not long, folks.
Yeah.
Dude, they had a chance in that game. How about that? The punt return for the touchdown, and then right after, Antonio Gibson goes kick return for a touchdown, back-to-back plays.
And Mike Vrabel goes right next to him, like running with him.
Yeah, that was pretty sick.
Along the sideline. And I thought they won the game when Devon Achane caught a pass and turned upfield, but he was out of bounds. So, yeah, they've given up 33 points in back-to-back games.
Free coffee?
Yeah.
And Mike McDaniel, man, he sounds worse and worse in these press conferences. Like, I think he's hilarious, and I think that he's a very innovative mind, but I always wonder, just commanding a room with his, unfortunate, I'm going to call him out being a short king myself, but his stature and just he does not have the respect of anybody in that locker, or I shouldn't say everybody in the locker room, but it's clear that Jalen Ramsey did not respect him. The other players don't respect him. Vic Fangio wanted the hell out of Miami and went to Philadelphia because of Mike McDaniel. So, yeah, I think the Patriots, you're seeing right now that they're going to be a team that could eventually be a team that could challenge the Buffalo Bills in the AFC East. And the Miami Dolphins, they were that team at one point, and now they are. We'll see how much longer Mike McDaniel is head coach of that football team.
I don't think it's long. I think he's the first coach fired. And I said to you last week, I said there's a couple of teams where if they go 0-2, it's like pack it in for next year.
Yeah.
I think the Dolphins are certainly one of those teams. I think they're going to have to move on from Tyreek at some point, but who wants that deal?
Yeah.
Who wants that money? And he may have legal problems anyway that could help them out with some off-field stuff. I can't imagine he's there that much longer.
Just real quick, the Philadelphia Eagles are still the best team. I know that Jalen Hurts doesn't throw for many yards, but as long as they have the tush push, they're going to dominate games the way their defense played. Yeah, Patrick Mahomes throwing that interception in the end zone was brutal. That was the backbreaker. So the Eagles are still the best team in football, and the Lions proved that for 1 week at least, they don't need Ben Johnson. They can score 50 points. I just wish. I know that Ben Johnson was like, what do you expect them to do? Go for it on fourth down and run the score up? That's what they do. I just wish that Fox put a camera on Ben Johnson's face when they put a 50 burger on him. I just wanted to see how pissed off he was going to be.
I want to see when they went for it on fourth down.
Yes.
Yeah, and they asked him about it after. We'll probably get all that in coach speak. We get some good coach speak stuff from this week. You asked on our sheet a bunch of questions about, we didn't get into any of these, but you asked, did the Lions prove they're still one of the best teams in football and they don't need Ben Johnson? No. They proved that the Bears still don't have a quarterback and that that Ben Johnson's got a lot more work to do.
Still have one of the better offenses in football.
No. Well, sure. They're capable of putting up that many points against a team like this. Ben Johnson, I think this is more about the Bears than it is about the Lions, personally.
I would say so, yeah.
I think that's where I'm at on that. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. So we tell you about the NBA grab bag every week, how we obtain it in different ways each and every week that we do it. It happens every week. It's a subscription service. It's happened in many different ways. Well, on Saturday, I get a text from our guy, Ryan McCarthy, who works here, one of our sound editors, board operators, and he texts me and he goes, hey, somebody dropped off this package for you. I was like, a package?
Good old cheese at McCarthy.
Yeah, dude. He's always got cheese with him.
Sometimes.
He's always got cheese with him. I got this drop off from this guy, and he shows me a photo of the box. It says, to dirty work. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb says, leaders of the filth. It's from our guy, Jeff in Watsonville. What up, Jeff in Watsonville? I got to give all your information on here. I got your address and his last name on here. I'm holding up this box. So, of course, I get here on Monday, and this is what pissed me off the most, is Derek then opened up the box by himself.
I'm sorry.
Without talking to anybody about it. It was addressed to all three of us. The issue here is normally I'm the one who gets delivered the NBA grab bag, and so this happening on a Saturday, not on a Monday or on a Sunday when I normally get the grab bag or come up with the story. I normally get it later in the week, so I was surprised. I wasn't anticipating this. We get here, and Derek says, dude, open up that box and look what's inside of it. First of all, we got some great shirts in here. We'll talk about those later, but it's this it's not a potato sack. It's a little bit different, but on the side, it's got an acronym. Not even the words, dude. It's just got the acronym. It says NBAGB. It's the NBA grab bag. It came in a mini edition in a box. Shout out to our guy, Jeff in Watsonville, who got some custom.
Thank you, Jeff.
How about this, dude? Custom filth shirts made.
Look at that.
Look at that. That is pretty sick, dude.
Isn't that amazing?
Look at this. And then the other one here, I like this one. This one's pretty cool. On the front, it just says the filth. And then he came up with a catchphrase or a slogan for the filth. You guys down with this?
Pretty good.
Let's hear it.
Slogan for the filth. It says on the back, only the filth can take the torture. I kind of like that, dude.
I like
How
it.
about Jeff in Watsonville, dude? Not only delivering the NBA grab bag, but delivering some goods alongside.
Great job, brother.
He actually had a note in there where he ripped Derek also, and he said, just give his shirt to Jordy Work's favorite little sister, Jordan.
No, he was saying if he's truly not a fan of the Giants or the 49ers, give all that stuff to Jordan.
Well, Dirty Work, because it's a Niner reference on the, it's a Giants reference on the torture. We do the grab bag each and every week, and we'll do so next.
Thank you, Jeff.
It's the NBA grab bag, courtesy of Jeff in Watsonville, and it's next on the Sports Leader.
The 49ers are off today before returning to the practice field tomorrow. Yesterday, Kyle Shanahan reported that Kyle Juszczyk and Saran Neal were in the concussion protocol, that Juwan Jennings and Spencer Burford would be evaluated this week, and that Ben Bartch would be out, quote, a while with a high ankle sprain. For everything 49ers, keep it locked right here to the protocol leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon, excuse me. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. I don't know why I thought Monday for a minute. Went autopilot there.
Yeah. Come on, it's Tuesday. It's our favorite day.
It is our favorite day, partially because it's an NBA grab bag day. It's a Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia day. It's a day where we're going to celebrate Tim's 20th anniversary at KNBR. Tim hit 20 years at the leader, and we'll do that about 5:15. Plus, he's going to give you his self-promoting takes coming up. It was really 4:15.
It was really Sunday.
It was really Sunday. Yeah, well, we forgot, dude. I forgot. Each and every week we do it. This week we got mailed from Jeff in Watsonville the NBA grab bag, but as Dom Peralta on the YouTube chat said, he mailed in an NBA grab box. It's time to do it. Open it up, Tim. It's the NBA grab bag.
Time now for the
NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Oh, and how else will we start with the NBA grab bag? With a little NBA. With also a little NFL. You know, Draymond Green has a podcast. We're not talking about the Draymond Green Show with Barry Davis. Yeah. We're talking about his football podcast, of course, with Jordan Schultz.
Hold on a minute. No, whoa, hold on. Draymond has a second podcast, and it's a football pod?
Where you been, Copes? You been living under a rock? Come on.
Yeah. How often does this come out?
About a year ago.
So he does it how frequently with Schultz?
During the football season.
During football season?
I think they do it once a week, but Draymond Green gave his take on Josh Allen, if he's the guy.
Good, I was dying to hear what Draymond thought. Let's go.
Like I said before, Josh Allen is like a damn good quarterback.
Great.
But just because he's a damn good quarterback, don't make you the guy. He's never going to get it done when it matters the most. And so I don't care how Herculean of a comeback effort you have at home in week one, he's never going to be the guy that's going to come out and win a championship and be the guy when it matters the most. He's not the guy.
Damn. All right, so Draymond Green is saying that Josh Allen's not the guy. He said Jalen Hurts is the guy. He said that Patrick Mahomes is the guy. Guys that have won championships.
He's going to say it when the guy's already won the title, dude.
Yeah.
It's wild for me to hear Draymond say he'll never be the guy and not he's capable of being the guy or he has the tools, but he hasn't been that. Like, it's funny that a guy who's won 4 championships and has played alongside the guyest of all guys and Steph Curry, it thinks like this guy doesn't have it at all. But I'm like, did he think Jalen Hurts had it before last year? Did he think Jalen Hurts is a guy before Saquon Barkley showed up?
No.
Like, that's what I mean. It's easy to say Mahomes is a guy because, yeah, he's a guy. It's also funny to say guy over and over as though that's the end-all, be-all of this description. So, I would disagree with Draymond. His opinion's as valid, if not more, than mine on any sports-related topic, I guess.
Right.
When it comes to championship winning, it's not like an out-of-line thing. But I disagree. I think, it's like saying, was Dan Marino never the guy? Peyton Manning, he wasn't a guy, but they won it in his last year also where he wasn't. I don't know. It's like Elway.
He just hasn't won it yet.
Elway didn't win till he got Terrell Davis.
I would love to know his thoughts on Joe Burrow. Is Joe Burrow a guy?
Also, football's so different, man. Like, you're not on the field half the time.
I know.
Or more than that. If you consider special teams a third, like, you're not even on the field the whole time to be the guy.
Look, Draymond, I love you. It's a bad take. And I think that Josh Allen has proven to be more of a guy than the other quarterbacks because I think, personally, he plays with the least amount of talent around him, and it still propels them to the AFC Championship game and wins MVPs. So Josh Allen's a guy.
Kind of refreshing to somebody only say the black quarterbacks are the guys. Moving on here in the NBA grab bag. It's unique and refreshing for me. Yeah.
Moving on the NBA grab bag. During Saturday night's blowout win for Vanderbilt over South Carolina, comedian Theo Vaughn was roaming the sidelines.
Yeah, hell yeah.
And told ESPN on the broadcast why he was there.
The way that I understand this story is that, maybe just give me a nod if this is okay. Diego Pavia wins this game. He promised you he would set you up with a date with his mom. Okay, there we go.
He's a nurse, and I've always wanted to. My goal is I would like to marry a nurse one day, so that's why I think
smart.
He was thinking about that. But I don't even know if I would do it. I don't know. So I like being his friend. I don't want to end up being like his stepdad or something. You know,
that would be weird. I got it.
That is being a friend. So I don't know. We'll see what happens.
And we have run out of time in the third quarter.
Dude, that's incredible. So what happened there is Diego Pavia, probably should have set up a little bit differently. Diego Pavia, the quarterback for New Mexico, right?
No.
Is he Vanderbilt now?
Yeah, Vanderbilt.
I
yeah.
think he was at New Mexico. He
Yeah.
transferred to Vandy. He said he told comedian Theo Vaughn, if we win this game, I'll set you up on a date with my mom. And then he's like, dude, I think it'd be great. And then he's roaming the sidelines at the game, like making sure I'm going to get this money if I win this bet, which is pretty incredible. They ended up winning the game, didn't they?
They did, 31-7.
So do we have any update on?
I haven't received any updates, but I have seen a picture of Diego Pavia's mom.
Yeah,
she's a looker.
Yeah, she's a looker, dude. Yeah,
not bad.
Yeah, it was one of the trending searches. I only know because I did it myself on Twitter on Saturday when I found this. I was like, well, who is this mother? Moving on here in the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab
Damn it, Tim.
It's all good.
Tim,
Hey,
it's
his
what I was
20th
doing?
anniversary
I was
today.
loading up something that we just didn't have time to get to. I was going to say, we actually have audio from there.
I will smash your face into a car windshield and then take your mother, Dorothy Mantooth, out for a nice seafood dinner and never call her again.
Yeah, nice. Dorothy Mantooth is a saint. You hear me?
I love Tim saying Pavia over Dorothy
Pavia.
Mantooth.
Pavia.
All right, moving on to the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
An Oakland baseball team is playing for a championship starting tonight. The Oakland Ballers have had an amazing season.
Give it up for the Ballers,
and are
dude.
playing in the 2025 Red Pocket Pioneer Championship.
It is called the Red Pocket.
It is called the Red Pocket Pioneer Championship
yeah.
against the Idaho Falls Chuckers.
Yeah.
And we hate the Chuckers.
Yeah, we're not
We hate
Chuckers.
the
Chuckers.
Let's go, Ballers.
Let's go, Ballers. Let's take one down for Oakland, huh? How about Oakland getting into a championship? By the way, it's a brand new team. They started last season.
Yep.
It's year 2. It's year 2, and they're rolling to a Red Rocket Pioneer Championship here. So
right next to our spot, Prescott Market. Go out to Ramonde Field, root for the Ballers, man.
Hell yeah, great call, dude. Stop at Prescott, get a slice, get some beer.
And we'll see if former
some dumplings.
Ballers coach JT Snow makes his way out there.
Yeah, JT Snow's going to join us at 4:50. We'll talk some Bryce Eldridge with him.
All right,
by the way, Andrew Luck around the corner at 3:50.
Moving on in the NBA grab bag.
grab bag.
After 10 years, Molly Querim announced that she will be leaving ESPN at the end of the year after her contract is up. However, she did not appear on First Take this morning and has left the show immediately. Stephen A. Smith said on his podcast today he knows why she left, but he will not disclose that information.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, hell yeah, exactly. I saw
That's
this
her
quote
business.
Too.
That's
I saw
her
that
business.
quote too. I love him letting us know that he's aware.
I'm aware.
I know exactly why, but I'm not telling y'all.
Hey, listen.
That's why it's hilarious.
I got the scuttlebutt when I was on General Hospital last week.
Dude, he's still showing up on General Hospital.
As Brick. His character's name is Brick.
His character's name is Brick, and dude, he's not acting. He's just playing Stephen A. Smith playing a guy. Like
Well,
he's not.
Just watching his scenes though, there's a moment where he's talking to a friend's wife, and he's very smooth with her, and of course the husband's like, "All right, that's enough. Knock it off."
All the scenes he's like talking about getting money for killing somebody or planting it on somebody
Hey
else.
man, I'm like a ghost.
Yeah, dude, it's ridiculous. Yeah. Anyway, moving on to the NBA grab bag.
The worst day to be horny is Sunday. The best days are Fridays.
Thank you, Steve.
Because Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, okay, we got it.
He's trying to go out. We know, Steve. We got it. Yeah, we know why they want it.
Charlie Sheen has a new documentary out on Netflix called AKA Charlie Sheen. He promoted the documentary on Joe Rogan's podcast and spoke about who gave him the inspiration for the winning phase of his life after he was fired from 2.5 Men.
And you know where the material came from, right? Those slogans and all that stuff?
No.
Was Brian Wilson.
From the Beach Boys?
No, the Brian Wilson pitcher for the Giants. The guy they called the Beard.
Oh.
Yeah. I was on the phone with him like a couple days before that, because Tony Todd and I were watching baseball highlights. And I was like, wow, this guy's a trip. Tony, get him on the phone, right? The next day I'm on the phone with him. I think he was just trying to give me a pep talk. He was like, "Hey man, just know that guys like us, we're not like everybody else. We're different, man. We got tiger blood running through our veins. We got fucking Adonis DNA. We got we don't know how to lose, man, because we're always winning, right?" So I hear all this, and he's probably thinking, "Cool, man. I just kind of inspired him, maybe just to get to the next moment."
Yeah.
That stuff went in there, man.
So there you go. B. Weezy gave him the inspiration for Charlie Sheen's most crazy moments.
Well, it's the interview specifically that he's talking about. I mean, it's that when he did that interview and he was clearly going through something and the 2.5 Men stuff was going down, and he immediately goes on. He is trying to get through it normally, but he's all wired and he's like kind of cracked out or whatever. And he basically talks about it.
Yeah.
And he says, "I have tiger blood." And that was the thing that like caught all of the tabloids. Like that was huge.
Yep.
Dude, me and Medium Impact Brian used to watch this interview like once a month.
Really?
When we worked on it, we would laugh so hard at this thing. The stuff he says, I mean, some of the, I can't even repeat it because I don't feel comfortable repeating it to you on the air. It's hilarious, some of the crap that he says. That's just over the top. And as it turns out, he was inspired to say it by a conversation he had with two-time world champion San Francisco Giants closer Brian Wilson. House of Pain, jump around, dude. It was incredible. He seems like he's pretty put together now. Seems like maybe he's doing okay, Sheen.
No, he is. The documentary's very
Drinking
revealing.
tiger blood and all that.
I remember him going to the top of a building. Like, during that time, he was nuts. Going to the top of a building with a sword in his hand and a vial of tiger blood that he called it.
As the guy was out of his mind.
Yeah, he was.
He was going through something, and I haven't watched the documentary yet, but I think I'm going to have to get into it.
It sounds pretty good. Greg Papa's into it.
I thought you were going to tell me he was in it. I was like,
no. Greg Papa's only a baseball mensch. Okay, last one in the NBA grab bag. Last one.
NBA grab bag.
Unfortunate news. Academy Award winner Robert Redford passed away today at the age of 89. Of course, sports audiences will remember him as Roy Hobbs in The Natural. Amongst other films, my personal favorite, Indecent Proposal.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, one of the all-time great actors in American cinema, and did it for a really, really long time. Shows up in a few Avengers movies, don't you know?
Yes, he does.
He's in Captain America and the Winter Soldier, I believe. Anyway, it's so funny, dude. As big of a baseball movie guy as I am, I'm not a Natural guy at all.
You know what?
Don't like The Natural. Not because it has anything to do with Robert Redford. Probably not a great time to crap on it either.
No,
I mean, as we
definitely not.
pay homage.
I got to be honest.
To the life that was.
I got to be honest. Never seen it.
Really?
Never seen The Natural.
R.I.P. Redford. Also, terrible movie.
They try to fold. I didn't really get it. I was like, are they folding like 8 baseball players into one, which is kind of it. But I don't know. It's weird. It's also some of the worst actual played baseball you'll see in a movie.
Really?
It's not very well played baseball. Like Bull Durham has some of the best played baseball. I feel like, or it represents something of the most. This was kind of. It was to me. It was trying to be really bigger than it was, or it's trying to pull at your heartstrings in the way that Field of Dreams does, or be emotional and eccentric. But it does that too hard for me, and then I think some people feel that way about it. And I'm like, that's fine.
But you know what? The score is incredible. That moment where he hits the home run. Dun, 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 dun.
You mean that? Yeah.
Yeah.
The score for the movie you haven't seen.
Yes.
It's incredible.
Well, I'm just saying, I haven't seen the movie, but I know where that music
but you
comes
have
from.
The soundtrack, yeah.
Of course.
Right.
Hans Zimmer. I have no idea, actually.
And that is your NBA grab bag for Tuesday, September 16th. NBA grab 2025. All right, we'll take a quick break. When we come on back, this is not showing up right now, is it?
Yeah, it is.
We're talking. Could Kuminga ruin the Warriors season? That's where you want to go? I thought it was an NBA grab bag story.
This is a whole article on Kuminga from Anthony Slater and Shams Charania.
Derek talks Kuminga, and then
I'm doing the solo.
And then Andrew Luck joins us at 3:50.
By the way, the Natural Randy Newman. Okay.
Thank you. Still to come. JT Snow at 4:50. Andrew Luck at 3:50. We got Tim's Tuesday Takes plus Tim's 20-year celebration. As Dirty Work rolls on a Tuesday, it's the greatest show in America on the Sports Leader. Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here on a Tuesday with you, talking about living Moss. How about that? Living Moss. It's about living more. It's also about getting yourself some Taco Bell. Tim and I like Taco Bell. Tim's been at the Leader for 20 years. I think he's probably eaten more Taco Bell in the last 6 months with me than he'd eaten in the previous.
Say the last 2 months over the last 20 years.
In the previous 19 years and 10 months. But that's because when you download the Taco Bell Rewards app, they make it easy. They hook you up with points, exclusive access, limited time drops, things that make you want to get out to Taco Bell to live Moss. Plus, every time you purchase with the Taco Bell Rewards app, you're going to make points or earn points at an app or at the app, on a kiosk, or in the drive-thru. And when you sign up, just for signing up, they'll give you some free food, a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, or they'll give you a soft taco for free. What's better than get rewarded for eating your Taco Bell favorites? Not much. I would say that's a rhetorical question. The answer is not much is better. You're getting points, you're getting food, and it's Taco Bell. Be the first to hear about the new menu launches and member-only events. Plus, Is there a better place to earn points than Taco Bell Cantina downtown? Again, rhetorical, but there's an answer. No, there's not. It's just off 3rd and Townsend. It's right by the ballpark. We do it every time we're on the patio. Every time, because it's right there. If you're looking for something to do before the game, stop by, grab a cold beer, get something to eat. It's great on your way in, or if you need something after, it's there after the game as well. Treat yourself to the Taco Bell Cantina downtown for a cold drink and good food. Your taste buds will thank you. And as we like to remind you, especially Tim Webb, don't forget to live Mosh.
Landlord got you down? Get yourself a Ron and keep it locked to Dirty Work on the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. Adam
Yeah,
Copeland,
you got it.
You popped him up, dude. I look at it every time. I look at you see me look at the clock and the date all the time, right?
Are you thrown off because it says Ooze Day?
Yeah, it always cuts off the first letter on our clock here, which is not a clock. It's a TV screen. It's a monitor, really.
You know what they say? Tuesdays are ooze days or whatever.
Yeah.
Tuesdays are called Ooze Days when Dwayne Kuiper is on Murph and Marcus.
Yeah, for Ivan Ooze.
Wow, that's a Power Rangers reference.
Yeah, Power Rangers movie, I believe.
Somebody on the text line asked me, 510 said, where does Copes come down if he doesn't like The Natural? Where does he come down on Mr. 3000 starring Bernie Mac?
Solid flick, yeah.
I would say a hilariously ridiculous movie. Like, again, the whole point of the movie is Bernie Mac's a former baseball player who cared only about himself, that right after he got his 3,000th hit in the middle of the season for the Brewers, he just called it quits.
Yeah.
And then they, fell out of the pennant race because he's supposed to be kind of like Tony Gwynn, I guess, but the reverse, he was a total a-hole.
Yeah.
And so he retires, and then when they're about to put him in the Hall of Fame, they, run through his stats or something, and they realize that there was a game that got called before the 5th or something, and he had 3 hits in that game, but it was rained out. Then when they replayed the game, he got 3 more hits, so his numbers were tallied twice. So he was 3 hits shy of being 3,000. I think he'd made his whole life, I'm Mr. 3,000. He had a whole store, 3,000 Diamonds, 3,000 Rest Sports Bar, 3,000, everything was Mr. 3,000. So his whole image was no, I can't be Mr. 2997 or whatever it is.
Yeah.
So he comes back to get 3 more hits, but it's also funny, he still would have gone to the Hall of Fame, right? He had 2,997 hits.
But that was his nickname,
good run.
Copes. Come on. And I do remember seeing that movie in theaters with my pops.
Yeah.
And I was leaving the theater, and my dad just goes, that wasn't very good.
Yeah, it's not a great movie, but it's sort of ridiculous and has some funny baseball moments that are dumb. But no, not a dude. Paul Sorvino plays the manager of the Brewers.
That's right. Yes. Right? Yeah. The guy
T-Rex
from
Panabaker. He's the young hot player on the Brewers when
it's
he
been
joins the team. There's some
It's been a
ridiculous names. He goes to get his jersey retired, and there's nobody who wanted to come talk for him or be there for him. Bernie Mac, Mr. 3000.
Right.
And forget the actual character's name. I have to look at the
I'm
actual
not gonna
dude's
remember,
name.
yeah.
Anyway, there's some like reliever. They call him Ed Horse something or whatever, and he's like, I don't remember this guy. And he's just kind of like bad mouthing him and has nothing to say. I thought it'd be funny to find a guy like that for Tim's 20th. I was like, if we just said Dan Ross, that's his name. Oh, Stan Ross.
Stan Ross.
Yeah, that's right. Is his character's name. No, I was thinking like it'd be funny if we had somebody like some intern that Tim didn't remember calling. Like, Tim, I remember you did this for me. You did X, Y, and Z.
You always scheduled me.
Yeah, you always
I
put
didn't
me
like
on.
it.
Yeah. What you got, Tim?
I got a text today from Steve Fishman. He said, great job. And I was like, Fish, we still bring you up. And he goes, really? Oh, I guess I hear about it sometimes. Which made me think, you've never heard it one time.
From who, Fish?
I guess I hear about it sometimes.
It's not leaking out of here. All right, dude, we got a couple minutes. What you got on Kuminga? There's Tim says 3 minutes.
3 minutes,
So we
okay.
talked to Andrew Luck. So your question is, could Kuminga ruin the Warriors season? In what capacity do you mean that?
Just because we are close to training camp opening up at the end of the month and on September 30th, October 1st, and they're going to have media day September 30th. And
we're right here. We're 2 weeks away.
This is the story with the Warriors, is that they haven't done anything this offseason because they have to get things done with Jonathan Kuminga. And Shams Charania and Anthony Slater did a joint article together. And basically the latest is they gave a new contract offer for 3 years, $75 million, but it's with a team option. And Jonathan Kuminga wants no part of a team option. He wants to have a player option where he could dictate to get out of the contract himself. So my whole thing is I wish they traded this guy a lot earlier. They should have traded him when they traded for Jimmy Butler. It was redundant to have him on the roster. I understand people are going crazy because he had 30 points and losses to the Minnesota Timberwolves in the postseason. I don't care. I want Steph Curry to win a championship when it's all said and done. And this guy's hijacking it. And I'm not even blaming really Jonathan Kuminga because I get it. He can control his fate. He can control where he goes in free agency. Signing this contract would prevent that. Signing the qualifying offer just means that now there's no trade clause. He stays on the roster for this season, but the Warriors don't get anything for him. I think it was a missed opportunity for the Warriors, but it's abundantly clear that Steve Kerr wants to move on. It's Joe Lacob. I think Joe Lacob has handled this thing completely poor.
Well, just real quick, I want to hit these quotes before we get out of here. Because I did read these quotes. It was funny, before I read this article, I read these quotes and I thought, are these real quotes? Because it was just like on a meme where it was a standing quote. Recently, Kuminga and Kuminga's agent, Aaron Turner, Mike Dunleavy, and Joe Lacob met in Miami. This is from the article per Shams and Anthony Slater. He says, do you want to be here? Lacob asked.
Yeah.
Do you want to be here? He asked Jonathan Kuminga. And Kuminga replied, quote, do you even want me here? Oh, man.
Answer the question, Kuminga.
Yeah, it's tough. You first. I asked you first.
Yeah.
Dude. I asked you first. Do you want to be here? Well, do you even want me here? Do you only want to be here if I want you here? Do you want to be here anyway? Or do you want to prove you want to be here?
Do you like me or do you like me?
Yeah. Where are we going? Warriors have strengthened their effort. Last week, Dunleavy offered Kuminga 3 years, $75.2 with a team option for the third season. Kuminga said no thanks.
Only if it's a player option.
Sounds like he doesn't want to be here.
Yeah, I at this point, and Sam Amick also wrote an article about this as well. Jonathan Kuminga doesn't want to be here. So what I'm saying, does this ruin the Warriors season? When you have a player that's like 1 foot out the door, I understand that, it's been like this for a while, but I just don't like their chances going forward if it's all dictated on Jonathan Kuminga. We'll talk about it more another time.
I'll tell you what, we got 2 weeks till this stuff is going to be do or die, right? So we'll talk about this probably sooner rather than later. We got to take a quick break because our 2 guests of the day are coming right up. We've got Andrew Luck joining us for his weekly conversation here at 3:50, right around the corner. And then JT Snow talking Bryce Eldridge and the Giants and their pennant chase coming up at 4:50. We'll do that with JT in just about an hour. After I tell you, Dirty Work is sponsored, surprising to me too, by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. Great second half of the show for you. We're with you till 5:40. Andrew Luck, JT Snow, Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia, and Tim's 20-year celebration. It's all coming up, starting with Andrew Luck next. Dirty Work rolls on the Sports Leader.
You can always clean that turtle tank tomorrow.
'49er quarterback Mac Jones joined Murph and Marcus this morning, fresh off his 3-touchdown performance in a win over the Saints this weekend. Find old McCorkle and all of our podcasts at thesportsleader.com and on our app, and keep it locked right here to The Sports Leader.
The Sports Leader presents a two-time Heisman Trophy finalist.
Luck takes a snap, sprints right, pressure coming. He throws on the move, and it's caught in the end zone. Zach Ertz, touchdown. What a pass by Andrew Luck.
And a four-time Pro Bowler.
Luck steps up, throwing over the middle for T.Y. Hilton. He's open at the 20, to the 10, to
4 yards from Luck.
Who has come back to where it all started. Here is the general manager of Stanford football, Andrew Luck, on the Sports Leader.
Andrew Luck joins us each and every week. The GM of Stanford football joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. This time he joins us fresh off a win at home over Boston College in the ACC opener, 30-20. Andrew joins us on the UMA guest line. What up, Andrew? And congratulations on the win this weekend.
Yeah, it's nice to join you guys after a win, the first time. Let's keep this as a tradition. Let's make it this way every time. Huh?
First time. So, tell me about, because I think back to when you played. I know that the landscape of college football's changed, but tell me about what it means to win at home in college football and to protect home field, because you played the first two on the road at Hawaii, and that was a close one, and then at BYU, which was a tough opponent. But to win at home against a conference opponent, what does that mean for a program?
Yeah, no, it was home opener. It was our first conference game. It was the first home game for Frank Reich, and 17 transfers in and a bunch of new freshmen in. The first home game of me back as GM, and I certainly have a bunch of nostalgia for Stanford Stadium. And a bunch of great memories, some highs and some lows. And so for our guys to come in and in front of what I was really, really pleased with, a really enthusiastic crowd. Certainly wasn't a sellout, but it was as loud as I've heard Stanford Stadium in 5 or 6 years, honestly. And to get a win was huge, and in the fashion that we did. I mean, our guys in the fourth quarter, put together a almost 8-minute drive to end the game with a kneel down, and that's about as sweet as you can be on offense to finish a game.
I mean, how special was that moment for you? Obviously, you get your first win as general manager, but Frank's first win as coach, and you guys embrace each other, after the game, giving each other a hug, and just everything you guys have been through in the past with the Colts. Just how special was that for you?
Really cool. Look, Coach Reich is doing an incredible job with all of our guys, with our team, with our staff. I mean, he's helped me more than he knows. And me and being a first year GM, first year in charge of a program. So it was awesome. I think we were all excited for each other, and certainly getting in the win column. Getting in the win column's big for our guys, big for the program, and like Coach Reich told us all today, after a loss, you wallow around it, and metaphorically rinse that loss off in the shower on a Monday morning, and the same for a win. It's sweet, for a day, but then you got to rinse it off, or else it gets dirty, it gets nasty. You rinse it off, we're back to work.
Talking to Andrew Luck, joins us every week here on the UMA guest line. When you look at like stats or numbers after a game, and I imagine you did it when you played as well. What do you want to see? Like, I know turnovers, you want to win that side of the ball. Obviously, it means you've taken care of the ball, and it's harder to win when you turn the ball over. But is it simply third down? Is it yards per play? Is it how you did on the ground? Like, what's an important note or stat that you look at after the game?
There's so many stats that matter. They really do. Yes, turnover differential is huge, right? It's huge, and we did. And I want to say we were +3.
Yeah.
In the game against BC, which great. Like that's where you need to be. That gives you a great chance to win. The percentages are high when that happens, and that was in large part because of one of our best players, Colin Wright, with a pick 6, and Clay Patterson wreaking havoc on the defensive line. And creating a fumble and also recovering a fumble. We talk a lot about big plays, explosive plays as well, and both on defense limiting them and on offense creating them. And I want to say we were even in that against BC. And then look, running the football. We've talked a lot about it, and we had Micah Ford really have the best game of his young career, and the O-line step up. And when you can run the football, it makes it a whole lot simpler on everybody, including quarterback play. And I thought Ben did a heck of a job.
Talking to Andrew Luck on the UMA guest line. Yeah, I mean, talk a little more about the defense. You mentioned last week how well they played in that loss to BYU, but just how impressed were you with the ability to score on a pick 6, recover fumble on the goal line, pitching a shutout in the second half after allowing 20 points in the second quarter? Just talk about your Stanford defense.
They just keep taking steps, and look, we've got a long way to go to reach our potential. I mean, these guys are hungry. They know we got to keep tightening things up, keep cleaning things up. But look, when you're creating turnovers, when you're putting points on the board, when you're running and hitting, and what maybe I'm most proud of our defense is that And they just play finishes and they're on to the next play, good or bad or indifferent. And they're running and they're hitting. And then we're going to keep challenging them to run and hit, to be in the right spot, to handle whatever the offense throws at us, and play each play as the game within itself, and look up at the scoreboard at the end and see where we are. And man, they're doing a great job.
I want to ask you, Andrew, just more general sort of quarterback question. We were talking, Mac Jones played for the Niners this weekend and looked really good. And he was a guy who lost his starting job in New England and then ended up in Jacksonville. And we had, we were talking about how good he looked, and Kyle Shanahan wanted to draft him maybe a couple of years ago at number 3 overall and ended up going a different direction. And I said, I think this says a lot about what Kyle's capable of doing as a play caller, system-wide, how he sets up quarterbacks for success. Like we've seen this over the years, and people go, oh, well, so are you saying guys are a system quarterback? I wonder what you think about the term system quarterback, because I think kind of everybody who's successful has to fit and work within a system. How do you think about that as a quarterback?
I think there's always a danger of oversimplifying something, right?
Sure.
And I think to say someone's just a system quarterback, or that it's only the system that brings out the best, or on the flip side the worst in a quarterback, is probably an oversimplification of. Not probably. It's definitely an oversimplification of a much more complex picture, Now, saying that, a system, the right fit in the right system, obviously I think helps the quarterback. I think certainly, as you're referencing Coach Shanahan and him having deep conviction in the types of players and the types of quarterbacks that he believes work, in his system. And I'm sure he tweaks his plans based, on Mac or Brock or whomever's in there. He's gonna cater to who's in there, and the same here. It was great for all of us to see Bengal Branson go out and play his best game of football as a Stanford Cardinal and get and make some big throws and get a first down with his legs and draw defense off sides to finish a game, and be able to take a knee. The system thing, yeah, sure, it's part of the picture, but it ain't the whole thing. There's no doubt about that.
Going back to Stanford's win, I mean, it's great that Frank got his first win as head coach. He does it against Bill O'Brien, which I'm sure added much, a little motivation. But do you think that Frank, knowing Bill in the NFL, helped in the team's preparation, execution this week?
That's a great question. And we both have a bunch of respect for Bill. I know Frank does. I certainly do. I'm not sure if there's extra motivation, but I do think, in talking to our coordinators, and how Frank handles everything, including, Coach Thompson, Coach April, Coach Kalaji, the rest of the defensive staff, I think he had, certainly had some data points from going up against Bill. And look, that's a great quarterback and some really good receivers over there, and it was really good for us to stay strong and keep fighting in that game.
You guys were tied at the half, right? 20-20 at halftime in that game. Yeah, so tied at the half. Do we make too much of when oftentimes you see on a TV broadcast? Well, we got to make the adjustments. We got to make the adjustments. What kind of adjustments happen in a locker room? What happens at halftime like that? Is there really that big of a change that goes on?
I think it's a great opportunity to make adjustments. Especially. For on the defensive side of the ball, there's probably more adjustments to be made just by virtue of defense, having to react to offense, and offense being the one that generally, put pressure on you to line up against us a certain way. But I know as a quarterback at halftime, you say, hey, they are in the fronts we expected them to be, or hey, they're playing the coverages we expected or didn't expect them to be, and here's the plan moving forward. It is a great opportunity to make those adjustments, and the best teams I have been part of have made the correct adjustments at the appropriate times.
Talking to Andrew Luck on the UMA guest line. So, yeah, we mentioned that Brock Purdy missed last week's game against the Saints. Joe Burrow's going to have to miss significant time this season. You dealt with that in 2015 and 2017. So just what is it like to be injured as a starting quarterback and have to help your replacement and your teammates to get through a week and just watch a game on a game day?
Well, it's trying in its own way, and look, what's so singular about the quarterback position is that, obviously there's an incredible investment in the starting quarterback, especially when they're elite like Joe or Brock. And there's only so many reps that are out there, and the starting quarterback gets, the lion's share, probably in the 90th percentile of reps, with the one offense, through training camp, through OTAs, whatever. And so, it's tough, certainly on a team, on a player, to feel like all that work is for naught, And what I certainly came to accept is there's some things you can't control, and football is a violent and physical game, right? It's part of what I think we love about it, and some things just to happen in a funny way. And so for a Brock, for a Joe, they're mature men. They've been through a lot, and certainly a word of encouragement is keep your heads up and keep supporting the team as trying as it is.
Just because it's been a topic around the NFL, have you formed an opinion on the tush push?
I have not. There's part of me that just loves the idea that you look at that play and it looks like football circa 1928.
Yeah.
This is I wonder what Teddy Roosevelt would have thought of a tush push. Would it have factored in when he banned the sport? I don't know, but. Look, I know it gives you guys and a bunch of others a bunch of fodder for to talk about. So, yeah,
it doesn't bother me too much. It's funny when people are like, "It's not a football play." I go, "It's certainly not like a modern." Like you said, it's not a modern play. Like I don't know. It's a weird play. It's weird that only one team does it, and it's so effective when they do it, and nobody else does it. But people are so. I guess my point is, people have such strong opinions about it, and I guess I'm kind of like you. I'm like, I don't know. It doesn't really bother me at all.
Yeah.
Just one team does it.
Well, yeah, I'm also not sitting in the competition committee, you
right.
know, and have zero responsibility or authority over it. So, well, we're good.
No, fair enough.
I got enough stuff to worry about with 109, 18 to 22-year-olds. And football team. The tush-push conversation is
yeah, fair enough.
Down the road.
But pretty good weekend for you. Happy late birthday. Your birthday was last Friday.
Happy birthday, man.
Stanford wins on Saturday night.
It.
And the Colts win in dramatic fashion on Sunday. Any thoughts on just a great weekend and your Colts, your former team, 2-0?
Yeah, I walked into Coach Reich's office on Sunday for one of the, probably 60 times I walked into his office between Sunday and Monday after a game. And he was watching the end of the Colts game, so we watched it, and it was pretty stunning fashion. I have such great memories of Lucas Oil. It's a stadium that rocks. There's a good little rivalry between the Broncos and Colts. I know some of my, sort of pinch me moments were, Peyton Manning coming back to Lucas Oil, and I'm the quarterback on the Colts, and he's on the Broncos, and some big tough games. So happy for the Colts. They're doing a heck of a job.
No, definitely. Are players aware of the leverage rule? Like, was that a rule you were familiar with when you played?
Absolutely. I mean, yes. And look, I can't speak for any other team, but I know, and I imagine on Coach Payton's staff that, they talk about all the rules. And I remember the leverage rule because, oh gosh, there was someone while I was playing was just doing an incredible job of blocking kicks and jumping over guys and leverage. And I can't remember when it was instilled, but I remember it being a topic of conversation, like circa 2014.
No, definitely. Just one last one for you, Andrew. You have another ACC matchup this weekend against Virginia.
Yeah.
Just your thoughts on the matchup this weekend.
Yeah, no, we're excited. Look, we're making the trip out to Charlottesville. It's our first ACC road game. And look, I'm watching our guys right now. We're an individual. We are right back to work. Right, we're hungry. We've got a lot to improve on. And really excited to go up against an incredible opponent in the Virginia Cavaliers, and I'm looking forward to seeing our guys do their thing.
Well, Andrew, have a great weekend. Good luck against Virginia. Tim, my producer, and I will be out there for pregame next week against San Jose State, so we'll see you down on the farm. Get back safe, and good luck this weekend against Virginia.
I really appreciate it, guys. Take care.
Appreciate
it.
Thanks, Andrew. Great Andrew Luck, man. We talk to him each and every Tuesday right here on The Sports Leader. He's a lot of character on Andrew Luck, dude. Pretty funny dude.
Beaming.
Pretty funny guy, man. By the way, somebody checked in and says 408. Andrew Cubs always loves a good presidential period reference. I do love a presidential period reference.
We do.
What would Teddy Roosevelt have thought of the tush push, dude?
I mean,
would he have banned the sport? Would it have played a role?
Yeah,
that's pretty funny.
we were referencing presidents during the Giants slump where they weren't, scoring more than 5 runs in a game. We were going back to what? How many different administrations?
I mean, we're going back pretty far. It was because every time they went through a stretch, it was like
terrible.
16 straight without scoring like 5 in a game or something like that. Teddy Roosevelt, the man. Thanks for the big on the national parks, too, I believe. All right, we'll take a quick break. How about this? I'd forgotten completely. I'm just kidding. I didn't forget completely. I had mismanaged the days. I thought Tim's anniversary was next week.
Misremember if you're
misremembered.
Roger Clemens.
Yeah, I misremembered. It's pretty. Oh no! You're right. I misremembered. Tim just hit 20 years at the Sports Leader.
Yep.
So Tim, after nearly 20 years, begging for his own opportunity in his own segment weekly.
Yeah.
Groveling, really.
Peeing.
We gave him one. So every week we allowed Tim to do his own Tuesday takes and trivia. He's also the host of Trivia at the Bitter End.
Yeah.
On Tuesday nights. You'll see him tonight at 8 o'clock.
Makes for a long Tuesday, but it's
Makes
fun.
for a long Tuesday. Do they know at the Bitter End tonight that this is your 20th anniversary special?
Whoever's running the Bitter End social media account liked the post that I put out, so I would assume yes.
Did you wear a collar for today?
No, I actually told Derek this.
Dude.
It was too hot. I always wear hoodies, right? I have a uniform. The same way that you guys match all the time, I always wear a hoodie, most often a black hoodie. It's too hot to do that today in San Francisco, so I wore the shirt. And we got to Daly City. It's freezing cold. So this is a shirt, but it's also accounts for the cold.
I don't think it was that cold. It's just it's more like cloudy and overcast again today. Daly City wasn't going to dish. They were going to dish us 2 cloud-free days in a row.
No chance.
But Tim never shows his arms.
Tim's not an arm guy.
One of these days I want to see these naked arms.
I saw his arms, and you'll see it in November when we're all on a trip together. You'll see it.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, remember, my arm, I did wear the short sleeve shirt a couple of weeks ago to the patio at 58 Social, but because the camera, the way it was angled, you could only see my arm and nothing else. And many people of the filth chimed in and said, that's the arm of an 18-year-old girl.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. I like that.
All right.
Anyway, Tim, he's got the arms of an 18-year-old girl. And also...
I don't like the sound of that.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not a big fan either. I don't know who came up with it.
You can't have TMI without Tim.
Sounds like a tacky. Sounds like a rockin' or a tacky. Yeah. All right, we'll take a quick break. Tim, every week, he gives us a slice of life take, a sports take, and a bit of trivia that you'll hear tonight at the Bitter End. It's Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia, and it's coming your way on his 20th anniversary at the Sports Leader, plus a celebration for Tim coming up at 5:15. That's after we talk to JT Snow at 4:50.
It's a lot, Tim.
The takes are next on the Sports Leader.
Well, maybe you've been in a medically induced coma, but hey, Greg Papa returned to the Sports Leader today, and holy crap, he had a big old Jack Black beard. Find that entire show and all of our interviews on YouTube and thesportsleader.com, because hell yeah.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line, and we do it daily because people frequently, almost daily, have tax questions. Steve, one for a more personal thing, I guess, for an individual. If they've got unfiled tax returns, even at this point, is there anything they can do?
Absolutely. It's a real common problem. Cuts across all walks of life. And the number one reason people don't file returns is because they don't have the money to pay in the first year. And then the second year rolls right around, and people say, how can they file year 2 when they didn't file year 1? And by the way, they still don't have the money. Then it becomes a lifestyle, a criminal-like lifestyle, a bad lifestyle, wondering, is today the day the IRS is going to get you? Folks, you don't have to live that way. If you don't have the money to pay the taxes, that's okay. We want to cut you a deal, a sweet deal. If you don't have your records, that's okay. We'll get all the records the government has on you. If your bookkeeping is a mess, that's okay. We have a bookkeeping department. The bottom line is, whatever it is, we want to take it over for you. You don't have to deal with the government. We have free consultation. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take care of me. And
Steve Moskowitz can help. Just give him a call, 1-888-TAX-STEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right, JT Snow's going to join us coming up at 4:50 today, talking Giants baseball, and Bryce Eldridge. By the way, Bryce Eldridge not in the lineup tonight.
No, he's
the Giants
not.
are facing a lefty, Eduardo Rodriguez, I believe, right?
Yep.
Who shut him down last Wednesday. Scoreless over like what? We got into the 7th inning, didn't he, against the Giants, or deep into the 6th? 6 2/3. There you go. Over the Giants. So no lefty on lefty action for Bryce Eldridge today. We'll talk about that with JT Snow coming up at
he'll have some thoughts about that
at 4:50, and we'll talk to him about what he saw defensively and whatnot, and what the Giants are looking at here down the stretch with a few teams ahead of him now. The Reds, the Mets, and the Diamondbacks are ahead of the Giants. So 12 to play. Seems to me the Giants are going to need like 9-3 in these 12 at I don't know. I think it's got to be somewhere like that, like 9-3, 8-4. If the Mets go 6-6, then you tie the Mets. That's the 2-game jump, and that's not enough.
It's not enough.
You know what I mean? So you need more. You need 9-3, and the Mets go 500. That's what you're banking on.
9-3.
And you've got to leap other teams.
Against the Dodgers, and you need the Mets to lose games, which they can. They're playing the Padres. They're playing the Cubs. I think it's going to be hard, though.
Going to be tough. Anyway, we'll talk to JT Snow coming up at 4:50. It's Tim Webb's 20th anniversary at the Sports Leader, and we're celebrating today. It was over the weekend, but we're celebrating today. And so we'll do a little celebration for Tim coming up around 5:15 after we talk to JT Snow. But every Tuesday, after Tim begged for it for years, we gave him his own segment. He gives you some trivia, a slice of life take, and a sports take. And we call it Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
It's time for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on KNBR, the Takes Leader.
Take it up, Tim. Start us off with a. Are we still going? I mean, it's your day, man. Are we going normal sports slice of life?
So I've got a slice of life, obviously, but the slice of life takes, as you would say, a little wordy. It's a little wordy.
Yeah, that's okay. So
the sports take, I'll just make nice and short and sweet.
Okay? As long as you don't bury any player, we're good. Don't keep Eldridge out of your mouth.
Yeah,
okay. I mean?
You guys got it. No problem at all. It is time for Tim's 20-year takes and trivia. But hey, I know what you're saying. It's been a lot of Tim today. Maybe too much Tim. Hell, I'm even sick of Tim. So I'll take this sports takes it to be nice and brief, and hopefully not to condemn any more of our hometown heroes. I just wanted to give a brief follow-up to something that we touched on yesterday regarding the 49ers' 2 games. It's about the idea how you see this team after 2 games and the way you can look at the Niners. Do you see them as a flawed team that isn't elite or in that elite category? Are they Super Bowl contenders? They're not. Or do you see them as a team that Kyle Shanahan's crew has gone through a ton of adversity early on and has succeeded thus far, despite which I have to say, yes, it's kind of both. Injuries happen in football. Just ask the Bengals. But to lose your recently minted quarterback, your all-pro tight end, and to be without 2 of your top 3 wide receivers, a starting lineman, and a defense littered with rookies, the word adversity, I think, fails to properly describe what's been happening so far. And yet, they are winning. Sometimes it's beautiful. That CMC touchdown we talked about, the Jawan Jennings streaker, you love to see it. Other times, it's kind of hold on to your butts. And maybe, you know what, wins aren't convincing. You know, it's not convincing enough. It's too ugly. It's sloppy, whatever. To me, I've always subscribed to the idea that winning in the NFL, it's hard. It's really hard. And more importantly, it's fluky. Even when you do everything right as a team, a player slips, a ball is tipped, a kick goes wide right. Shout out Eddie De Niro. Other than for fantasy football purposes, who really cares if it's ugly? It's a win. 2 of them, in fact. Yeah. Really, it's hard not to be positive about the start of this season. Now, do I think that the 49ers are a Super Bowl contender? Not really. Anyone who's seen the Ravens-Bills Week 1 it would be fraudulent to think that the 49ers are constructed the way they are right now, that they are with those teams. But I say that in Week 3. The defense is better than I thought they would be. Mm-hmm. The emergence of D. Winners and the play of Fred Warner and Nick Bosa should have all 49er fans perhaps reevaluating what the ceiling can be. And the offense has reinforcements on the way. Will this team make mistakes? You can count on it. It's what teams with you do. But so does every other team in football. They all make mistakes. Every team that has ever existed makes mistakes. So this is all a roundabout way of saying, I have no freaking clue what the ceiling is. And for once, I'm kind of okay with that. What do you think?
Nice. My first thought is, dude, that's the short take?
Oh, yeah.
Tim was like, dude, we'll keep this one short.
What was that, 5 minutes?
I was like, Jesus. Talking about wordy. No, I'm with you, Tim. Tim brought that point up to me on postgame on Sunday while I was sitting at his kitchen table. Doing postgame from the Tim Webb Broadcast Command Center. He says, is it more, do you think people are looking at it more as like, the Niners, they're winning against bad teams? I don't think Seattle's bad. I think that's a better looking win than we thought it was, and I think as we get further away from it, you're right, Seattle looks better. I mean, Mayoka said that yesterday. He's like, they're going to compete for the playoffs. They just had a huge win in Pittsburgh. By the way, somebody checked in earlier when we were talking those games and said, don't sleep on that Colts win against Denver. That was an impressive win, too.
Oh, of course.
Also, they pulled, the leverage play. Whatever it happens, but
we'll get to that later.
We'll talk about that. Yes. In addition of who stepped in it, perhaps. All right. No, solid take, Tim. I'm good with that. And you didn't mention anybody by name that could get hurt.
Yes,
you know what I mean?
Right.
Maybe the most important thing.
I'll just say this. This is a phrase that maybe I coined, but I heard it before. There are no pictures in the standings.
I knew you were going to say that stupid crap, dude. I knew you were going to say that stupid thing you say. All right. All right, Tim. Tim's 20th anniversary. What do you call it? Tim's 20th anniversary, and what'd you call it?
Tim's 20th Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
I like it.
Yeah, I like it.
Alliteration. All right, go ahead, Tim.
All right, well, this is what this is all really about. I actually wrote this last night. So, 20 years at KNBR. I get it. To quote a legend you probably remember around here, Nobody cares. There is no call for a diatribe about the details. First and foremost, who cares what day it is? It was a football Monday yesterday. Bryce Eldridge got called up. Derek doesn't have a dresser. We had to talk Taco Bell. Guys, there was a lot of ground to cover, but it's all good. And it's not really interesting to talk about the ridiculous details that go into putting 20 years at one job. And yet, this one feels a little earned, so here we go. My dad, Terrence Webb, was the impetus for this longevity. He spent his entire 40-year-plus career at an engineering firm that moved him from Louisville, Kentucky. And if anything, we are shaped by who we are and the people we're surrounded by. And to this point, my biggest takeaway about being the leader for 20 years, or being at the leader for 20 years, I am so lucky. I am ridiculously lucky. For 2 decades, I've been lucky enough to have the worst part of my day be a Brandon Allen interception or a Manny Burris strikeout. To be surrounded by the talent, to be a peer of the names that you all know, the Tom effing Tolberts, the Gary Radniches, the Ralph Barbieris, the Brian Murphys, the Rod Brookses, and Bob Fitzgeralds, the Paul McCaffreys and John Lunds and Larry Krugers and David Bruces and Mark Willards and Dan Dibleys and all the names from all the stations. This entity that has been a Bay Area institution long before I had a chance to ruin any bit, stomp on a joke, play a soundbite a fraction too late, or miss a 69. Trust me, it happens all the time, and that's just this week. But it's been the pleasure of a lifetime to go to work every day and just laugh. We dirty work, we just laugh. We laugh so much. We laugh in our show prep. We laugh during our live broadcast. Hell, we even laugh in my kitchen in the Tim Webb Broadcast Center. And in our off time when we're just ourselves, we just laugh. How many people get to go to work every day and just try to laugh or make each other laugh? And the consumer content zeitgeist that exists right now, where everything and anything you will say could get you fired, we laugh and we jump willingly into the kiddie pool of media that is sports, and we love to engage our audience. And sometimes that goes bad. Jesus, Dwayne, what was that yesterday? And when we're done with the show, we go home or we go out, and then we watch more sports. It's why working 6 or 7 days a week over the past few decades doesn't matter. It's why working at 6 a.m. or overnight, it doesn't matter. It's why the immediate credibility, be it in a sports bar, an Uber, a grocery store, or in line at a burrito joint at 3 in the morning in Pacific Beach, San Diego, where a dude identifies himself as the crank captain, knows the station. That's a true story. It's worth it. Because what we do, what anybody wants to do when they listen to the sports leader, they want to talk about sports. And that's always been the crux of what we do. Your opinion, it counts. It matters. You matter. We do not exist without our audience. It's been the thrill of a lifetime to be part of so many various sports memories. Obviously, the World Series runs and the parades. The perfect game. By the way, I am not the board up of record because I did not get through 5 innings. I only got through about 3. The time the power blew out at Candlestick or during the Super Bowl. Not my fault, by the way. The Sharks making the Stanley Cup and being at Game 3 for Donskoy's OT winner. The Warriors going from a national laughingstock all the way to the most valuable franchise on the planet. And that's not even to mention the Niners, which have been at that church every Sunday for 17 years. 17 years of Sundays. Super Bowl appearance. Bob Sargent's insane passion. He's celebrating 20 years. Love you, brother. Joe Starkey and Ted Robinson and Greg Papa and Tim Ryan and everybody that you've known to love. Hell yeah, Greg, by the way. Welcome back, man. I'm lucky enough to call Giants broadcasters Dave Fleming, Darren Chant. They're my friends. They came to trivia night. Are you freaking kidding me? But it's everyone. It's everyone you know. It's Murph. It's McCaffrey. It's, like I said, Fitz and Brooks University for life. John Lund is a freaking legend. Seriously, his strip club bit, we referenced it nearly every day. Larry Kruger, there is no one in the history of KNBR. This is true. There's nobody in the history of KNBR that has had more riffs or more fun at the expense of Lawrence Kruger than myself. And he is just the most wonderful human. Ray Ratto, I love Ray. And if he heard this right now, he would tell me to die in a fire. Dan Dibley and Gary and Damon and Michael Urban and Marty Lurie and Lee Hammer and JVK. I was sitting on the board when Ralph called Michael Urban to angrily argue that Tim Lincecum is not made of porcelain after a Saturday Giants game. Imagine me telling Ralph Barbieri, hey, hang on, we have a 4-minute break, and putting him on hold while he's still screaming into his phone to nobody and be like, just losing his S. And then he delivers a rant that still gets referenced a decade later. And by the way, the talent of Kerry Crowley, John Dickinson, Dieter Kurtenbach, it's frankly insane what we have here. Spending 20 years also means seeing guys that you know flourish in situations that are well-earned and sometimes sprung on them, and then see them continue to succeed despite everything against them, while having the added pleasure of dealing with the fire hose of animosity and vitriol so unjustly directed at them despite their immense professionalism and talent. Greg Silver, Marcus Boucher, my brothers, Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. Guys, I live for this. I will fight for this, and I will fight for both of you. And this is just me. If anybody references nepotism regarding what's going on in this show, take it from me. You are a certified dumbass. Because guess what? As someone who sees it firsthand, that stigma was placed way before that pathetic, lazy, and frankly moronic texter tweet that you fired off for some bullcrap mouth-breathing doofus. To those idiots, go back to plunging toilets at the Circle K or vacuuming your roaches in your SRO. And this might be most important thing I've said, because my guys, they have to work twice as hard to succeed because everybody's been ready to bury them since birth. So when you come at them, you insult all of us, and you probably should go to a rage meeting or call a 1-900 number for loneliness. Okay, sorry for going off script, but it took 20 years and I peed my pants for this. Anyway, in summation, and after that brief rage break, thank you to everybody who has been there every step away. It goes without saying that you cannot be this mediocre at your job, and I'm pretty mediocre, without a few great people that help shape who and what you do. I'm not here with that. All those people. Mike Holler, yeah, he's my boss, but I also drank boots with him together. Have you ever had a boot of beer with your boss? Please. Pat Connor, who made me do push-ups on my first day, but then took me to happy hour at 9 a.m. Eamon Sweeney, who still to this day is the quickest, most hilarious a-hole you'll ever be lucky to meet.
Facts.
Brian Peacock, who stole Ralph's Pizza on his first day. And my best friend and mentor, Brian B. Smith, who perfected the art of speaking through sound. If you loved Tom Tolbert or the Razor Mr. T, you should buy Brian a beer or 7, because the way that show sounded, it was him. I am doing a crappy impression of that. No one can replace that genius. In fact, buy a beer for the Walters, the Dan Dunns, the Kyle Haars, the Raph Corrals, the Jakes and the Jordos and the Joshes and the Young Tonys. Well, maybe a soda for Young Tony. But we all know the deal. It's an ever-changing media landscape. Who knows what the future holds, but I'm still here. More importantly, we are still here. And I think I speak for everyone at the Leader when I say, without guilt, cause, or intention, that we will be here for you. It's what we do. And it's been the honor of a lifetime to be part of something that makes you cheer, laugh, and yes, even rage. And for that, I'm grateful to you. Thank you all tremendously.
Well done, Tim. Maybe your best take yet. Maybe.
That was beautiful.
It was a pretty good take, Tim.
That was maybe one of my favorite moments in the time we've been doing this show.
Can I ask one quick question?
It's a little wordy.
Did you say crank captain?
Oh, yeah. I was getting a burrito at a place called Roberto's, and we used to call it Regrettos. And the crank captain wanted to talk KNBR.
Good old crank captain.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Captain Crank.
Oh, man. Nicely done, Tim. Well done, dude. Wait. Summed up exactly who you are. A lot of people checking in. Bravo, Tim. 314, definitely Tim's best take. 408 says Ray Ratto would say your 4-minute take was 3 minutes and 57 seconds too long.
It's accurate.
707, F yeah, Tim. Love you, man. Thanks for what you do. That's from Beak. He says W takes. Yeah, well done.
From the 408, Tim, you're the real butter and egg man of this show.
Yeah. 408, let's go, Tim. Viva la filth. Bravo, Tim. From the 510, and then 707 says, you're good at speeches, Mr. Webb. All right, you got one more thing to do here, Tim, before we celebrate you at 5:15. We'll do our end of it at 5:15, and then that'll take us up to Giants pregame. We're catching up with JT Snow at 4:50, but your last element here, Tim, is you owe us trivia. Give us trivia. What do you got?
Well, let's go back to your history class. The ancient city of Pompeii was destroyed and burned under volcanic ash and pumice in 79 A.D. I think Marty was there. 20 feet. And it was inadvertently preserved as the ancient city in the process. What volcano destroyed Pompeii?
Vesuvius.
That is
Mount
correct.
Vesuvius. Yeah.
All right. How about...
I was there. It was explosive. Just like the ball jumping off Willie Mays' bat. Like Richie Ashburn playing center. Anyway, go ahead.
Name the Italian red wine from Tuscany that is traditionally available in a squat bottle and that little straw basket. It's called a fiasco.
Wow. What a fiasco of a question.
All right. No. No. You don't get credit for that. I thought you were quick-witted there, didn't you?
A little bit. I do not know the answer to this question, Tim.
I don't either, Tim.
What about Hannibal Lecter? Would that help you?
Oh, hold on.
Clarice? I don't know.
Hold on.
Give me a glass of Clarice.
A Chianti.
That is correct.
And some fava beans.
You guys are doing great. Why don't we end there, okay?
All right. Okay,
All right.
we'll end there, dude. I got to hit this one more text. It says 707 says, who's Tim? All right. We'll take a quick break. When we come on back, America's favorite game show, the #1 game show in America returns.
Oh, yeah.
It's Who Stepped in It. We'll find out who across the sports world stepped in it the worst this weekend. It's Tim's 20th anniversary at the Sports Leader. Congratulations, Tim. We'll do more next, and then we'll give Tim our end of it after we talk to JT Snow coming up at 4:50. Who Stepped in It's next on the Sports Leader.
Who stepped in it?
Oh, look out. You stepped right in it.
Yes, I sure did.
That always starts awkwardly and funkily because it still says Tolbert and Coves want to know.
There's so many things we have that still say that.
Yeah, we have. I mean,
well, we don't have an imaging guy, and we're not in the old building, so
at least we got Tim. 6
Damn right we do.
617. Actually, 369 says, without Tim, dirty work wouldn't be dirty work. It would totally suck. I love Timmy Turtle, which is all good by me. Everybody's got to have their favorite member of the band. You know what I mean?
Of course.
I don't know if that applies to us here.
Yeah, Tim's
You
our
think it
favorite.
does?
Yeah, Tim's our favorite bass player.
Tim is the bassist.
Yeah, played bass.
No,
for years.
I'm not the bassist. Don't get racial, everybody.
Yeah.
By the way, 408 says on Tim's take on Roberto's, which they called Regrettos. 408 says, dudes, I live in PB and I know the exact Regrettos you're talking about. Is it possible that this guy is the crank captain?
Ooh.
Being that Tim ran into him there, maybe he's texting the leader now. And then last one, 617 says, after 20 years, is Tim still thin?
Only Tim can answer that question.
put a lot of beer weight on between now and then. Hair was getting a little thin. I'll fix that.
All right. So every week
We're
during
all in the same boat.
We don't even do it every week. We do it when it applies throughout the football season. It's America's favorite game show. Who stepped in it? We just played the open for you. Tim, do we have our music for Who Stepped in It?
I don't remember what music we used, if I'm being honest. I know, but what game show was that?
Oh, come on.
Match game?
$50,000 pyramid?
Yeah, $50,000 pyramid. That's right, Tim. Come on. Come on, Tim.
While we do some producing on the fly here.
Anyway, there's situations around football every week.
Yes.
And we go through a few of them and we decide who stepped in it the worst, who made the biggest mistake of any of these scenarios we give you. Can't do it until there's music.
I know. The music's key. But this
funny,
game...
It's funny. Tim knew exactly where his take was.
Yeah, I know. But
he found that pretty quickly.
Didn't have the music ready to go. Come on now.
You notice there's never any flops during his segment.
You know, wasn't this game supposed to be a part of KNBR Plus? Remember we used to... Hey, there it is.
Boom! It's Who Stepped in It, America's favorite game
from
show.
3 years ago.
Returns. All right, am I opening this up? Because I have in the past. Why don't I do this?
Okay, sure.
Contestant number one. We'll give you some scenarios here, and you tell us at the end who you think stepped in it the worst.
Okay.
Okay.
Tim
in my ear just runs over and goes, stretch for a second. What am I? Come on, man.
It's gone downhill since we had Tim give that loving tribute.
How about this on Friday? Yeah, you weren't off after that, Tim. You have an hour till pregame. And you got to get up to the start of the game. Come on, dude. What are we doing?
Well,
you ready?
All right, there we go. Okay. He had to switch the computers. Okay, we're good now.
All right. Contestant number one, Caleb Johnson.
Yes.
So the Seahawks took a 17-14 lead in the fourth quarter on Sunday.
Yep.
Okay. On the kickoff, rookie Caleb Johnson, this is against the Steelers, lets the ball slip out of his hands. This is the Pittsburgh Steeler, of course, on the kickoff. But he lets it go into the end zone. So it kind of bounces up near him to his left shoulder, and he almost goes like he's going to grab it. It's sort of questionable in real time if it actually touches him, but it does kind of look like maybe it rips off of his shoulder. Mm-hmm. It goes into the end zone and sits there. He thinks it's going to be a touchback, thinking he didn't touch it. The Seahawks recover the live ball for the score, and it's a touchdown, 31-17 the final. Here's what Mike Tomlin had to say about his rookie Caleb Johnson on the kick return mishap.
On that kickoff, they recovered. It's poor judgment by a young player.
We work on in practice.
Every day of our lives.
Yeah, she asked him if it's something they work on every single day. I mean,
every day of our lives.
Every day of our lives.
Keep that around.
Mike Tomlin said yesterday that they're probably not going to have Caleb Johnson do kickoffs anymore. It's a backbreaker, total back breaker,
Yes, okay.
where you're down by 3, you come back in the game, and just a stupid mistake like that ruins it for you. Yeah, it's a rookie mistake, but also it cost you the game, in my opinion. So, yeah, I'd say that Caleb Johnson stepped in it, but did he step in it more than these other contestants?
Yeah, that's a pretty bad one. I mean, I thought it was bad, but I wasn't certain that it hit him until I saw the replay from behind. Then I was like, oh, it definitely hit him.
Right.
Definitely made contact with it. I was just like, did he try to play it off like it didn't hit him? I didn't understand what his logic was.
He played it off.
He tried to play it off like I didn't touch it, but then he did touch him, and they all fallen in. Everybody knew he touched it.
He was pulling a Kyle Williams in the 2011 NFC Championship
all right.
game.
So once you relax,
I'm just saying.
Why don't you get a quarterback that completed downfield pass?
Yeah, I'm just making a comparison here.
Just keep his name out of your mouth. The contestant number 2. Ooh, this one was tough. Jacksonville Jaguar wide receiver Brian Thomas Jr. So the Jags are leading 27-24 with 3:47 remaining in the fourth. Liam Cohen Duval, new
Yeah.
Jacksonville head coach,
Duval.
goes for it on 4th and 5 from the 7-yard line. Brian Thomas is wide open, and he just drops the pass. He just dropped it. He dropped it. A la Jose Cruz Jr. I just got on you for Kyle Williams, then I went Jose Cruz.
See?
Yeah. The Bengals would take the ball and drive 93 yards with Jake Browning punching it in at the goal line for a 31-27 win without Joe Burrow. Here's Liam Cohen on the Brian Thomas Jr. drop.
Why the decision to go for it?
It's 100% a go. It's 100% a go. In all analytics and all data, it's 100% a go.
Not really, Liam. I mean, I hear you.
4th and 5, it's a go. And by the way, he's like, Drake's like, no, it's a go. It's a go. We're doing it every time.
You know what? I don't
Every
really.
time.
I don't give a damn what the analytics say. I'm sorry, but like at the same time, yes, Brian Thomas should catch that pass. He dropped multiple passes that game, but also, why not kick the field goal, go up by 6, and force Jake Browning to beat you like on a full drive like that? I don't understand why you wanted to. I mean, I get it. Like scoring the touchdown would have ended the game. I get that. But why be that risky? You're playing against a backup quarterback. And I know he took the length of the field to 93 yards and scored, but make him do that on your own. I would just kick the field goal.
So far your contestants are Liam Cohen, 4th and 5, going for it, doesn't get it. 7-yard line. Brian Thomas wide open, he drops. I mean, he had the play.
Yeah,
Threw
he
it up
did.
right.
He did.
He dropped the right play. His player didn't execute. Players make plays, or they don't.
So who stepped in it more? Was it Liam Cohen for the decision or Brian Thomas?
I think Brian Thomas is who stepped in it here. I don't think I don't think going for it, there's the problem. They made them go 93 yards, and they did.
But you have to account for the fact you don't get the 4th down.
Yeah, but he did it.
I know.
But he did it.
I know. All right, Brian Thomas, you need to catch that
I
pass.
think Brian Thomas is the guy.
Kelsey
here.
in the end
Besides
zone.
Kelsey,
Yeah.
we do have one more contestant.
Oh, we do.
Here we go. Contestant number 3, Dondre Tillman. That's right, Dondre Tillman. You know him. Nice. Well done.
Yeah, there we go.
Nice. We're on the same page here. The Broncos are leading 28-26 with 3 seconds to play at Lucas Oil against the Colts. Colts kicker Spencer Schrader is attempting a 60-yard field goal, and he misses. Tough
game
deal.
over. Game over.
60-yard field goal.
Yeah.
They would have won the game if he makes it. It's a 60-yarder. However, you know a game can't end on a penalty, right? There's a flag down on the field. The Broncos are called for leverage.
Leverage McLeverage.
On the it's on Dondre Tillman. They're assessed a 15-yard penalty. It's now a 45-yard field goal, which is up and good. Colts win it 29-28 to stun Sean Payton's Broncos. Sean Payton, what do you have to say for yourself after the game?
My big regret flying home was, that's more for a closer field goal. That's more for a gimme than a 60-yard attempt, and that's on me.
Yeah, I mean, he was
pretty
saying
good ownership of a coach.
No,
huh?
I mean that's good on him. He shouldn't have put the field goal block team out there. It should just been a regular special teams play where they just let the field goal go for a 60-yard attempt. Yeah, it's tough, and it's tough when the Colts, in my time watching football, have been the only 2 teams penalized for this call of leverage. If you recall, 2003, there was an epic game where Peyton Manning and the Colts come back against the Tampa Bay Buccaneers, and Mike Vanderjagt misses a field goal, but he gets another crack at it because of leverage from the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Leverage McLeverage.
And the Colts win 38-35. Same thing happens. Yeah, I was shocked by this, and Andrew Luck was familiar with the rule. I think a lot of players are, but maybe some aren't. Like, to use another player to propel you up in the air, you cannot do that on a field goal block. So the Broncos are called for it. Colts win. That's a horrible way to lose a game.
Yeah, I don't know. The only if Thomas catches the ball, the Jags win the game. So the question is, who stepped in at the worst? Thomas catches the ball, the Jaguars win the game probably.
Yes.
But a drop pass, I mean, that's sort of it's a mistake. It happens. It was bad. But Caleb Johnson, that put you down 24-14 when you were only down 17-14.
Yeah.
That made it a 2-score game. And then you never were able to regain any sort of leverage.
All right, let's go around the room here. Tim, who do you say stepped in at the most?
Tim?
I got to say it's the Broncos. I mean, there's no way they lose that game. You shouldn't lose that game. You're putting it up to a 60-yard field goal, and then you get called that way. We were both sitting there going, unbelievable. To me, that's the worst step.
I think I'm going to second Tim, which would make it the winner. I'm going Broncos.
I think it's unanimous. I think that they had a game 1 and then a bad penalty. Like, compared to Caleb Johnson's a bonehead mistake, compared to Brian Thomas, bonehead mistake. Dondre Tillman, yeah, that's just unfortunate, but it cost you the game. So for that alone, and the game was won, yeah, I have to go with the Broncos collectively with who stepped in it the most.
Well, you stepped right in it, didn't you?
Yeah,
There's your
right
who
in
stepped in it. for this week. The home edition, by the way, is supposed to be in stores by Christmas. There was a lead paint issue. We're trying to get that worked out.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and then we're gonna get that back on the shelves for the kids.
By the way,
kids are dying for a who stepped in it at home. Yeah.
Honorable mention from the 415. Travis Kelce kind of stepped in it too. Yeah, he did, but that was just clanking off of his hands and an interception. We kind of give this to just really more bonehead plays, like things that you could control on your own.
Oh, Derek, an apologist for Kelce now.
Well, I don't know. I mean,
that discounts Philly going 93 yards down the field and scoring a touchdown.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there you go. Yeah. That's who stepped in it. We got to take a break. We got just under an hour until Giants pregame. The Giants and the Arizona Diamondbacks are coming your way at 6:40, but we have a 5:40 pregame for you. It's a lefty on the hill today, Eduardo Rodriguez, who carved up the Giants last week over 6 2/3 scoreless at Oracle Park, which means no Bryce Eldridge. The Giants are going to see 5 righties they expect on this road trip. This is not one of them in these 7 games. And so up for a game, and he's on the bench. We'll talk to JT Snow about it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now.
49er quarterback Mac Jones joined Murph and Marcus this morning, fresh off his 3-touchdown performance in a win over the Saints this weekend. Find old McCorkle and all of our podcasts at thesportsleader.com and on our app, and keep it locked right here to The Sports Leader.
Now, back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Tuesday. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. One of our favorite guys, former Giants first baseman, joins us courtesy of the UMA guest line. It's JT Snow. He was with the Giants down in Scottsdale, Arizona, earlier this year, working with some of the young guys with the team and with Bryce Eldridge, and then he was in Sacramento working with Eldridge earlier this year. JT, what's going on, man? Kind of cool to see the guy you've been working with at the big league level at 20 years old, huh?
Yeah, what's up, guys? Super cool. It was a very cool day yesterday. I was like a proud papa.
Yeah.
It's like one of your kids. I spent a lot of time at Bryce, a week in spring training, and then I did 2 stints in Sacramento with him, and we built a pretty good relationship, and I got to know him well, and anybody that's ever played this game, your goal is to get to the big league. So we grinded up in Sacramento, 100-degree weather. We're out there every day at 2:00 working on balls in the dirt and just certain things, and it was very cool. When I left, I was up there in July. He had the hamstring injury, so I went up later in July, and then up there a couple weeks ago. And when I left, he told me, he's like, if I get called up, and that's the way kids think nowadays. Like they think they're going to go to the big leagues, which is great. I love that. They're forward thinking. And he's like, if I get called up, you better be there for me. And I'm like, I'll be there if you need me. Gets called up, but it's in Phoenix. So super happy. Watched all of his at bats last night. So very proud of him, and we've got a pretty special relationship that I hope keeps growing.
So, JT, I mean, what do you make of the timing of it? I know there's 13 games left in the season. Do you think it's a good time for him to be called up, or do you think they should have done this a few months ago?
So, Derek, I've been listening to the show the last couple of days, and I agree with you. The timing is weird.
Yeah.
I would have called him up earlier. I would have called him up at the beginning of September, because I've always been a big advocate for him. Call him up in Denver, in Colorado. But it's because Dom Smith got hurt, and we heard Buster say we're gonna. But like Derek, I agree with you. The timing thing is weird. I would have called him up earlier. And when the Giants were going through all that stuff, when they were like playing terrible, and I was like, why not just call him up now? Like, let him play, let him get, because this guy's a special player, and I've seen it. I've been with him. But I'm with you, Derek. I would have called him up earlier and like let him get his feet wet. But the front office does different things. I'm like an aggressive person. Like, get kids up there, get their feet wet, get into the situation, get into the, cause it's intimidating. Like, there's a big difference between playing in Sacramento and then playing at Oracle Park or on the road in Dodger Stadium. So I'm with you, Derek. I would have called him up earlier, and I would have got him in the mix earlier.
Talking to JT Snow on the UMA guest line. JT, you came up. I'm looking just at your baseball reference page. You came up with 7 games, or you played 7 games when you came up in '92. Was that at the end of the year? Was that just a call up in September? Like, were you up for a long time before you got to play? What did the 7 games do for you? Because that's kind of what we're looking at with him. Is he's not even in the lineup tonight because they're facing a lefty, and we'll talk about that. But at most, he'll play 13 games, right? Like, even if he gets in tonight. So, what were the 7 games like for you in the 19 plate appearances that you got?
Yeah, I was just a September call-up, and I was in AAA. We won the AAA championship, and Brian Sabian was our GM with the Yankees back then, and he said, let the guys stay together, let them win a championship, and so and we did it. And I have a ring from a AAA championship. It's not like a World Series ring, but it's a AAA. But I think that you let guys play, but I think with Bryce, like, I know him personally, and I've spent a lot of time with him, and I just think that I think he was ready to go. Like I was there for 2 weeks. He had 5 home runs in the 2 weeks I was there, and I'm like, this guy needs to be up there. He needs to be there. You got to judge it and get him up there. So I don't know. I'm not in the system. I'm not in the front office. I'm not. But I saw it firsthand, and he can hit. He can hit.
Yeah, so I mean that's most of what we've seen, JT, is that they're gonna keep him as a designated hitter. It would seem like Devers has played pretty good at first base. Like Buster said here on KNBR a couple of weeks ago, he thought he wasn't totally ready yet. And they were going to kind of keep him down, and I figured maybe it's a positive thing. Let him come up, just focus on hitting, and then they can work on some of the defensive stuff. How far along is he defensively? Like, I know you want to see him kind of thrown out into the fire and trial by fire and see what happens, but as far as the defense goes, I mean, he's a big dude, and it's a new position. How's he faring in terms of that development?
Well, he's getting better from spring training to now. He's gotten way better, and I think that he's a big guy over there. So this is something no one ever realizes, like the bigger bases, right? He's got more room to work. We worked a lot on positioning and how to take throws and balls in the dirt. I think that, I don't know. I'm a big Bryce Eldridge fan. I know him personally. We spend a lot of time together. I think they had a guy waiting to be the next guy. Like, and I know Devers came along.
Yeah.
Looking back, like, I don't know if I make that trade, because we're seeing it now. Like, I never trade pitching. Like, pitching is so important. I never trade pitching. So they traded pitching for Devers. I get it. But I think Bryce is going to be okay. I mean, this guy's going to hit, 25, 30 homers in a season. So yeah, it's a weird deal.
Yeah. Talking to JT Snow on the Uma guest line. So last night, Bryce said he knew he belonged while facing Zach Gallen. And this may be a simple question, but how big is that for a young hitter to have that confidence right away? Did you feel that personally when you got called up?
I didn't feel it because I wasn't like a top 10 prospect in all of Major League Baseball. But when I was in Sacramento and I was talking to Bryce, and we had really good conversation, and he told me, he's like, I know everybody's gunning for me, and I'm going to get everybody's best, and the pitchers, they're going to give me their best pitches, and it's pretty impressive for a 20-year-old to say that, right?
Yeah, definitely.
Right. He knows when he goes into a game, and he's going to get everybody's best, because the pitchers, if they can get him out, that makes them look better. But I noticed that in spring training. I'm like, this guy is 6'7", and I think I might have been the first guy to say it. Like, he's got short arms. He's good on the inside pitch.
Yeah.
And we talked a lot about hitting, and so he's worried about the opposite field. And last night, if you saw the pitches, it was like change up away. And I was very proud of him that he laid off those pitches, because he has right center to center covered. And we talked about hitting, and he's like, I need to cover left center because he's a taller guy with short arms. So I don't know. Like, I messaged him the other day, told him congrats. He messaged me back, and yeah, it's just, he's a good kid. He's going to be, I think he can be the Giants' first baseman for the next 15 years.
I think that's the hope. I mean, that's why you take a guy that high, that's with this much talent, and originally he's a two-way guy. Now they've just made him a hitter, and it's funny you talk about hearing him talking how he breaks stuff down. I was really impressed with his first at bat. against Zach Gallen. I wasn't thrilled that he's out of the lineup today. I guess, I mean, it makes sense that they're wanting to protect him from a lefty. But my issue is just that they haven't hit lefties all year. I mean, at some point, he's going to have to face a lefty. At some point, he's going to have to do everything you want an everyday player to do. So I don't know if this is a confidence thing or it's an opportunistic thing with Devers and Wilmer. You want Wilmer in there against a lefty because otherwise, when are you going to play him? But I'm excited he's here, and I'm excited to see what he can do. And I hope they kind of take the bubble wrap off and just let him go for the remainder of the year.
Well, I think at this point where they're at with the wild card and everything, I think as a manager, Bob Melvin's got to do everything he can to try to give their team a chance to win. And I think you can't answer back to the press after the game, oh, why didn't you have a bunch of righties in there? But I saw Bryce in Sacramento. He raked lefties. Like, he doesn't care. And like, I know this kid, and he's like, I don't care if it's a lefty, righty. His weakness, I will say, is the pitch like down and away. But I watched it last night. I watched everyone was at bat.
He laid off of those last night.
Laid off.
Yeah, the changeups.
Exactly. He laid off. I'm like, and I was so proud of him. I'm like, yeah, that's what they try to get him because they know inside he's got short arms. And I heard Kruko the other day saying on the show, but he's got right center and right field covered. And we actually talked about more hitting than defense when I was with him because he knows, like, if I can produce offensively, I'm going to play first base. So he's a great kid. He's unbelievable. So the fact that last night he laid off those pitches down and away, and sometimes as a manager, you got to stick a lefty in there just to mix up the lineup a little bit because a left-handed pitcher will get in a rhythm of just pounding guys a certain way. You mix in a lefty, and especially like a guy like Bryce. I don't know. I would put him in the lineup tonight, but he. I don't know. We built a great relationship, and he's a great kid.
JT Snow, the voice you hear, longtime Giants first baseman, guy who knows playing first base and knows what it means to be a big leaguer and a defensive first baseman. Great dude to have working with Bryce Eldridge. And you make some good points. I'm just looking at his 20-25 splits in the minor leagues. Hit an 824 OPS in 97 plate appearances against lefties. So he has faced lefties, and he's hit them pretty well for a little bit less power, which maybe is reasonable here, but to your point, he's hit lefties okay. JT, we got to get to pregame in about 35 minutes. Great to talk to you, man. We will do it again soon. Hopefully once Bryce comes back home and starts hitting balls out of Oracle Park.
Yeah, thanks, guys. I'm on this guy's side. I love this kid, and I think he's gonna be really good.
Much love, JT. We'll talk to you soon, bro.
Thanks, JT.
Thanks, guys. All right.
See you later. The great JT Snow, dude, longtime first baseman for your San Francisco Giants. Eldridge has fared well against lefties in the minors this year, at least. 53 games played, 824 OPS versus an 840 OPS against righties. You know what I mean? Like, so he had 102 games played against righties with 339 plate appearances, only 97 against lefties. That's 339 against righties. He's done pretty much the same thing. The difference would be the home runs, only 4 homers and 8 doubles, but he's had like a third of many at bats. So extrapolate that, he's maybe on par.
Yeah, I mean, I totally get what JT's saying. I think that maybe when they were out of it, he should have been called up a lot sooner, but I also know what they're doing right now. And the fact that he's not playing tonight, I get that's a strategic thing, but it only can help him going forward. So we may see him at some point tonight. Who knows? But, yeah, I think it can only help him playing in these 13 games for next season.
Part of it, too, could be that he was hurt. Remember, like, he came up to AAA and then he got banged up for a minute? Because I know JT was texting us saying he was going out to work with him, and then there was an injury, so he didn't go out, and then he ended up going out after when he came back healthy. So it might have been an injury thing, too. Like, let's get him up, make sure he's healthy, make sure he's playing okay and enough at the AAA level, and now he's up here. And again, there's the whole September 15th thing, which is JT's like, and I'm with him, where he's like, I'm aggressive about it. I want to get the guys up, put them in the fire, see what they can do, and then next year you're building towards something, and you have enough stability. The thing, though, that's the business side of it, the baseball thing, which is not something players all want to hear, is September 15th is that day where it's not going to count against your surface time. So there is the game that they play on that front. All right. We did Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. It's Tim's 20th anniversary here.
More Tim?
At The Sports Leader.
A lot of Tim.
Dude, Tim gave us all his thoughts of it. We want to give him a little appreciation. And so we're going to do that next in our 20th anniversary Tim Stravaganza.
Let's do it.
I just made that up now. The Tim Stravaganza.
That
Is
rolls off the tongue.
there another one we could do?
Web extravaganza. It's about the same.
We'll take care of this, Tim. this is not your domain. All right, we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. Tim's
Just push the
20th
buttons, right?
anniversary celebration continues, and then Giants pregame coming up at 5:40. It's Dirty Work, and it's only here on the Sports Leader.
Well, maybe you've been in a medically induced coma, but hey, Greg Papa returned to the Sports Leader today, and holy crap, he had a big old Jack Black beard. Find that entire show and all of our interviews on YouTube and thesportsleader.com, because hell yeah,
You've found Dirty Work, the greatest show in America, right here on the Sports Leader.
It's Dirty Work on a Tuesday afternoon. We got Giants pregame in 25 minutes. Giants and the D-backs. Tristan Beck against Eduardo Rodriguez. Righty against lefty. We'll talk more about that as we get closer to pregame, and then we'll get you to pregame at 5:40. It is Tim Webb's 20th anniversary at the Sports Leader. We're celebrating all day long.
Hell yeah, Tim.
Hell yeah, Tim.
I'm really actually. Did not expect you guys. I didn't want you to do anything, honestly.
Well, bro,
let me rant.
Too late. Shut up, Tim.
To say that we organized or put anything together, or that we threw something together, Tim, would be an understatement or an overstatement. Maybe we certainly just threw this together. I mean, it maybe didn't come to be until there we go. And if you look at the Sports Leader YouTube channel right now, look at the stream. We've got the congratulations Tim banner. That thanks to Mr. KNBR for making that happen. Getting us a whole bunch of photos of Tim there.
Wow.
The history of Tim through the years.
I am not an attractive person.
That's a lot of Tim. I think it's a lot of Tim. It's not like this one dude where he's looking over his shoulder. What is he doing? This one with the dog, dude, where he's sitting there with the beer and the dog. Oh, man, that's funny.
I still love the one we did for Andrew Luck with him in the Civil War days.
Yeah, dude, that's pretty good. Where Tim said he had squirrel oil on his mustache. There, so
yeah, you said it looked a little too real.
A little too real. Well, here's the deal, Tim. It's Tim's 20th anniversary. I like to honor guys, and here's the thing about me and Tim. Like, I met Tim when I was an intern. I don't even know if Tim remembers me as an intern. Genuinely,
I do. Yeah.
Genuinely, we didn't cross paths all that much.
No, we did because you did the segment on the show. What's bothering you?
What's bugging you? I sort of pretended to do the segment. Michael Taylor got credit. Anyway, wasn't neither here nor there. The point is, I was a listener of KNBR for years. Like, I was aware of who Thin Tim was on the radio for years, and so to get to work with Tim and befriend Tim and spend as much time with Tim as anybody in the world has ever spent with Tim. It's been special, man. So it's a chance, I think, for us. And I thought there's nothing we could do that would, I mean, you know what we think of you, man. You know we love you. And we know we're appreciative of what you do. I didn't think there was anything uniquely special that Derek and I could do to show more appreciation for you other than get you a gift. And who likes gifts? Why would we do that? You know what I mean? Why would we get you a gift?
Yeah, that sounds horrible.
Yeah, I don't want to do that.
So we didn't do any of that. What we did do is we thought it would be a great opportunity for people that love you to tell you what you mean to them and send you a congratulatory message. So we have a series of people from across the sports world and maybe even from Tim's universe. I don't even know all the names that we have in here. They're just listed 1 through. Do we have 18 of these clips?
We have 18 people.
They're pretty quick.
I don't think I know 18 people.
They're pretty quick.
In.
It's not gonna, they're pretty quick. We did them as short bursts here. So, Tim, why don't you just run through them in order? They all introduce who they are at the beginning.
To play his,
Tim's got to play it.
Delicious.
I don't even know the order that's coming. This is the funniest thing is Tim's got to, just like Tim planned his own celebratory dinner October 9th at the House of Prime Rib, which he did. He booked the reservation for us to celebrate him. He's now going to play his own celebratory messages. Tim, let's go to number 1. Go ahead.
Hey, Tim, it's Matt Miyoko. Just wanted to express a big congratulations for you. 20 years at KNBR. And I will say this, we've worked closely through the years. Of all the people I've worked with there, you are definitely one of them. What I've especially liked about you is those hot takes on the 49ers. Extremely flawed, misguided, but always entertaining. Tim, congratulations, and I look forward to working with you for at least another 20 years.
Beautiful.
Yeah,
well,
you're certainly one of them, Matty.
Of all the people I work with, you're certainly one of them.
All right, keep it going. There's so many people.
Number 2, who you got?
Tim Webb, congrats on 20 years at KNBR at a time when the hosts are ever changing, when the shows are always different. You are the constant. You make showing up to the station every day such a joy, and you make the distinct sound of our station so incredible. We are remarkably lucky to have you, and I really don't know if I'd still be in this business if it wasn't for people like you who make everything go so smoothly behind the scenes. 20 years is such an incredible achievement, and here's to 20 more, my friend.
Awesome, dude.
Gotta go karaoke with Carrie.
A little too nice and sincere from Carrie, I'd say.
I thought so too. I didn't even know he was coming. Who's number 3 for you, Tim? Who else is on there?
Congratulations, Tim, on 20 years at KNBR. It's your good buddy, B. Smith, former producer of the afternoon show, and the man that taught you everything about running the board. I remember the day when a wise man told you that you have a face for radio. I'm glad you listened and took those words to heart. Another wise man once said this about you.
You get a horse and live in the mountains someplace and don't bother anybody. Got a personality like a dead moth.
It's true.
Enough joking aside, I'm glad you're getting some love for being a KNBR for 20 years. I think when I hit 20 years as a leader, I got a congrats from a random HR person, a $2 off coupon for Raybuck, and a few bottles of expired Frank's Red Hot sauce. Congrats again on 20 years, and I still can't believe you begged for so long to get your own segment on the air.
Way out of line, way out of line. Have a good mind to go to the warden about this.
Power Radio is strong in you. Go Sharks.
Thank you, Brian.
The legendary Brian Primetime. So Tim called in his own takes, his mentor.
There you go.
The former board op. Dude, another guy's a legend and the leader who I listened to for years. All right, after your best friend, that's your best friend and mentor, B. Smith, who, by the way, was here for 20 years and, dude, didn't even get a wink. No, nobody even acknowledged.
$2 off a Raybuck is a deep cut.
It's a great call on the Raybuck, dude. What else you got here, Tim?
This is Grant Brisby from The Athletic, and I would like to wish Tim Webb a happy 20th anniversary at KNBR. Lots of people don't know this, and this is 100% true, but Tim came into my office over 20 years ago when I worked at an apartment complex in Pacifica, and he said, I just got a gig. I'm going to be an intern at KNBR. Need a place to live. Fresh-faced. I'm from Davis. I'm going to get that brass ring. I'm going to get it. And I looked at him. I said, my goodness, this guy doesn't have the juice. Radio is going to chew him up and spit him out. It's a tough business. And what happened? Radio chewed him up and it spit him out, but didn't spit him out far enough. He's got the teeth marks. He's all covered in the saliva of the radio business. So he's still there, baby. And we're proud of him. Tim Webb, congratulations on 20 years at KNBR.
That's pretty. By the way,
well done.
Grant Brisby was your building manager, I found out.
There was two separate buildings, but yeah, and this is way before I knew who Grant Brisby ever was. Yeah,
That's
two different complexes.
It's incredible. He walked into my office. By the way, I'm bright-eyed, baby face from Davis. Here to get that brass ring. I'm going to get it. It's an incredible line from a great wordsmith in our guy.
Unbelievable.
That's incredible. Anyway,
I'm blown away by that.
Yeah, Brisby. Anyway, moving on here. What is this, number 6 or 7 here?
Number 5.
I've lost count.
No,
number 5.
We're up to 5. We're up to 6.
We're up to 5.
Keep going.
Raph here from the KNBR Weather Center. Live from Santa Cruz, wishing you, Timmy Turtles, a happy 20 years at KNBR. 20 more years, bro. Come on.
Thanks, Raph.
Was that it?
That's it.
20 more years, bro. Come on.
Come on,
Keep
bro.
them moving, Tim. Let's go, dude. Keep them all. Let's go.
Hey, Tim, it's your favorite coworker, Walter, here. First of all, I know we're all thinking it, right? You all know Tim was like, Papa had to come back on today of all days and on my anniversary. Congratulations for 20 years, Tim. A nice round number that all the greats get to. But my personal favorite for you that I associate is 857. Well, what's 857, you ask? Well, that's the score that I put up on Tim's sorry-ass team in the KNBR Fantasy Baseball semifinal. Suck it, Tim. Anyways, congratulations on 20 years, I guess. Enjoy tanning those cheeks.
Oh.
Peace out.
All right.
857.
It's a week-long game, Tim. It's a week-long game. All right, moving on from Walt. Who else you got? A few too many of these. We could have cut Walt.
Tim, the thinnest man in the radio business. Congrats on 20 years, which means you've been running a board longer than young Tony has been alive. So congrats on being the best board up at the station, way ahead of Steve Fishman, ahead of Lou P, and definitely ahead of Primetime B. Smith.
Wow. Wow. By the way, Steve Fishman, a second shout-out in today's show. Unbelievable.
That's insane.
There you go. One from Marcus. Who's next?
20 years, Thinny. I can't believe your 20-year anniversary comes 1 week after my birthday.
Yeah, Murph, I get it.
Love you, buddy. You are a mainstay from 55 Hawthorne. We are the few, the mighty. Here's to another 20, kid. Or, I don't know, 20 days, 20 minutes. You know the cue thing. Be good, bud.
This is fantastic. Keep it moving. Well done,
Hi,
Murph.
Tim. It's your sister, Stephanie. Congratulations on 20 years with KNBR and your love of all things sports. I still remember little Timmy with your baseball cards, playing basketball in your penny loafers, and hearing you go on and on about game scores and player stats. I remember how excited you were to start your internship, and I'm so proud of how far you've come today. Cheers to 20 years and doing what you love. I love you.
I don't know how you got that one. That's incredible.
I'll tell you what, dude, that one got me a little misty this morning when I heard that one, dude, when I saw that one come through from your sister, dude. And by the way, Tim playing basketball in his penny loafers sounds about white. Yeah. Sounds about wide, Tim. We got some other ones in there. What else you got, Tim? What's next?
Hi, Uncle Tim. It's Olivia. Congratulations. I love you.
Quick one from your niece, Olivia, dude. Congratulations, Uncle Tim. That's a sweet one, dude. Keep it moving, Tim.
Didn't have the heart to tell my sister I'm still an intern.
Wow.
You give
20 years at KNBR. What can I even say? You have made this team better in countless ways. Your contributions over the years are truly valued, not only by the staff, but also by management. You have helped keep these lights on with your hard work and your dedication. And because of all of those things, and your mostly positive attitude, I am really looking forward to recording this date in Giants history with you. Hang on a second. Oh, wait, sorry. These are my cue cards from Murph's 20 years last year. Oops, sorry. But hey, in all seriousness, Tim, congratulations. Thanks for all of the help you've given me throughout the years. And hey, I just want to let you know I'm going to need next weekend off. All right, you happy, Derek?
Oh, I like
Well
Dan
done,
Dunn.
Dan.
Dan Dunn in there working a bit, Dan.
Yeah.
By the way, the Filth very upset you'd never revealed your sister's existence to him. They're all like, "Oh, dude, your sister."
Easy,
huh?
Filth.
They don't call it the Filth for nothing.
707. Why didn't you tell us, Tim? People checking in immediately after Danny. Beautifully done, Danny. What else you got?
Hey, Timmy, it's your old buddy, Brian Peacock. What a milestone. 20 years at the leader. It's hard to believe. Unbelievable run. And I think back to our days working together behind the glass, cutting sound, cherish those times, both at work, trying to find the funniest drop, shenanigans, post-work, especially one of the better dudes to belly up to a bar with, running around town, watching each other's bands play, ball games, championship parades. How about another one of those sometime soon here in the Bay Area? And more than anything, Tim, just the ability that you have shown over the course of 20 years to evade human resources, an all-time run. Love you, buddy. Keep it going. Talk soon.
Dude, it's an OJ-like run from the police. Tim's run away from HR. It's really incredible if you think about
You
it.
guys are my Al Cowlings.
Yeah, well, I'll ride with you. All right, I'll drive you around, Tim, instead of you driving me. All right, what else we got, Tim?
Thin Tim, 20 years at KNBR. Man, that's awesome. So what, I'm supposed to thank you for doing your job for the last 2 decades? Derek wanted me to come on and share a few words. I wasn't really sure what to say. I mean, let's be honest. 20 years, that's a lot of Thin Tim mistakes of the day. Now, I'm sure a lot of people want to hear about our beef, but let's be clear. There is no beef. What Did Young Tony Ask Today is objectively a better segment than Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. Come on, bro. It's just a fact. Jokes aside, you've always been a great mentor and, more importantly, a great friend of mine. Thanks for everything, dude. Congrats on 20 years. Cheers to you.
Jokes aside.
Young Tony, the way he delivers that.
All right, come on. I mean, come on. Wait, doing your job for 20 years? Hey, thank you for doing your job.
I'm indignant. Jeez.
That's pretty good, dude. By the way, Anthony Merkovich on the YouTube chat, Copes ain't making 20.
Neither am I.
It's not going the right direction.
Neither am I.
No. More, Tim. What else you got, dude? We got more of these for you.
Hey, Finn, Tim, it's DC here in Arizona, melting in the sun as we get ready for tonight's game. Wanted to wish you a happy 20th anniversary at the sports leader. You must have so many memories of when you first started back in 2005. The Von Dulch hats, $110 Ed Hardy t-shirts, and a subscription to Maxim and FHM magazines.
Ooh.
20 years. Wow. I think it's time to start a 6 Degrees to Tim Webb game. I'll let you guys set the rules. Congrats, Tim. I'll see you in the booth soon.
Good deal there from
Nice.
DC. Next one, Tim. How
Hey,
many we got?
Tim,
Okay.
it's Jessica and your favorite little nephew, Jacob. We just want to wish you a very happy congratulations on your 20 years at KNBR. We are just so proud of you and all of your hard work and dedication, and we're sending you so much love from San Diego. Congrats again. Bye.
That's your sister-in-law, Tim?
Yeah, my nephew who's 1.
Yeah.
Wow.
He didn't really get any words in. She kind of bogarted that.
Well, the words are a little
Stole
loose
the
right
show
now.
there.
Yeah, he doesn't know many. I mean, Olivia got her piece, but he didn't really get one. Well, you got a few more, Tim?
Yeah, 3 more.
3 more. Let's hear 'em.
Tim Webb, it's Pat Webb. We just want to say congratulations, brother, on 20 years at KNBR. I remember when we used to record mixtapes of random audio clips scanning through the radio. Even back then, you had a talent for pulling funny bits out of thin air and providing entertainment and happiness for others. Fast forward a few years, you and your buddies are playing Take Me Out to the Ball game from center field to Giant Stadium. A few years later, our own Tim Webb was marching in the World Series parade, waving that Giants flag with a smile of pure happiness. I love it. I'm proud of you, and I appreciate all your hard work and sacrifices to entertain your loyal fans. Even if that means your family has to have Thanksgiving dinner in December. But, putting that aside, your range and multitude of fart noises and funny movie clips are matched by no other. Your talents are impressive, and you make this family proud. And we love the show, and the seamless rapport you have with the guys. One of my other great memories was hearing Dad talk about watching you on TV. You filled his heart and home with joy. You've accomplished a ton and entertained so many. Now, I do wish you could have given me some better fantasy football advice, but maybe that will get better with time as well. To the filth, stay dirty. To Adam Copeland and D-Pop, thanks for the mic and opportunity to give a shout out. And to Tim Webb, love you, brother. Congratulations again on 20 years.
The great Pat Webb. Dude.
Hell yeah.
The great Pat Webb.
Hell yeah.
Well done, dude.
Got me a little bit, that one did.
Yeah? Your brother?
My
Keep
dad's
going.
watching right now.
You got two more. Go ahead, brother.
Tim, it's Dave Fleming. I just wanted to add on to everybody else's congratulations. 20 years at KNBR. All the times you have clipped off dumb things that I've said, and we've laughed at those together, and the steady hand you've provided to our game broadcasts. Much appreciated. Hearty congratulations to the best trivia host in San Francisco. See you soon, Tim.
Hell yeah,
The
Dave.
great Dave Fleming.
Hell yeah.
Awesome, dude. It's been really cool to hear all these. We got one more for you, and then we'll take a break. We'll come on back. We'll put the show to bed. But last one here on Tim's 20th anniversary. What you got, Tim?
Well, Timmy, it's Papa. Congratulations. Sure good to hear from you. Congratulations on all the things that you've been able to make happen. I'm real proud of you, son. Didn't ever imagine you'd be around on the radio for this long, and I'm just so tickled pink that you're still going. Keep it up.
It's Tim's dad. Tim's pops.
Yep.
You good, Tim? You good? Yeah?
We love you, Tim.
We love you, bro.
Love you guys.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. We'll take a quick break. We'll come on back. We'll put the show to bed. And we got one more thing for Tim on the other side. It's Tim's 20th anniversary. It's all about him. He always makes it about him. It's Tim's on these sports.
Damn you, Tim.
It's Dirty Work featuring Tim.
time for dirty work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
And you know I'll be around. I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Oh yeah.
Put the show to bed. Dirty work on a Tuesday afternoon, Tuesday evening. I said to B. Smith, Brian Primetime Smith, when I was texting him this morning about all this stuff, I said, I hope we make Tim cry.
Mission accomplished.
And we did. I said it to him. I got it in writing this morning. Dude, big congratulations to our guy, Tim Webb. You know him as Thin Tim, Tim Tubin, Tim the Turtle Man. What else do we call him? I think I wrote some down. Tim the Iron Virgin Webb. Tim the Horn Man Webb, of course. Yeah, just any old thing. Anything you can think of. Mayonnaise, Tim Webb. I've called him in the past. Dude, we spent a lot of time with Tim, and dude, it's great for. I love to be able to be here for something where you felt so loved and appreciated, because that's really what this is all about, man. It's a long time to do anything for 20 years, and none of us would be here in the capacity we are without the work Tim does. I couldn't do what I do every day without Tim. Feel better when he's here. Feel better that he's with me at Niners and at Stanford. We joke about it, but we spend. I mean, us three. We're a unique three together anyway, in how we interact and relate with each other outside of the show. But Tim, we're thrilled to have you, man. And we got one more gift for you. I gave you the envelope. Tim planned, for those of you who don't know, go ahead and open it up. Tim planned his own anniversary dinner, October 9th.
Not true.
His own anniversary dinner. Derek and I got him a little gift. We joked about it yesterday on the air, but we actually did get him a gift. You can go ahead and see. You can read the note and tell us what that is, Tim.
Congratulations on 20 years the leader. Couldn't do it without you. Love you, bro. Copes and Derek. By the way, this expires on October 10th, and it is a gift card to the House of Primary.
Hell yeah, what's the date of our dinner, Tim?
It's October 9th.
Oh, so I guess you got to use that thing by the 10th.
Probably got to make good use of it.
It's a gift really for us.
Yeah, it's like when Homer gives Marge the bowling ball that says Homer on it, dude. All right, dude. What you got, Derek?
I was going to say, Tim, I mean, dude, I love you. And, 3 years ago when I started at this job, at this show, you welcomed me with open arms. And I feel like you and I, we had a partnership in the back studio. And I know it's a weird transition for me being on the air, but you have been so supportive. And I can't imagine doing the show without you. So, love you, man. Thank you.
Anything else you want to wrap, Tim, before we put the show to bed here with Note to Self?
Well, maybe I'll just give my note
to self.
Go ahead.
You guys blew me away. Like, I'm not really an emotional person. I don't express emotion all that much. When you guys said you had 18 clips, I told you I didn't think I knew 18 people. And I appreciate every single one of those messages. And more importantly, just the work that you guys put into that. You got my dad. Like, that's everything to me. If you got 0 of those and you got my dad, that's the one. And it means the world to me. So thanks, guys.
We love you, buddy. Happy 20th, man. What you got, Derek?
Note to self.
Note to self.
Note to the filth. The pressure's on. Our guy, Jeff.
Yeah, dude. Our guy Jeff in Watsonville.
Hey, he set the bar. So if you guys want to send us merch or any other gifts, the pressure's on.
You're begging the listeners for things?
I need a dresser.
God,
Someone send me a dresser, please.
You're the most crass, rudest person. Dude, Derek Papa, the crass man. Note to self. As Tim said, dude, we've seen a lot of people come and go, especially in the last couple of years from the station. As Jeff Kent put it, the money lies in the RBIs, but as Tim put it so aptly at the top of the show, in this industry, the money lies in the show buys, and Tim's got 20 years of them.
Yep.
Congratulations to Tim. Thanks to our guest today, JT Snow, who stopped by to talk some Bryce Eldridge. We'll get more into that. With Giants pregame coming up here right around the corner, Andrew Luck, who joined us at 3:50. And seriously, a big thank you to our guy, Brian Primetime Smith, big KNBR alum, who helped us put all that stuff together for Tim. And Tim's brother, dude. Is that your little brother, Tim?
Yeah, he's a year and a half younger than me, but, man, emotionally much older.
Tim's little brother, dude, Tim totally has got that middle kid thing going.
Yep.
It's Tim's older sister, but Tim's little brother, Pat Webb, dude. Pat, appreciate you, man. I know you're a member of the Filth, and much love for helping us get all that together. Thanks to everybody who helped contribute to Tim's 20th anniversary extravaganza, and you can see him tonight at the bitter end. If you do, buy him some drinks as he hosts trivia. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier. Every day it gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work. But it does get easier even after 20 years, Tim. More to come. Giants baseball right around the corner. It's the Giants and the D-backs. Game 2 on the Sports Leader.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.